Chapter 1. A single punch to KO Whitebeard. In the world of pirates, Fishman Island, at a tavern near the port, a boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, was diligently doing push-ups. 98, 99, 100. Push-ups, 100 completed. Sit-ups, 100 completed. Squats, 100 completed. Jogging, 10 kilometers completed. Ding. All daily tasks completed. Strength 0, defense 0, agility 0, stamina 0. Upon hearing the familiar 000 by Chi, the 80-year-old displayed no sign of emotion. He stretched lazily and then opened his attribute panel. Host by Chi. Age, 8 years. Occupation, none. Fruit, none. Haki, none. Skills, none. Base attributes. Strength, maxed out. Defense, maxed out. Agility, maxed out. Stamina, maxed out. Gazing at the string of maxed attributes, Bai Chi let out a helpless sigh. As a transmigrator, he had been in the pirate world for a full 3 years. Not only had he crossed over to Fishman Island and become a mere child, but even the system he possessed was merely a daily exercise regimen. No devil fruits, no Haki, no main character status was completely out of the loop. Despite having maxed out his base attributes, the other sections remained locked. In short, he had strayed far from the intended path. He appeared to be an orphan, with no connection to the world of pirates. At that moment, the tavern was suddenly filled with the boss' enthusiastic voice. "Whitebeard, sir, you've arrived." Whitebeard? Could it be that Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world? If memory served correctly, Fishman Island was Whitebeard's territory, so it was indeed possible for him to be here. Ding. Key character detected. Initiating stage 2 of the mission. Mission released. Deliver a full force strike to Whitebeard. Mission reward. Gura Gura, Nomi Quake Quake Fruit. With the system's prompt ringing in his ears, the profession, fruit, and skill sections on the panel were no longer locked, they lit up brightly. Bai Chi was momentarily taken aback before leaping from his bed in excitement. System, you've finally done something worthwhile today. Wait a moment, something seemed off. System, did you just say I need to hit who? After 3 years of transmigration, my system finally issued its first main quest, and the task was to send me to my doom. System, although I may not be human, you are truly a dog. I'm still just a baby, without even Haki, and you want me to punch the strongest man in the world? Is this madness? After shouting, Bai Chi slumped back onto the bed. It seemed certain that he would have no connection to the era of great pirates in this lifetime. Boss, do your patrons not eat? Why does it sound like a back rub rather than a punch? Get someone else. A booming voice came from next door. A back rub? Inside Whitebeard's room, the plump boss was now sweating profusely. I really couldn't find anyone stronger. Whitebeard was about to say something when the door suddenly swung open. I can assist with the back rub. Looking at the boy who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Hoo-ha, little brat, with those puny arms and legs, you can't possibly do it. How do you know unless you try? I'm very strong. Whitebeard naturally didn't believe him, but seeing Bai Chi's earnest expression, he decided to tease the little fellow. All right then, give it your all, and he'll see just how strong this little brat can be. I'm afraid my strength is so great that I might break the old man. Bai Chi said with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Ha ha ha. The laughter erupted once more around him. Coo ha ha, amusing little brat. Feel free to go, all out my body is tough. Whitebeard seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Bai Chi shook his arms, mustered his strength, and delivered a punch to Whitebeard's back. With a resounding crash, Whitebeard found himself sitting amidst the shattered remnants of the sofa, utterly bewildered. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Reward. Gura Gura Nomi. The fruit section on the panel glimmered with 4 large characters. Gura, Gura, and Nomi. Beginner. What a sensation. Exhilarating. Wait a minute, something feels off. Am I really this strong? I knocked Whitebeard to the ground. Whitebeard slowly got up, his face filled with disbelief. Staring at the youthful Bai Chi before him, he thought, no, this is impossible. I am Whitebeard. How could I be knocked down by an 80-year-old brat with a single punch? It was utterly inconceivable. Little brat, I wasn't ready just now, do it again. Sure. Having received the mission reward, Bai Chi was in high spirits and didn't mind delivering another punch. It was the perfect opportunity to experience the fruit's power. Cough cough, come on. Whitebeard cleared his throat and assumed a serious demeanor. Bai Chi once more swung his fist, pouring all his strength into a punch, enhanced by the fruit's effects aimed at Whitebeard. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted within the room, as if capable of shattering everything. Bang! The punch, infused with overwhelming power, struck heavily against Whitebeard's old back. Under the immense energy, the clothing of those in the room ripped into shreds, barely clinging to their bodies. The tavern owner stood frozen in fear, his face a mask of terror. Whitebeard felt as if his entire internal organs were being tossed around. What immense power! In a fit of violent coughing, he nearly vomited. Suppressing the urge to retch, Whitebeard gazed at Bai Chi with a peculiar expression. That little brat's attack bore an uncanny resemblance to my fruit's effects. How is this possible? In a vast sea, there cannot be two identical devil fruits. Little brat, what fruit ability do you possess? Such tremendous power. The suspicion of a similar fruit arising was not surprising for Whitebeard. This is the lower tier fruit of the Gura no Mi, the Jinjin fruit. Bai Chi had long since prepared an excuse and was not worried about being exposed. After all, in the entire pirate world, no one had ever seen a complete devil fruit compendium. Interesting. This sea is becoming increasingly intriguing. Coo ha ha. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. He never expected to be knocked down today on Fishman Island by an 8 or 9-year-old brat utilizing a lower tier version of his own fruit. Wait a minute. Staring blankly at the young boy before him, who seemed to be merely 8 or 9 years old, Whitebeard suddenly found himself lost in memories of his own experiences on Fishman Island 8 years ago. After a long while, Whitebeard's gaze locked onto Bai Chi, his lips trembling as he asked, "Little brat, where are you from? What the? Why does this old man's gaze feel so unsettling?" "I'm an orphan, living on Fishman Island," Bai Chi replied nonchalantly. Whitebeard seemed as though struck by lightning. Recalling a village he had once visited called White Manor, he stammered, You wouldn't happen to have a surname Bai, would you?" Chapter 2. The youngest captain of the White Crew. "My surname is Bai," Bai Chi replied, equally puzzled. "How does he know my surname? Can this old man tell fortunes too?" Whitebeard appeared as if he had been electrocuted again, his face blank, his body trembling. After a long moment, he managed to swallow hard and said, "Little brat, come aboard my ship. They'll take you as my godson. Ding dong. Please select a faction to join and complete the profession section. Would you like to join the Whitebeard Pirates and become a pirate? Reward: armament Haki." What the? Has this old man's desire to adopt a son resurfaced? Nevertheless, the White Crew is the strongest pirate crew in this world. Having a reliable backing in the early stages would allow one to navigate the seas with confidence. And the reward of armament Haki? Being able to grasp the natural type armament Haki is undoubtedly what Bai Chi urgently needs as a character with maxed attributes. It seems like a win-win situation. He'll join decisively. The era of great pirates. Bai Chi officially makes his debut. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for joining the White Crew as a pirate. Reward: armament Haki beginner. Old man Bai, now that I've joined you, you must give me a captain's position to play with, haha. Bai Chi naturally had to take advantage of the situation. To his surprise, Whitebeard didn't mind in the slightest, his face brimming with excitement. Of course, once you board the ship, it'll inform all the captains that you are the official captain of the 17th Division of the White Crew. In the New World, a massive pirate ship was accelerating through the waves. High above, a pirate flag with a gigantic Whitebeard emblem was billowing in the wind. The broad-shouldered Whitebeard climbed aboard the colossal vessel, followed closely by an 80-year-old child, Bai Chi. "You little rascal, no need for an internship anymore. The position of 17th Division Captain is yours from now on." Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with pride as he gently patted Bai Chi on the shoulder, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Bai Chi didn't care in the slightest about the captaincy with his system, who could possibly stand in his way even if he wanted to become one of the 4 emperors. Cough, cough, cough. Old dad, are you sure you want to give this child the captaincy? He looks like a child, not even 10 years old. The speaker was none other than Marco, the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. With a pineapple hairstyle and an ordinary appearance, he possessed formidable strength, having clashed with Akainu and physically engaged Kizuru, kicking him away and even sending Akiji flying. He was a powerful figure capable of holding his own against admirals. However, at this moment, Marco wore a peculiar expression, filled with skepticism and helplessness. Is old man still drunk and not awake yet? Why on earth would he appoint the 17th Division captain to a mere child at such an early hour? If he had just consumed a bit more peanuts, he wouldn't be in this state of inebriation. Do not underestimate this little brat. He possesses remarkable strength. He is a prodigy I discovered on Fishman Island, and he is now my newly adopted son. Whitebeard recalled how he had been knocked to the ground by a child yesterday and felt a twinge of embarrassment, his face flushing slightly. He, who was renowned as the strongest man in the world, had nearly been knocked out by an 80-year-old. Goodness, this old man, calling me son all the time just to take advantage of me. Bai Chi felt quite vexed. Old man, even if he is a genius, he is still just a child. How much power could he possibly wield? Marco, with a peculiar expression, chuckled bitterly. It seems old man's standards for adopting sons have plummeted. Even a little brat with no real strength can become a captain now. Marco, you underestimate me far too much. With the system at his disposal, White Chi felt no fear of the Phoenix. Marco maintained a nonchalant demeanor, leaning against the sails on the deck, stroking his pineapple-shaped head. Little brat, this vast ocean is not as simple as you might imagine. Without strength, even if you were to become a captain in the Whitebeard pirates, your life would still be in peril. You still know too little about this world. Entering the pirate realm requires one to be prepared for the possibility of meeting their demise at sea, Marco said, shaking his head helplessly. He clearly intended to intimidate the 80-year-old before him. It seemed he was severely underestimated, and White Chi couldn't help but chuckle. There was nothing to be done. The Whitebeard pirates, being the most formidable pirate crew in the world, had even their ordinary apprentice crew members boasting combat powers equivalent to a bounty of over 100 million. Thus, merely being an 80-year-old child, even if he were a genius, without Whitebeard's endorsement, he could only serve as an intern. Yet, he was not an ordinary genius. He possessed a system, and anything was possible. Sooner or later, I shall become the Pirate King, White Chi declared stubbornly. Good lad, I hope you have the same resolve when you encounter your enemies. Marco thought it absurd for an 80-year-old to speak such words, and after a forced smile, he turned his back to White Chi. Marco, I speak the truth. I will one day replace the celestial dragons and rule over the entire world. Dare to disregard me, equipped with a system? Just wait and see as I slap your faces in the future. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire Whitebeard pirates erupted in a commotion. An 80-year-old child dares to dream of overthrowing the celestial dragons. This newcomer is quite amusing. Old man must be drunk to appoint him as a captain, thinking he is truly worthy of such a title. His words are so arrogant. This kid clearly has never faced any real setbacks. He lacks the harsh lessons of society. Could this brat actually be Whitebeard's illegitimate son? Otherwise, with old man's temper, how could he possibly allow a weakling to be called captain? I've been in the Whitebeard crew for years and haven't been made a captain. How could this little brat qualify? The crowd buzzed with chatter. What are you all unsatisfied with? I shall conquer the entirety of the seas in the future. White Chi, undaunted by the disdainful expressions of the pirates, declared boldly. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted around him. White Chi instantly captured the attention of everyone aboard the ship. Did you hear that? This little brat just claimed he would conquer the entire ocean. A chubby pirate exclaimed, feigning shock with his mouth agape. This expression elicited another round of laughter from those nearby. In the pirate world, strength reigns supreme. Everyone speaks through their power. It has never been said that those of higher rank are respected merely for their position. Naturally, the pirates paid no heed to a child claiming to be the 17th Division captain. After the laughter subsided, a pirate stepped forward. It was the previously astonished chubby pirate. Little brat, in the pirate world, strength is the only currency of respect. Without power, even if you are a captain, no one will acknowledge you. Even I, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million, can only be an intern here. What qualifications do you have to be a captain? Marco, the captain, doesn't even deign to acknowledge you, this little brat. Allow me, as senior, to enlighten you on the rules of the pirate world and show you just how vast it truly is. Task triggered. Defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million reward. Observation Haki. Chapter 3, Provocation. The chubby pirate, named Jibai, belonged to the fishman race, his large mouth protruding, resembling a hippopotamus. He struck a pose of authority, ready to teach a lesson. However, he was also a recent intern in the Whitebeard crew. Unlike White Chi, Jibai was very concerned about his position on the ship and liked to boast about his bounty. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong place, as pirates with a bounty of 100 million were commonplace in the Whitebeard pirates. This bounty placed him at the bottom of the hierarchy. His sense of presence was so low that he had endured this humiliation until today when he saw a mere child being recognized by Whitebeard as a captain. Having just boarded, he was confident his strength was many times greater than that of the child. Jealousy ignited within him. White Chi was delighted he was looking for someone to practice against, and here was a perfect opportunity. Such a stroke of luck could not be missed. Moreover, the key point was that this hippopotamus-faced pirate had just mentioned a bounty of 100 million. Was this not a free experience for him? It seemed his luck had turned around after an entire year of bad fortune. All right, a grin crept across White Chi's face. It was time for him to show off his skills. Otherwise, if he became captain, there would likely still be dissenters among the crew. Come on, to the arena? Jibai exclaimed excitedly, his anticipation palpable. White Chi remained unhurried, walking slowly. Following the two were many pirates from the Whitebeard pirates, all eagerly gathering around the duel arena, eagerly discussing the impending confrontation between White Chi and Jibai. This will be quite the spectacle. It's time for the little brat to learn a lesson and temper his arrogance. Does he truly think he can speak freely just because old man dotes on him? Exactly. In the pirate world, strength is revered. This ironclad rule has never been broken. Without strength, nothing matters. Look at that guy who resembles a hippopotamus. I bet on his victory. That little brat must be weaker than someone with a bounty over 100 million. A pirate pointed at the hippopotamus-faced man, clearly an old member of the Whitebeard pirates. Today, the little brat brought by Old Man Whitebeard is indeed a bit too arrogant. I do not recognize him as the 17th Division captain. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Undoubtedly, the two pirates in the arena were the main topic of discussion, with everyone hoping Jibai would teach this little brat a lesson and demonstrate just how weak he was, dissuading Old Man from appointing him as a captain. After locking eyes with Jibai, White Chi glanced at the boisterous crowd of pirates, a slight smile forming on his lips. Jibai, too, was brimming with confidence, brandishing a sword, his gaze serious as he stared down White Chi. Little brat, don't you dare cry later. Rest assured, I'll go easy on you. Old Man Whitebeard, it seems this little brat is bound to embarrass himself. Even if he is a genius, at his age, he likely doesn't meet the combat standards of an intern. Even Diamond Jaws, the 3rd Division captain, joined in on the fun. Kuhaha, I beg to differ. At this moment, Whitebeard sits upon his throne, gazing at the duel arena with unwavering conviction. Beside him stand Vista and Marco. Vista grips his sword in one hand while the other caresses his little mustache, his eyes fixed on the duel, assessing White Chi. Father, do you truly hold that little brat in such high regard? Even if he is a genius, at his age, defeating a pirate worth 100 million berries is an impossible feat. Whitebeard's expression turned unusually grave as he recalled a certain individual, the Iron Fist Garp, the man at the pinnacle of martial arts, and a wielder of a devil fruit power. When the fight commences, you captains must keep a vigilant eye. Do not allow those two youngsters to come to harm. He admonished Marco and the others, clearly concerned for the safety of his crew. Fear not, father. Leave it to us. If we can't keep an eye on two novices, we ought not to call ourselves captains. Marco replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. White Chi was quite pleased, as they were all comrades on the same ship, and there was truly no need for casualties. Defeating this horse-faced opponent would grant him the ability to wield observation Haki. There was no necessity to escalate matters to the point of loss of life. To be honest, over the past year, he had developed a fondness for the pirates of the Whitebeard crew. The burly Gibber, with his prominent wide mouth, began to speak. Kid, let's get started. Be careful. Fists and feet have no eyes. If it feels wrong once we engage, surrender quickly. I will cease my slaughter. Vista and Jaws exchanged knowing smiles. This duel was becoming increasingly entertaining. Even Whitebeard and Marco were rarely seen with their gazes fixed intently on the arena, their curiosity piqued. In the arena, White Chi chuckled upon hearing the provocation. Slaughter, you say? You're not entirely wrong, but this will be my slaughter of you. This battle will establish my standing aboard the Moby Dick. White Chi replied nonchalantly. Kid, you are exceedingly arrogant. Don't think that with daddy backing you, you can do as you please. Respect is earned through strength. It seems I have no need to hold back against you. White Chi's words thoroughly infuriated Gibber. After all, he had been a local tyrant before joining the Whitebeard crew. Now, he was being disregarded by an 8-year-old child. His eyes narrowed as he charged toward White Chi. Beside Whitebeard's throne, Diamond Jaws wore a rather grim expression. Old man, your new son is rather presumptuous. If things escalate, your keen eye for talent will be embarrassed if he gets defeated. If he fails, how will you face letting him be captain? Marco covered his eyes with his hand, clearly doubting that this newcomer could best Gibber. Although Gibber might seem insignificant in the eyes of Whitebeard's core commanders, even Marco was confident he could defeat Gibber in one blow. However, Gibber's bounty was a staggering 100 million. He had once been a feared figure in a small city on the outskirts of the New World. The New World, a realm teeming with formidable beings. It appeared that this boy named White Chi was about to receive a valuable lesson in the arena. Strength is paramount, and one should not be overly arrogant without it. In the duel arena, Gibber made the first move, thrusting a sword towards White Chi. Yet, White Chi stood motionless, seemingly stunned. Observing the dazed expression on White Chi's face, Gibber warned, Kid, watch out. He merely intended to teach the boy a lesson. The thought of killing an 8-year-old had never crossed his mind. Then, a shocking scene unfolded aboard the Moby Dick. White Chi unexpectedly leaned forward, using his chest to meet the sword's edge. Gibber felt as if he had struck a massive iron wall, his arm vibrating with numbness. Crack. The sword shattered. A slight smile crept upon White Chi's lips as he thought, just as I anticipated, my physical prowess can withstand attacks without the need for Haki. Gibber was utterly bewildered. Could this boy be made of iron? Such terrifying defense. This level of defense can be compared to the state achieved when the body is enveloped in armament Haki. Marco and the others were equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. This young lad, merely 8 years of age, possesses such formidable defenses? Only Whitebeard seems to find a sliver of solace, realizing that he is not simply aging. This boy's strength is indeed remarkable. Gazing at the broken sword on the ground, Jibe remains cautious. You've got some skills, kid. Your physical prowess is quite impressive. But tell me, have you ever heard of Haki? Jibe boasts with pride. I concede that your stamina surpasses mine, yet even at your strongest, you are not on the same level as I am. I am a man who has mastered the art of Busashoku Haki. This battle is over. Oh, let us see whose Busashoku is superior, Baichi replies nonchalantly. Jibe is momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Could it be true that this boy, at the tender age of 8, has mastered Busashoku Haki? Impossible. He is but a child. How much training could he possibly have undergone? To acquire the talent for Busashoku requires both innate ability and relentless effort. I have toiled for 8 years to attain my Busashoku Haki, enduring countless fierce battles along the way. It can be said that I comprehended Busashoku through repeated life and death confrontations with my enemies. This young boy is clearly employing trickery. Before Jibe can ponder further, Baichi's fist strikes. Jibe hastily counters with his own punch. Their fists are both as dark as coal, a distinctive characteristic of Busashoku. Jibe's mouth hangs agape, as if he has just swallowed a large goose egg. What the hell? Is this even a human? Mastering Busashoku at 8 years old? This is no ordinary child. It's a beast. The entire arena is astonished. An 8-year-old mastering Busashoku Haki? Surely this is a deception. This child is merely 8 and could not have awakened such power in battle. Could it truly be that his innate talent is so extraordinary as to grasp Busashoku Haki? Damn it. This 8-year-old can wield Busashoku Haki while I, at 38, have only just begun to learn. All these years of toil have been in vain. My father was right. This boy is a genius. No, he is a genius among geniuses. At this moment, Baichi is undoubtedly the protagonist of the entire ship. If these pirates realized that Baichi is not even exerting his full strength and is merely testing his capabilities, they would be utterly astounded. Jibe is utterly bewildered. He clearly feels that the seemingly 8-year-old boy possesses strength comparable to his own. This means that the Busashoku he has garnered over 8 years is on par with what this child has achieved at such a young age. It is unfathomable that he possesses such power at this tender age. If he survives these seas, he may very well rise to become a core captain within Whitebeard's crew. Jibe's lips tremble, his eyes glazed as he murmurs, I never imagined you, a novice, could wield Busashoku. Yet, Jibe quickly regains his composure. As a seasoned pirate, he adjusts his breathing and fixes his gaze upon Baichi. At this moment, Jibe understands that even a slight disparity in strength between two evenly matched pirates can determine the outcome of the battle, and mindset plays a crucial role in that. On the sidelines, Marco is equally surprised, his gaze sharpened and less languid, focused intently on the match. Father, it seems the young lad you brought possesses some considerable strength. Vista, stroking Blackbeard's hand, ceases his motions, intrigued by Baichi. How interesting. This is becoming increasingly captivating. The second punch collides. Once again, the clash is evenly matched. In truth, Baichi has not yet unleashed his full power. He merely seeks to gauge his own abilities. He has gained a general understanding of his physical prowess. With his stamina, he could engage in a direct confrontation without Busashoku against a typical user. Baichi shouts to Whitebeard and the others outside the arena. Make sure to protect Jibe. The statement left Whitebeard and his crew momentarily stunned, soon followed by laughter. This little rascal you brought is quite amusing, chuckled Diamond Jozu. The others joined in the laughter. Marco, you are the fastest here. Keep a close watch and ensure nothing goes awry, Whitebeard said with an unusual seriousness. Old man, are you serious? Even if that little brat is a genius with armament Haki, he is merely 8 years old, wielding only the most basic form of Haki. Marco was bewildered, unable to fathom what bizarre outcome could arise from a clash of two rudimentary armament Haki users. In the duel arena, Jibek's anger surged upon hearing Baichi calling for protection from the captains. You little brat, you have enraged me. And what of it? Baichi laughed, realizing that this hippo-faced opponent had yet to grasp the disparity between them. In truth, Baichi had accepted the challenge primarily to practice his skills against Jibek. The reason for requesting protection for Jibek was due to the nature of his fruits attacks, as he couldn't guarantee not harming Jibek. Even if he refrained from using his full strength, it remained uncertain whether Jibek could withstand the effects of the Quake fruit's assault. With a resounding impact, Jibek's punches grew noticeably more forceful. Third punch, fourth punch, fifth punch. The spectators engaged in fervent discussions. It appeared that this little brat possessed considerable strength, able to exchange blows with Jibek at such a young age. If he could utilize armament Haki, the outcome of this battle was truly uncertain. Silence. Focus on the match. Such a thrilling contest is rare. Sixth punch. Stay alert and protect yourselves. Sensing the core members of Whitebeard's crew watching intently, Baichi suddenly conceived a bold idea. What would happen if he unleashed his full power against a core captain? Hey, Jibek, would you like to experience the might of the Quake fruit? Jibek appeared utterly confused. What are you talking about? The Quake fruit? I've only heard of the captain's Quake abilities. I'm throwing a punch. Pay attention. With all his might, He launched a powerful strike, sending a wave of energy rippling outward. The onlookers, including Marco and the others, were taken aback. A blue flame surged forth, and Baichi's fist collided heavily with it. In Chapter 5, Quake Assault, the blue flame dispersed violently, with some energy reaching Jibek. Although Marco managed to absorb most of the damage, Jibek was still knocked to the ground by the residual shockwave. You arrived just in time, Marco, otherwise I cannot guarantee Jibek would have survived. Baichi exhaled heavily, relieved. A profound silence enveloped the area. The pirates, who had been lively moments ago, now stood in stunned silence. Mouths agape in astonishment. Their throats dry, they swallowed hard, their gazes fixed on Baichi. Even Whitebeard's core captains were left speechless. Diamond Jozu slapped his forehead, eyes wide with disbelief. Is it possible? He murmured, struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. After a lengthy pause, Bista's lips trembled as he spoke. Jozu. That little one's attack. It resembled the Quake fruit. Jozu shouted in realization. Indeed, while it may not rival the old man's Quake attacks, it undeniably mirrored the technique of the Quake fruit, Bista replied, incredulous. All eyes turned to Whitebeard. Our captain has brought us such a formidable little brat. Whitebeard, however, was not as astonished. After all, he had personally witnessed Baichi's fruit abilities. His own astonishment at the time made the captain's surprise understandable. Yet, Whitebeard remained silent, leaving the crew in further confusion, pondering why their captain was withholding his thoughts at such a pivotal moment. Jibek, one of the battle's key players, could not help but feel the terrifying power of the earlier attack. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his eyes glazed over, his lips quivering as he stammered. That strength was terrifying. I can't believe you were this powerful. If that blow had landed on me. Jibek left the thought unfinished. But it was clear to all that such a strike could have cost him his life. In an unexpected turn, Jibek slowly exhaled, managing a wry smile. It seems I was overly arrogant. I concede this match wholeheartedly. In this battle, Kaib comprehended his existence aboard the Moby Dick. Throughout the ordeal, it was only his own arrogance that stood out. He could not even best a mere novice who had just boarded. How could he ever again boast of being a notorious pirate with a bounty surpassing 100 million? Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, he exhaled deeply, feeling considerably lighter. It is indeed better to be alive, even if his prowess aboard the Moby Dick was inconspicuous. The protection of the world's mightiest pirate crew, Whitebeards, ensured his safety was well guarded. From now on, he would diligently maintain cleanliness aboard the ship and fulfill his duties, refraining from any further proclamations of being a formidable pirate. You should return and rest well, Kaib, Marco advised. Yes, Captain Marco, Kaib replied, turning to glance at White Chi before slowly departing, leaving behind a forlorn silhouette. Marco, still slick with cold sweat and astonished, realized that if he had hesitated even for a moment, it could have ended tragically. He was well aware of the nature of the attack. It was none other than the tremor-based assault of Whitebeard's Quake fruit. Youngster, what was that attack you just executed? Marco inquired, though he was almost certain of the answer yet couldn't quite believe it. The tremor fruit attack, White Chi responded, confirming Marco's suspicions. Marco let out a breath, but doubt still lingered in his eyes, although it was accurate to label it as the subordinate tremor fruit of the Quake fruit. No one had ever seen the complete fruit compendium, leaving Marco in a state of half-belief. Around them, the pirates exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the mention of the tremor fruit, their eyes alight with intrigue. This young lad can execute tremor attacks? Didn't he just tell Captain Marco it was the tremor fruit? Unbelievable. How could it resemble Whitebeard's fruit assault so closely? Could he be the son of Whitebeard? Have you ever seen a fruit's powers transmitted through bloodlines? This child is utterly astonishing. The crowd erupted into lively discussions, creating a raucous atmosphere. Everyone disperse. Whitebeard coughed a few times to regain their attention. He approached with Jozu and other core captains. The previously boisterous pirate ship fell silent once more, as all returned to their designated tasks, a testament to Whitebeard's remarkable leadership. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the combat mission. Defeated a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Reward. Observation Haki. Perfect completion grants the culinary skill, one-time consumable. A confident smile graced White Chi's lips. Chapter 6. The spoils open the panel. Host. White Chi age. 8 occupation. Pirate captain fruit. Tremor fruit. Ignores the sea. Haki. Armament Haki. Beginner. Observation Haki. Beginner. Skills. Culinary skill. One-time consumable. Base attributes. Strength, maxed defense, maxed agility, maxed endurance, maxed gazing at his panel. White Chi felt immense satisfaction. He was merely one step away from mastering Conqueror's Haki to complete his trifecta of Haki. You, young lad, when did you acquire armament Haki? Marco still found it hard to believe that an 8-year-old could wield Haki with such formidable strength. Haki? I just acquired it during the battle, White Chi replied, reluctant to provide too much explanation, knowing that the more one elaborates, the more one invites skepticism. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also had mastered armament Haki. Whitebeard looked at White Chi with great pride. A genius. Without a doubt, you are a genius. At 8 years old, possessing the strength akin to the captain of the world's foremost pirate crew, how many can claim such a feat in the entire pirate world? I recognized your extraordinary talent. But I never expected you to grasp Haki at such a young age, capable of dispersing Marco's blue immortal flames, Whitebeard remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Beside him, the portly Blamank nodded in agreement. In terms of talent, he far surpasses me. At 8, I was merely battling mountain beasts. Given time to hone his skills, who knows what kind of monster he could grow into? Even the usually taciturn Rosa spoke up. If this young lad were to be poached by another Emperor's crew, I shudder to think of the adversaries we might face in the future, Marco stated seriously. Everyone inhaled deeply at that thought. What kind of foe would that be? It was likely that even their father would find it difficult to contend with him. Undoubtedly, this young lad held immense potential for the future, mastering Haki at 8. Boasting prodigious physical capabilities and shattering Marco's blue flames with a single punch, he could very well become the successor of the Whitebeard pirates. If there is nothing else, I'll be taking my leave, White Chi stated, disregarding the surrounding crowd as he made his way back to his quarters. Truth be told, he found it quite overwhelming to receive such sudden praise from so many. Though slightly arrogant, is there not a certain boldness inherent in genius? At that moment, White Chi exuded a unique charm, rather than annoyance. This boy, I find myself increasingly fond of him, Whitebeard laughed heartily. After White Chi departed, Marco fixed his gaze on Whitebeard, inquiring with curiosity, Father, how did you come across this extraordinarily talented young lad? Would you believe me if I said I found him while giving someone a back rub? Whitebeard chuckled at the absurdity. Father, you've struck quite the fortune. If a back rub can yield such a prodigious talent, perhaps Kaido, Shanks, and Big Mom should take turns giving back rubs daily. Father, is that boy's fruit attack truly just a subordinate of the tremor fruit? It appears indistinguishable from the tremor fruit itself. Vista expressed his intrigue regarding White Chi. To be honest, Whitebeard was equally perplexed, regardless of what fruit the lad possesses. The important thing is that he has joined our crew and is willing to serve the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the pirate world, there were far too many questions. Excessive inquiry only made one appear weak. Then, Father, to ensure this young lad can contribute even more effectively to our crew, why not entrust him to me? Marco's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning. The other captains exchanged glances, fully aware of Marco's intentions. It is not merely about recognizing another's talent and wishing to mentor them. Rather, it is about the prospect of boasting to others in the world of pirates that this remarkable individual was, in fact, nurtured under my guidance. In essence, it serves to enhance my own reputation. Such fortunate opportunities are naturally sought after by all. Should circumstances permit, one might boast in the future, behold. The youngest of the 4 emperors, a product of my diligent guidance, a chef named Sachi, with tousled brown hair and a small black beard, spoke up. Hand that little rascal over to me. I shall nurture him with utmost care. The previously tranquil atmosphere erupted once more into lively chatter. Sachi, you have never shown interest in the art of combat. Today's winds seem to have stirred a desire for an apprentice. I suggest you take on a pupil in culinary arts instead of contending with us, Vista interjected. Sachi, you usually strike me as quite earnest. What has come over you today? Seeking to undermine us? Even Jaws, at this moment, joined the fray in a bid for the young prodigy. Such a talented young lad. He must have a serious discussion with his father, persuading him to allow this boy to take him as a mentor. Observing the boy's considerable strength, it would be splendid to impart to him my rigorous training methods. What does it matter if others claim I am encroaching on their territory? At this moment, it is uncertain who the boy's true mentor will be. How could one say I am undermining your position? Sachi remarked with exasperation, despite looking somewhat dim-witted. The Diamond Joes recognized the boy's exceptional talent. Even a fool would know that now is the time to vie for the favor of Whitebeard. Joe scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. Whitebeard, this kid really piques my interest. Why not let me teach him? Joes, are you really going to compete with me for this? Marco expressed his disbelief, realizing that this boy, by Chi, is indeed in high demand. Naturally, I am not foolish. Joes chuckled, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth against his dark complexion. If the old man entrusts this boy to me, I will undoubtedly cultivate him into a first-rate master. First-rate master? Even without your guidance, he could become a master. Marco retorted, Old man, if you hand him over to me, I will ensure he defeats Hawkeye and becomes the greatest swordsman in the world, exclaimed the enthusiastic bladesman Bista. Every swordsman harbors the ambition to vanquish Hawkeye. Bista, having reached a plateau in his swordsmanship for a decade, knew all too well that defeating Hawkeye was beyond his grasp. Yet, witnessing the boy's performance today ignited a thought within him. He could impart his entire swordsmanship to Bai Chi, enabling him to triumph over Hawkeye. Aha! It seems the lad I have chosen is quite the sought-after gem. Whitebeard's hearty laughter resonated throughout the pirate ship. Whoever becomes this boy's mentor shall be decided by the boy himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd dispersed, all heading toward Bai Chi's quarters. Chapter 7. The versatile genius surrounded by the captains of various ships, Bai Chi felt somewhat overwhelmed. There was no escaping the fact that his previous declaration of not seeking a mentor was futile. Then I choose. Bai Chi pointed at the crowd, his finger hovering over Joe's, who gulped audibly, his forehead beading with sweat. Yet, his finger lingered only briefly before it fell to Bista, who beamed with excitement. A confident smile gracing his lips as he envisioned Baichi defeating Hawkeye. I will surely train this lad to become the world's greatest swordsman. But just as Bista reveled in his moment of triumph, Baichi's finger moved away from him. Bista was left dumbfounded, his lips trembling. If one were to consider a teacher, Marco's prowess was unrivaled. His ability to send 3 admirals flying during the Marineford War was no trivial feat. Being guided by Marco would surely be beneficial, Baichi contemplated. However, he questioned, is this strength even sufficient to teach me how to fight? I have made my decision. I choose Sachi, Baichi declared boldly before the crowd. Joe stood there, speechless for a long moment. Bista's lips continued to quiver, confusion evident in his eyes. Marco was utterly flabbergasted. It was truly astonishing that the least likely candidate had been chosen. Sachi chuckled with delight, much to the chagrin of those around him. In truth, Baichi merely wished to test his culinary skills, struggling without a proper recipe. Clearly, Sachi could provide him with what he sought. Master Sachi, shall we begin learning to cook? The crowd was left in stunned silence. Little brat, did you really think we sought you out to teach you how to cook? Marco was the first to speak, his anger palpable. Joe's and Bista echoed his frustration, unsure if the boy genuinely believed they were here to teach him cooking or if he was merely feigning ignorance. Sachi, too, was left bewildered. This outcome was utterly unexpected. Was he being sought after for his culinary skills? Yet, regardless of Marco, Sachi, and others' attempts to persuade the boy, Baichi remained resolute, insisting on learning to cook. You stubborn little imp, you will regret this. Marco and the others lamented, ultimately leaving in dismay. Only Sachi remained, staring blankly at Baichi. Teaching this boy to cook could be quite enjoyable, as he had not come to the White Pirates for riches or beauty. Thus, the outcome was not entirely unfavorable. However, Sachi pondered, what could the boy's culinary talent be? After all, cooking does require a certain aptitude. All right, little brat, pay attention. Today, I will teach you the simplest dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Do not underestimate this dish. While it may seem easy to master, achieving a high level of proficiency is quite challenging. First, you must test your knife skills by swiftly dicing the tomatoes into cross-sections without losing any moisture. Then, immerse the tomatoes in boiling water until the skins begin to curl, followed by a cold water soak. Heat oil in a pan, and when it reaches the right temperature, pour in the whisked eggs, gently stirring them. Lower the heat immediately and cook until fluffy, then serve. Sachi proudly instructed, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he recited the basic method for preparing scrambled eggs with tomatoes, as if reciting a well-known passage. However, when Sachi finally opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There, on the table, lay a fragrant plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, perfectly prepared. Just moments ago, Baichi had activated his system, granting him the culinary skill for half an hour, which bestowed upon him an unparalleled culinary talent. He only needed to listen to or observe a recipe once to master various culinary techniques. What? This color, this flavor? Impossible. You little brat. I have toiled as a chef for 30 years, honing my craft each day and night. You mean to say you have already mastered this dish after merely hearing my explanation of the basic method? Sachi's lips formed an incredulous ah shape, unable to close as they trembled. Nothing is impossible. I possess a system, Baichi mused internally. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. After all, scrambled eggs with tomatoes is a common dish. This lad must have some foundational skills. It is not entirely outside the realm of possibility that he could produce a dish akin to my 30 years of mastery. Sachi speculated, harboring a flicker of hope. Now, I will teach you a second dish, little brat. This next dish is not so simple. We shall tackle the more challenging fish fragrant shredded pork, Sachi declared. Little brat, you. Sachi was once again astounded. He witnessed Baichi already perusing the comprehensive recipe book. Commencing the preparation of the fish fragrant shredded pork, the precision of Baichi's knife skills and cooking techniques bore no semblance to that of a novice. In fact, it almost seemed as though Baichi had been cooking longer than he had. Yes, it must be an illusion, Sachi thought, smacking his head in disbelief. Yet, this was no illusion. In no time at all, Baichi had completed the dish, which was fragrant and vibrantly colored. Sachi could not resist sampling it. How was this possible? Upon tasting the dish, he felt as though he were floating, as if soaring through the sky. This sensation was indescribably exhilarating. At the very least, it must have taken 50 years. No, it requires a century of skill to achieve such culinary perfection. It is utterly flawless, a delicacy that should not belong to mere mortals. Only the deities above are worthy of such exquisite cuisine. Master Sachi, I am grateful for your guidance. I have already mastered 3 dishes, Baichi remarked with a subtle smile. Just moments ago, Baichi swiftly prepared a plate of stir-fried bitter melon with meat. The speed. The quality. Sachi coughed lightly, a wry smile forming on his lips. It seems the crew was right. One cannot gauge you by ordinary standards. You are indeed a prodigy. Ignoring Sachi's astonished and peculiar gaze, Baichi reflected on how many times he had encountered such indescribable expressions since acquiring his system. So, Master Sachi, thank you for your teachings today. I would appreciate it if you could share more of your recipes with me, particularly those culinary skills useful in the wild. as I intend to study them diligently in my dormitory. Teachings? Upon hearing this, Sachi felt a blush creeping across his face. Soon, the entire kitchen was filled with Marco and other pirates, clamoring for the mere 3 plates of dishes. Sachi, your culinary skills have improved, Marco exclaimed while scrambling for food. Sachi remained silent until the crowd finished eating and began shouting for him to prepare more dishes. Finally, he spoke. This is not my work, it is by Chi, that little imp, who made it. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. Chapter 8. Embracing battle the next day. Kuhaha, this little brat has surprised me with his remarkable talent in cooking as well. Whitebeard praised as he savored the grilled sea king meat prepared by Mingfei. The pirates indulged heartily. I must say, Sachi, your culinary skills are lacking. Look at Bai Chi. So young yet able to roast meat to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within, leaving a delightful aroma in the mouth. It is far superior to your grilled meat. Marco teased. Well then, shall you all request Bai Chi to cook for you in the future? Let's see how many meals this little brat can prepare for you. Sachi felt disheartened. In just 1 day since taking on a disciple, he had already been outshone. Truly, the apprentice surpasses the master. These fellows have only just feasted on Bai Chi's hospitality a few times, and yet they begin to belittle themselves. Such lack of integrity. They must realize they have consumed the fruits of their own labor for decades, just as the crew of pirates revels in their camaraderie. Immersed in delightful conversations over sumptuous meals, a report reaches the captain. Captain, we have spotted a suspicious vessel at the 15-degree mark. Gazing in that direction, indeed. A ship is visible in the distance, closely trailing Whitebeard's fleet. Oh, Whitebeard's interest is piqued. Anyone capable of keeping pace with Whitebeard's banner must either belong to the Navy or the 4 Emperors, or perhaps they are merely audacious newcomers, unafraid of danger. As the distance closes, a pirate flag bearing the visage of a wolf becomes increasingly discernible. The crew aboard emanates a palpable aura of menace. They are clearly bloodthirsty individuals. Luck is on our side. It is the Whitebeard pirates, exclaimed a middle-aged man, his upper body bare, showcasing a fearsome wolf head tattoo inked across his back. Allow me to deal with these inexperienced brats. I shall wield a knife in one hand and a gun in the other. These small-time pirates need not trouble you, Izang. Let me handle them, Bai Chi interjected. What he lacked most was combat experience, and perhaps the system would reward him with something beneficial. It seemed a worthwhile endeavor indeed. You may possess strength, young one, but the adversary has emerged from a pile of corpses, fierce and merciless. I believe it would be wiser for you to remain aboard. Sachi expressed his concerns. They are merely ignorant pirates. Marco, keep my drink warm. When I return, I shall savor a cup of hot wine, Bai Chi replied with confidence. Undeterred by the threat posed by the wolf-head pirates, it was evident that such a fearsome flag signified nothing more than a band of second-rate scoundrels. Huh, little brat. Do you possess such courage? Do you dare to kill? Engaging in combat with such a crew necessitates bloodshed. Are you not afraid of your first kill at such a tender age? The resonant voice of Whitebeard boomed. Huh, what difference does it make? Killing such lowly scum is akin to slaughtering a chicken. Do you fear killing chickens? Bai Chi retorted nonchalantly, as if the enemies were nothing more than mere chicks in his grasp. This statement left the crowd momentarily astonished. The audacity of this young lad is indeed remarkable. One must understand that although the captains of the white crew possess formidable strength now and are adept at taking lives, the number of nameless individuals who have perished at their hands is beyond reckoning. However, who among us has not struggled to eat well on the first day of taking a life? The young boy before me, whether feigning composure for the sake of pride or genuinely unafraid, remains an enigma. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard mused. Ah, young one. My initial impression of you was not mistaken. Here is the plan. You shall accompany Jibe. One possesses strength, while the other has experience. Together, you shall be more than capable of handling them. Jibe, who had been the subject of ridicule aboard the ship, finally saw a chance for redemption and would not squander this opportunity. With that, Jibe's gaze fixed intently on Bai Chi, deep in thought. Soon, he would show this young lad the true nature of the pirate world. Although Jibe acknowledged Bai Chi's impressive strength and limitless potential, he also recognized the latter's inexperience, which could pose a challenge in fulfilling a task that he himself could accomplish with relative ease. The underhanded tactics prevalent in the pirate world could easily ensnare the inexperienced. A small boat descended from the Moby Dick, heading towards the wolf-head pirate crew. Hey, young lad, make it quick. Your drink is being warmed by yours truly. Marco shouted to Bai Chi. Upon hearing this, Bai Chi responded with an okay gesture. The small boat gradually drifted away. Marco hoped that his shout would ease the young boy's tension, sharing this thought with Whitebeard. Captain, I observe that our adversaries are bloodthirsty individuals. Once the conflict begins, we must show no mercy, Jibe remarked, feigning wisdom. After yesterday's competition, Jibe had come to respect Bai Chi's strength, yet felt compelled to add the diminutive prefix as a testament to his own experience. Bai Chi merely chuckled, choosing not to respond. The members of the wolf-head pirate crew, upon seeing only 2 individuals emerge from the small boat, one of whom was a child, were filled with indignation. The leader proclaimed, "How dare they look down upon me? I am Wolfhead Hook. Boss, they're disregarding us. Let us take their heads and display their entrails on our ship, exclaimed a lackey beside Wolfhead Hook. Indeed. Let them learn the consequences of underesty. This indeed amounts to a considerable sum. I must personally address this matter shortly, ensuring that scoundrel Jibei does not steal the glory. You shall remain on the ship while I ascend alone to resolve the situation, Baichi remarked nonchalantly, leaving Jibei utterly bewildered by his words. The audacious little rascal dares to defy death. Chapter 9. Crushing Captain Hook of the Wolfhead Pirates. Meanwhile, aboard the Wolfhead pirate ship, a palpable restlessness began to stir. The imposing leader of the Wolfhead Pirates, Hook, his muscular frame radiating authority, bellowed to his crew, "Lads, tear them to shreds." Upon hearing their captain's command, the ruffians erupted into frenzied howls, their excitement palpable as they cast their ravenous gazes upon Baichi, akin to a predator eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. No need, I shall confront them myself. With that declaration, Baichi leaped into the fray, vaulting onto the deck of the Wolfhead Pirates ship. The tremendous force of his landing caused the ship's sails to sway perilously, nearly toppling the vessel into the sea. Gibbs swiftly regained control of the sails, yet his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mask of helplessness. Baichi, facing such a multitude of pirates, the optimal strategy is to strike and retreat. Before I could even caution you, you've thrown yourself into the jaws of death. Despair washed over Gibb as he contemplated the grim fate that awaited Baichi. Should he retreat or join him in this reckless endeavor? Gibb's face contorted in a peculiar grimace, clearly grappling with a momentous decision. Baichi's audacious act further incited the wrath of the Wolfhead Pirates. This impudent brat has grossly underestimated my prowess. He is courting his own demise. A fiery wrath ignited within Hook's heart. The two locked eyes, one seething with fury, the other appearing somewhat drowsy. The stark contrast between Hook's hulking form and Baichi's diminutive stature was striking. Ding. Quest activated. Defeat the leader of the Wolfhead Pirates. Reward, a fragmentary illustration of the devil fruit. Upon hearing the system's reward, Baichi felt a surge of exhilaration. Though it was not the Conqueror's Haki he desired, an ability so rare it appears only among millions, this fragmentary depiction of the devil fruit was still a coveted treasure, sought after by many who had risked their lives for but a glimpse of such a rarity. The illustrated guide is indeed a remarkable treasure, capable of fetching an exorbitant price in the black market. Baichi felt an uplift in his spirits. You have successfully incited our wrath. Hook snarled, his expression menacing. I shall make your existence a living hell. Observing Baichi's cheerful demeanor, Hook's voice turned sinister. In a moment, it may be you who faces demise. I hear your bounty is worth 200 million. I might just borrow your head for a while, Baichi retorted defiantly. A provocation. This was a grave affront. How dare a mere child, relying on his association with the Whitebeard crew, insult the captain so brazenly? Hook's teeth chattered in fury, his nostrils flaring with indignation. I will show you what true torment feels like, he bellowed, launching a powerful punch towards Baichi's head. It was the first time I had witnessed our captain so enraged. This little brat was surely doomed. Such audacity. Did he truly believe he could challenge the Wolfhead Pirates without consequence? I had initially hoped the captain would allow me to relish in the torment of this child. But alas, it seems my anticipation will go unfulfilled, reflected the second-in-command, Viper, with a look of disappointment. The crew of pirates, with expressions of amusement, eagerly discussed the impending clash. However, the ensuing scene was a stark contradiction to their expectations. Baichi stood motionless, and Hook's fist failed to inflict any damage upon him. An eerie silence enveloped the ship, as the pirates exchanged astonished glances, their shock palpable. I can offer you another chance, Baichi provocatively addressed the bewildered Hook. His face flushed with rage. Hook seethed at being repeatedly mocked by an 8-year-old child. You wretch, I shall reveal to you the true form of my devil fruit powers. I will tear you to shreds. Hook's body suddenly swelled, his muscles bursting through his clothing, transforming his visage into that of a ferocious wolf. His arms darkened, embodying the distinctive hue of Haki. I never anticipated this little brat could provoke the captain into unleashing his wolf form. This child possesses some strength. Indeed, he is a member of the Whitebeard crew. Yet, no matter how formidable he may be, surviving the onslaught of Hook's wolf form would be improbable. This battle was nearing its conclusion. The crew nodded in agreement, regarding Baichi as if he were already a corpse. Jibe, observing the battle from the ship, lamented the lack of experience displayed. Having been struck once, he should have seized the moment while the Wolfhead crew was taken aback and swiftly retreated. Why does he remain there, awaiting his demise? Jibe fretted anxiously. Aboard the Wolfhead ship, Baichi's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, so this is the transformation of a Zoan-type devil fruit? He mused, observing the transformation of the Zoan fruit with genuine interest. Indeed, the devil fruit is a remarkable entity. Forsaking the ability to traverse the seas grants a fool like Hook a place among the mediocre pirates. A massive wolf fist, imbued with Haki, hurtled towards Baichi's face with double the speed of Hook's initial punch. The whoosh of wind rushed past his ears. A subtle smile curved Baichi's lips. Was this the sensation of observation Haki? He perceived Hook's punch trajectory with clarity, the speed rendering it almost sluggish, making it exceedingly easy to evade. Yet, Baichi felt no need to dodge. Through his observation Haki, he discerned the punch's force could not breach his defenses. Chapter 10. The annihilation of the wolf head pirates. As Hook's fist neared Baichi's head, he swiftly hardened his Haki. Even after enduring a heavy blow, he remained unfazed. Hook's eyes widened in terror, his lips trembling as he muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The young boy seems to have seen through his own attack, subsequently defending himself with the application of Haki. This young lad, astonishingly adept at observation Haki, possesses a level of armament Haki that surpasses my own. How can an 8-year-old exhibit such prowess? In truth, both Baichi's armament Haki and Hook's are merely rudimentary. However, Baichi's defensive attributes are so extraordinarily formidable that they create an illusion of advanced mastery. The utilization of observation Haki is something that only Hook has managed to perceive, albeit barely. Your time is up. It is now my turn to strike. Baichi, no longer hesitant, is resolute in his approach towards these ruthless pirates, unflinching in his intent. His fists gradually coalesce with a deep, obsidian hue of armament Haki. At this moment, Hook begins to sense the imminent arrival of death, experiencing for the first time a profound terror that penetrates the very soul. The boy before him indeed possesses the capability to end his life. The speed of Baichi's punch is astonishingly swift. Hook barely has time to react before he is struck on the head. His wolfish visage is sent flying, tumbling across the ground for quite some time. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the incomplete Devil Fruit Pictorial, 1/10. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Baichi age, 8 occupation, pirate captain fruit, tremor fruit, ignores the sea. Haki, armament Haki, rudimentary, observation Haki, rudimentary, skills, none items. Incomplete Devil Fruit Pictorial, 1/10, basic attributes, strength, maxed defense, maxed agility, maxed stamina, maxed interesting. Another item slot has been added. Baichi has a general grasp of his own system. As long as he remains active, triggering tasks is quite effortless. Upon completion, the system will gradually enhance itself. The newly emerged item slot is a result of Baichi's relentless task completion, leading to system updates. Currently, his system is in its second phase. What surprises await in the third phase is truly something to anticipate. As Jibber prepares to rush to Baichi's aid, he boards the ship only to witness a scene of sheer horror. His lips tremble. I never anticipated that I had underestimated you, Captain Baichi. This time, the captain's command was utterly convincing. The state of the Hook's devil fruit faded, revealing his true human form. His lifeless eyes widened in terror and confusion before death. Hook was left as a headless corpse, still oozing fresh blood, filling the pirate ship with a nauseating stench of carnage, creating an extraordinarily eerie scene. The surrounding pirates were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, their throats dry, yet not daring to utter a single sound. Run! A young pirate's desperate shout shattered the ominous silence. Subsequently, the rest of the pirates began to flee in panic. It is worth noting that since their formation, the wolf-head pirate crew had never tasted defeat, and their hearts were now in utter disarray. Each pirate feared being overtaken and annihilated by the terrifying specter before them. Kaib, you arrived just in time. Leave the riffraff to you. With that, Baichi teleported towards the vice-captain of the wolf-head pirate crew, the Viper. Such incredible speed. It seemed that during the earlier contest, Captain Baichi had held back against me. Kaib recalled his previous taunts toward Baichi, feeling a flush of embarrassment wash over him. I truly am a frog at the bottom of a well. The lanky pirate, the Viper, was sprinting when suddenly a youthful figure appeared before him. Startled, the Viper reacted instinctively. Baichi approached the Viper with a meaningful smile, revealing his pristine white teeth. Hello, Viper. I hear you wish to play with me slowly? The Viper trembled, unable to utter a word for a long time. Eventually, he stammered, his lips quivering. Please, spare me. I am willing to serve you, just don't kill me. Gazing at the diminutive Baichi, the Viper felt as if he were staring into the eyes of a devil, a merciless demon devoid of empathy. Oh, now you know fear? What happened to the courage you had to torment me slowly? Baichi remained calm, his piercing gaze fixed on the Viper. For reasons unknown. The Viper could not meet the eyes of this 8-year-old boy, quaking in terror as he muttered, Don't kill me, don't kill me. It appeared that the scene of their leader Hook being swiftly slain had left the Viper in a state of sheer horror. At that moment, the wolf-head pirate crew descended into utter chaos. Without their leader to protect them, the lowly pirates scattered like lost dogs. Damn, look at that kid. He is a complete stranger. When did such a monster appear in the pirate world? I warned you all not to provoke the 4 emperors, and now you see. Even a child from one of their crews can annihilate us. Damn it. I refuse to perish in a new world like this. Chapter 11. The plunder of spoils. Kaib commenced the extermination of the lower-ranked pirates. Dealing with these underlings was well within Kaib's capabilities. One by one, the small fry met their demise under Kaib's armed Haki-infused fists. The ship was in disarray, tables and chairs overturned, treasures scattered across the floor. As everyone fled, No one paid heed to the gold and silver that lay abandoned. The Viper glanced around, recalling just moments ago when he had been drinking and feasting with his captain, discussing how to torment the Whitebeard pirates. And now he found himself in such dire straits. No, he must survive. Only by living could he seize more treasures and enjoy the pleasures of this world. The Viper suddenly collapsed to his knees, his deep-seated terror overwhelming any sense of shame. Please, don't kill me. I bow to you. With that, the sound of his repeated bowing echoed through the air. I was wrong. I will never dare to provoke the Whitebeard pirates again. Please accept me as your servant. I am willing to be your dog. Just have mercy on me and do not kill me. At that moment, the Viper was utterly paralyzed by fear, stripped of all dignity. Truly, he was a cowardly bully, one who preyed on the weak. Bai Qi scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Did you ever consider the lives of those you slaughtered? Bai Qi's chilling words struck the Viper's heart with dread. With that, Bai Qi picked up a fallen sword, and with a swift motion, the blade fell, severing the Viper's head. Blood gushed forth. Your head should fetch a price. My apologies, but I shall take it. Throughout the ordeal, Bai Qi exhibited not a hint of fear in his actions. Kaib, watching Bai Qi up close, was filled with admiration. Such youth combined with formidable strength and mental fortitude. Perhaps, as this little demon claimed, he truly was destined to rule the world. With both the captain and vice-captain slain by Bai Qi, the remaining underlings stood no chance. They were all swiftly dispatched by the agile Bai Qi and Kaib. The wretched pirates, each one lamenting in despair, were relentlessly pursued and ultimately vanquished. The battle concluded in a resounding victory. As they surveyed the chaotic aftermath, Kaib and Bai Qi eagerly began to scavenge the battlefield, both brimming with excitement. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates, the wolf-head pirates were notorious for their ruthless pillaging and destruction. Naturally, they discovered a wealth of treasures aboard the ship, amounting to approximately 200 million berries, along with some valuable weapons. To their astonishment, they even found a devil fruit on the vessel. Kaib, take those 2 heads to the bounty office and exchange them for berries for me. We'll keep whatever treasure we can, and the rest will be turned over. I will explain to Whitebeard, Bai Qi instructed. Kaib, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, Thank you, Captain Bai Qi. Bai Qi then examined the devil fruit with keen interest. System. Open the catalog for a search. Ding. Search successful. Snowflake fruit, a subordinate version of the snow fruit. The snow fruit. Isn't that the one owned by Monet? From what I recall, Monet was easily defeated by Zaro. Thus, this snowflake fruit is even inferior to the snow fruit. Kaib, let us sell this fruit as well. It will provide us with enough provisions for several months. Captain Bai Qi, wouldn't it be a pity to sell it outright? It might be something extraordinary. Kaib retorted. I have seen its previous inheritor, but it is merely a worthless fruit, Bai Qi replied dismissively. Although Kaib was skeptical, could Bai Qi, at such a young age, possess such experience? After witnessing Bai Qi's prowess, however, he refrained from arguing and complied obediently. A day later, a man returned from the black market, having consumed the fruit, and cursed the heavens. What a worthless fruit! It merely summons some snowflakes? It possesses no combat capability whatsoever. I spent 200 million berries on this trash. The curses continued. I can never go to sea again. Even a bath makes me dizzy. Aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard crew was in high spirits, reveling in their victory. Haha, I never expected this little brat could annihilate the enemy so effortlessly. Whitebeard, who had been observing the battle closely, was well aware of the situation. It was a complete slaughter. Indeed. Bai Qi, I underestimated you. Sachi toasted with Bai Qi. If it had been me, I doubt I could have performed as brilliantly as you did. Isa gazed at Bai Qi, pondering whether this young lad had already surpassed him in strength. Yet, he was curious as to why Bai Qi had chosen to sell the devil fruit. How could you be so certain that it was a worthless fruit? Don't tell me you've seen the devil fruit catalog at your tender age. Marco, too, grew increasingly curious about Bai Qi. It wasn't he that they cared for a single devil fruit. A crew as formidable as Whitebeard's would hardly make things difficult for their captain over a mere fruit. If Bai Qi wished to consume it, he could easily ask Whitebeard, who would likely oblige given his generous nature. What intrigued Marco was Bai Qi's ability to discern the value of devil fruits. Well, I've seen its prior inheritor, and it was just a snowflake fruit, inferior even to the snow fruit. Oh, you possess such experience at only 8 years old? Marco questioned, still puzzled. Is it so strange? Marco, are you not aware of fruits that others are not? Bai Qi replied calmly. All right. I suppose you've encountered many fruits that others do not know about during your travels with Dad, even some that he is unaware of, albeit they are merely worthless ones. Well, Marco seemed about to ask more, but Bai Qi's assertions were sound. Chapter 12, Ace appears. I must grow stronger. Not long after Marco departed, another individual arrived, Kaib, who had just fought alongside Bai Qi. What is it, Kaib? Do you wish to inquire about the devil fruit? Kaib looked taken aback and quickly replied, No, Captain Bai Qi. I wanted to ask how you became so formidable at your young age. Bai Qi exhaled deeply, gazing quietly into the distance, adopting an air of mystery. Kaib, have you ever heard of the Saitama training method? The Saitama training method? Is it some special regimen that rapidly enhances physical strength? Kaib's interest piqued at Bai Qi's willingness to divulge the secret of his strength. He promptly poured a drink for Bai Qi, filling it to the brim. Quite perceptive. Baichi chuckled. Let me share with you the daily tasks that my system assigned me at the very beginning. It was indeed how he grew stronger, not a mere boast. Listen closely, Kaib. The so-called Saitama training method. Wait. Kaib interrupted. Let me grab some paper to take notes. Moments later, Kaib returned, red-faced and clearly excited. The Saitama training method involves doing 100 push-ups daily to primarily train the biceps, chest, and back muscles. Continuous training enhances strength and refines muscle definition. Kaib diligently noted everything down, appearing quite serious. 100 sit-ups every day to work on the abdominal muscles, 100 squats to develop leg muscles and explosive power, and a 10-kilometer run. Is that it? Kaib looked bewildered, feeling somewhat tricked. This is just ordinary training. Isn't that similar to what the Navy recruits undergo? That's because you have yet to grasp the essence of the Saitama training method, Baichi replied nonchalantly. Kaib's expression shifted from disappointment to intrigue. I knew there had to be some secret. I'm eagerly awaiting it. Listen closely, the secret can be summed up in 2 words. Persistence. No matter how arduous it is, you must endure. Of course, you should eat well for your 3 meals. Bananas in the morning are fine. At first, it will feel excruciating, and you might wish to take a day off immediately. However, no matter how tough it gets, even if you feel like your stomach is bleeding, you must not stop. Even if your legs become weak, you must persist with the squats. Even if your arms crack, you must continue doing push-ups. I trained this way for 3 years, and I grew stronger, albeit I also went bald. At that moment, Kaib felt an urge to murder Baichi. Did he truly think he was a mere child? This exercise method, upon closer inspection, appears merely to be the regimen of an ordinary individual. With such a training approach, one might struggle to best even a handful of Marines. And to think one could become bald in the process. Observing Baichi's luxuriant mane, one cannot help but feel incredulous, such blatant fabrications without a hint of forethought. In truth, I am far balder than Baichi, yet I have not witnessed any remarkable prowess. Had Ji-Bei not recognized his own limitations, he would have undoubtedly exchanged a few blows with Baichi this morning. You impudent rascal, your dark humor is truly vexing. After uttering this, Ji-Bei departed in frustration, leaving Baichi with nothing but a silhouette. Each day, Baichi rises early, unwavering in his commitment to exercise aboard the ship, even in the absence of coercion. He has cultivated a habit of self-discipline, a testament to the power of routine. As per usual, after completing his training, Baichi reclined on the deck, allowing the breeze to envelop him, a smile of contentment gracing his face, a manifestation of the joy derived from self-regulation. Today's newspaper is rather intriguing. It reports on a newly famed pirate who has audaciously declined the Navy's invitation to join the 7 warlords. Oh, such commendable resolve is indeed rare among pirates. A user of the Mara no Mi, if memory serves me right, his name is Ace, remarked an experienced pirate. Ace. Baichi rose from the deck, requesting a copy of the newspaper. Indeed, it is Ace. Has he truly rejected the 7 warlords? It seems the time before Ace joins the Whitebeard crew is drawing near. And at this rate, the Marineford War will not be far off. The Marineford War, the largest conflict since the advent of the Great Pirate Era. With the Navy deploying a formidable force of 100,000 elite soldiers, all 43 pirate crews of Whitebeard participating, alongside the 7 warlords of the sea and many other factions. In this conflict, the Whitebeard pirates suffered a devastating defeat. Had it not been for the timely arrival of red-haired Shanks, the Whitebeard crew would have faced complete annihilation. The architect of this war, Blackbeard, instigated this grand battle by exploiting Ace as a catalyst. For many days, Baichi has developed feelings for Baituan and naturally wishes for his victory in battle. Ding dong. Active mission. Lead Baituan to triumph in the Marineford War and rescue Ace. The reward is 3 devil fruits and the unlocking of the system's 3rd phase. The allure of the mission's rewards is undeniable. However, the naval forces in the Marineford War can only be described as terrifying. Numerous elite soldiers, powerful vice-admirals, and the involvement of the 3 factions, the 7 warlords of the sea, add to the formidable opposition, with 3 admirals stationed behind them, and the formidable Sengoku and Garp. The challenge becomes even more daunting, especially Garp, a man who has even held his ground against the Pirate King, Roger. To alter Baituan's fate with his current strength is a formidable task, even if his 8-year-old body possesses physical capabilities comparable to Garp's. He is still merely a novice in Haki, while Garp wields top-tier Haki. They are not even in the same realm. He must rapidly increase his strength in an incredibly short period. Chapter 13. Adventures. On board the Moby Dick, as evening falls, the atmosphere is filled with laughter. Baituan and his crew are reveling, drinking, and dancing. Unbeknownst to Baichi, he has been with Baituan for nearly a month. Such a scenario is quite commonplace for the Whitebeard pirates. After all, as the world's foremost pirate crew, even the Navy holds them in considerable awe. Occasionally, they might encounter minor skirmishes with the 4 emperors or face disturbances from inexperienced newcomers to the New World. However, large-scale battles are exceedingly rare. Baichi, perhaps due to having been a heavy drinker before his arrival in this world, has not seen much change in his alcohol tolerance at the age of 8. Nevertheless, he has been thoroughly intoxicated by these pirates and has awakened from his drunken stupor. Come on, Little brat, you can really drink, he exclaimed, if you can still stand. Let's continue. Marco approached with a raised cup, seeking to drink with Baichi. Behind him followed Jaws, who downed an entire barrel in one go. That is not enough. What about that little brat? I want to challenge him to a drinking contest. Avoiding Marco and Jaws, Baichi climbed alone to the top of the Whitebeard flagpole. Gazing out at the tranquil sea, he contemplated a significant decision to leave the Whitebeard crew. With his current abilities, having initially grasped the two-color Haki and the tremor fruit, coupled with extraordinary physical capabilities, he felt prepared to face any foe that did not belong to the ranks of the emperors. Of course, this was not a true departure, but rather a temporary farewell to embark on a journey of training in this pirate world. In fact, ever since he learned of Ace's emergence from the World Economic News Agency, the idea of leaving had already begun to take root in his mind. During this period, Baichi gradually comprehended the reasons behind the catastrophic downfall of the world's most formidable pirate crew, setting aside the strength and treachery of the Navy. The internal factors were clear. The Whitebeard pirates had long lacked perilous adversaries, leading to a sense of complacency among their ranks, which significantly diminished their combat effectiveness. The war at Marineford would undoubtedly deliver a staggering blow to the hearts of the Whitebeard crew, regardless of the mission at hand or his relationship with the crew. Baichi could not remain indifferent. It appeared that the salvation of the Whitebeard pirates rested upon his shoulders. To grow stronger, whether in terms of power or combat experience, he had to venture out into the world. The following morning, as dawn broke, Whitebeard expressed his reluctance. Baichi, have you truly made up your mind? Indeed, he replied. Isn't it better to stay with the Whitebeard crew every day? There is no danger here, and the fine wine flows endlessly. Why must one venture forth? Marco, having acknowledged Baichi over the past few days, regarded him as a brother, being the captain of the 1st Division. You can't remain sheltered on the ship forever. If you do not seek experiences outside, you may never realize your potential. Whether for the fate of the crew or his own growth, this step was indispensable. It was better to depart sooner than later. Whitebeard and the others fell silent, knowing all too well that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest. Ha 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 ha. Truly, you are my son, Baichi. A man of the sea should possess such spirit. Go forth bravely, Baichi. The Whitebeard pirates will always support you, eternally your steadfast backing. Whitebeard suddenly roared to the heavens, exuding an imposing aura. A smile graced Baichi's lips. However, Whitebeard's demeanor shifted to seriousness. On this journey, visit White Town. Take these treasures and share them with them. It was surprising to see the old man parting with such riches, typically so frugal. Understood, old man. It appears you are not as stingy as I thought. Take the compass and the din mushy. There is no need for farewells as if we were parting for eternity. Baichi gradually distanced himself. Kid, if you encounter danger, be sure to invoke the name of our crew. Return swiftly. You're quite chatty, I know, Baichi replied without turning back. As he boarded his small vessel, his face alight with emotion. 5 days later, Baichi stowed the flag of the Whitebeard pirates and docked his boat, leaping ashore. He had arrived at White Town. The surroundings were bustling with markets and lively shouts. Although merely a small town, it was not far removed from a city. Perhaps this was due to the old man's influence. Baichi had first traversed into this world as a 5-year-old child, and unexpectedly, after a long journey, he found himself back again. Winding through, Baichi finally reached his destination, the only tavern in White Town. Upon entering, before he could even sit down, a waitress approached him, appearing quite elegant. It was remarkable to find a beautiful waitress in a small-town tavern. Hello, little one, are you looking for someone? The charming waitress mistook Baichi for a child seeking to bring his father home. Such occurrences are not uncommon in taverns. Baichi chuckled. Bring me 3 gin of the finest white liquor. Upon entering, Baichi was immediately enveloped by the fragrant aroma of alcohol. Why not indulge in a hearty drink? Young lad, it is not advisable for minors to consume alcohol, the beautiful waitress exclaimed in astonishment. The boy before her exuded a sense of maturity beyond his years. What? Is there a prohibition against patrons of this age drinking in the tavern? In the world of pirates, it is quite common for minors to partake in drinking, and there are no laws explicitly forbidding underage consumption. The words left the waiter momentarily speechless. According to the rules, regardless of the customer, the waiter was obliged to provide excellent service. Well then, young lad, don't blame me if you end up inebriated, the beautiful waitress thought to herself. Realizing that this little rascal would likely be tipsy after just one drink, necessitating a call to the family of a drunken customer. Here is your drink, she said. Returning shortly. Thank you, lovely lady, he replied, his mouth already watering in anticipation. Before Baichi could take a sip, the tavern doors were forcefully kicked open, and a band of pirates stormed in. What a wretched place this is, lacking even a decent tavern, the pirates grumbled, causing several patrons to hastily settle their bills and retreat to safety. Lord Sip said, to be patient, the ambience may be lacking, but the company is quite charming. One of the henchmen indicated towards the waitress who had just served Baichi. In this moment, the one speaking was Sipshead, a trusted confidant of the notorious Kaidos. Adorned in sunglasses with shockingly white hair and peculiar horns atop his head, unmistakably a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit. The frightened waitress was pulled towards Sip's head by the raucous pirates, visibly trembling in fear. "Do not be afraid, little sister. I shall treat you with care," he leered. As the waitress's beautiful eyes widened in terror, scanning the room where patrons had lowered their heads, some already discreetly paying their bills to leave. "What is your name?" "Little sister?" he inquired. I am Ellie," the waitress stammered, her lips quivering in fright. "Haha, I like that name. Come, let us drink a few cups together." Sip's head roared with laughter, completely disregarding the other patrons. Ellie's complexion turned pale, and she clenched her fists, casting desperate glances around, hoping someone would come to her aid. However, the response from the crowd only deepened her disappointment. Just as despair enveloped her, a voice broke through the din. "I say, aren't you all a bit too noisy? Look, you've driven the customers away." It was Bai Chi who had sparked a flicker of hope, only for Ellie to feel utterly despondent again upon seeing him. What could an 8-year-old child possibly do? Offending Lord Sip's head would spell doom for them both. "Who dares disturb my enjoyment?" Sip's head seethed, glaring at Bai Chi, a mere child daring to challenge him, a trusted lieutenant of Jack and Kaido. "Go and cut. Is this a murderous intent looming right before our eyes?" "Fear not, my dear lady," Bai Chi remarked with a calm demeanor. Ellie fixated her gaze upon Bai Chi, pondering whether this seemingly youthful lad could truly vanquish such formidable pirates. How audacious. This impudent child must either possess an influential patron or be blissfully unaware of the perilous world he has stepped into. Regardless of the truth, this child was doomed today. The Drought pirate crew had never cowered before anyone. "Ram's horn, perish before me." The arm transformed into a formidable ram as horn lunged violently toward Bai Chi. Swiftly, Bai Chi enveloped his arms in Haki, transforming them into a deep ebony hue, akin to blackened armor. With a resounding thud, the ram's horn was effortlessly thwarted by Bai Chi. The pirates exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. He blocked it? The assault of the notorious Captain Cyps head was effortlessly repelled by a mere child of 8 or 9 years. Preposterous. That was the captain's furious strike. Even a pirate with a bounty as high as 100 million would struggle to withstand the might of Cyps head's ram's horn attack. The scene before them was utterly unfathomable. Bai Chi lifted his gaze towards Cyps head. "What is the matter? Is the true combat prowess of Kaido's subordinates this feeble?" Cyps head, visibly taken aback, could hardly fathom that his wrathful strike had been so easily absorbed by this young boy. If this were to get out, it seems that one would have to concede their position. Chapter 15. Confrontation with Jack's loyal follower. "You have thoroughly enraged me, little brat. Do you have any idea who I am?" Sip's head glared coldly at Bai Chi, as though he were gazing upon a lifeless corpse. Bai Chi's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "What is the matter? Are you implying that one must consider the master when dealing with a dog?" "Of course. I am Sip's head, the notorious drought of the beast pirates, and Jack is my superior. You have provoked someone you ought not to have." Bai Chi chuckled. "So, you are merely Jack's lapdog?" The surrounding pirates struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning crimson. Sip's head, humiliated to such an extent, seethed with rage. "Men, kill him. Let him witness the consequences of angering the beast pirates." At that moment, Ellie, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. Could this band of pirates truly be under the command of the Yonko Kaido? This is a significant predicament. Not only is this little brat in trouble, but the entire tavern may well face destruction. Ellie was filled with terror, utterly at a loss. The pirates shouted raucously, brandishing their swords and machetes, directing their gaze towards Bai Chi. Unlike the previous wolfhead pirates, this group of marauders was evidently well trained and operated in unison. Yet, they were merely a band of rabble. Bai Chi refrained from employing his Haki, relying solely on his formidable physical prowess to send the pirates flying one by one, with some even having their heads exploded on the spot, creating a gruesomely bloody scene. Nearby, Cyphus had observed with a peculiar expression, struggling to comprehend how an 8-year-old child could possess such extraordinary strength. In terms of physical ability, labeling him a monster would not be an exaggeration. Having been part of the beast pirates for many years, he had always walked with an air of dominance, earning the admiration of the great Jack, the Drought. Not once had he tasted defeat while accompanying Jack in his relentless slaughter of others. For the first time, Cyphus head felt a flicker of fear. "Damn it, I, Cyphus head, am not to be trifled with." He shouted at Bai Chi and swiftly launched his attack. His arms enveloped in armament Haki, gleamed a deep, ominous black. Giant ram horn, giant ram horn, giant ram horn. Cyphus head attacked in a frenzy. His speed was so frantic that it created afterimages as he unleashed his horned assault. The other pirates took shelter, realizing the indiscriminate nature of Cyphus head's onslaught. This little brat was surely finished now. How dare he provoke the wrath of the formidable Cyphus head? Did he truly think the beast pirates were pushovers? A mere rookie. This is the fate that befalls one who angers a Yonko crew. I can already envision this child, bloodied and battered after being ruthlessly trampled by Cyphus head. The pirates huddled aside, beginning to chatter among themselves. Undoubtedly, this 8-year-old was about to be mercilessly crushed by the beast pirates. Bai Chi let out a cold huff. Activating his observation Haki, the speed of the incoming attacks seemed to decelerate dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly evade each one. Cyphus head, exerting excessive force and drenched in sweat, stared blankly at Bai Chi. What the hell? He dodged them all? Syphus' head was utterly bewildered. Is this truly a human being? At the tender age of 8? Can he evade my full-force assault? Even the formidable Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, could not possibly possess such prowess at this young age, could he? The surrounding pirates swallowed hard, utterly baffled. This defies all logic. Seizing the moment while the pirates remained in a daze, Baichi casually grasped a long sword. The color of armament swiftly enveloped the entire blade. Cypress stared intently at Baichi. This was the armament color being transferred to the weapon. Could it be that the armament surpasses me? Could this young lad be a prodigy? Without allowing Sipshead a moment's respite to contemplate, Baichi swiftly appeared beside him. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed a rapid strike with his sword. What? Sipshead's expression shifted dramatically as he frantically attempted to parry the blow. Yet, the speed of the sword was simply too swift. In his state of panic, Sipshead's arm was grazed by the blade. Almost instantaneously, a second strike pierced through Sipshead's abdomen, causing blood to flow profusely. The entire tavern fell into a deathly silence. No one could have anticipated that a mere child could inflict such grievous injuries upon a member of the notorious 4 Emperors pirate crew. Could it be that the members of the 4 Emperors are indeed feeble? It is inconceivable. Kaido's subordinates are selected through rigorous scrutiny, and it is simply impossible for them to be so weak in combat. The only plausible explanation is that this child possesses extraordinary strength. Yet, he is merely 7 or 8 years old. The patrons of the tavern stared in utter bewilderment. Syphus' head, spitting blood, exclaimed, "What are you all standing there for? Are you waiting to witness my demise?" Upon hearing this, the pirates surged forward. A slight smirk graced Baichi's lips. Indeed, the pirates of the 4 Emperors are unlike the rabble of lesser crews. Had they been from the Wolf-Head pirates, they would have already scattered in fear. Nevertheless, Baichi's gaze turned frigid. With swift precision, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Cries of anguish echoed throughout the establishment as blood splattered across the scene. 2 minutes later, the tavern floor was littered with the lifeless bodies of pirates, the crimson stains dyeing the carpet a vivid red. The atmosphere was eerily surreal. At that moment, Aili stood frozen in terror, unable to fathom that this child, barely 8 or 9 years of age, was the true embodiment of a demon. He was far more terrifying than Syphus' head and his crew. From the boy's eyes, Aili sensed no hint of remorse for the lives he had taken. Shortly thereafter, all of Syphus' head subordinates lay slain at Baichi's feet. His gaze remained icy, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Since the system's task was to declare war on Jack, he must ensure that his actions warranted such a declaration. That meant annihilating Syphus' head's crew without leaving a single soul behind. Chapter 16. The Slaying of Syphus' Head. Jack's fury. When did such a monstrous being emerge from the sea? How could I have been unaware? Who are you, and why do I not know of your bounty? Syphus' head roared, consumed by dread. Naturally, I am just setting sail for the first time. Syphus' head was once again taken aback, realizing he had been defeated by a newcomer. His luck was truly abysmal. Yet, abruptly, he burst into laughter. Little brat, you cannot kill me. I am a subordinate of Jack, one of the 4 Emperors. If you slay me, your entire family will pay the price. Oh, do you know who my family is? If you wish for them to accompany you to the grave, my crew will gladly oblige. The tavern's surroundings, including Aili, were once again stunned. What on earth had transpired in our humble white tavern today, that 2 formidable pirate crews would clash within its walls? White crew? Whitebeard? Syphus' head seemed to recall a fearsome adversary, his body trembling in realization. He understood that his demise was now inevitable. How about this? I shall grant you a merciful death. Does that not seem fair? Baichi raised his sword high above his head, while the gravely wounded Syphus' head found himself incapable of escape. Even if you are the white crew, how does this benefit your faction? With 2 pirate crews embroiled in battle, neither will emerge unscathed. Cease your actions immediately, little brat. Syphus' head clung to his last shred of hope, struggling. However, reality proved harsh. Baichi paid little heed to Syphus' head's warnings. He lifted his blade high, and in an instant, struck down. The speed was astonishing. Syphus' head could only widen his eyes, helplessly watching as the lethal sword descended. With a swift whoosh, the white blade flashed past his neck. Before he could emit a scream, his head rolled away. From his wide, terrified eyes, it was evident that the victim had experienced profound fear in his final moments. Blood gushed forth, and Syphus' head's body crumpled to the ground. As a witness, Aili let out a piercing scream and fainted from fright. Silence enveloped the tavern. Baichi surveyed the patrons, calmly stating, "If Jack's men come seeking answers, inform them that I am Baichi, captain of the 17th Division of the White Crew. Those unafraid of death may come find me. Furthermore, such a beautiful lady has fainted. Do any of you not know to call for a doctor?" "Yes, Lord Baichi." The terrified patrons hurriedly dialed the number for the White Tavern Hospital. As Baichi gradually departed, the onlookers were left in disbelief. That little brat had single-handedly annihilated an entire division of Kaido's crew. Though they had witnessed it firsthand, they still struggled to accept the reality. This is bad. With 2 pirate crews engaged in battle, we are certain to incur Kaido's wrath. We will not escape unscathed. The previously silent tavern owner suddenly became animated, and the others wore grim expressions. Their luck had run out. The tavern was permeated with a nauseating stench of blood, mingling with the air, while corpses lay scattered, presenting a daunting dilemma. The tavern owner, seated on the ground in despair, lamented, "When gods clash, mere mortals suffer." On one side stood the beast pirates, and on the other, the Whitebeard pirates. Neither was a foe to be trifled with. A male server timidly inquired, "Boss, what should we do now?" The tavern owner, his mind blank, wore a face of utter helplessness. What to do? Two of the world's mightiest pirate crews are fighting here, and so many have perished. You ask me how to handle it? Especially since the deceased were Kaido's subordinates, I have long heard of the beast pirates' brutality. Now that so many of my own men have died here, even if I declare it has nothing to do with the tavern, they will surely unleash their fury upon us. Quickly, summon the navy to deal with the bodies. Moreover, if anyone inquires about this incident, we will say that two pirate crews clashed due to personal grievances, and our tavern had no part in it. By the way, did that demon not say his name was Bai Chi? When the beast pirates arrive, just mention that name. It seems I must leave the new world. This place is far too perilous for me to remain. The owner sighed heavily, gathered his belongings, and hastily sought a carriage to flee, leaving a bewildered group of servers behind. 3 days later, in the new world, Wano country, on an island near Onigashima, the telephone worm rang. The ground trembled with a heavy sound, reminiscent of an earthquake, indicating the immense size and strength of the individual on the other end. It was none other than Jack, one of the 3 prominent figures of the beast pirates, known as the Calamity. Wherever Jack treads, the land becomes barren, and despair reigns. With his hair tied back in a ponytail and adorned with braids, his fearsome visage was made even more daunting by the metallic jaw he wore. Clad in armor spiked with sharp protrusions, and wielding 2 scythe-like swords at his waist, he picked up the telephone worm. "Lord Jack, Surpassed and his crew have been completely annihilated." "What did you say?" Jack's expression turned icy in an instant, his brow furrowing in a fearsome scowl. Jack. Surpassed has indeed been eradicated. Skillless and defeated, he has met his end. We shall find another to take his place. However, this weakling has brought disgrace upon the beast pirates. Who was it that ended his life? In the world of pirates, the law of the jungle prevails. A truth universally acknowledged. To Jack, Surpassed was but a cur, unworthy of lament. Yet, this cur had tarnished his master's reputation, and therein lay the true issue. It was imperative to identify the one responsible for the obliteration of Surpassed and to exact vengeance, ensuring that the honor of the beast pirates remained intact. Chapter 17. A bounty of 100 million. Jack was lost in thought, aware that the 4 emperors seldom engaged in direct conflict. Both sides understood that if a clash was mishandled, it could spiral into an endless cycle of strife, ultimately culminating in a grand war. Who was this Bai Chi? Jack was perplexed, unable to fathom who would dare to provoke such a conflict. Report to Lord Jack. It is a person named Bai Chi, who claims to be the captain of the 17th Division of the White Team. Has Whitebeard recently appointed another captain? Jack demanded. Jean Lamy, bring me the intelligence on Whitebeard's fleet captain. A red-haired woman approached, trembling as she clutched the reports. I wonder how Lord Jack will react to the revelation that the infamous Western Seaped is actually a mere child, Jean Lamy thought, fear flashing in her beautiful eyes. Jack swiftly perused the information, his gaze fixating on the image of Bai Chi, the captain of the 17th Division. Damn it, that scoundrel Seaped was outsmarted by such a wretch. Jack's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Bai Chi's youthful visage, appearing merely 8 or 9 years old. Veins bulged in Jack's eyes. An aura of brutality permeated the entire hall. Jean Lamy, terrified, lowered her head, her slender fingers tightly interlocked, afraid to utter a word. Our beast pirates have been utterly humiliated by this brat Bai Chi. That child must perish. I will have his remains scattered. At the Navy headquarters, Garp lounged in an armchair, munching on rice crackers. Sengoku, have there been any recent developments regarding the pirates? Sengoku scratched his head, looking exasperated. News. Your grandson Ace has become quite the sensation lately, having just rejected the warlords and boldly declared his intention to challenge Whitebeard in his territory. Garp laughed to mask the awkwardness. Let us not discuss him. Is there no other news? Sengoku pondered for a moment. Have you heard of a child named Bai Chi? Garp chewed thoughtfully. Bai Chi? No recollection at all. Another new pirate, I presume? Indeed, at merely 8 years of age, he managed to outsmart one of Drought Jack's subordinates. He is the newly appointed captain of the 17th Division of the White Team. Upon hearing this, Sengoku slapped his forehead. The new world is becoming increasingly chaotic. It's all Roger's fault. The youth today are so determined to become pirates. I can only imagine how many promising individuals have turned to piracy. Sengoku sighed, rubbing his eyes, contemplating the dire state of the Navy. Oh, 8 years old, you say? Garp's interest was piqued. Show me his image. As he gazed at the picture Sengoku handed him, Garp chuckled. No need to worry, Sengoku. He is just a mere child. He poses no real threat. Sengoku sighed resignedly. Let us hope that that's the case. I truly wonder what these young people are thinking. They abandoned their roles in the Navy to pursue the title of Pirate King. Unbeknownst to Bai Chi, the Navy was hastily preparing to announce a bounty on him. Set at 100 million berries. On Cake Island in the New World, Big Mom was enjoying a gigantic cake. Mom, bring me another colossal cake, she exclaimed, her rotund figure writhing ungracefully. Any interesting news, Parasparrow? A man wearing a large top hat, with a long tongue and a giant lollipop in hand, appeared. He was Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of Big Mom. Recently, an intriguing individual has emerged from Whitebeard's camp. That old coot Whitebeard. Indeed, according to first-hand information from Morgans, the head of the World Economic News, Whitebeard has recruited someone named Bai Chi. Oh, what's so special about this Bai Chi? Big Mom inquired, somewhat puzzled. He is merely a new captain. Nothing remarkable about that. Whitebeard has a penchant for collecting sons. Giggle, giggle. This Bai Chi is merely 8 years old and has already outsmarted Drought Jack's subordinate, Morgan said, licking his candy cane. Mum. Kaido's underlings are hardly formidable. This Bai Chi might be quite interesting. At such a young age and with such strength, perhaps he is a new breed. Arrange for someone to recruit that child. We would welcome him to our nation. Yes, Mama, I will make arrangements immediately. Perispero bowed deeply. Meanwhile, Shanks raised a large wine bowl and drank it all in one go. Interesting. The newcomers today are remarkably powerful. Beckman. I fear we may soon fade from the annals of history, haha. Beckman took a puff of smoke, exhaling slowly. Let us wait for this little brat to challenge us in the future. We shall be ready. Laughter erupted among the red-haired pirates. Clearly, this child named Bai Chi was merely a topic of conversation for them. Replacing the red-haired pirates would require considerable effort. Chapter 18. Target. Dressrosa having just defeated a subordinate. Bai Chi arrived at his destination. Village chief, this is what Whitebeard entrusted to you. He placed a bag of treasure on the table. To Bai Chi's surprise, the elderly man, nearing 100 years, showed little reaction upon seeing the riches, not even uttering a word of thanks. Bai Chi, understanding the situation, carried out Whitebeard's orders and departed. From now on, this sea will heed my command. A commanding aura emanated from Bai Chi. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Bai Chi age, 8 years occupation, captain of the White Team Fruit. Tremor Fruit, ignores the sea. Haki, armament Haki, beginner. Observation Haki, beginner. Conqueror's Haki, beginner, skills, none items. Incomplete Devil Fruit Encyclopedia 1/10, basic attributes. Strength, max defense, maxed agility, max stamina, maxed. Bai Chi smiled slightly. Having acquired Conqueror's Haki meant he could save time dealing with trivial foes. The system's mission to lead the White Team to victory in the Marineford War was no simple task. It required careful planning. After much contemplation, Bai Chi had determined his first destination. On the turbulent sea, a small boat sped along, carrying the solitary figure of a child. A closer look would reveal resolute determination in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Bai Chi, as he departed, Village Chief Bai began to speak. The aged voice trembled. Do you think he resembles? Village Chief, are you referring to? The middle-aged man speaking was clearly a subordinate of the elder. If Whitebeard specifically sent him, then the implication is clear. Chong, investigate him. The man named Chong seemed to recall something, scratching his head. I think I recognize that brat. He seems to be from Bai Village. Oh, have you seen him before? Only a few times. He.S. an orphan. An orphan? Look into it thoroughly. The elder's expression turned grave, as if struck by lightning. Report, Village Chief. That was quick. The elderly man wore a perplexed expression. Not yet, but a significant event has transpired at the White Manor Tavern, related to that young man from earlier. The middle-aged man panted heavily. That lad actually annihilated an entire squad of the 100 Beasts pirate crew. Upon hearing these words, the villagers surrounding the elder gasped in astonishment. The tumultuous sea began to calm, heralding their approach to the shore. In half a day, they would reach Dressrosa, the dark empire of Don Quixote Doflamingo. He was acutely aware that should his strength prove insufficient in the future, standing alone against the navy would be a daunting challenge. To emerge victorious in the Marineford War, one cannot overlook the formidable figure that is the heavenly demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Whether it pertains to intelligence, weaponry, or artificial devil fruits, acquiring them in abundance necessitates Doflamingo's consent. It is fair to say that Doflamingo reigns as the king of underground transactions. The moniker Joker carries significant weight in the underworld. Bai Chi had already contemplated that if Doflamingo agreed to collaborate with him, all would proceed smoothly, ensuring no slight against him. However, if the heavenly demon Doflamingo were to refuse, he would not hesitate to eliminate one of the 7 warlords from this world. He could completely eradicate Doflamingo's influence and seize all of his existing weapons and fruits. Is it fair to consider myself the savior of Dressrosa? With this thought in mind, Bai Chi gazed into the distance, a smile gracing his lips as he quickened the pace of his small vessel. However, behind him loomed 56 massive pirate ships, advancing with an overwhelming presence. As they drew nearer, Bai Chi recognized them as the formidable Yodomeria fleet, helmed by the notorious Admiral Olympus, known as the ruler of carnage. Ah, is this the same admiral renowned for his momentous display in the arena? The sole highlight of his anime appearance was when he executed a perfect bowling strike, sending Zoro soaring through the air, thus enabling Zoro to slay the stone fruit user, Circa. Ignoring the commotion, Bai Chi pressed on. Foolish child, do you know whom you face? Olympus bellowed, his grand pirate hat perched atop a mane of golden hair, his large mouth contorted in a fierce shout. Bai Chi turned to meet his gaze. Who might this be? Ah, the newly minted little rascal, I see, Olympus remarked, slightly surprised. I just read about you yesterday. Your bounty stands at 100 million, correct? The recent captain of the White Squad. Knowing you are with the White Squad, I suggest you leave now, for I have no desire to end your life just yet. Baichi had his sights set on Rosa. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo whom he truly wished to encounter. As for Olympus, a man of mediocre strength and questionable intellect, Baichi deemed him unworthy of his attention. Would a lion deign to acknowledge a barking mutt beside it? Chapter 19. Feel my terror. Admiral Olympus opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Do you truly believe Whitebeard can intimidate me? I am Olympus, the ruler of carnage. With his chest exposed, he brandished his whip toward Baichi, his eyes fixated on the boy's diminutive form. If you agree to be my subordinate, I might spare you. Otherwise, I assure you, this admiral and my 56 ships, comprising a crew of 300 men, are not to be trifled with. His arrogant words were punctuated by a powerful crack as he lashed his whip through the air. It was astonishing to encounter such audacity in a pirate. One could only laugh at the ignorance of those in the world of One Piece, as a mere 100 million bounty pirate dared disregard the Whitebeard pirates. Baichi cracked his knuckles, a smirk forming on his lips. Very well, Olympus, since you are so persistent, I shall indulge you in a game. A glint of determination shone in his eyes. 56 pirate ships were no insignificant force. He needed to procure some items from Doflamingo, and it would be foolish to refuse an opportunity for free sustenance. With a leap, Baichi soared onto Olympus's ship, the sheer force propelling his small vessel beneath the waves. You dare disregard my offer? I intended to recruit you. Olympus's face contorted with fury, as though ready to pass judgment upon Baichi. A mere mutt dares to bark. Baichi regarded Olympus with disdain, his voice calm and collected. The surrounding pirates erupted in disbelief. What did that little brat just say? He dares to speak to the admiral in such a manner. One could only imagine Olympus's wrath, as he was now provoked. Fool, you will regret this. Olympus seethed, his eyes narrowed with cold fury. Don't blame me for what comes next. With that, he lashed out at Baichi. Baichi's lips curled into a slight smile as he effortlessly evaded the strike. What? That little rascal managed to dodge the admiral's whip? Perhaps it was mere luck. Surely, the admiral's strength should have overpowered him. Just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, Baichi scoffed, casting a derisive glance at the surrounding pirates. You insolent brat, do you think you can escape just because you dodged once? The petty minions shouted. The admiral's bear hug. Unbeknownst to Baichi, Olympus had closed the distance, his powerful arms lunging toward him for an embrace, intending to crush the boy within his grasp. There it was, the admiral's signature move. Utilizing his immense strength, Olympus aimed to envelop his foe, capable of shattering the bones of dozens with ease. Poor child. Barely 8 or 9 years old, destined for an early demise, or at the very least, a life crippled. Such a frail frame would surely crumble under the force. To the pirates, Baichi now seemed a pitiful creature. A chilling voice escaped Baichi's lips. I ask you, ruler of carnage, Olympus, is this truly all you possess? Olympus stood frozen, staring incredulously at the boy he sought to crush. His eyes widened in disbelief. His bear hug had failed to break the frail child. Increase your strength, Olympus commanded, his muscles straining against the confines of his torn clothing, panting heavily. Go, Admiral! The surrounding minions shouted, rallying for their captain. Show him that the Yodomaria fleet is not to be trifled with. However, the next scene left them all in stunned silence. Baichi, with his tender hands, forced Olympus's mighty arms apart. In terms of raw physicality, it seemed only a few, like Garp, could rival Baichi in this world. Olympus, perplexed and astonished, registered that his strength had been bested by an 8-year-old child. Witnessing the boy forcefully pry apart his signature move, Olympus felt a bitter taste of defeat. Attention, crew. He barked. Stand at attention. At his command, the pirates straightened themselves. What are you waiting for? Attack. Kill this brat. I fear no emperor's crew. Olympus screamed in a fit of rage, for this boy named Baichi had utterly obliterated his authority. He must not leave alive. The pirates surged toward Baichi like a swarm of locusts. Baichi, having released Olympus, crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Just a bunch of minnows. Olympus was left in utter confusion, his expression one of bewilderment. What is happening? Is he surrendering? A faint yet potent aura emanated from Baichi, expanding outward until it erupted with a thunderous force. Everything unfolded seamlessly, as though instinct guided him. Conqueror's Haki. A torrential wave of power surged forth, enveloping all foes in proximity, leaving no escape. Little brat, you. Olympus's forehead glistened with sweat, his lips trembling as his gaze locked onto the youthful Baichi before him. He could sense an invisible force compressing every inch of his being. This formidable power invigorated his spirit to the brink of collapse, nearly toppling him to the ground. Suddenly, Olympus appeared to recall something of immense significance. His face contorted with terror. Could it be the Conqueror's Haki? Chapter 20. Moonwalk. Indeed, it was the Conqueror's Haki, without a shadow of a doubt. It is said that such a kingly trait manifests in merely one among a million, a power befitting only the chosen few. How could he possess the Conqueror's Haki? Awakened at the tender age of 8? Who on earth is this young rascal? Baichi's extraordinary talent instilled a sense of dread in Olympus, for it was an overwhelming gift, far too monstrous. Around them, the pirates staggered, some collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. How could such a dizzying sensation be possible? The surrounding pirates were filled with bewilderment. Could it be the legendary Conqueror's Haki? An elder pirate exclaimed in disbelief. The Conqueror's Haki? Only one in a million possesses such a gift. Are you implying that this child can unleash it? The pirates' astonishment transformed into sheer terror. The power of this young boy exceeded their wildest imaginations. How do you feel, everyone? Baichi smirked, a look of disdain upon his face. Quickly seize him. A pirate shouted. The others, regaining their senses, struggled against their discomfort and rushed towards Baichi. A band of fools, Baichi chuckled. An even more overwhelming aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. The pirates gaped, their faces blank, as time seemed to freeze in that moment. One by one, they collapsed. All but Olympus succumbing to Baichi's Conqueror's Haki, rendered unconscious. Olympus, valiantly fighting against the dizziness, managed to steady himself. His lips trembled. I never anticipated that a mere 8-year-old child could wield the Conqueror's Haki. The expression in the eyes of the Grand Admiral Olympus was a tumultuous blend of confusion, fear, and other strange emotions. What do you think of my Conqueror's Haki? Baichi observed Olympus with keen interest. The formerly imposing figure of Olympus, once a paragon of authority, was now on the verge of kneeling before Baichi. Beads of sweat streamed down Olympus's cheeks, his eyes filled with resentment. After all, he was the esteemed Admiral Olympus, a man who had bested countless foes in his illustrious career. His reputation as the ruler of slaughter was not unfounded. He had navigated the seas unscathed for years, never tasting defeat. Was he truly destined to falter at the hands of a mere child? In a moment of despair, Olympus frantically struggled to regain his footing. Admiral's ultimate bowling. He bellowed, seizing Baichi and launching him into the air as if he were a bowling ball. Die, brat. Behold my true prowess. A gleam of joy illuminated Olympus's face as he unleashed a palpable aura, observing the pirates around him, rendered unconscious by his Conqueror's Haki. It appears you lack the strength, he declared, astonished that a mere display of his willpower could incapacitate everyone but himself. This realization underscored Olympus's urgent need for a vice-captain. Nonetheless, he mused, this battle was nearing its conclusion. The Whitebeard pirates were not so formidable after all. His triumphant laughter echoed across the deck. Yet, the boy who had just been tossed aloft was now seemingly descending with grace, as if descending a staircase. Could it be that this child had mastered the moonwalk? Olympus widened his eyes in disbelief. Little did he know that Baichi had not mastered any such technique. Rather, his immense strength allowed him to utilize the reaction force of kicking against the air to maintain his balance aloft. That was exhilarating, Olympus. Care for another round of Admiral's ultimate bowling? You scoundrel. Olympus sputtered, his teeth chattering with rage. The renowned ruler of slaughter was at the mercy of a mere child? For the sake of his dignity, he invoked his ultimate technique once more, Admiral's ultimate bowling. He hurled Baichi into the sky again, only for the boy to return, stepping lightly as if on air. Time and again, Baichi effortlessly returned from Olympus's relentless assaults. Exhausted, Olympus lay panting on the deck, admitting defeat. I yield, brat. I am completely at your mercy. Do as you please. Oh, so you are a man of honor, Baichi mused. He recalled that in the manga, Olympus, though not particularly strong, was known for his gratitude. After being saved by Usopp of the Straw Hat Pirates, he revered Usopp as a deity and vowed to repay the favor, ultimately becoming part of Luffy's extended crew. I shall grant you clemency, but I shall claim all the treasures aboard your ship, and I desire not 56 vessels, but 55. A mischievous smile crept across Baichi's face. You bastard. A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. In my life, Olympus cried. But Baichi paid no heed to his lamentations and embarked on a treasure hunt throughout the ship. With the spoils, he could negotiate with Doflamingo on more favorable terms. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Yodomaria pirates. Reward, skill, lightspeed / one-time use. Oh. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Baichi age, 8 occupation, captain of the White Team Pirates fruit, tremor fruit, ignores the sea. Haki, armament Haki, beginner, observation Haki, beginner. Conqueror's Haki, beginner, skill, lightspeed / one-time use, instantly strike enemies at the speed of light. Items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/10, base attributes, strength, max defense, max agility, max stamina, max chapter 21, spoils Baichi docked beside a coast near Dressrosa. Delayed by Olympus. It seemed he would not reach Dressrosa today. However, it was fortuitous. He would first sell the spoils from the Yodomaria pirates. As he wandered through the bustling evening streets, Baichi noted the prosperity of a small harbor in the New World, filled with hotels, restaurants, pawn shops, tea houses, and blacksmiths. He arrived at a second-hand ship trading company, where a blonde woman approached him. Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy or sell a ship? The stylishly dressed blonde, clad in a black business suit and high heels, greeted him with a professional smile. Clearly, the companies in the big city were unlike those at White Manor. This beauty did not underestimate him for being just an 8-year-old child. Dear miss, I have come to sell some ship sails. Very well, sir. Please, follow me. The beautiful Lily looked puzzled, as it was uncommon for children to sell second-hand ships. Typically, such dealings were reserved for pirates with dubious backgrounds. Is this 8-year-old child truly a pirate? However, Lily did not display any signs of confusion. Having spent so much time here, she maintained a professional demeanor, adorned with a constant smile. Under Lily's guidance, Bai Qi arrived at a quaint tea house. "What would you like to drink, sir?" she inquired. "That is of no consequence. Let us expedite the transaction." "I am pressed for time," Bai Qi replied succinctly. "Very well, sir. I shall summon our manager to discuss matters with you. May I inquire about the size of the vessels you intend to sell?" 55 ships, medium-sized, Bai Qi stated nonchalantly. Lily's professional smile vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. The audacity of this child wanting to sell 55 ships? Surely, this must be a jest. Since the establishment's inception, such a monumental deal had never been proposed. If what this child claimed were true, the commission from this transaction could sustain her for a decade. "All right, sir. I shall fetch the manager immediately." With that, Lily gracefully departed, leaving Bai Qi to admire her elegant silhouette. Indeed, the world of pirates was abundant with beauty, Bai Qi mused. In his previous world, a girl of such allure would surely be scouted as a star. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, confusion reigned. What? 55 ships? And from a mere child of 8 or 9. The manager pondered, suspecting a prank. How unfortunate. If it weren't for the company's strict policy on customer service, I would have dismissed this altogether. Let us be swift. I have pressing matters to attend to. The manager, clad in a similar dark suit, expressed his impatience. The sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed as he entered. "Good day, sir. I understand from Lily that you wish to sell 55 ships. Where are they located?" "Let us proceed to inspect them," the manager queried before even settling into his chair. Lily, meanwhile, had not brought any tea. Her mood soured, as she had anticipated securing an extraordinary deal, only to realize it was a child's folly. Her charming features bore a hint of annoyance. Bai Qi smiled wryly, sensing the disbelief in the two individuals before him. Yet, he preferred not to squander time. "Shall we go then? Follow me to the docks." Lily regarded him with skepticism. Could he truly be sincere? The manager, too, felt a twinge of uncertainty as the child exuded an unusual composure, far beyond that of an 8-year-old. And that smile, how remarkably shrewd it appeared. Shaking off the thought, the three made their way to the docks. "You may count the vessels. Please calculate the payment in very swiftly, as I am in a hurry." As they beheld the impressive fleet of 55 ships, both the manager and Lily's jaws dropped in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a grand display from this child. "Lily, if this deal materializes, my commission could amount to 500,000 berries," Lily exclaimed excitedly. 500,000 berries? The manager chuckled. "Lily, your vision is quite limited. Should this deal succeed, you could ascend to the position of manager yourself." "Huh? Will you be leaving then, manager?" Lily's eyes sparkled with curiosity, radiating charm. "Haha, Lily, you are quite naive. How could I leave? I too shall rise alongside you." The manager's expression was jubilant until suddenly it darkened. He slapped his forehead in realization. "What is the matter, manager?" Lily asked, perplexed. Today had been overwhelming. First, an 8-year-old claiming to sell 55 ships, and now the prospect of promotion? The manager's sudden shift in demeanor left Lily bewildered. "Lily, quickly brew some tea. If we neglect this young master, we may not only miss our promotion but risk losing our jobs altogether." With wide eyes, Lily hurried off to the tea room. Chapter 22. Arrival at Rosa. Returning to the tea room, Lily hastily prepared the tea. A mere second's delay could jeopardize her chances for promotion and a raise. Once the tea was ready, her lovely countenance began to relax, and she swiftly made her way back to Bai Qi. "Mr. Bai, should you wish to collaborate in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me," the manager offered, his professional smile restored. "Is this a deal?" Lily's beautiful eyes sparkled as she hurriedly approached Bai Qi in her high heels, presenting him with tea. "Mr. Bai Qi, should you require further collaboration in the future, feel free to reach out to me. My name is Lily, and here is my business card." Bai Qi accepted the card, contemplating that it might be useful when he eventually needed to sell his spoils, especially since it bore the contact of an attractive woman. Holding in his hands 100 billion berries in cash, he felt a rush akin to being a magnate. The sensation of wealth is indeed delightful. Farewell. Bai Qi chose not to linger in conversation, having already lost a day due to that rascal Olympus. Today, he couldn't afford any further delays. "Goodbye, Mr. Bai Qi." The male manager and the enchanting Lily both bowed their heads respectfully as they bid farewell to Bai Qi. Splashing sounds echoed as a youthful figure swiftly navigated a small boat across the ocean. Destination, Rosa. Upon entering Rosa, Bai Qi sensed the peculiar atmosphere of this toy kingdom. Toys toiled tirelessly, their eyes devoid of any spark of vivacity. The monotony here was such that a visit to the black market seemed far more appealing. After acquiring the location of the black market, Bai Qi decided to explore. "Who are you, kid? No entry allowed here." Two middle-aged men, clad as pirates, obstructed Bai Qi's path. Bai Qi smirked, wondering if currency would grant him passage. He produced a 100 million berry note, causing the middle-aged pirates to gawk in disbelief. "Good heavens. This little brat is quite the fortune holder." One of them stammered, unable to fathom that an 8-year-old could possess such wealth. Comparing ourselves to him is infuriating. A lifetime of hard work might not even yield that much, they lamented as they watched Bai Qi walk away. "Hey, chubby, whose kid do you think this is?" So rich? Remarked a tall, lean pirate, envy dripping from his voice. Why ask me? I want to know too, the plump pirate replied irritably. Damn it, it's infuriating. Here we are, toiling under Doflamingo, and we can't earn that amount even if we risk our lives, the tall pirate said, jealousy evident on his face. What can you do? Unless you rob him, you might as well forget about getting rich, the plump pirate countered. They exchanged glances, both contemplating the prospect. Brother. This kid is wealthy, we shouldn't offend anyone formidable, right? The plump one expressed hesitantly. Look, he is alone without any bodyguards. If we strike under the cover of night, who would know? The tall pirate thought, his jealousy igniting a fierce desire. So, are we doing it or not? He pressed. The plump pirate rubbed his hands together, contemplating for a long moment before finally declaring, damn it, let us do it. In our line of work, we've long since abandoned the fear of death. It's either the Navy or other pirates that kill you, or worse. You offend your own and end up being done in by your own crew. The world of pirates is unforgiving. The number of those who die a natural death among them is exceedingly rare. Even the legendary Rox and Roger fell to the Navy's hand. Not to mention mere underlings. Let us eliminate him tonight. A child, swift and silent, we must ensure he doesn't make a sound. Unbeknownst to Bai Chi, who was wandering the black market, two petty thieves were plotting his demise. The black market, under Doflamingo's management, was surprisingly organized, featuring various zones, weapons, slaves, and even a section for devil fruits. However, due to their rarity, acquiring a devil fruit required bidding. The sole entry requirement for these areas was wealth. Here, no one inquired about your profession, be you Navy, pirate, or bounty hunter. Everyone was treated equally. It seemed the Navy was aware of the black market dealings yet turned a blind eye due to their dealings with Doflamingo. What justice? The victors eternally embody justice while the vanquished are silenced. Bai Chi mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he ventured toward the devil fruit section. With his devil fruit encyclopedia in hand, he was determined to try his luck, hoping to uncover a valuable devil fruit that he could sell for a fortune. Bleep bleep. Young master, your call is from Lord Jack. A peculiar figure dressed in oversized blue attire, wielding a staff and sporting small black sunglasses, emerged, his face streaked with mucus. It was Treble, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. Chapter 23, Auction of the Devil Fruits. Humph, that greedy fellow Jack must think the artificial fruits aren't enough. Doflamingo's sinister laughter echoed. Taking the call, he greeted, Jack, the Smile Factory is operating at full capacity. Jack, the drought incarnate, paused slightly, Joker. I didn't reach out to discuss artificial devil fruits. Oh, now I'm curious, Doflamingo replied, intrigued, as Jack's character typically didn't seek casual conversation. Doflamingo, have you heard of a little rascal named Bai Chi? Jack asked, his face contorted with rage and murderous intent. Humph, Bai Chi? The young captain recently taken under Whitebeard's wing? I've heard his methods are quite ruthless, having annihilated the wolf-head pirates, Doflamingo recalled, recognizing the fierce pirate. That bastard just wiped out one of my squads. Jack seethed with anger. Oh, this child dares to provoke Kaido? Doflamingo noted. A rare flicker of fear passing through his eyes at the mention of Kaido. Despite being a man who had awakened his Conqueror's Haki, he was not one to fear easily, yet Kaido was a different matter entirely. This little brat has declared war against me. Doflamingo, if you encounter him, inform me immediately. I shall personally dismember him. Jack's fury was palpable, his eyes wide as saucers. Humph, an amusing little brat. Rest assured, Jack, as business partners, I'll take care of this for you. After hanging up, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, pondering the implications. An 8-year-old, indeed. The age of great pirates is upon us. Young master, he is just a mere child. I will certainly help you capture him, Treble added, mucus trailing from his nose. The first devil fruit auction commenced. With the host's enthusiastic commentary, music filled the air, setting the stage for the unveiling of the devil fruit. Soon, a blonde beauty clad provocatively, strutting in high heels, wheeled a small cart onto the stage. On the cart, a devil fruit glimmered enticingly. System, activate the devil fruit encyclopedia, initiate search. Ding. The system completed its search. The search was successful. The artificial devil fruit, the animal-type pigeon fruit. An artificial fruit? Indeed, we are within the realm of Doflamingo's influence. It is likely a defective product of an artificial fruit. Doflamingo, I must once again admire your business acumen. Selling the prime devil fruits to Kaido while sending these subpar versions to the auction house ensures a guaranteed profit. Purchasing items at an auction inherently involves an element of risk. Should one find oneself acquiring a worthless fruit, they would only blame their misfortune, never attributing it to the auction itself. I bid 80 million berries. 80 million berries once, 80 million berries twice. The host enthusiastically conducted the auction, igniting a fervent atmosphere in the venue. I bid 100 million. A resounding voice echoed. The bidding escalated rapidly. Congratulations. This esteemed gentleman has successfully acquired the devil fruit for 120 million berries. Please come forward to claim your prize and ensure its safekeeping. A smirk graced Bai Chi's lips. Was this not a case of a gullible fool? Over 100 million berries for a mere artificial devil fruit, and a defective one at that. The Navi buyer appeared elated, likely envisioning the remarkable powers they believed they had acquired. Soon, the second devil fruit was up for auction. System. Open the devil fruit compendium for a search. Ding. Searching. No results found. Indeed, the incomplete version of the devil fruit compendium faced too many restrictions. It seemed imperative to complete tasks promptly. I hope to eventually gather the entire compendium of devil fruits. After utilizing the compendium a few times, Baichi increasingly recognized its advantages. For anyone who has perused the devil fruit compendium, amassing wealth is quite straightforward. Simply trading a few devil fruits could yield billions of berries. The fervent auction concluded. Baichi, however, would not bid on a fruit he did not fully understand. Ultimately, the auction was won by a lady. Due to the exceedingly scarce number of devil fruits, the next auction would feature the final fruit. The next auction date is set for the 1st of next month. We welcome everyone to come and bid again. Oh, so soon? It appears that devil fruits are indeed a rare commodity in the world of One Piece. As the blonde woman presented the devil fruit, Baichi's system initiated a search. Ding. Search successful. It is the carp fruit. The carp fruit? From the manga. It was Kaido's acquisition of the fish fruit that ultimately allowed him to evolve into a dragon. System. What distinguishes the carp fruit from the fish fruit? Ding. The carp fruit can certainly transform into a dragon, whereas the fish fruit requires certain conditions to achieve transformation. Baichi was exceedingly exhilarated. He had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 24. I bid 3 billion starting bid, 200 million berries. Interested gentlemen and ladies may place their bids. This is the final devil fruit. Do not hesitate, for if you do, you will have to wait until next month for another auction. Please act swiftly. The host deliberately raised the volume, rekindling the atmosphere in the hall. Suddenly, the auction house became abuzz with energy. Is this a joke? No one knows what this fruit is, yet it demands such a high price, grumbled a portly bidder. This overweight middle-aged man had intended to take a chance during the final round, prepared with 160 million berries. However, the starting bid of 200 million left him flabbergasted. What the hell? Why not just fight for it? Talk about bad luck. A short, stout woman began to complain as well. 200 million berries. Huh. That is indeed exorbitant. It's clearly a ripoff. The atmosphere gradually grew more animated. I bid 200 million berries. A tall middle-aged man in formal attire stood up to speak. Well, there are indeed some fools with deep pockets. Haha. This man looked unfamiliar. He was likely a newcomer to the auction house, oblivious to the market trends, as an elderly gentleman cryptically remarked. Sir, how much do you believe this fruit is worth? A curious young girl inquired. In my opinion, while this fruit is not artificial, due to the uncertainty surrounding its capabilities, it should only start at around 150 million. Given the rarity of devil fruits, I believe a few million more might entice someone to take a gamble on acquiring a devil fruit. The elderly man shook his head repeatedly, clearly a frequent visitor to the auction house. I bid 220 million berries. A shrill voice interjected. Everyone turned in curiosity to see who was so bold. Following the sound, they spotted a plump woman clad in noble attire, her face bearing an expression of pained reluctance. Indeed, sir, you were right. Such individuals truly exist, the girl remarked, her eyes wide. Of course, people often have a penchant for gambling. It is only human nature. The old man replied with a resigned smile. All right, 220 million once, 220 million twice. The host, sensing that further bids might not follow, hastily called out the price. Fearing the lady might retract her offer. I bid 3 billion berries. A youthful voice rang out from the back row of the auction house. Who could this be? Are they out of their mind? A bidder's pupils widened in disbelief. A fool with money to burn, another pirate muttered. Well, sir, you are absolutely correct. There are indeed many willing to gamble. The girl admired the elderly man even more. What the hell? The old man's lips quivered. This was beyond mere folly. 3 billion berries. This could not simply be a foolish rich person. It was likely a true connoisseur. The old man turned to see an 8-year-old child seated calmly in the back row, displaying no visible signs of emotional fluctuation. The old man shook his head repeatedly. It seems like a naive individual with too much money, probably some rich heir. Ah, what a waste of money. I've seen many like this second-generation scion, lacking any skills yet spending extravagantly. 3 billion? The host was momentarily taken aback. This outcome was entirely unexpected. According to his years of auction experience, the devil fruit would be fortunate to reach 220 million. Where did this little brat come from, daring to call out 3 billion, displaying exemplary hosting qualities? The auctioneer quickly regained composure. All right, we have a bid of 3 billion. 3 billion once, 3 billion twice, 3 billion thrice, sold. Yet, the room was devoid of applause. Baichi ascended the auction stage amidst a sea of bewildered and incredulous gazes, claiming the devil fruit. Is it foolishness to have money? Baichi smirked slightly. I am a man possessing the devil fruit compendium. The fruit in my possession is worth at least 10 billion berries. ISNT Kaido's rise to power due to the fish fruit? My fruit surpasses his. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing an auction. Reward skill, lightning slash, consumable. Oh, there's a reward? Aha. It appears this trip was not in vain. I have struck it rich. System, open my panel. Ding. Host, by Chi age, 8 occupation. Captain of the White Troop Pirate Crew Fruit. Tremor Fruit, ignores the sea. Haki. Armament Haki, beginner. Observation Haki, beginner. Conqueror's Haki, beginner. Skills, light speed / twice. 1 use. Instantaneously strikes the enemy. Reaching the speed of light. Items, fragmented devil fruit compendium, 1/10, basic attributes. Strength, max defense, maxed agility, max stamina, maxed observing his increasingly filled panel. Bai Chi's lips curled into a contented smile. The era of great pirates awaits the arrival of young Master Bai Chi. Chapter 25. Do you think you can defeat me? Exiting the devil fruit auction house, clutching the devil fruit encased in a wooden box, Bai Chi re-entered the arms district. The individuals in the arms district were markedly different from those in the devil fruit area. Each one exuded a fierce and menacing aura. Hey, kid, what do you want? I've got everything here, a half-naked pirate called out to Bai Chi. Intrigued, Bai Chi approached, noting the cart brimming with swords and firearms behind the pirate. How fascinating. It is no wonder that Don Quixote da Flamingo has become one of the most powerful warlords of the sea. He truly possesses remarkable skills. I want a steel sword. I demand only the finest. A gleaming steel sword appeared before him. To Bai Chi's disappointment, the supplies here were primarily designated for the lowly minions. While it was possible to gather a faction with the abundant weapons available, if one sought a quality weapon for oneself, this was not the ideal place. This steel sword is worth 100,000 berries, the pirate arms dealer proclaimed. Not a great sword, but it will suffice for some amusement. After wandering through the black market, the only game Bai Chi had was this devil fruit. As dusk began to descend, Bai Chi departed the black market. Look, that kid is coming out. A plump pirate's face, previously drowsy, lit up with excitement. This little brat even bought a sword? Haha. That blade is nearly taller than him. Clearly, the 2 pirate minions held no regard for the 8-year-old Bai Chi. I say, Fatso, be quick when you make your move. Eliminate him. Bai Chi's observation Haki easily sensed the abnormal intentions of the 2 pirates. Yet, would a lion concern itself with the hostility of mere ants? Feeling the 2 minions tailing him, Bai Chi closed his eyes, allowing the profound insight granted by observation Haki to envelop him. He could even perceive the expressions of the 2 minions, their whispered conversations clear as day. Oh, you wish to eliminate me? Bai Chi chuckled. If you don't act soon, I might just reach the inn, his cold voice echoed. The 2 pirates were taken aback. This little brat can hear us? The lean pirate exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Can this 8-year-old truly possess such acute hearing? Well, whatever. Since we've been discovered, let us strike now. The plump pirate shouted to his companion. Each pirate brandished a weapon. One held a knife, while the other aimed a silenced gun, both launching their attacks simultaneously. A bullet swiftly shot forth, slicing through the air and carving an elegant arc. This kid is done for, the lean pirate declared. However, the ensuing scene left both pirates agape. Bai Chi merely tilted his head slightly, the bullet grazing past his scalp. What remarkable luck, but die nonetheless. The heavy-set pirate charged forth, wielding a large blade, closely following the bullet's trajectory. Yet, to Bai Chi, the synchronized assault appeared excruciatingly slow, riddled with flaws. The blade struck fiercely against Bai Chi's chest. The rotund pirate felt as though he had struck a massive iron block, his hand vibrating painfully, causing the sword to slip from his grasp. An iron block. The 6 styles of the Navy. The rotund pirate was astonished. This 8-year-old child was adept in the 6 styles of the Navy, techniques reserved for elite Marines. The young boy had mastered such skills at a tender age. He would surely become a figure of commanding authority in the future. Observing the 2 pirates, whose mouths hung agape and breaths quickened in shock, Bai Chi smirked. What Navy 6 styles? I am captained by the white team. You were simply too weak. Ignoring the confusion and disbelief etched on their faces, Bai Chi unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. The 2 pirates were engulfed in a wave of dizziness. The entire scene around them began to distort. And under the powerful sensation of nausea, they collapsed to the ground. Perfect for testing my blade. Bai Chi felt no pity for these pirates intent on plunder and murder. With a swift motion, 2 heads rolled onto the ground, blood splattering everywhere. It seemed my Conqueror's Haki is still inadequate. Even mere minions like them could not be incapacitated. Opening the interface, Bai Chi's profile read, Host, Bai Chi age, 8 years occupation, Captain of the White Team Pirates Fruit, Quake Fruit, ignores the sea, Haki, Armament Haki, beginner. Observation Haki, beginner. Conqueror's Haki, beginner. Skills, light speed / twice per use, a strike that can reach the speed of light. Items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/10, basic attributes, strength, max defense, maxed agility, max stamina, maxed fury surged within him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Noticing that all 3 types of Haki were still at the beginner level, he resolved to exert greater effort. Rosa, I am counting on you. Doflamingo's territory is fraught with peril, teeming with all manner of individuals. Bai Chi believed he could significantly enhance his strength in Rosa, should Doflamingo dare to thwart his desires. Then, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Diamante, the snail Toripole, the stone fruit user Pica, and the Navy Vice Admiral Undercover Virgo. You will serve as my finest experience points. Chapter 26. The bloodline of the fighting fish in the highest chamber of the Dressrosa Palace. Doflamingo chuckled. Hehehe, that little brat must have reached Dressrosa by now. He held the latest newspaper from the World Economic News Agency. The snail Tory Pole leaned on his cane. Master Doflamingo. I never expected that this child could outmaneuver the Grand Admiral, Akainu. Hehehe, this little brat does indeed possess audacity. Increase the manpower to investigate his movements. I have a feeling he is in Dressrosa. What will you do if we capture him, Master Doflamingo? Tory Pole asked, his nose dripping. Doflamingo's ability to endure such a sight revealed his nature as a competent captain. Bring him to me. I wish to see this intriguing little brat. He replied with a sinister chuckle. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man with yellow hair, clothing, and beard arrived in Dressrosa. Approaching him would reveal an abnormal body temperature, akin to that of a fireball. This was Owen, one of Big Mom's ministers. How dare a mere child summon me here? If that little brat refuses to join the Big Mom pirates, he shall see my wrath. Owen seethed, feeling humiliated to be dispatched to recruit a mere child. Report to Lord Jack. We have arrived in Dressrosa. A man with a lion's head on his belly also reached Dressrosa. Bring him back to Onigashima. I will personally execute him. Yes, Lord Jack. It was the first time anyone had seen Jack so enraged. It appeared that this task must be flawlessly executed. How did I end up in this godforsaken place? I was living splendidly in Wano, grumbled the lion-headed man. Shut your mouth. Do you think I wish to come here? This is Lord Jack's command. Do you dare defy it? The lion-headed man howled in anguish. How dare you insult me? I won't let you live. He swung a fist at the lion-headed man. The man screamed in pain. Ah, my stomach, it hurts. He rolled on the ground, clutching his belly. In reality, the lion-headed man was a product of Kaido's artificial devil fruit, not comparable to true Zoan-type devil fruit users. However, a formidable army of such artificial entities would undoubtedly surpass ordinary forces. I'll tear you apart. The lion on the lion man's belly lunged at the hand that covered his mouth. I can't take this anymore. Today, I will kill you. The lion-headed man seized a long knife from a nearby lackey, aiming it at his own head. Sir, you mustn't stab it. You'll endanger your own life. The surrounding pirates hurriedly intervened, as the lion-headed man engaged in daily life and death struggles with the lion-headed figure. This spectacle was a common occurrence. Ah, what splendid weather today. Bai Chi rose early, completing 100 push-ups in just 2 seconds, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, a 10-kilometer run. Within a minute, Bai Chi accomplished all tasks. His formidable physical prowess could only be described as monstrous. Beneath Bai Chi's inn, a merman with the bloodline of a fighting fish, adorned in female attire, earrings, white stockings, and high heels, was none other than Delinger, a cadre of the Don Quixote family. Ah, I finally found you, Bai Chi, hee. Delinger covered his mouth, emitting a peculiar laugh. Oh, are you looking for me? Bai Chi opened the window for fresh air, only to encounter this flamboyant individual. Who would have thought Doflamingo even recruits such as you? Aha. Ah, you seem to be seeking death. Delinger's eyes turned crimson, the bloodline of the fighting fish rendering his gaze terrifying, flecked with red veins. In a burst of speed, empowered by his formidable bloodline, Delinger instantaneously appeared in Bai Chi's room, raising his foot to kick Bai Chi with his high heel. However, Bai Chi swiftly countered, sending Delinger flying out through the window. I dislike uninvited guests in my room, Bai Chi stated coolly. Delinger crashed heavily to the ground, creating a significant dent. Rising, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ah, this is becoming increasingly interesting. You have successfully awakened my fighting fish lineage. I shall kick you to death. Oh, is that so? If I weren't preoccupied with a discussion with Doflamingo, I would have already eliminated you. Ah, hee. Doflamingo. Is it? I have been ordered by the master to kill you. With that, Delinger seemed to undergo a transformation, his muscles bulging, and his clothes shredding to tatters. Haha. Allow me to demonstrate my fighting fish bloodline. I will utterly shred you, Bai Chi. Chapter 27. Blink from his back sprouted a menacing dorsal fin. His eyes aflame with rage as they fixed upon Bai Chi. I shall not rest until I have utterly obliterated you. He cackled, revealing a terrifying array of piranha-like teeth. Ding. Defeated the piranha hybrid Dirinji. Reward. A consumable skill. Blink. Oh. System, please display the details of Blink. Ding. Blink allows the host to expend a significant amount of stamina to execute a spatial displacement within a 100-meter radius. Each use increases the physical toll. How intriguing. This resembles the flash ability from League of Legends, albeit with multiple uses. Naturally, it comes with its limitations, as each subsequent use amplifies the stamina required for the next blink. Employing this skill against foes who surpass one's own strength could prove advantageous. Whether for ambushing or retreating, I anticipate unexpected results. While I reveled in the potential of the blink skill, a figure surged toward me. It was Dirinji, transformed once more. His speed markedly heightened. Die, Bai Chi. He bellowed, clearly perceiving Bai Chi as nothing more than a lifeless entity. Flies are truly bothersome. With a swift motion, Bai Chi delivered a powerful strike, sending Dirinji hurtling away. He collided with multiple walls before crashing heavily upon the ruins. In this encounter, Dirinji, bloodied and with a peculiar expression, struggles to rise from the debris. Bai Qi, I never anticipated your strength to be quite formidable. You have thoroughly enraged me. Dirinj, relying on his unique fishman physique, rapidly regulates his breathing and employs high-speed movement to appear before Bai Qi once more. At this moment, Dirinj remains oblivious to the fact that Bai Qi's prior strike was merely a casual gesture due to Bai Qi's overwhelming speed. Dirinj failed to discern the nature of his attack. I concede you possess some strength, but you have offended the Don Quixote family, Bai Qi. I will ensure you meet your end with utmost clarity. Dirinj roars, his fishman jaws agape. Indeed, the weaker the contender, the louder their voice seems to be. Had Bai Qi not intended to court Doflamingo, he would have effortlessly dispatched Dirinj with a single blow. However, the fishman before him appears rather dim-witted, still unaware of the vast disparity between them. Arrogant little brat, perish. With a swift motion, Dirinj raises his foot, akin to a bullet, and strikes fiercely towards Bai Qi. Exclaiming, witness as I crush your skull. Bai Qi perceives the rush of wind accompanying the rapid kick. Intriguing indeed, this power surpasses even Bellamy from the anime. Nevertheless, in Bai Qi's eyes, it poses no threat whatsoever. With his mastery of observation Haki, he could evade such actions even with his eyes closed. Furthermore, given his formidable physique, even standing still, such an attack would inflict minimal harm upon him. However, Bai Qi certainly did not wish for a fisherman's high heel to collide with his head. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly evades the attack. Dirinj, your level of assault is utterly ineffective against me. Hurry and inform Doflamingo that Bai Qi has come to court his favor. Do not delay in finding someone to welcome me. You insolent child. How dare you be so brazen? Doflamingo is not someone you can meet. Die. Dirinj, engulfed in rage, initiates high-speed movement, circling Bai Qi and creating multiple phantoms due to his velocity. What now, little brat? Can you even discern my true form? If you cannot identify the real me, how will you withstand my assault? Ah, Dirinj, the limits of human patience are finite. You are interfering with my breakfast. Bai Qi's stomach growls audibly as he places a hand upon it, speaking irritably. He had previously shown mercy multiple times, but Dirinj's incessant need for attention was exhausting Bai Qi's forbearance. I advise you to cease your boasts. Horn charge. Prepare to die. Suddenly, Dirinj lunges at Bai Qi, his fishman horn glistening in the sunlight, the very embodiment of his might. I shall pierce you with my horn, little brat. With that, Dirinj accelerates, determined to collide with Bai Qi. Bai Qi regards the rapidly approaching Dirinj with indifference. You are far too weak, he replies coolly, then strikes with his fist against Dirinj's horn. Dirinj reveals his fishman teeth, exclaiming, Ah, what a fool you are to meet my charge with your bare fists. A resounding crack is heard. Dirinj collapses, blood pouring from his mouth, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the broken remnants of his horn on the ground. How could this be? This brat actually shattered my horn. Such power could only be rivaled by Doflamingo himself. Who exactly is this 8-year-old child before me? At this moment, Dirinj trembles, having witnessed his strongest attack effortlessly countered by the child. He finds himself devoid of strength to continue the fight. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Blink. System. Open the panel. Chapter 28. Instantaneous elimination of Dirinj Ding. Host, Bai Qi. Age, 8 years. Occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Fruit, tremor fruit, ignores the sea. Haki, armament Haki, beginner. Observation Haki, beginner. Conqueror's Haki, beginner. Skills, lightspeed / twice per use, capable of striking at lightspeed. Blink skill, instantaneously teleport within 100 meters. Items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/10. Base attributes, strength, at maximum, defense, at maximum, agility, at maximum. What is wrong, Dirinj? Do you still wish to kick my head off? Bai Qi mocks as he gazes at Dirinj, noting that the so-called fishman is merely slightly stronger than an ordinary human. He can handle petty pirates, but against a true pirate, he is utterly useless. Dirinj's strongest attack, the horn charge, was so easily neutralized, despite being a fishman, with a bloodthirsty penchant for battle. He is now experiencing despair for the first time in the face of an opponent who effortlessly overpowers him. Bai Qi, do not revel too soon. Doflamingo has already taken notice of you, and Jack has issued a bounty on your head. Whether it be Doflamingo or Jack the Drought, without Whitebeard by your side, you shall not leave Rosa alive. Dirinj, his eyes bloodshot with fury, bellows. A mere cornered dog dares to bark? Do you truly believe I fear the likes of Doflamingo, or that fool Jack? Should Kaido arrive, I would gladly entertain him, Bai Qi scoffs, confident in his robust physique and Haki, akin to a miniature carp. With the aid of the system, he would soon master advanced Haki, alongside various fruit enhancements. And with such extraordinary skills that do not belong to this world, it is likely that even Carp would be no match for him. Dirinj's eyes widen in disbelief. This child is far too arrogant, even daring to speak such words against the formidable Doflamingo. Just wait for the wrath of Doflamingo and Lord Jack. You are doomed. Kneel and beg for mercy now. Bai Qi disregards Dirinj's threats and utters words that confound him. Dirinj, do you take pride in your fishman lineage? Dirinj is left bewildered. Have you ever witnessed true high-speed movement? Bai Qi's disdainful gaze intensifies. Dirinj is once again bewildered. High-speed movement? In the next instant, Bai Qi teleports, appearing directly before Dirinj. Of course, this is merely the result of Bai Qi's extraordinary physical prowess, not the blink skill. Link entails spatial displacement, theoretically possessing infinite speed. However, such a physical maneuver suffices to deal with Dirinj, a mere officer of the Don Quixote family. You may silence yourself now. Baichi's fizz turns as dark as coal and strikes heavily upon Dirinj's head. Dirinj's lifeless eyes bulge, his mouth twisted. As he feels as though a colossal hammer has struck him down, his final moments filled with confusion and unwillingness. The youthful imp possesses such formidable strength? It seems that only the esteemed Don Quixote Doflamingo can vanquish him. Alas, Dirinji shall not witness the clash between Doflamingo and Baichi. A confrontation in which Baichi triumphs with overwhelming superiority and instantaneous annihilation. Though it is early morning, the streets remain bustling with pedestrians. A doll-like toy, having cast aside its burden, exclaims, "Run for your lives, a murder has occurred." Meanwhile, a half-horse mechanical toy halts its labor, urging others to flee. "Hurry, pirates are upon us." One passerby, bewildered, remarks, "Doesn't that slain individual resemble Dirinji from the Don Quixote family?" Another pedestrian, equally astonished, echoes, "It truly is Dirinji. How could a subordinate of Doflamingo be slain?" The might of the Don Quixote family is well known throughout Rosa, and even vice admirals are toyed with by them. It is almost unfathomable that someone would dare to kill a member of the Don Quixote family in broad daylight on Doflamingo's territory. Such audacity is astounding. At a street corner, a pirate from the Don Quixote family witnesses the entire event unfold. Alarmed, he rushes to report to Doflamingo, making his way stealthily to the headquarters of the Night Demon. Baichi, unfazed by the chaos surrounding him, strides confidently into a breakfast shop. "Boss, 2 bowls of soy milk and a pound of fried dough, quickly." He calls out. "Huh? Where is everyone?" He surveys the empty establishment. Are the people of Dressrosa truly so timid? Venturing further inside, he finds the food still warm and declares, "Time to feast." Haha. Seating himself, Baichi indulges heartily in his breakfast. "Hey, where do you think you're running off to?" A pedestrian collides with Lion Man, who lifts him off the ground. "Master, there has been a murder. An 8-year-old child brazenly killed the subordinate of Doflamingo, Dirinji." Chapter 29, Doflamingo's Fury. Dirinji, a subordinate of Doflamingo? Hold'em hesitates momentarily, recalling that peculiar figure. Dirinji, the least formidable among the Don Quixote family? Merely a common subordinate. There's nothing for me to fear. With that, Lion Man Hold'em hurls the pedestrian aside, who crashes against the city wall and immediately loses consciousness. "Ha ha ha. I was just looking for you, Baichi. I'm on my way." With that, Hold'em produces a transponder snail. "Beep beep. Speed. I have located that little brat's position, 10 kilometers to your south." A girl with the visage of a maiden and the body of a horse answers the call. "Hold'em, wait there. I'll be there in no time. At my speed. I can arrive in less than 10 minutes. This speaker is Speed, an officer of the Beast Pirates, possessing the capabilities of the artificial devil fruit that grants her a horse form. Due to her devil fruit abilities, she has a panoramic vision of 350 degrees and remarkable speed, essential traits for an archer. Speed. Await good news. I shall personally slay that brat." Ignoring Speed's protests, Hold'em eagerly heads toward the scene of the murder. "Hey, Hold'em. Have you forgotten that Lord Jack commanded us to work together to eliminate Baichi?" Speed's brow furrows in frustration, her hooves stamping in agitation. Yet, Lion Man Hold'em has already hung up. "Do you think I'm just anyone? I am Hold'em, a true warrior of the Jack Mammoth Pirates. I only called you to witness my personal victory over this little brat and to avenge that fool. CYPS. With no other option, Speed accelerates, her hooves pounding against the ground as she strives to catch up. These fried dough sticks are delightful. I might have to frequent this place more often," Baichi muses, having devoured a pound of fried dough and casually snatching some buns and milk tea from a nearby stall. "This meal turned out quite splendid, haha. Little brat, have you had your fill?" Just as Baichi finishes his meal and prepares to bask in the sun, the ruckus he has caused suggests that the Don Quixote family will soon send someone after him, conveniently saving him the trouble of seeking them out. So soon? Baichi turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld a tall figure with dark hair, a square jaw, a sharp nose, and a face adorned with stubble, approaching him. Clad in black boots and trousers, with a fierce lion glaring from his midsection and a black hat emblazoned with a badge. He wielded a dagger. Wasn't this the Lion Man Hold'em from the comics? Unexpectedly, it was Jack's underling who arrived first, not Doflamingo's men. "Kid, it's good that you've eaten. It will make your journey easier," Hold'em sneered, clearly underestimating Baichi. He was no mere wretch like Cypherpole. How could he be slain by an 8-year-old brat? Has that fellow Jack not come? Baichi surmised, disappointment lacing his voice. "You insolent brat. How could the likes of you ever meet the illustrious Jack the Drought?" As soon as the words left his lips, Hold'em swung his sword towards Baichi. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, Baichi rendered Hold'em's blade immobile. Hold'em exerted all his strength to withdraw the sword, yet it felt as if it was embedded in steel, remaining utterly still despite his efforts. Astonishment washed over Hold'em's face as he clicked his tongue. "It seems I have underestimated you." Abandoning his sword, he fixed his gaze upon Baichi. "Now, behold this move. Can you withstand it?" Though taken aback by Baichi's extraordinary strength, Hold'em did not believe that this child could defeat him, for he was a devil fruit user, endowed with unique powers. "Lion's fire. Ha ha ha, be engulfed by my flames." A violent blaze erupted suddenly from the lion's head on Hold'em's belly. The extreme heat distorted the very air around them, and the lion's head emitted a battle roar. What a ridiculous combat style, so ostentatious, Baichi chuckled. Realizing that the intelligence of the people in this world was, indeed, alarmingly low, they failed to recognize the vast chasm between themselves and their adversaries. Meanwhile, the pirates of the Don Quixote family had relayed the situation to Diamante. Doflamingo's identity was not one that just any pirate could encounter. The man, tall and slender with his face adorned in earthy pigments and dressed in peculiar attire, was presently reporting to Doflamingo. Report, young master, the appointed Derringer has been slain. What did you say? Doflamingo's veins bulged with fury at that moment. After a brief hesitation, Diamante relayed the truth to Doflamingo. Young master, Derringer was killed by Baichi. And there were witnesses. Doflamingo disregarded Diamante, forcefully slamming his hand on the table before seizing a bottle of exquisite red wine. Gulping it down, he exclaimed. To think someone would dare harm my kin. They must perish. Chapter 30, The Gathering at Dressrosa. Indeed, young master, I shall swiftly deal with that wretch Baichi. Diamante's sword began to levitate and twist in his grasp, presenting an odd spectacle. This is precisely the function of the floating fruit. It has the ability to transform any object into a silky, ethereal state, while the object's mass remains unchanged. By harnessing its power, one can render cumbersome and solid entities into a buoyant form, capable of vanquishing adversaries. However, that is not your primary concern. Your foremost task now is to become an undefeated champion of the arena, for this nation yearns for an idol like you. With a flick of his fingers, Doflamingo summoned a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself from behind. This is merely a replica created by the line fruit. One must commend Don Quixote Doflamingo for his remarkable ability to exploit the powers of the devil fruit. A seemingly worthless fruit has been transformed by Doflamingo into a means of creating duplicates and even performing cardiac surgery, illustrating that his talents are truly extraordinary. As for dealing with Baichi, I have already devised a strategy. The world must be made aware of the consequences of offending the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo's brow furrowed deeply, and the veins on his face became pronounced. Very well, Master Doflamingo, I shall head to the arena and become the hero of Dressrosa. Diamante bowed slightly to Doflamingo before striding away from the palace. Meanwhile, the battle on Baichi's side raged on. A searing flame suddenly surged towards him, crackling ominously, a testament to the intense heat that incinerated the surrounding air. Yet, Baichi merely smiled faintly. As the flames were about to make contact, his body transformed into an inky blackness, and the presence of armament Haki manifested. Although he had taken a fireball hit, Baichi emerged unscathed. You little brat. How could you withstand my lion's fire? Hold'em's expression twisted in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. It was indeed hard to fathom that someone could withstand such flames. One must understand that his lion's fire is not an ordinary flame. It is a magical fire generated by the devil fruit's lion form, with a temperature far exceeding that of typical flames. After years of combat, the enemy has always sought to evade my fiery assaults. It is a rare sight to witness someone deliberately withstand the flames of the lion. The defense of this young boy is extraordinarily formidable. Only individuals of the caliber of Flying Six could hope to contend with him. What a farce. The lion's flames are nothing extraordinary, Baichi scoffed. Since I have already established enmity with Drought Jack, there is no need for restraint. Hold'em instinctively reached for his dagger to unleash the Hellfire blade, only to remember that his weapon was already under Baichi's control, firmly grasped in his hands. This blade far surpasses the one I acquired from the black market. It appears the beast pirates possess considerable wealth. Merely a genuine strike grants access to such a fine weapon. Observing the swift blade seized from Hold'em, Baichi felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he advanced towards Hold'em step by step. The diminutive figure before Hold'em loomed like a mountain, suffocating him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. How is this possible? The oppressive aura emanating from an 8-year-old child is utterly incomprehensible. Hold'em's legs began to tremble. He had grown overly complacent, believing this child could only narrowly defeat Cypher's head. Now it was clear that he was gravely mistaken. His carelessness had imperiled his very life. Regret washed over Hold'em, but what use was it now? Baichi approached him inexorably, like a harbinger of death. The lion's head on Hold'em's belly, now filled with terror, emitted mournful cries, closing its eyes in dread of Baichi's approach. Yet, the sound of Baichi's footsteps echoed, each step resonating like a thunderous drum upon the lion's heart, instilling a chilling sense of dread. Suddenly, 3 arrows flew towards Baichi. In midair, they formed an elegant arc, advancing swiftly, their tips enveloped in a dark hue, a testament to the armed color coding. With the ability to sense the future, Baichi was aware of the arrows the moment they were released. 3 sidesteps, and he evaded them flawlessly. What? The centaur girl speed and the lion man Hold'em gasped in astonishment. Unexpectedly, the 3 arrows, imbued with armed color, fell short of their target. The two marveled at the sight, realizing that this young boy had awakened dual armed colors at such a tender age. What a prodigy. One can only imagine their astonishment had they known Baichi had awakened the rare trifecta of armed colors. The cowardly ambusher truly is despicable. A man clad entirely in yellow, with even his beard dyed the same hue, emerged amidst an oppressive heat. Baichi, Do not fret about the so-called beast pirates. Big Mom stands behind you. I, Owen, have come expressly to invite you to join the Big Mom pirates. To Owen. Gaining the favor of Big Mom is a coveted aspiration for many pirates. Undoubtedly, White Chi should be overwhelmed with gratitude, as Owen's words sounded like a royal decree. The Big Mom pirates? Among the 4 emperors, only that old fool Whitebeard could barely entice me to join. White Chi gazed at Owen with indifference, his eyes seemingly conveying, what Big Mom's crew? I, White Chi, hold it in utter disdain. This act incensed Owen, for it was already a considerable privilege for him to personally greet such a young scamp. The audacity of this impudent child, who dared to disregard the 4 emperors, was truly astonishing. It appeared he was utterly oblivious to the dread that the 4 emperors instilled. Youngster, I advise you to ponder carefully. Should you choose not to join the Big Mom pirates, I shall certainly prevent your return to Whitebeard, for Big Mom does not wish to see rival forces grow stronger. Owen's gaze was grave as he regarded White Chi, his words laced with an unmistakable threat. Seizing the opportunity while White Chi engaged Owen in conversation, Hold'em's trembling legs gradually regained their steadiness, allowing him to escape and distance himself from White Chi, reuniting with Speed. Exhaling heavily, Hold'em muttered to himself, damn it. I thought I was a goner. Thankfully, Minister Owen of the Big Mom crew arrived. Now you understand the prowess of that young rascal, Hold'em. Just moments ago, you couldn't even halt him through the transponder snail. Speed exclaimed angrily, her hoof striking the ground in frustration. Haha, I was indeed careless, Hold'em admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. The lion's head on his belly mirrored a look of regret. Let us observe what transpires with Owen. It would be ideal if he took down that young brat. With our combined strength, it would be challenging to defeat White Chi, Speed noted, recognizing Hold'em's realization of his folly and choosing not to dwell on it further. Humph, what is it? Does Lord Owen truly think he can kill me? White Chi scoffed, confident in his own abilities and dismissive of Owen, a mere figure not even worthy to rank among the 3 sweet commanders. Indeed, should you insist on defying Big Mom's will, do not blame my subordinates for their lack of courtesy. Owen glared fiercely at White Chi, his body temperature surging dramatically, igniting the wooden chairs and tables nearby. Then let it be so. I, White Chi, do not fear a mere for emperor. In an unexpected moment of reflection, White Chi recalled a classic line from the anime, reminiscent of Jinbei's proclamation before Big Mom, I am a crewmate of the future Pirate King. How could I fear a mere for emperor? Such bravado was utterly audacious. Such audacious remarks, how could I, White Chi, refrain from quoting them? Irving, with a look of sheer astonishment, thought the little brat must be out of his mind for uttering such arrogant words. Was he courting death? It was indeed the first time he had encountered someone who dismissed the 4 emperors so casually. Irving's eyes suddenly sparkled with fury, heating up from a distance. You little brat, allow me to demonstrate the capabilities of my Charlotte Irving's heat fruit. The massive sword, snatched from Hold'em, began to radiate heat. White Chi's hands turned black. Empowered by the Haki, and coupled with his formidable defensive abilities, he felt no significant harm. However, as the temperature soared, the sword began to melt. Observing the molten iron pooling on the ground, akin to lava, he mused, quite an impressive ability. White Chi licked his lips. Indeed, the devil fruit was a remarkable treasure. Setting aside the disparity in strength, the fruit's power to melt an opponent's weapon was truly exceptional. If it could elevate temperature to 10,000 degrees Celsius like in the film version of Akainu, then its combat prowess would be utterly monstrous. What's the matter? Now you understand that there are greater forces beyond, little brat? Do not presume yourself formidable merely because you've dispatched a few minions of the 4 emperors. Seeing White Chi's expression, Irving mistakenly believed he had instilled fear in him, swelling with pride. His gaze shifted to Speed and Hold'em, as if to say, see? Do not think that defeating clowns like Hold'em and Speed makes you special. While Hold'em and Speed were reluctant, they could do little. There existed a hierarchy even among the subordinates of the 4 emperors. Irving's strength was on par with the 6 flying fighters of the beast pirates. No. Please do not misinterpret my words. The fruit is indeed a fine one, but that does not equate to the prowess of its possessor, White Chi stated indifferently. He scrutinized the figures around him, the so-called elites of the New World, Irving, Hold'em, Speed, and the barely conscious fish-fighting Delinger lying on the ground. In White Chi's eyes, they didn't even qualify as opponents. With his robust physical abilities and the 3 types of Haki, he conservatively estimated himself to be of the caliber of a constellation or a grand board. Forgive my bluntness, but all of you present are utterly worthless, White Chi declared candidly. Irving's eyes widened in fury, flames emanating from his nostrils. Hold'em and Speed seethed in silent rage, yet they had no means to counter White Chi. After all, they could not defeat him. Satisfied with the peculiar expressions of those around him, White Chi reveled in his successful display of bravado. Hiki, how amusing, little brat. You are indeed quite arrogant. From the sky, a figure descended gracefully, akin to a bird alighting upon the ground. Chapter 32. The arena. This individual sported a head of golden short hair, adorned with a pair of dark red sunglasses, draped in a flamboyant pink feather coat, complemented by pointed leather shoes, striding with an air of arrogance. Was it not Don Quixote Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa, known as the Heavenly Yaksha? Doflamingo? White Chi scrutinized Doflamingo closely, and despite his observation Haki, he could discern no peculiarities. Had he not been aware from the anime of Doflamingo's abilities, the string clone, he might have struggled to question the authenticity of this individual. Truly a remarkable imitation. Minggu, you have truly gone to great lengths. I wager a chicken like that. Given Mingji's nature, the Doflamingo before us is undoubtedly a clone, a counterfeit. Doflamingo's appearance complicated the battlefield significantly. Irving dismissed the heavenly Yiksha, saying, I say, Joker. This little brat dares defy Big Mom's wishes. Do not interfere. I have been commanded by Big Mom to personally eliminate him. The implication was clear. This little brat should be dealt with by the Big Mom pirates. If Doflamingo were to take Baichi's life, it would amount to defying Big Mom's desires, and he would bear the consequences. Hiki, how intriguing. Doflamingo surveyed the surroundings, noting the two members of the Jack pirates. Ordinarily, he would cooperate with Jack, having previously agreed to assist his crew in eliminating Baichi. Logically, he should leave this to Hold'em and the others. However, the situation had shifted. This little brat Baichi had already dispatched his subordinate, Delinger, and Jack's men were no match for Baichi. Now, with the unexpected arrival of Big Mom's crew, it was a predicament. Though he harbored no fear of Big Mom's crew in the New World, it was imperative not to offend any of the four emperors. All the chaos stemmed from the presence of this youthful brat before him. Hiki, there is a grand event today. Why not join me to witness the spectacle? We can deliberate on who claims this Baichi brat afterward. Doflamingo's sinister laughter echoed, revealing his cunning nature. Am I merely a commodity for everyone to divide? I say, Heavenly Yiksha, what event are you referring to? Is there food and drink? Perhaps you could take me along to witness it. Baichi showed no fear of Doflamingo, maintaining a steady gaze. Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, turned cold as his mind raced. Allowing Baichi to perish here would be far too lenient. He already had a plan in mind. One that required the Don Quixote family's involvement to ensure Baichi's demise. This way, neither Big Mom nor Kaido could find fault with him. Baichi, you certainly possess courage. Very well, let us proceed together. After the duel feast at the arena, we shall settle accounts. Doflamingo's chilling laughter sent shivers down spines. Yet it had no effect on Baichi. What do you all think? Doflamingo directed his gaze towards Irving, Hold'em, and the others. I find myself rather hungry. It would be prudent to observe the event. However, Doflamingo, do not attempt any tricks. Baichi is mine, Irving warned. We have no objections, echoed Hold'em and Speed. They had no qualms about following Doflamingo, given his close ties with Lord Jack. That is splendid. Under Doflamingo's guidance, the group made their way to the bullfighting arena. It appeared the competition was nearing its conclusion. The victors from the four sections of the arena were vying for a treasure chest attached to the fish fighters. Two of the contestants were indeed Doflamingo's subordinates, Diamante and the Tuntun fruit user, Mahabais. On the battlefield, Diamante faced off against a long-legged warrior, while Mahabais battled a colossal giant pirate. Diamante, with a flourish, transformed his sword into a silken state, crafting it into a pair of princess horns. He appeared utterly satisfied with his unique technique, exuding an air of ease and mockery. The long-legged warrior, covered in wounds, had evidently suffered from Diamante's peculiar fruit abilities. After all, Diamante's attire was forged from iron. Leveraging the capabilities of his float fruit, the once rigid steel became as supple as silk when confronting enemies. This silk morphed into formidable steel weaponry. On the battlefield, Diamante flashed a confident smile towards Doflamingo. Brandishing his distinctive weapon, his sword transformed into a princess horn and charged fiercely at the long-legged warrior. The long-legged warrior, battered and bruised, found himself unable to evade such rapid assaults. A cry of agony pierced the air as he was struck, bloodied, and with two horns protruding from his chest. Diamante swiftly unsheathed his sword, and blood gushed forth. The long-legged warrior collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, all his strength devoted to keeping himself upright. The ground was soaked in crimson, and Diamante cast another glance at Doflamingo. Whitechie, what do you think of this battle? Doflamingo sneered, his face shrouded in darkness. Trying to intimidate me? Compared to the culinary delights, fine wines, and beautiful women here, this match is rather lackluster. Such a waste of a fruit. If the flap fruit were to evolve perfectly, it could undoubtedly rival the golden lion Shiki. He was the king of the last era, not inferior to Pirate King Roger. Chapter 33, The Rain Fruit Ha Ha Ha. What a presumptuous little brat. Doflamingo's veins bulged as he remained silent, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, leaving the surrounding pirates too frightened to speak. Hold'em, observing Doflamingo's silence, remarked. Just wait and see how we execute you, Whitechie. Let's see how long you can endure. In this confrontation, neither side will come out unscathed. Ultimately, death awaits you. Oh, shall we engage in a little sparring? Whitechie retorted provocatively to Hold'em's bluster, remembering Whitechie's resilience against his lion's fire. Hold'em longed to retort but found his strength inadequate, forcing him to swallow his words. Hold'em, are you not embarrassed enough today? Speed chided. Her mood soured as she recalled how Hold'em had disregarded her advice. Owen glanced between Doflamingo and Hold'em before indulging in his meal. After taking a generous sip of red wine, he turned his attention to Whitechie. Today, neither Kaido's beast pirates nor the Shichibukai Doflamingo could kill Whitechie. It had to be done by his own hands to maintain Big Mom's authority. Meanwhile, the portly Mahabais adorned with a long tuft of black chest hair and a red hat, appeared diminutive before the giants. Yet, with the ability of the Tun-Tun fruit, Mihawk could effortlessly ascend to the clouds and descend with the weight of 10, 100, or even 10,000 tons. In the manga, Mihawk had unleashed 10,000 tons of force against the giant Helding, who had only succeeded at the cost of multiple fractures. The giants in the arena clearly lacked Helding's ambition to be the leader of the giants. As Mihawk descended, even a mere 100 tons of weight left the giant combatants gasping for breath, nearly collapsing to the ground. Doflamingo had orchestrated this arena splendidly, ensuring that heroes emerged from his own ranks. On one hand, it bolstered Diamante's status among the onlookers. On the other, it served as a veiled proclamation of power. Doflamingo, the true king of this land. I say, Doflamingo, I finished my wine. Bring me 2 more bottles. Whitechie expressed no hint of politeness. As the king of this land, Doflamingo naturally provided the finest provisions. Ha ha ha, fetch this little brat some more exquisite red wine. Doflamingo snapped his fingers. A stunningly beautiful waitress approached him. Yes, my king, I shall fetch it right away. She curtsied slightly before retreating. Well, being a small king in this pirate world isn't so bad. Such a beautiful and poised woman only serves as a maid here. In my previous world, she'd surely be a celebrity or an internet sensation. One couldn't help but admire Doflamingo's zest for life. When would he have his own territory? Not an entire country, but just a region where all would heed his command. What a delightful thought. Before long, the beautiful waitress returned with 2 bottles of red wine for Whitechie. He graciously uttered a thank you, leaving the waitress startled, as service to the Don Quixote family was typically taken for granted. I wonder if Captain Whitechie would succeed in the arena? Doflamingo's sinister laughter echoed as he fixed his gaze on Whitechie. Has this fellow finally devised a strategy? If I voluntarily enter the arena and meet my demise at the hands of Doflamingo's men, then neither Big Mom nor Kaido could justly complain. Even the white group could not protest, blaming it solely on my inadequacy. However, it seemed Doflamingo had underestimated the combatants in the arena. Entering would likely result in an effortless victory for Whitechie, a notion Doflamingo had never anticipated. Do you wish for me to voluntarily join the arena and be slain? Whitechie spoke nonchalantly. Doflamingo's veins bulged, realizing that this little brat had seen through his intentions. For years, he had maneuvered others, but today he was outsmarted by an 8-year-old. Doflamingo's expression was one of incredulity. Seeing Doflamingo's discomfort brought a smirk to Whitechie's face. Well, if the rewards are substantial, I wouldn't mind competing for the championship. Ha ha ha. The reward is the Logia-type rain fruit. Surely, you must be pleased with such a prize? Chapter 34. Joining the bullfighting arena, Doflamingo grinned maliciously, eager to reveal the reward, fearful that Whitechie might decline. As long as Whitechie entered the arena, his plan could unfold perfectly. Once Whitechie took the stage, he could systematically annihilate his opponents, avenging his family's grievances against the Delinge family. Ding. Task activated. Seize the devil fruit and become the champion of the Dressrosa arena. Reward. Fragment of the devil fruit pictorial, 1/5. Whitechie was elated. Licking his lips in anticipation, yet he hesitated to agree immediately. Is the fruit so mediocre? Let me think. Doflamingo's fingers trembled with frustration, wishing he could eliminate Whitechie on the spot. However, he was acutely aware of the Kaido pirates and Big Mom pirates surrounding him. Whitechie himself was a captain of the world's strongest crew, the Whitebeard pirates. To offend 3 emperors simultaneously would be a foolish endeavor. No one in this world would be reckless enough to undertake such a task. Observing Doflamingo's silent rage, restrained by the might of the 4 emperors, Whitechie couldn't help but find amusement in his predicament. Very well, if the fruit is indeed a trash fruit, I suppose if I win, you could toss me an extra billion berries as a consolation? Whitechie proposed with genuine interest. Now, I shall make a substantial profit. The devil fruit, wealth, and the system's rewards, I desire them all. Hehehe, it appears that Captain Whitechie is quite confident in his own prowess. This is not difficult at all. Should Captain Whitechie emerge victorious, not only will I grant you 1 billion berries, but I shall also forgive the grudge against Deringer. Doflamingo, observing that Whitechie is about to take the bait, readily agrees. For in Doflamingo's eyes, Whitechie is already as good as dead. I trust you will uphold your word. A man possessing the Conqueror's Haki should not resort to deceit, Whitechie suddenly declared with seriousness. Bring me the agreement. Doflamingo commanded his slug-like subordinate, Toripole, who was lingering by his throne. Of course, Doflamingo, Toripole replied, slinking away while wiping his nose. As he departed, he cast a sidelong glance at Whitechie, one that bore the gaze of a cadaver. An agreement? It seems Doflamingo had already devised a strategy. How amusing. Yet, I wonder what expression will grace Doflamingo's face when he finds himself defeated in the bullfighting arena? Soon, Toripole returned with the agreement, which indeed stated that Whitechie voluntarily entered the bullfighting arena to earn his rewards, with life and death at stake. Haha, Doflamingo, your scheme is quite clever. I shall sign my name. Toripole watched intently as Whitechie inscribed his signature, revealing a peculiar smile. Doflamingo, this little brat is signed. Hehehe. Well then. I wish you good fortune, Whitechie. Wait, Shichibukai Doflamingo. Owen approached Whitechie. I have stated that this brat must be killed by my own hand. or you will incur the wrath of the Big Mom pirates. Humph. Owen, this child voluntarily entered the bullfighting arena for his rewards. I am powerless to intervene, Doflamingo replied, his cunning gaze meeting Owen's fiery glare. Then I must participate in this arena as well. Owen's fist radiated a sudden heat, causing smoke to rise in the air. Doflamingo's fingers trembled, 5 transparent strings appearing out of thin air. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Tory Pole, Hold'em, Speed, and even Diamante, who had subdued the long-legged tribe in the arena, sensed the unusual tension emanating from Doflamingo's side and turned their attention towards it. That scoundrel, by Chi, may very well incite a rift between Doflamingo and Big Mom's pirate crew. Humph. Since you wish to join the arena, Owen, all you need to do is sign this agreement. Doflamingo's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he licked them, an aura of dominance enveloping him. Humph, Doflamingo. Do not attempt to deceive me. With a bold stroke, Owen inscribed his name, Charlotte Owen. Master Doflamingo, this match promises to be quite intriguing. Allow me to participate as well. The slimy figure of the snail, dripping mucus, approached with his cane. Having collaborated with Doflamingo for many years, Torbol understood his intentions with just a glance. Should Owen enter the fray, controlling the situation would prove challenging for Diamante and Mahabais. However, if he joined the battle, it would be no trouble to ensnare Owen in collaboration with Mahabais on familiar territory. Diamante, on the other hand, would be tasked with tormenting Bai Chi. With Diamante's lethal methods, he was most suited for eliminating Bai Chi. The mere thought of Diamante's deadly stardust raining down upon Bai Chi, watching as he bled out under the relentless assault of iron fragments from the sky, thrilled Torbol immensely. Speed, quickly pen a letter to Lord Jack. We are utterly unable to manage the situation. Hold'em exclaimed upon witnessing Owen and others joining the arena, his urgency palpable. What shall we do, Hold'em? Should we also join? Speed articulated their most pressing dilemma. Join? Even without competition, handling Bai Chi is beyond my capabilities. Yet, if we refrain from joining, we cannot account for our inaction to Jack. Chapter 35. The stage is set. Hold'em. Make a decision swiftly. Speed, being a woman, had completely lost her composure. Her face flushed with anxiety as she shouted at the Lion Man. This night, demon, we too must partake. After a tormenting deliberation, Hold'em resolved to join. They were well aware of Jack's methods. Should they choose not to participate, they could very well endure a prolonged ordeal, subjected to whips and torment. Whether they could withstand such a trial for 3 days and nights remained a daunting question. In this context, it appears that within the arena, survival takes precedence over task completion as one navigates the chaos. Participating in the arena serves as a means to provide Jack with an explanation, and the possibility of success remains. Hehehe. Will you also take part? Torpol, present them with the agreement. This competition is becoming increasingly intriguing, isn't it, Torpol? Doflamingo's lips curled upwards. In the arena, the giants were effortlessly crushed by the immense power of Mahabais. Only Mahabais and the user of the flare fruit, Diamante, remained on the field. Below, I announced that several competitors will be parachuting into the arena. The true contest has only just begun. The host's impassioned voice resonated through the broadcast. The audience initially paused in surprise, then erupted into cheers. After all, the preceding battle was a complete rout, devoid of excitement. The prospect of new entrants aligned perfectly with the audience's desires. These are all significant figures. I now declare that the parachuting contestants include the first, a member of the Yonko crew. As the announcement concluded, applause from the arena grew fervent. Who would have thought members of the Yonko crew would attend? This competition is bound to be captivating. But do not rejoice too soon. We have yet to ascertain which member of the Yonko crew it is. It could very well be another weakling, easily defeated by Doflamingo subordinates. This is true, the strength of the Yonko crew members varies, and some may not even surpass the average pirate in prowess. Despite this, one must speak softly lest the Yonko crew overhear. The Yonko crew undoubtedly holds an emperor-like presence in the New World. Upon hearing such remarks, the audience member who suggested weakness among the Yonko crew quickly silenced himself. Glancing around nervously, observing no immediate threat, he exhaled slowly. The first contestant is Charlotte Owen, the Yellow Minister from the Big Mom Pirates. As the host's voice announced this, the crowd erupted once more. Gaping mouths filled the arena. Who would have anticipated such a heavyweight? Owen is a minister of the Big Mom Pirates, second only to the Sweet Commanders. Indeed, it is astonishing. It is said his bounty is 300 million. Owen is undoubtedly a core member of the Yonko crew. Being the brother of the Sweet Commander, Charlotte Katakuri, are you referring to the man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion? The crowd gasped collectively. This year's bullfighting arena is likely to be the most spectacular yet. Owen strode heavily towards the arena. As he surveyed the surroundings, a fighting fish suddenly leapt from the water, attacking him. Heh. Owen merely smiled faintly. Heatwave. His fist, combined with the surrounding air, suddenly heated up, and waves of warmth enveloped his fist, propelling it toward the fighting fish. Under the scorching air pressure, the fish was instantaneously seared, plummeting back into the water, thrashing a few times before succumbing. I remember now. Charlotte Owen is a user of a heat fruit, possessing the ability to boil the sea. An audience member shouted. Is that a joke? Boiling the sea? The person beside him was astounded, unable to close his mouth. What kind of monster has been summoned to this bullfighting arena? Observing the frenzied crowd below, Oven felt a sense of gratification, casting a glance at Bai Chi. Just wait, Bai Chi. I shall announce to the world the consequences of offending the big mom pirates in the arena. It seems that everyone holds high expectations for contestant Oven. The next to enter is Torpole, a senior executive of the Don Quixote family. The audience applauded continuously. Under Doflamingo's long-term brainwashing, many in the country idolized him. Go, Torpole. Two beautiful women cheered enthusiastically, akin to cheerleaders. Who would have thought the Don Quixote family would send two senior executives to this arena? It appears Doflamingo is taking this competition very seriously. Hoo, Doflamingo, I will surely complete the task. The snot-nosed Torpole expressed his confidence. The third and fourth contestants are two formidable members of the Beast Pirates, Hold'em and Speed. Who would have thought even the Beast Pirates would join? It seems both are users of Zoan-type devil fruits, as expected from the Beast Pirates. This competition promises to be riveting. Indeed, this time, the ticket purchase was undoubtedly worthwhile. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the match. The final contestant for this competition is Captain Bai Chi from the Whitebeard Pirates. The cheers erupted once more. Chapter 36. The competition begins. Goodness, this match features 3 subordinates of the Yonko. Bring me the camera. I must document this competition. It is likely to be the most renowned event in the Dressrosa bullfighting arena. Captain Bai Chi? Have you heard of him? An audience member queried, puzzled. He seems to be the latest addition to the Whitebeard crew, right? Bai Chi slowly stepped into the arena, but the applause abruptly ceased. The crowd fell silent for quite some time. Is this child truly the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Could there be a mistake? One audience member broke the silence. I was unaware that the Whitebeard Pirates had such a captain. Confusion reigned among them. I recall seeing his bounty. It was 100 million berries. One audience member slapped his forehead. 100 million berries? That seems excessive. Perhaps it's due to the reputation of the Whitebeard crew, the strongest pirate crew in the world. Raising the stakes. So, isn't this little brat just seeking punishment? Look at his opponents, 2 formidable members from the Beast Pirates, 2 high-ranking officials from the Don Quixote family, and one from the Big Mom Pirates, whose Minister Oven is no weakling. His strength is undoubtedly above 300 million berries. With Bai Chi being average in strength, and alone, this young child will likely be toyed within the arena. The crowd shook their heads, sighing in disappointment. Clearly, they did not hold high hopes for this mere 8-year-old boy. Bai Chi lazily strolled into the arena, declaring, heh. This bullfighting arena will mark my first proclamation of conquering the seas. Defeating so many renowned figures from the New World will undoubtedly multiply my bounty. After that, I shall be a name of note in these waters. The previous victories against the Wolfhead Pirates and the minor Admiral Alambis were inconsequential. This battle will herald Bai Chi's emergence as a newcomer on the grand stage of the ocean. This is monumental news. Who would have thought that this humble bullfighting arena would host a competition among 3 Yonko and a warlord? A middle-aged man remarked with satisfaction. Lena, ensure the entire competition is captured well. This is major news. Selling it to the World Economic News Agency should fetch a handsome price. A plump man with an oily face beamed with excitement. Indeed, boss. Dressed in professional attire, Lena focused her camera on the arena, fearing she might miss any electrifying moments. Following Bai Chi's entry, the host continued the broadcast. All competitors have now entered. I hereby declare the commencement of this competition. Bai Chi. I will make your demise most unpleasant. Doflamingo's lips twisted wickedly, revealing a terrifying visage. Heatwave. Irvine initiated the assault. The scorching air surged towards Bai Chi like a swift ocean current. The onlookers were taken aback. The competition had barely commenced, leaving no time for contemplation. Yet Irvine had already launched his attack, evidently aware of his mission from the moment he stepped onto the stage. Everyone began calculating their own strategies. The Don Quixote family exchanged knowing glances, immediately grasping the young master's intent. Toripole and Mahabais advanced towards Irvine, intent on thwarting him, while Diamante, the user of the Flare fruit, charged at Bai Chi. I hope Irvine's strike does not claim your life. Otherwise, it would be too easy for you, kid, Diamante murmured. Although the match had just begun, everyone had already devised their battle plans. Only Hold'em and Speed of the Beast Pirates remained uncertain. What should we do, Hold'em? Speed asked anxiously. I think we stand no chance against them. Instead, we should strike when Bai Chi is on the verge of defeat. With my lion's fire and your Haki arrows, we can launch a surprise attack on Bai Chi. Hold'em declared fiercely. You finally seem to be using your head. I was worried we had no plan. Speed exhaled slowly. In the audience, as this sudden attack unfolded, cheers erupted and some even whistled. The match had ignited the spectators' excitement. Make sure to capture every moment. We're about to strike it rich. Lena. The rotund promoter's face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, atop his throne, Doflamingo's voice cut through the atmosphere. Young master, with Toripole and Mahabais' strength, it seems unlikely they can defeat Irvine. A sharp, feminine voice chimed in. The speaker, a towering muscular man, was Sika, one of Doflamingo's highest-ranking officers, a stark contrast between his physique and voice. That's inconsequential. As long as Diamante can eliminate that kid before Irvine escapes, everything will be fine, Doflamingo laughed, his eerie chuckle echoing alongside Sika's. On the battlefield, Bai Chi narrowly evaded Irvine's fiery punch. Diamante grinned. Excellent. This way, you can be my worthy opponent. Let's take our time. Don't perish too easily. Observing Diamante, who resembled an Indian warrior, Baichi laughed. It seems your assessment of your own strength is quite inaccurate, Diamante. He taunted. Haha, just a brash little brat. You will regret crossing the Don Quixote family. Daring to offend Doflamingo, your fate is sealed. Diamante declared, swiftly closing in on Baichi. Bullfighter's lance. I'll use the very technique that dealt with the long-legged tribe to finish you. Diamante's sword transformed into the shape of a bull's head, charging at Baichi. Chapter 37. The display of Haki. Go ahead and ravage Baichi, Diamante. Doflamingo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Let the world know that even those from the four emperors must perish if they dare provoke the Don Quixote family. Hiki, young master. You should let me join the arena. I'll break that brat's legs. Piped a sharp voice, belonging to the robust Pika. The audience buzzed with anticipation. Did Diamante just strike at that kid? Indeed, he unleashed the bullfighter's lance. He won't eliminate the kid instantly. Will he? One spectator lamented. Saddened at the prospect of such a young talent being lost so soon after escaping Whitebeard's protection. Ah, the youth, failing to recognize the danger, is destined to meet his demise. In the arena, Irvine found himself besieged by Tori Pole and Mahabais, unable to break free from their grasp. Particularly, Torpole's sticky chains proved to be a nuisance, ensnaring his foes with great difficulty to escape. Mahabais, leveraging his weight, descended from above, delivering a 1,000-ton force upon Irvine, who had to contend with both the sticky chains and the impending impact. Witnessing Diamante's bullfighter's lance aimed at Baichi, Irvine bellowed in fury, Doflamingo. How dare you employ such despicable means to eliminate Baichi? Bastard. Mahabais and Tori Pole snickered in agreement. Finish him, Diamante. This is the consequence of offending the Don Quixote family. However, the unfolding scene left everyone dumbfounded. The bull-headed sword struck Baichi's chest with tremendous force. Yet he remained unyielding. The steel bullhead was visibly dented. Devil fruit ability? Diamante's first instinct was to assume Baichi had developed some formidable power. He could scarcely believe that a mere 8-year-old could possess such robust defensive capabilities. Outside the arena, Doflamingo's rage was palpable. What trick is Diamante pulling? Master. It seems that kid withstood the attack. Sika could hardly believe his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. What did you say? Doflamingo questioned, incredulity etched on his face. Upon closer analysis, the truth became apparent. Diamante had underestimated Baichi's strength. Doflamingo's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. That child had withstood Diamante's assault? Indeed, it appeared so. After a moment of stunned silence, applause erupted throughout the audience. Lena, how did the footage turn out? Did you capture a close-up of Baichi withstanding Diamante's attack? The promoter inquired. Don't worry, I got the close-up. Lena replied confidently. This news will be sensational. The promoter was highly satisfied, envisioning a potential promotion from this footage. In the arena, Irvine was slightly taken aback but quickly chuckled. Hang in there, kid. I must personally end this. Hold'em and Speed were utterly bewildered. Should we assist Diamante in dealing with Baichi? Let's wait a moment and observe. Baichi sneered at Diamante. What's the matter, Diamante? Is that all you've got? Bastard. What fruit did you consume? Diamante's sword began to sway as if animated by the wind, attacking Baichi from various angles like a serpent. Devil fruit? Baichi paused momentarily. Activating his observation Haki, he deftly evaded Diamante's strikes. How laughable. Do you really think I am a worthless fool who relies on devil fruits like you? A true warrior reigns supreme, even without such powers. A surge of confidence radiated from him. Diamante, feeling inexplicably lightheaded, sensed an overwhelming presence emanating from Baichi, who seemed to loom like an insurmountable mountain before him. A sensation of being relentlessly compressed by an unseen force enveloped his body, and before he realized it, beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. Doflamingo, who is that? How can they be like you? Sika exclaimed, her mouth agape, her dissonant voice eliciting amusement. Yet, in that moment, Doflamingo found no humor. He clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. Undoubtedly, he understood better than anyone that the boy had indeed unleashed Conqueror's Haki. In the arena, both Owen and Tori Bowl, along with the formidable members of the Beast Pirates, were taken aback. This was inconceivable. To possess Conqueror's Haki akin to that of Katakuri. Owen's lips quivered. Disbelief etched across his face. Tori Bowl and Mahabais gazed at Baichi in utter bewilderment. How could this brat wield the same Haki as the young master Doflamingo? At that moment, Speed and Hold'em trembled, fully grasping that Baichi's defeat of Sypha's head was no mere stroke of luck. The task assigned to us by Lord Jack is far too perilous. We are utterly incapable of accomplishing it. Chapter 38. The demise of Hold'em. Diamante nearly collapsed, suddenly realizing that Baichi was utilizing Conqueror's Haki. Gazing at Baichi, his lips quivered. How does this little brat possess Conqueror's Haki? Conqueror's Haki? It was quite easily acquired. Baichi spoke truthfully. He had obtained it merely by completing a simple task assigned by the system. Impossible, Diamante exclaimed, on the brink of despair, gazing at the diminutive Baichi. At merely 8 years of age, he wielded Conqueror's Haki, akin to that of the young master Doflamingo. What is wrong, Diamante? Weren't you just boasting about killing me? You can't be all talk, can you? Baichi taunted. Don't think that possessing Conqueror's Haki grants you free reign. I will crush you in your cradle. Diamante roared, losing all semblance of reason. Outside the arena, Doflamingo's expression darkened. Diamante had completely lost his rationality. Helpless. Doflamingo reflected on how diminishing one's intellect and succumbing to madness were also tactics of Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo. Pika attempted to comfort him, but found no words to express, swallowing them back midway. At that moment, a fiery arrow swiftly hurtled towards Baichi. The coordinated attack of Hold'em and Speed, with their lion-like flames, propelled the arrow in Baichi's direction. The arrow's velocity was so astonishingly swift that even Owen failed to notice it. Only Doflamingo, observing from outside the arena, caught sight of it. Those two. Hold'em and Speed have finally made their move. That arrow possesses the power to severely wound Baichi. Diamante, you must seize this opportunity and eliminate Baichi. Doflamingo's grim expression transformed into a sinister smile. At this moment, he no longer wished for Diamante to toy with Baichi, as he now perceived Baichi's strength to surpass that of Diamante. As the crowd finally reacted, Lena questioned, "What just transpired? Whose attack was that? I couldn't see clearly. It was too fast." The rotund boss insisted, "Slow it down and replay it." Upon reviewing the footage, it became evident that Hold'em and Speed had combined their skills. Taking advantage of Baichi's conversation with Diamante, they unleashed their most potent strikes. Hold'em's lion's fire enveloped a bow infused with a domineering aura, its speed doubled compared to usual. Logically, this arrow should have struck Baichi unawares, and its incredible speed made evasion impossible. Yet, in the replay, Baichi somehow managed to avoid it. Slow it down even further. The overweight boss urged, intrigued. As the playback was slowed to 1/100th of its original speed, both Lena and the boss gaped in disbelief. They were momentarily stupefied. Lena spoke, "Boss, if this isn't mere coincidence, it is truly bizarre." Just as the arrow was about to hit Baichi, he subtly sidestepped, avoiding the arrow as it whizzed past him. This boy, Baichi, must be given a close-up. I sense there is a sensational story to be uncovered within him. Indeed, boss. Lena replied, not daring to hesitate as the camera shifted its focus from Owen to Baichi. Outside the arena, Pika's throat quivered. Master Doflamingo, did that boy truly evade it? Is it observation Haki? Doflamingo was now violently coughing, the veins on his forehead bulging. Cough, cough. Pika. Why do I feel our plan is on the verge of collapse? Mere tricks. Although Baichi did not see the arrow coming, through his observation, he instinctively dodged it. In an instant, he vanished. With agility maxed out by the system, Baichi moved at an unprecedented speed, leaving only an illusion for Diamante. The next moment, Baichi appeared before Hold'em and the others, causing Hold'em's face to drain of color. Speed, likewise, was paralyzed with fright, his legs trembling as if weighed down by lead, unable to move even an inch. Without a hint of hesitation, Baichi's dark fist struck Hold'em. The lion within Hold'em's belly roared in terror. To Hold'em, Baichi now appeared as a demon, and as he gazed into Baichi's cold and emotionless eyes, he thought, "What? Why does this boy's gaze seem so piercing?" Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Hold'em could no longer think, for Baichi's shadowy fist had already smashed into his head. In a bizarre turn of events, the sheer force was so overwhelming that Baichi's blow decapitated Hold'em, whose head rolled away, only to be snatched up by a pufferfish leaping from the water. Speed, now paralyzed with horror, collapsed to the ground, eyes wide and mouth trembling, desperate to speak. Yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. "I advise you, Speed, do not provoke me further. Withdraw from the competition, or you shall meet the same fate as Hold'em." Baichi's gaze remained icy, showing no signs of remorse after taking a life. Chapter 39. Scaring off Speed. Speed coughed violently, urging himself to speak. He stabbed his own body with the arrow in his hand, the acute pain snapping him out of his terror. Finally, he managed to declare, "I forfeit. Judge, I forfeit. Let me leave this place." What nonsense. What revenge from Jack? If he didn't withdraw now, he might very well die. Surviving was a stroke of luck. Just look at what happened to Hold'em. He once basked in glory, wielding power in Wano. But now? Not even a complete corpse remained. Speed had made up his mind. He would leave the competition and escape the new world, a realm where a weakling like him did not belong. The judge, utterly flabbergasted, had never witnessed anyone forfeiting out of sheer fright in all his years overseeing the arena. Useless scum. Jack's subordinates are nothing but cowards. Doflamingo seethed with rage. He had anticipated that Diamante and Jack's men would join forces to eliminate Baichi. Yet, he found Jack's subordinates, members of a Yonko crew, not only lacking in strength but also devoid of any spirit. "Pika, take your men and capture Speed. I intend to hand him over to Jack. As a traitor of the Jack pirates, Jack will deal with him personally." Doflamingo gasped for breath. The events of the day had spiraled out of control. The situation was rapidly becoming unmanageable. Doflamingo, the formidable king of the skies, was now thoroughly troubled by this boy named Baichi. "Lena, what transpired?" "Boss. I couldn't see clearly either. It was too fast." Lena was equally startled by the unfolding scene. In an instant, Baichi had reached Hold'em. And the most terrifying part was that Hold'em's head had rolled away, devoured by a pufferfish. How had Baichi suddenly appeared before Hold'em? What ability did he possess? Why had Hold'em's head fallen? Questions swirled in Lena's mind. Looking at the camera in her hand, she realized it was the only means to unravel the mystery. "Slow it down 100 times. she commanded. Even the rotund boss was filled with curiosity. In the playback slowed to 1/100th of its original speed. Baichi seemed to have activated some kind of cheat, propelling himself with incredible explosive force, akin to an arrow, before halting just before hold'em. Despite the 100-fold slowdown, the scene remained eerily surreal. At such a swift pace, how did he come to a sudden halt? The ability of the teleportation fruit? As the scene unfolded, Baichi's dark fist forcefully struck down Hold'em's head. Lina and the boss gasped for breath, astonished by the formidable strength of this mere 8-year-old child. This little brat is a demon. Even those who remained on the sidelines, including Lina, were drenched in cold sweat, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Boss. This boy kills without a hint of hesitation or remorse. Is this the psychological fortitude of an 8-year-old? In the new world, there are many ruthless characters. We merely need to focus on our own tasks. Lina, capture a close-up of the Whitebeard cruise captain. Though the corpulent boss was equally shocked. Having been in the new world for quite some time, he had witnessed his share of brutal scenes, giving him a stronger psychological resilience than Lina. Back in the arena, Charlotte, Owen, and others were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Baichi, this little brat, could eliminate Hold'em in an instant. They were all part of the Yonko crew, and even Kaido and Big Mom occasionally had minor conflicts. Owen recognized the man named Hold'em. Although his strength was far inferior to his own, achieving a swift kill on Hold'em was no trivial matter. Gazing at the youthful Baichi, he murmured. Now I finally understand why Big Mom invited you to join. It seems you indeed possess some remarkable abilities. Sticky chains. Sticky meteor. Observing the situation unfolding on Baichi's side, Tori Pole hastily launched his attack. Mahabai's Diamante is unlikely to be a match for that brat Baichi. We must intensify our offensive. Viscous liquid continuously oozed from Torpal's body, transforming into chains and morning stars that rushed toward Owen. What a repugnant ability, Owen complained. Despite its lack of offensive strength, the stickiness of the substance was exceedingly disgusting. Once ensnared, it was challenging to break free from its formidable grip. Meanwhile, he had to defend against Mahabai's assaults, causing Owen's agitation to mount. I must swiftly eliminate these clowns, Owen bellowed, as Mahabai's descended from the sky, unleashing a tremendous force. Owen ceased his evasion. His fists grew increasingly heated, turning crimson as if they were red-hot iron. Scorching fist. Owen's fiery fist plunged toward the plump Mahabai's. Mahabai's, bewildered, exclaimed. Owen, do you intend to withstand my colossal strength? Clown, perish. Owen's searing fist struck the descending Mahabai's. A crack echoed as bones fractured. Yet Mahabai's felt the brunt of Owen's blazing assault. The sound of sizzling flesh filled the air. Mahabai's was knocked unconscious by Owen's strike, leaving a large imprint of his fist on his abdomen, reminiscent of a branding iron, with an eerie aroma of barbecued meat wafting through the air. Chapter 40. The Unhinged High-Ranking Officer. Mahabai's. Torpal attempted to pull Mahabai's with his sticky chains, but Owen, free to act, heated the air, causing Torpal's chains to ignite. You're next, Torpal. Only I shall slay Baichi. Owen roared. Observing Owen with a fractured arm, Torpal retorted, Owen, the outcome remains uncertain. I shall finish you off and then execute Baichi alongside Diamante. Outside the arena, Doflamingo rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, Fools, all fools. Meanwhile, Diamante, in a fit of rage, launched a frenzied assault on Baichi with half-moon burial. A massive wave of sword energy cleaved through the arena, splitting it in two like tofu. The chaotic sword energy surged toward Baichi. Die, Baichi. Diamante shouted, losing his composure as a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family. Terrified by an 8-year-old brat's Conqueror's Haki, the audience outside erupted in cheers, and betting began, with Baichi emerging as a favorite. One side was young yet possessed an extraordinary talent for Conqueror's Haki, while the other was an established pirate with ample combat experience. The odds for both Baichi and Diamante stood at 1-1. I doubt that little brat Baichi can match Diamante, despite awakening Conqueror's Haki. He is still far too young and likely lacks sufficient combat experience and strength. Have you ever seen a man with Conqueror's Haki who was mediocre? I'm backing that little brat. Lina, get a close-up. A close-up. The corpulent boss's excitement escalated as the explosive confrontation between Diamante and Baichi was about to commence. In the arena, Baichi smiled faintly. Is this your desperate strike? Pathetic. He stood motionless, enveloped in darkness, as the sword energy passed by without inflicting any harm. Upon witnessing Baichi remain unscathed, Diamante was utterly dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief. If he had merely dodged, he could still maintain some dignity. But to have his full force strike absorbed by an 8-year-old brat was beyond comprehension. Dressed in Indian attire, Diamante stood frozen, speechless. Armament Haki covering his entire body? This little brat has mastered it to such a degree? Doflamingo was astonished, having assumed that Baichi was merely a novice in armament Haki. However, this full body coverage indicated a level far exceeding mere beginners. That little rascal can achieve full body armament Haki, just like me? Torpal was equally shocked, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had taken a decade to master full body armament Haki, while this child was only 8. How much time could he have had to refine his skills? This talent is exceedingly formidable. The astonishing Baichi's gaze has now turned cold and sinister. Diamante, I am about to take action. Do you have any remaining tricks up your sleeve? He cast a disdainful glance at Diamante. Having followed Doflamingo for many years and wielding the advantage of the 7 warlords of the sea, Diamante has triumphed over countless adversaries. Even being privy to certain secrets of the navy, he is indeed a figure who straddles both the underworld and the legitimate realm, with most pirates in the New World showing him utmost respect. Yet, this mere novice dares to look down upon him. In a fit of rage, Diamante's singular focus now is to eliminate Bai Chi. Diamante, driven to fury, retrieves several firecrackers from his coat and launches them into the sky. The light, fluttering paper pieces soar above. This is specially prepared for you, Bai Chi. Enjoy. With that, Diamante licked his lips, revealing a menacing grin. Death Star shards. The once light paper has transformed into an impenetrable rain of iron, darkening the sky. The onlookers, feeling an oppressive weight in their hearts, gaze up at the ominous iron debris. Damn it, I bet on that little brat Bai Chi to win. I'm going to lose money, lamented a despondent gambler. I always said, that little brat Bai Chi, even with his Conqueror's Haki, is just an 8-year-old child. How could he possibly contend with seasoned pirates? Laughed another audience member who had wagered on Diamante. In the arena, Turbol is gradually being overpowered by Odin, witnessing the shower of star shards. Diamante, you fool. Are you attempting an indiscriminate attack? The furious Diamante, now devoid of reason, disregards Turbol and the others, unleashing the deadly star shards. Odin and Turbol cease their battle, both striving to shield themselves from the cascading metallic debris. Turbol conjures a massive barrier of slime around his head, while Odin activates his observation Haki to evade. The shards that he cannot dodge are heated into molten iron and fall harmlessly into the water. Boss, that fellow named Bai Chi is likely finished. The camera zooms in on Bai Chi, whose expression remains utterly placid, standing motionless in the arena. Alas, he must be paralyzed with fear. The boss exhaled heavily. Initially, I thought this competition might reveal a dark horse to captivate the audience, but it seems all hope is lost. Chapter 41. Shock and Dressrosa Bai Chi, this dark horse, is destined to perish. The various factions in the New World are deeply entrenched. How could one emerge as a dark horse with such difficulty? Standing still on the ground, Bai Chi is not intimidated by Diamante's imposing presence. Rather, he feels no need to evade. A smile curls at the corners of his mouth, as his purpose for entering the arena has always been to showcase his arrival to the world. To achieve fame that resonates throughout the seas, one must create a spectacle. As for his most astonishing skill, Bai Chi grinned widely, gathering a tremendous amount of energy and activating his armament Haki. He pointed his hand towards the sky and shouted, "Shock, shock attack." A powerful force swept across the entire arena. The explosive energy surged skyward, and the star shards above seemed to be under the influence of a mysterious power, magically transforming into black ash. The star shards shattered into dust, scattering everywhere. The sky darkened further, filled with a dense cloud of iron powder that gradually dissipated with the wind. What just transpired? Lena, replay that. This time we bet right. That little brat Bai Chi actually countered Diamante's Death Star shards. The battle between Bai Chi and Diamante appears to be nearing its conclusion. Indeed, a true dark horse. The plump boss, who moments ago was in despair, now radiates enthusiasm. Yes, boss. In slow motion, Bai Chi's attack appears incredibly refined. That explosive energy seems capable of tearing everything apart. Boss, what kind of energy is this? A devil fruit ability? Lena, witnessing such a terrifying attack for the first time, wore a shocked expression. The boss remained silent for a long time, while Lena glanced at him, noticing the beads of sweat on his chubby cheeks and his dazed eyes, completely oblivious to her words. In the palace of Dressrosa, King Doflamingo felt a dryness in his throat. After a fit of violent coughing, he turned to Pika. That little brat's attack just now resembled. Pika, roused from his stupor by Doflamingo's inquiry, responded, "Are you referring to Whitebeard's shock attack? How could this be possible? Is it conceivable that there are 2 tremor fruits in this world?" Just moments ago, Bai Chi's attack bore a striking resemblance to Whitebeard's, save for the difference in power. Doflamingo and Pika exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a tumult of shock and confusion. Owen was equally baffled. Could there truly be 2 tremor fruits aboard Whitebeard's ship? Impossible. Regardless, Bai Chi must perish here today. This young prodigy's talent is far too monstrous. If left unchecked, he could pose a severe threat to Big Mom's crew. The potential exhibited by Bai Chi, whether it be the rare Conqueror's Haki or this tremor-like attack akin to the most formidable paramecia, left Owen deeply apprehensive. At such a tender age, he was already extraordinarily formidable. If this trajectory continues, he is undoubtedly on the path to becoming a Yonko for Big Mom's crew. Having a young boy with the potential of a Yonko aboard Whitebeard's ship signifies that Big Mom may never attain the title of Pirate King. For the sake of Big Mom's dream of becoming Pirate King and the future of her Yonko crew, such a prodigious talent cannot be allowed to live. The most astonished in the arena was Diamante. His most cherished technique, the Death Star Shard, was the culmination of years of research based on his fruit's abilities. If even the Death Star Shard could not subdue Bai Chi, then his duel was undoubtedly a failure. Gazing at the youthful 8-year-old, Diamante exhaled slowly, questioning the adequacy of his own strength. Reflecting on his years alongside Doflamingo, he acknowledged his limited growth. It appeared he had overly relied on Doflamingo and the title of Warlord of the Sea, neglecting to enhance his own capabilities, which would ultimately lead to his downfall in this vast ocean. This principle, once a guiding tenet since entering the New World, had been forgotten amidst a life of indulgence. An 8-year-old Baichi? Humph, his talent is indeed terrifying. As Doflamingo remarked, a new world is on the horizon. Baichi's figure began to shimmer, and in a burst of speed, he left only a phantasm before Diamante. In the next moment, a shadowy fist materialized before him. Even in defeat, I shall maintain my dignity. A spark of defiance surged within Diamante. He pressed his sword against his chest, relieved to possess a final trump card. With the capabilities of the flare fruit, he could render steel as supple as silk. His coat was crafted from steel. With the protection of this steel coat and the defense of his rapier, he could execute a counterattack while Baichi was still in shock. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. All previous humiliations could be reversed in this moment. Diamante's confident grin re-emerged. Humph. The boy is indeed too naive. He envisioned Baichi striking his sturdy steel coat, his face a mask of disbelief, only for Diamante to swiftly retaliate. Yet, reality proved harsh. The overwhelming explosive force, combined with his armament Haki, allowed Baichi to pierce through Diamante's steel-clad arm. A searing pain surged through him as his chest and shoulder were obliterated. How is this possible? Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Baichi. The strength of this young boy was astonishingly formidable. Chapter 42. I shall face 3 alone. Not only was his rapier shattered, but even his prideful steel coat was penetrated by a single blow, an unfathomable display of power. Gazing at the broken sword in his severed right arm, Diamante could only manage a bitter smile. Had that punch included the tremor attack, his life would likely have been forfeit. Baichi, I never expected you to be this powerful. At that moment, the last vestige of Diamante's rebellious spirit evaporated. The boy before him was far too astonishing. Such a degree of power, one might think only the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo could rival it. Diamante closed his eyes, aware that in his current state, Baichi merely needed to capitalize on his advantage and deliver a single blow to render him utterly incapable of further combat. On the sidelines, Doflamingo clasped his hands over his head, obscuring his expression. All that could be heard was his trembling voice, filled with disbelief that Diamante had fallen so swiftly. How infuriating. Witnessing the utter defeat of his family's strongest officer left Doflamingo in a state of helplessness. The Don Quixote family's elite fighters were regrettably few, which was precisely why he had exerted so much effort to recruit the likes of Paika. At that moment, Paika was profoundly shaken. This young man, named Baichi, continually defied his expectations. Observing Doflamingo in despair, Paika wished to offer words of comfort, but found himself at a loss for anything meaningful. In hindsight, all attempts at consolation seemed so utterly inadequate. Just when everyone anticipated that Baichi would seize the momentum and dispatch Diamante, he unexpectedly refrained from attacking. Instead, Baichi strolled deliberately to the center of the battered arena. If he was to announce his presence to this vast ocean, he saw no harm in being a tad more extravagant. With a broad grin, Baichi bellowed to the crowd, Diamante is no match for me. Why not all come at me together? That way, I might find some amusement. His voice resonated throughout the arena, and a monumental aura emanated from him, sweeping rapidly in all directions. His gaze fixated intensely upon Owen and the others, exuding an unmistakable aggression. This not only proclaims one's arrival to the vast ocean but also serves as a means to test one's own combat prowess. After so many days at sea, I have consistently triumphed over my foes with ease. This act of defiance renders one devoid of any sense of achievement. As for one's own capabilities, to be candid, Baichi is rather uncertain. Arrogant declarations reverberate through the air, met with a cacophony of whistles from the audience. My goodness. This audacious little rascal truly possesses an air of arrogance. An 8-year-old child challenging 3 opponents? Such brashness is indeed remarkable, although the trio bears injuries. They are nonetheless 2 of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, alongside a minister from the 4 emperors. Has this boast been inflated too much? It is essential to recognize that the most formidable among them is Charlotte Owen. Alas, youth is indeed a double-edged sword. Believing that defeating the highest officials of the Don Quixote family renders one invincible is a grave misjudgment. The youth, oblivious to the wisdom of evading the limelight, may find themselves in peril. Opinions abound. Some laud Baichi for his audacity and fighting spirit, while others deem him overly impetuous and lacking in the prudence of restraint. Aha! How delightful. This is a captivating focal point. A close-up. A close-up. Let us capture Baichi in the spotlight. Lena, the proprietor of the news agency, revels in the unfolding drama. The more audacious Baichi becomes, the greater the value of her news and footage. Lena, capture it well. This time, we shall hit the jackpot. Lena is equally exhilarated. Having just joined the agency, she stumbles upon such a grand opportunity. And one must indeed express gratitude to this audacious little rascal. This competition has become extraordinarily intense with the addition of Baichi. On the arena, Diamante trembles with rage, utterly disregarded by the young boy before him. At this moment, both Owen and Toripole have ceased their combat, directing their attention towards Baichi. What do you think, Toripole? Owen inquires, noting the fury emanating from his companion. Toripole's gaze shifts to Doflamingo on the sidelines, and a silent exchange of understanding occurs between them. Subsequently, Tori Pole responds, I shall no longer impede you, Owen. Whoever manages to eliminate Bai Chi shall claim the glory. Agreed. Owen exclaims boldly, feeling the temperature of his fists surge once more. Diamante, utilizing the powers of the flare fruit, transforms the massive sword dropped by a giant contestant into a colossal bull's head, glaring menacingly at Bai Chi. Ignoring Diamante's ferocious gaze, Bai Chi turns to Doflamingo, exclaiming, Hey, Doflamingo, prepare the bounty for the victor. Also, fetch me 2 bottles of exquisite red wine and a medium-rare steak. We have matters to discuss later. On the arena, Owen, Tori Pole, and Diamante wear ashen expressions. Contempt. This is blatant disdain. They are entirely disregarded. While they ponder who might vanquish Bai Chi, he is preoccupied with thoughts of fine wine following his victory. How utterly arrogant. The 3 men's eyes grow cold, their focus fixed on Bai Chi. The audience outside erupts in cheers, reaching a fever pitch, 3 against 1. 2 high-ranking officials from the Doflamingo family and a member of the Yonko face off against an 8-year-old child. Bets are being placed, with many wagering on how long Bai Chi can endure. Of course, there are those betting on Bai Chi's victory, with odds set at 10 to 1. A wager of 10,000 berries on Bai Chi would yield 100,000 if he triumphs. Yet, no one dares to place such a bet. No one can fathom that Bai Chi could possibly defeat these 3 formidable figures from the New World. Chapter 43, The Battlefish Treasure Chest Sticky Chains. On the arena, Tori Pole has launched his attack. The snail Tori Pole secretes a repulsive slime, transforming it into chains that race towards Bai Chi. Bai Chi effortlessly evades them. Tori Pole and Owen exchange knowing smiles. Suddenly, the slime transforming into chains near Bai Chi erupts into flames. The entire arena is enveloped in the smoke of the burning slime. Ha ha ha. We never expected to personally end you, Bai Chi. Owen, wary of Bai Chi's exceptional talent after witnessing his abilities, fears the implications of Bai Chi joining the Whitebeard pirates. At merely 8 years of age, possessing the power of all 3 Haki types alongside formidable abilities. Such talent is rare in these seas. Even Big Mom, at Bai Chi's age, had only demonstrated remarkable physical prowess. In contrast, Bai Chi showcases not only extraordinary strength but also Haki and capabilities that defy expectations for one so young. The question of who shall slay Bai Chi has become inconsequential. Their earlier dialogue was merely a ruse to mislead Bai Chi into believing he would be contending with others for his life. Now, the duo has unexpectedly united, coordinating perfectly. Utilizing Torpal's flammable slime, Owen channels heat from afar, akin to a fiery projectile. Even with observation Haki, it would be challenging to evade such a flawless assault. They await the dispersal of the smoke, envisioning Bai Chi lying defeated, gasping for breath, as they approach, forcing him to plead for mercy. Regretting his earlier hubris and begging to join their ranks. However, by then, it will be far too late. Aha. Outside, Doflamingo adjusts his sunglasses, chuckling darkly. Well done. Tori Pole. Doflamingo, we have triumphed. Pika exclaims with exuberance, marveling at the rapid turn of events. The Don Quixote family, once at a disadvantage, now displays the upper hand. Reflecting on the moment when Doflamingo and Tori Pole exchanged glances, was the battle strategy already conveyed then? Collaborating to eliminate Bai Chi. Truly, a testament to Doflamingo's brilliance. Long live Doflamingo. A piercing scream interrupts the moment. Bring me my treasured red wine. The nearby beauty, not daring to delay, bows and hurries to Doflamingo's wine cellar. Meanwhile, a disgruntled spectator exclaims, What? Done in less than a minute? I bet 100,000 berries. He angrily tears his betting slip to shreds. I warned you that boy was no good. Did you genuinely believe he was a dark horse? Now look, your wager is gone. I had no idea Bai Chi was this weak. Damn it. That little punk has ruined me. Lena, it's over. This news is nothing but a disappointment. What a facade. Only to be obliterated instantly. What is this? Could he not at least hold on for a moment longer before falling? The overweight proprietor, hands disheveled through his hair, stares blankly. His prized dark horse has been defeated so swiftly. So many close-up shots have revealed a rather feeble character. How foolish I truly am. Boss. The scene is not over yet. Bai Chi has made an appearance. As Bai Chi suddenly emerged in the arena, Lena was overcome with joy, letting out a shrill scream. What? She lifted her gaze towards the arena. Bai Chi surprisingly surfaced from the water, pursuing the king of fighting fish, who bore a treasure chest upon his back. Do not flee, king of fighting fish. That treasure chest belongs to me, and the rain fruit is mine. In an instant, she plunged into the water alongside the king of fighting fish. What a scoundrel. That Bai Chi has not perished yet? Doflamingo was utterly bewildered. Who exactly is this little imp before him? Such an unexpected assault was evaded, and it appears that he remains entirely unscathed. Observing the beautiful attendant who served exquisite red wine, the incensed Ming-gu shattered the glass, causing the crimson liquid to flow across the ground like blood, creating a rather surreal scene. The lovely servant and Pika stood frozen in shock. Having followed Doflamingo for so long, Pika had never witnessed such fury from him. Except in the case of Corazon's betrayal. The onlookers outside were equally astonished. What is happening? Wasn't he just hit? That intense flame, didn't he even singe White Chi? Regardless of the reason, my wager was not misplaced. Haha. Oh my, your expression changes so swiftly. Just moments ago, you were lamenting my urging you to bet on White Chi, and now you are exuberantly backing him? The small boss from the news agency leapt from his seat, exclaiming, "This is far from over. Truly, this is far from over. That little rascal White Chi is incredibly formidable. In such circumstances, he still has the presence of mind to seize the treasure chest from the king of fighting fish." Aha, how amusing. This news is not only sensational but also exceptionally entertaining. Indeed, boss. Lena gazed blankly at White Chi, who continued to defy her expectations. An 8-year-old child can be so powerful. Chapter 44. Full combat power, is he not dead? How infuriating. Owen and Torpole were utterly astonished. Watching White Chi chase the king of fighting fish in the water, completely disregarding Owen and the others. Owen's body began to emit steam from his rage as he slowly approached the edge of the pool. Damn it, White Chi. Does he truly believe the 4 Emperors' crew is easy prey? I shall boil every drop of water in this arena. Die. Boiling hot springs. Charlotte Owen roared. The ferocity of the 4th son of the Charlotte family, a member of the 4 Emperors, was unmistakable. The audience outside grew restless, murmuring amongst themselves. Some even standing to gaze towards Owen. What is that guy planning? I'm not quite sure. Didn't he just declare he would boil the entire bullfighting arena? One spectator whispered. Are you certain you heard correctly? Boil the entire arena's water? Another spectator gasped in disbelief. If true, that would be utterly terrifying. Doflamingo, outside the arena, wore a serious expression, muttering, boiling hot springs? I have heard tales of a power capable of boiling an entire sea. Indeed, a remarkable ability. Heh, White Chi, your time is truly over now. Is he serious? Young Master Doflamingo, is that loudmouth Owen truly that strong? Pika still appeared doubtful. Heh, the strength of the 4 Emperors is far beyond your imagination, Pika. Doflamingo's veins bulged as he spoke. The 4 Emperors, like 4 towering mountains, compel even a formidable figure like Doflamingo to tread carefully. Observing the serious demeanor of young Master Doflamingo, Sika also adopted a grave expression. The 4 Emperors, the 4 sovereigns of the pirate world. How could one dare to underestimate them? In the arena, the fighting fish thrashed about for a moment before floating serenely on the water's surface. The entire pool truly began to boil. Steam enveloped the arena, and the spectators felt the rising heat. It is too hot. What does Owen intend to do? Heat the whole arena. Damn it. Is he trying to roast us alive? Discontent began to ripple through the audience, but Charlotte Owen remained indifferent, continuing to utilize the power of the burn fruit to heat the bullfighting arena's waters. Bubbles began to rise in the pool. Lena, quickly capture that moment. Let us see what White Chi is up to. The rotund boss urged. White Chi leapt from the pool, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I've got the treasure chest." As he emerged, he noticed the bewildered expressions of those around him. What's wrong? Is it so strange that I retrieve a treasure chest? White Chi felt a tinge of confusion. This is impossible. Charlotte Owen shouted at the seemingly unharmed White Chi. Observing Owen's heated hands and the boiling water in the pool, White Chi recalled that Owen could indeed boil seawater. He had been astonished at the time, thinking to himself that the 4 Emperors were indeed extraordinary. Yet now, it seemed that this boiling water posed little threat. It appears my defense is quite reliable. Perhaps it's time to unleash my full power and enjoy myself thoroughly. Securing the treasure chest to his body, White Chi cracked his knuckles, declaring, "Now, I shall unleash my full strength." Haha, his white teeth gleamed. "Allow me to show you the power gained from my daily regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. What on earth?" Owen was left utterly dumbfounded, and not just him. Doflamingo and the others were also in a state of disbelief. Isn't this merely the most fundamental training of the Navy? TSK, how intriguing. Lena, please take note of everything White Chi has just said. I seem to have conceived a rather fitting title. The rotund boss has sensed a lucrative opportunity within White Chi's artwork. Indeed, boss. Lena did not dare to delay, hastily retrieving pen and paper to jot it down. The 3-color dominance is unleashed. The seismic assault commences. The full extent of physical prowess is activated. White Chi bellowed towards Owen and the others, exuding an aura reminiscent of a war god. An overwhelming presence enveloped the entire arena in an instant, while White Chi's fist appeared as indomitable as black jade. Is this a deception? That little brat hasn't even exerted his full strength? Diamante was utterly astonished, having faced White Chi the most. How could he claim that White Chi was not giving it his all? To be defeated without full effort, and yet lose one's composure? If he were to unleash his full power, wouldn't he that spell his own doom? Do not heed the ramblings of that little brat. Toripole wiped his running nose with his hand, attempting to console Diamante. However, Owen wore a dazed expression, feeling that this overwhelming aura did not seem to be a mere bluff. Charlotte Owen swallowed hard. Outside the arena, Doflamingo's countenance darkened. What's wrong, Doflamingo? That little brat is merely posturing. Pika's shrill voice rang out. Fool. Doflamingo silently cursed. Such an immense aura can only be perceived by the strong. It embodies a sense of intimidation devoid of Conqueror's Haki. This sensation is one that only true warriors possess. In an instant, White Chi propelled himself off the ground, causing the entire arena to collapse under the sheer force of his legs. The scene froze at that moment. Every spectator, whether from the audience, the Don Quixote family, or other underground factions, wore the same expression, staring at Baichi with astonished faces, their mouths agape, rendered utterly speechless, as an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 45. Annihilating two supreme officers as Baichi charged towards him, Diamante was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. In a flurry, he summoned the powers of the flare fruit, transforming his great sword into a massive iron shield, simultaneously maximizing his Haki for defense. Damn it. How can this kid possess such explosive strength? Baichi's obsidian fist, enveloped in the effects of the tremor fruit, struck the formidable iron shield with tremendous force, distorting it before ultimately piercing through. The blow continued onward, breaching Diamante's steel attire and delivering a crushing impact to his abdomen. Diamante's eyes bulged as the overwhelming energy propelled him out of the arena, landing in a black market square of Rosa, where he promptly lost consciousness, drawing a crowd of onlookers from the market. What on earth happened to this peculiar individual? How did he fall from the sky? He has an injury to his abdomen, as if someone had struck him. Yet, why does he seem so familiar? Isn't this person Diamante, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family? Exclaimed a pirate from the black market. The exclamation drew more spectators to witness the spectacle. It was indeed Diamante, who had the audacity to brutalize a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family. Diamante. Just moments ago, Toripol had dismissed Baichi as a mere bluffer. Yet now he found himself trembling uncontrollably. Toripol was acutely aware of Diamante's prowess. How could he have been swiftly defeated by this newcomer? His throat parched. Toripol swallowed hard, utterly bewildered. You are next, Toripol. Baichi remarked nonchalantly, shaking his fist. You. Toripol could hardly find his voice as his body excreted copious amounts of slime for protection. Your true form must reside within that body, Baichi mused, having perused the manga and understanding Torpol's secret. How did you figure it out, you bastard? Toripol seethed with indignation. His closely guarded secret, known only to the core members of the Don Quixote family, had been laid bare by this young upstart, much to his astonishment. Do you believe my observation Haki grants me the ability to see through you? Baichi proclaimed, a statement he made merely to boast. Yet, having experienced revelation after revelation, Toripol believed him without question. Even Doflamingo, observing the scene, did not express skepticism, remarking, that little brat possesses quite an array of abilities. He can see through Torpol's true form. The implication was clear, Toripol might soon be defeated. Doflamingo shook his head in resignation, realizing the tide had turned. He could devise no countermeasures and resorted to massaging his temples, overwhelmed by the day's events. Outside the arena, the crowd was abuzz. What was happening? Diamante, the undefeated champion of this bullfighting arena, had fallen? This boy named Baichi was astonishingly formidable, shattering my previous perceptions. At merely 8 years old, he might very well become one of the 4 emperors. The Whitebeard pirates could maintain their reputation as the world's strongest pirate crew. I wonder if the other 3 emperors will be envious of Whitebeard. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Lena's camera refocused on Baichi, while spectators snapped pictures incessantly. On Torpol's side of the arena, a mass of slime coalesced, enveloping him like a giant sphere. Charlotte Oven, what shall we do now? Toripol placed his last hope on Charlotte Oven of the Big Mom Pirates. In this moment, Oven was equally anxious. Baichi's strength far exceeded his expectations. He was struggling to ensure his own safety, let alone strategize. Initially, he had considered collaborating with the Don Quixote family to defeat Baichi, thus eliminating a future rival for Big Mom. Yet, who could have predicted that Diamante and Toripol would prove so incompetent? Anger welled within him. You fool, just die already. Oven complained. Their cooperation had merely been for mutual gain. Now that the Don Quixote officers had lost their utility, there was little left to discuss. You bastard. How dare you insult me? Toripol seethed, incensed that Oven not only refused to assist, but also cursed him. Yet, there was no time for quarrels. As Baichi appeared before Toripol like a specter, delivering a lightning-fast punch against the slime barrier, the immense force rendered the protective slime nearly ineffective. Torpol's eyes bulged, and he promptly lost consciousness. Ugh, how disgusting. Baichi remarked, gazing at the slime coating his hand. It seems I must develop some ranged skills. If I cannot engage in close combat, I might as well strike from a distance. He sighed, then turned his gaze toward Oven with a disdainful look. That leaves you. Oven, you bastard. How dare you underestimate me? I am Charlotte's 4th son, the Minister of Yellow. Oven's body radiated heat, turning crimson, steam billowing from his form. Heat wave. He unleashed a barrage of heated energy towards Baichi. Activating his observation Haki, Baichi adeptly evaded each assault. In an instant, he closed the distance to Oven, his arm, now imbued with armament Haki, struck like black stone against Oven. Oven's heated arm was raised defensively. The clash reverberated throughout the arena. Oven staggered back, and the onlookers were left in stunned silence. First came Oven's rapid-fire ranged attacks, then Baichi's evasions, culminating in the thunderous collision of armament Haki. Applause erupted from the audience. However, outside the arena, Doflamingo wore a grim expression. Pika, go find those 2 fools and send them to the medical bay. Even Doflamingo, typically amiable towards his subordinates, found himself cursing in frustration. Pika, with a serious demeanor, dared not speak further. Understood, Doflamingo. I shall attend to it immediately. Doflamingo. Should I dispatch more personnel to deal with that little brat? Pika gestured menacingly. Doflamingo's veins bulged with anger. You need not concern yourself with that. I will handle it personally. After Pika departed, Doflamingo's gaze remained fixed on Baichi, lost in contemplation. The prowess of this young prodigy is truly astonishing. What kind of extraordinary being has the white team recruited? Possessing a tricolored Conqueror's Haki, exceptional physical combat skills, and formidable shockwave attack capabilities. All at the tender age of 8, everything about him is utterly unfathomable. Doflamingo harbors a premonition that White Chi might triumph over Charlotte Owen. If that were to occur, as the king of Dressrosa, how should he deal with White Chi? With such overwhelming strength, supported by the world's most formidable pirate crew, Doflamingo contemplates the possibility of eliminating White Chi, yet he fears that he may become the target himself. Sighing heavily, Doflamingo abandons his usual arrogance, hoping that Owen can overcome this child, or at the very least, inflict some damage. The night demon's hair is slightly disheveled, revealing a hint of fatigue. The two elite subordinates he once took pride in were effortlessly dispatched by White Chi, forcing Doflamingo to regard this young boy with newfound respect. In the arena, after the initial clash of Haki, White Chi propelled himself with renewed vigor, launching a second punch. A tremendous aura emanated from White Chi, sweeping outward, especially towards Owen. Sweat trickled down Owen's cheeks. Could it be Conqueror's Haki? Having endured numerous attacks from Conqueror's Haki, Owen finally comprehends why Diamante nearly succumbed. The pressure stemming from the Haki is overwhelmingly intense. His body aches, and his legs weaken. Truly, a minister of the Big Mom Pirates. Even with a severed arm, he managed to withstand my blow without faltering, barely a worthy opponent. An arrogant aura radiates from this seemingly delicate 8-year-old. However, the second punch is even more ferocious than the first. Charlotte Owen, caught off guard, finds his defenses breached, the blow striking his body. Though he barely managed to defend with Haki, it was futile. He was sent flying dozens of meters, nearly plunging into the pool. As Owen struggles to rise, his face is a mask of shock. I distinctly employed my devil fruit abilities just now. How is it possible that this child's fist, at such a scorching temperature, has left me relatively unscathed? Outside the arena, exclamations erupt. This child is on the verge of victory. I had foretold this child's triumph, yet you insisted on dissuading me. What could I do? Who could have predicted this unexpected dark horse in the competition? Is there a with a decisive blow? The punch broke through Charlotte's shoulder guard and struck Owen in the abdomen, forcefully propelling him out of the arena. The host stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before finally regaining composure. I hereby declare this tournament's champion to be the esteemed captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the remarkable 8-year-old Baichi. Applause erupted in a thunderous ovation. This match was truly exhilarating. Indeed, it captivated the audience, leaving them yearning for more such contests. What are you dreaming of? Such a grand event is unlikely to be held in Dressrosa again, one remarked. What a jest. The competition among 3 Yonko crews and a warlord of the sea is no trivial matter, akin to a casual game of mahjong. It was surprising that victory belonged to that young prodigy, an undeniable dark horse. I almost placed my bet on him, sighed one spectator. I too was close to betting on him. The crowd buzzed with lively chatter, clearly enthralled by the contest, lamenting their missed opportunity to wager on Baichi and secure a fortune. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million. Your Haki has been upgraded to intermediate, capable of releasing flowing cherry. Chapter 47. Are you still alive? Oh. So, my Haki can now inflict damage on Kaido? With such formidable Haki coupled with his robust physical prowess and an array of extraordinary skills, Baichi was confident that even if Kaido were to confront him, he could at least retreat unscathed. Moreover, there was a slight possibility that Kaido might not even be his match. The true measure of strength could only be discerned through battle. A satisfied smile crept across Baichi's face as he pondered his considerable growth. At this rate, he would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in the upcoming war at Marineford. Baichi was eager for a chance to spar with Kaido to gauge his current strength. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's melodious chime resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a reward, a Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, 1/5. Due to your exemplary completion of the task, you receive an additional reward of celestial gold, 2 billion berries. Almost forgetting about the rewards. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Baichi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Fruit, Tremor Fruit, ignores the sea. Haki, Armament Haki, intermediate. Observation Haki, beginner. Conqueror's Haki, beginner. Skills, lightspeed / twice per use, a strike that reaches lightspeed. Blinking skill, 1 use, instantaneously teleport within 100 meters. Items, incomplete Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, 3/10. Fish Fruit, Celestial Gold, 2 billion, 96 million berries. Rain Fruit basic attributes, strength, maxed defense, maxed agility, maxed with closed eyes. He could sense the items in this alternate space, effortlessly manipulating them at will. Gazing at the newly added Celestial Gold worth 2 billion berries in his inventory, Baichi licked his lips in anticipation. The system indeed proved to be generous. Most importantly, the The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia had been enhanced with 3/10 of the information, including knowledge of various devil fruits, even artificial ones. Bai Qi felt immensely satisfied. After all, the secrets of the sea and the mysteries of the devil fruits were among the greatest secrets of the pirate world. This space spans an impressive 100 cubic meters. I fervently wish that one day my storage room could be brimming with my possessions. Just imagine if the entire storage room were filled with treasures from the heavens. Devil fruits and other wondrous items. The sheer ecstasy of such a scene is beyond words. So, Doflamingo, are you still satisfied with my strength? I turned to gaze quietly at him, asking if the preparations for Bailey were complete. I wish to discuss some matters with you, something quite favorable. Bai Qi said with a relaxed smile. Doflamingo's veins throbbed, and he remained stunned for several seconds, his mind racing with thoughts. Ultimately, he arrived at a significant conclusion. This little imp was not to be trifled with. If he were to employ his birdcage technique and summon everyone to confront Bai Qi, the outcome would likely be mutually destructive. Moreover, there was a chance that this little trickster might drag him down with him, or that the entire Don Quixote family might prove to be no match for this boy. The possibilities were endless. Even if he wished to provoke him, he would have to do so through another's hand, and the most suitable candidate would undoubtedly be Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. That man instilled fear even in him. I never imagined your power to be so formidable. As for Bailey, there is no issue. Let us discuss matters during tonight's banquet. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Bai Qi. Although Doflamingo harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Bai Qi, he recognized the latter's strength. Any reckless action on his part could only worsen the situation. The Night King Doflamingo had ascended to the throne of a kingdom. He was certainly not foolish. Doflamingo, you are indeed a clever man, Bai Qi remarked with a grin. Upon entering the luxurious bedroom that Doflamingo had specially arranged, he surveyed the gold-trimmed lamp and grand bed. Doflamingo, you truly know how to indulge in life's pleasures, Bai Qi mused to himself. He contemplated whether he should also acquire a small island in the future, hire servants, and relish a lifestyle akin to that of a local monarch. Now, that is what one calls living. Suddenly, the sound of a phone bug interrupted his thoughts. My phone? The only ones who could have my phone bug would be Whitebeard's crew. As I answered the call, a rough, booming voice echoed from the other end. Is this the little imp Bai Qi? Are you still alive? Bai Qi felt as if his eardrums might shatter. What a resounding and powerful voice. Who else could it be but that old man with the white beard? Yet, must he not speak in a more pleasant manner? Is he cursing my demise? Bai Qi forced a smile and said, I say, old man Bai, could you not wish for something better for me? Your first question is whether I'm dead? As Bai Qi's words fell, he could sense the people across from him slowly exhaling in relief. Listen here, little brat. It's one thing to plunder the Grand Admiral, but you also killed the subordinates of the Don Quixote family and the drought-ridden Jack, didn't you? I have news that Big Mom has dispatched Charlotte Oven. Dressrosa's target is you. Hurry back. What do you even plan to do at the arena? You truly have a bold heart. Stay clear of this murky water. A barrage of words akin to a machine gun was hurled at Bai Qi, leaving him rather speechless. I say, old man, your information is quite outdated, isn't it? I've already triumphed in the arena. Bai Qi shook his head in resignation. Chapter 48, Growth. The pirate world, reliant on newspapers for news to understand the world, indeed suffers from a certain lag. What? Did Doflamingo go easy on you? Who were your opponents? Whitebeard's face was a mask of incredulity. Clearly, after Bai Qi had eliminated the subordinates of the Don Quixote family in the Yonko Kaido, Whitebeard did not believe Bai Qi could easily claim victory in the competition. As Bai Qi recounted his opponents, the sound of a cup shattering echoed from across the room. On the Moby Dick, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and others gaped, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. What is happening? Did I mishear? Has this little brat's growth rate truly become so monstrous? Old man, that little brat defeated someone like Charlotte Oven? Marco asked, bewildered. The surrounding captains gathered around Whitebeard, inquiring, is it true? Old man, does Bai Qi truly possess such strength now? Whitebeard inhaled deeply, the serious expression on his face dissipating as a slight smile crept onto his lips. This little brat emerged victorious in the arena, and according to him, it seems that Doflamingo's family and Charlotte Oven have even formed an alliance. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and the atmosphere fell silent. Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Bista stared wide-eyed, their faces a portrait of disbelief. How could it be that this little brat constantly finds himself in such unbelievable situations? Defeating some lowly pirates was one thing, but now he could single-handedly contend with two of the highest-ranking officers from the Don Quixote family, as well as a core member of the Yonko crew. The most astonishing part was how effortlessly he achieved victory. A prodigy, this little brat is undoubtedly a prodigy. Marco and Jozu began to contemplate their own capabilities in comparison to Bai Qi's, though they were pleased to have a formidable member in their crew. The thought of this little brat's rapid ascent inevitably stirred feelings of envy within them. I say, Jozu, if you don't put in more effort, this little brat might soon surpass you. No, perhaps you aren't even his match at this very moment, Marco jested deliberately. Jozu, feeling frustrated, retorted. What are you gloating about, Marco? Who's to say this little brat hasn't already outstripped you? Ignoring the bickering around him, Whitebeard continued to inquire, after winning the arena. Did Doflamingo not renege on his word? Baichi was familiar with Quixote Doflamingo, the Joker of the underworld. A cunning figure with unspeakable dealings with both the government and pirates, a true villain among men. In the pirate world, aside from the four emperors, it was hard to find anyone who dared to provoke Doflamingo. It was difficult to believe that after the loss of his subordinates, the nightmare Doflamingo would be so compliant. I doubt he dares to, and I plan to strike a significant deal with him. I believe he is not a fool, otherwise I wouldn't mind seeing one less warlord in this world, Baichi remarked casually. With his strength, even if he could not confront the entire Don Quixote family, he was confident that killing Doflamingo and making a swift escape was a significant possibility. The notion of not minding the absence of a warlord left those around him once again in a state of shock. The young demon not only possesses formidable strength but also exhibits remarkable decisiveness in action, with such powerful abilities complemented by a robust mental fortitude and intellect. It is evident that our white team has stumbled upon a true gem. I said, little demon, if you sense anything amiss, flee at once. Mingu is exceedingly cunning. Whitebeard still harbored some concerns. Although Mingu could not directly harm the little demon, his extensive network of connections was indeed formidable. Should Kaido become entangled in this affair, it could become quite troublesome. Fear not, old man, I am not foolish. If the worst comes to pass, I am confident in my ability to escape. Baichi said with a smile, revealing the confidence that stemmed from the newly acquired teleportation skill. Even if Kaido were to come, unable to defeat him, this teleportation skill was akin to a cheat. The ability to displace oneself within 100 meters, how delightful. Baichi licked his lips. After the call ended, on the deck, Whitebeard and the others shared a moment of silence. After a while, Whitebeard chuckled ruefully. This little demon is likely stronger than I was at his age. No one dared to contradict him this time. Marco, with an unusual expression, turned to Jozu and inquired, do you recall what the little demon said when he first boarded the ship? What did he say? Jozu scratched his head, perplexed. I remember this little demon declared he would rule the entire sea. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent once more. After a long pause, Jozu spoke hesitantly. With this little demon's talent, if he develops properly, who can say what the future holds? Marco, to rule this sea? That is a position even higher than that of the Pirate King. Even Whitebeard could not maintain his composure. How grand must Baichi's aspirations be? Indeed. A new era is upon us, Roger. Haha. Laughter echoed throughout the deck. Chapter 49, The Feast with Mingu and Rosa, atop the castle's highest floor. Don Quixote Doflamingo was hosting the evening's banquet. At the grand dining table sat Mingu, Baichi, and Pika. Baichi glanced at the two vacant seats, chuckling to himself. Likely those of the foolish Toripole and Diamante. Candles illuminated the entire floor, while maidens pushed carts brimming with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Baichi held a large duck leg in his left hand and foie gras in his right, savoring every bite, wiping the grease from his mouth. He grinned and called to a nearby maid for a medium-rare steak. Yes, Lord Baichi. I shall prepare it at once. The beautiful maid responded, taken aback and quickly bowing before retreating. What a splendid indulgence. Surely, only a king could enjoy such treatment. Glancing at his burgeoning belly, Baichi reclined in his chair with a sigh. Goodness, Doflamingo, life here is quite splendid. Humph, if you envy it, why not join my Don Quixote family? Doflamingo replied cunningly. Though our strength may not match that of the Whitebeard crew, our treatment exceeds theirs by 100-fold. Look at the surrounding gourmet food, fine wine, beautiful maidens, treasures, and power. Everything you desire can be yours, Lord Baichi. After saying this, Mingo licked his lips with eager anticipation. If he could recruit this little demon into the Don Quixote family, he was confident that with his cunning, his pirate crew would one day stand against the four emperors. Of course, the key to countering the four emperors lay in this youthful prodigy before him. If he grows well, he could reach the level of the four emperors. Doflamingo mused. If he can help me contend with the four emperors, I would not hesitate to forgive the killing of a subordinate, even the highest-ranking one. Doflamingo had always been a shrewd man, and his so-called subordinates were merely his family, a means of management. Mingu, if you wish to recruit me, you can forget it. Though life here is pleasant, acquiring such a lifestyle is quite simple for me, Baichi replied nonchalantly. What did you say? Our young master taking an interest in you is a privilege. Pika interjected, unable to contain himself, shocked that this little brat would dare disregard Mingu. His shrill voice made one want to laugh. It was well known that the infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo struck fear into the hearts of many. He was the king of the underground world. Even the navy would not dare approach Mingu with such an attitude. This little demon, emboldened by some strength, was so brazenly dismissive of the Don Quixote family. Pika could hardly bear it, waiting for Ming Ji's command to unleash the entire armed force of Rosa against Baichi. At that moment, no matter how strong one might be, two fists could not withstand four hands, and the game would be over. Haha. Baichi laughed heartily, his white teeth gleaming. I say, you, with such a robust physique, why do you speak like a frail maiden? Baichi could not help but mock. What? This was Pika's first experience of such humiliation, his eyes flashing with fury, lips trembling uncontrollably. Doflamingo, this rascal dares to mock me. Hearing Pika's voice, Baichi laughed again, and after indulging in so much food, he felt his stomach begin to ache from laughter. A nearby pirate's eyes widened in shock. trembling. He whispered to his companion, "It's over. This little demon is finished. I remember the last time someone laughed at Pika. They were dragged out and executed by Doflamingo. Stop talking. If Doflamingo hears you, we're all done for." Another pirate hurriedly warned. Speaking out of turn at Doflamingo's banquet could lead to death. The two pirates lowered their heads, bracing for Ming Ji's wrath. To dare mock Ming Ji's highest-ranking subordinate was to invite demise. "Pika, let us discuss matters without your interruption." Doflamingo's veins bulged, his finger trembled, clearly struggling to maintain composure. "What?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding pirates and maids gasped. Unable to believe such words could come from the king who regarded his subordinates as family. What background did this little demon possess? Had they witnessed the arena matches, they would not have been so astonished. They were unaware of the prodigious nature of the youthful figure before them. "Doflamingo," Pika could hardly believe it. "The young master spoke to me that way for an outsider. Doflamingo, I will not partake in this meal any longer," Pika declared, trembling with rage, and exited abruptly. The surrounding maids and pirates had never witnessed a dispute between Don Quixote Doflamingo and his subordinate. They were all terrified into silence. Although Doflamingo's fingers twitched, his facial expression remained largely unchanged. "My apologies, Lord Baichi. My crew is accustomed to freedom and has grown lax in management. I hope you can forgive us," Doflamingo said, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. "Rest assured, I am not concerned. Such a clown does not warrant my attention," Baichi replied casually. Once again, the onlookers were left in shock. Their eyes widened, throats dry, they wanted to cough, yet dared not out of fear of angering Doflamingo, suppressing their reactions. Doflamingo was clearly only engaging in pleasantries. According to etiquette, one should at least express gratitude for such an opportunity, and mocking others was indeed a transgression. Who, pray tell, is this audacious 8-year-old? Even if he is the offspring of one of the 4 emperors, such arrogance is quite unfathomable. Could he possibly be a scion of some illustrious celestial dragon? Otherwise, who could compel Don Quixote Doflamingo to treat him thus? Doflamingo's expression was far from pleasant. Amidst the throngs at today's banquet, Baichi showed him no consideration. He hastily shifted the conversation. "Let us return to the matter at hand, shall we? What brings you to seek my counsel? Is it fortuitous news?" Chapter 50. Engaging in business with Doflamingo. "I wish to discuss matters pertaining to armaments." Baichi elucidated his purpose. "Oh, armaments?" Doflamingo expressed a measure of surprise. This child seeks to procure weaponry? Gazing at the youthful figure before him, it seemed implausible that an 8-year-old would aspire to amass a crew. However, upon reflection, Baichi, despite his tender years, was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It would not be entirely outlandish for him to acquire armaments on behalf of Whitebeard. Yet, the subsequent revelation from Baichi left Doflamingo utterly astounded. "I intend to assemble a small force. I require 200 billion worth of armaments." "What?" Doflamingo was rendered speechless. This 8-year-old intends to rally a crew? And a deal of such magnitude. Observing this youthful individual, Doflamingo increasingly felt he had underestimated him. "Ha, how intriguing," Doflamingo remarked, scrutinizing Baichi with keen interest. He sensed that Baichi's ambitions extended far beyond merely gathering a pirate crew. An ordinary pirate crew would find a few billion in armaments quite sufficient. The request for 200 billion seemed excessive and unnecessary. Doflamingo was curious about Baichi's intentions for such a vast arsenal. "Oh, is it too much for your liking?" Baichi inquired, assessing Doflamingo. "Ha, such a substantial transaction is certainly something I desire. I am merely curious about your purpose for acquiring so many armaments." "Of course, you are under no obligation to share. That is the prerogative of a client," Doflamingo maintained his smile. "I shall not hesitate to inform you. I plan to assemble an army to confront the Navy." Baichi spoke truthfully. To advance to the next phase of his system, he must complete specific tasks, which inevitably lead to the Marineford War. Since a confrontation with the Navy was inevitable, he resolved to take the initiative. To ensure a comprehensive strategy, Baichi decided to establish an elite force and cultivate peripheral alliances for his advantage, thereby securing the success of the mission to rescue Ace. "Ha, the Navy, you say?" Doflamingo observed Baichi, discerning no hint of deceit within his gaze. Is this young lad truly daring to confront the Navy? He must be out of his mind. Even the 4 emperors lack the audacity to challenge the Navy. This world is dominated by 3 factions, with the Navy reigning supreme among them. The Navy is the true sovereign of the seas, boasting 3 admirals whose powers rival those of the 4 emperors. Not to mention legendary figures like Garp and Sengoku. To oppose the Navy is no trivial endeavor. Even the mightiest pirate crew today, the Whitebeard pirates led by White Chi, would not be so brazen. Yet here stands an 8-year-old with such lofty ambitions. He is either a fool or a born conqueror. You are indulging in fanciful dreams. White Chi, while I concede your remarkable talent, akin to that of the 4 emperors, you must recognize that even with such power, it is difficult to take on the Navy, Doflamingo remarked, intrigued by whether White Chi was merely a Navi child or a true prodigy. "Just the 4 emperors? My ultimate goal is to dominate all territories beneath the skies." An overwhelming aura radiated from White Chi, sweeping across all directions. Doflamingo, caught off guard, found himself sweating. "Is it Conqueror's Haki?" Doflamingo was astonished. Yet, This young boy had not even unleashed his Haki. Could it be that this child's sheer presence exuded such intensity? If that is the case, this child might indeed be a genuine conqueror, comparable to the legendary pirate king, Roger. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo chuckled. You are quite the character, young one. For this arms deal, I shall offer you a cost price. Oh, this unexpected offer from Doflamingo, the shrewd merchant, piqued Whitebeard's interest. When a businessman is willing to concede, it is undoubtedly for greater gain. Pray tell, Mr. Don Quixote, what is the motive behind your concession? Whitebeard inquired directly. It is to prepare for the dawn of a new era upon the seas. I hope to collaborate more with you in the future. Fostering mutual benefit and support, Doflamingo replied, emphasizing the last phrase. Whitebeard understood the implication. It was akin to the relationship between Doflamingo and the drought-plagued Jack. By relinquishing some profit, Doflamingo could secure a formidable ally, which he deemed a worthwhile exchange, especially considering this ally could potentially rise to the level of the four emperors. In a world where power dynamics are ever-shifting, with old factions like Kaido aligning with Doflamingo, the emergence of new forces creates a need for alliances. The Don Quixote family's stability cannot be guaranteed solely through cooperation with Kaido. Thus, it is prudent to forge connections with increasingly powerful entities, particularly those symbolizing the future. In Doflamingo's eyes, Whitebeard clearly represented the epitome of this new potential. Chapter 51. The captured speed. Upon hearing Whitebeard's ambitions, Doflamingo's attitude toward him shifted. This young lad might indeed be a true conqueror. It would be unwise to openly offend him. Dueling was merely an inconsequential subordinate, holding little significance in Doflamingo's hierarchy. With Whitebeard poised to challenge the Navy, he would likely acquire more weaponry than Jack ever could. Losing Dueling in this context would be inconsequential. As for the matter of the young one's confrontation with Surpassed head, Doflamingo decided to let him resolve it with the beast pirates on his own. Rest assured, Doflamingo. Since you have shown sincerity, I shall not treat you unfairly. We will support each other henceforth. Recognizing Doflamingo's perceptiveness, Whitebeard graciously acknowledged the gesture. This scene astonished the surrounding maids and pirates. One maid, having just stepped away from the banquet, turned to her companion with a peculiar expression. Do you know what I just witnessed at the feast? I can scarcely believe it myself. What happened? A sensational news piece? Inquired another curious onlooker. That little rascal named Whitebeard, who has repeatedly offended Don Quixote Doflamingo, seems to have suffered no consequences at all. This cannot be true. The maids gasped in disbelief. Their mouths agape. They were all too familiar with Doflamingo. Aside from Kaido, they had never seen the formidable Doflamingo display fear towards anyone. It was said that even a mere misdirected glance could provoke Doflamingo's notorious temper, potentially leading to dire repercussions. Doflamingo was indeed a character bold enough to toy with vice admirals of the Navy. What esteemed guest could command such respect from the king, Doflamingo? I witnessed it firsthand. Our king maintained a surprisingly humble demeanor, suggesting mutual support in the future. While it may be an exaggeration to claim his posture was lowly, given Doflamingo's temperament, it was indeed rare for him to remain calm and composed while dining after being offended. The maids were equally perplexed as to why Doflamingo would exhibit such leniency towards an 8-year-old child. So, who is this person? Do you know him? One maid asked. Her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. I do not know him. He is merely an 8-year-old boy, replied another maid. An 8-year-old boy? Could it be that little rascal from the arena? One maid appeared as if struck by lightning, her mouth agape in shock. What? You know him? The crowd drew closer. He is the victor from today's arena. I overheard our nation's guards mention. But what? The maids leaned in, their eyes wide with anticipation. It seems he has killed Durinji, a member of the Don Quixote family. Initially, one might have assumed it was a trap, but hearing your account today revealed the king's palpable wariness of him. The maids exchanged incredulous glances, baffled as to why the king had not eliminated Whitebeard, yet chose to host a banquet for the very individual responsible for Durinji's demise. At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed among the maids. What kind of background does this little imp possess? Could he possibly be the offspring of one of the four emperors? He has eliminated his own family members. Yet with Don Quixote Doflamingo's temperament, he remains unperturbed? As everyone pondered these questions, Pika arrived with a group of followers. The maids scattered in fear, for they knew that Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa, detested such gossip. To be caught discussing the upper echelons could lead to severe repercussions. They might end up transformed into toys by sugar, forced to toil endlessly. As Pika walked, he grumbled, that bastard Whitey. It's merely luck. If Doflamingo sends me to the arena, I will surely incapacitate that little brat. I truly do not understand what Doflamingo fears. Behind Pika, a band of pirates was escorting a person, Speed, who had been frightened into withdrawing from the competition by Whitey. Speed's face was streaked with tears as he pleaded, Pika, let me go. Don't hand me over to Jack. Pika, please. Pika was in a foul mood, further aggravated by the woman's incessant chatter. Keep an eye on her. She must not escape. Soon, I shall deliver her to Lord Doflamingo. Quiet, you ugly woman. A sharp voice pierced the air, prompting a pirate to turn red with embarrassment, unable to contain his laughter any longer. Hearing the laughter, Pika was filled with rage. Damn, Why are there so many things today that infuriate me? Even a subordinate dares to mock me? He hoisted the pirate above his head. Lord Pika, spare me. I promise I will never do it again. The pirate, who had just laughed, was now wailing in terror. Without hesitation, Pika squeezed hard, blood spraying everywhere as he discarded the pirate's lifeless body onto the ground. Bastard! Let us see who else dares to laugh at me. Pika's peculiar voice echoed again. The surrounding pirates were silenced, replaced by a sense of desolation. One of their own had been executed for a moment of laughter. The pirate world is indeed a harsh realm. Chapter 52. The target of the women's kingdom in Dressrosa, the king's banquet was proceeding merrily. Let us toast, Doflamingo. In the interplay of lights, Whitey raised a gleaming wine goblet. In his previous life, Whitey had also navigated high society dining. Fortunate that the etiquette in the pirate world resembled that of his former life. He maneuvered through the social intricacies with ease. Doflamingo was secretly astonished. He never expected this 8-year-old child to possess such knowledge of banquet etiquette. At such a tender age, possessing strength, talent, the ability to forge alliances, and an understanding of social graces, these qualities, in Doflamingo's eyes, were the hallmarks of a true leader, and this little imp exhibited them all. Doflamingo, exhilarated, licked his lips, realizing he had not misjudged this partnership. A crisp sound resonated as Whitey and Doflamingo downed their drinks, the scarlet wine flowing into their mouths. Wiping the wine from his lips, Whitey scrutinized the formidable Doflamingo before him. Tell me, Doflamingo, are you interested in joining me to overthrow the Navy? Whitey suddenly inquired. Doflamingo was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Overthrow the Navy? What does this little brat mean? He chuckled. Whitey, if I provide you with arms, isn't that tantamount to aiding you in overthrowing the Navy? Doflamingo smirked while discreetly observing Whitey. He would naturally refuse. At heart, Doflamingo was a merchant. Although he harbored a desire to defeat the Navy, opposing them offered no tangible benefit to the Don Quixote family. Defying the Navy was a reckless endeavor. After all, the Navy is the true ruler of these seas. No one can withstand their might. This naturally includes the formidable Whitebeard pirates. Opposing the Navy typically does not yield favorable outcomes. Even the legendary pirate king, Roger, met his demise at the hands of the Navy, did he not? Doflamingo intends to observe how this young lad, Haki, will evolve. One can only hope he does not fall victim to the Navy's relentless pursuit too soon. After all, he is a partner. The longer Haki survives and the stronger he becomes, the more advantageous it is for Doflamingo, as his gains will inevitably increase. Casting a glance at Doflamingo, Haki chuckled softly. It appears that Doflamingo is indeed a cunning individual. Nevertheless, he harbors no expectations for Doflamingo to join him in overthrowing the Navy at this moment. After all, even the notorious Night Demon is not a fool. In the vast realm of pirates, aside from the Revolutionary Army, who would provoke the Navy without a vested interest? I merely jest. The prospect of confronting the Navy can be discussed in the future. Haki is not naive. He does not intend to coerce Doflamingo into opposing the Navy. Once he has amassed sufficient strength, there will be ample opportunities to entice Doflamingo. It is likely that by then, Doflamingo, with his astute mind, will voluntarily seek collaboration to confront the Navy. In the future, Doflamingo pondered, could this young rascal be contemplating an alliance against the Navy? Truly a madcap. Hiki, Haki-kun. It seems you have even devised strategies for opposing the Navy? Doflamingo's interest in Haki was rekindled. A grand conflict between the Navy and a certain Yonko crew is destined to unfold, and most of the 7 warlords will inevitably be drawn into the fray. My strategy is to unite the 7 warlords with the Yonko to confront the Navy, Haki remarked, casting his gaze toward the waning moon in the sky, speaking with an air of nonchalance. It appears that this battle is vividly etched in Baki's mind. Observing Baki's serious demeanor, Doflamingo was taken aback. How could this young lad speak with such certainty? To predict a war between the Yonko and the Navy? It is worth noting that the Navy has not engaged in any significant conflict with the Yonko for years. Yet, this young boy speaks with such conviction. Does he possess the ability to foresee the future? The little rascal is indeed astonishing. By Chi-Juan, are you so certain? What evidence do you possess? Doflamingo inquired with a hint of skepticism. You shall find out in due time. Bai Chi offered no further explanation. I hope that considering our business partnership, you will join my side. Bai Chi's gaze fixed intently on Doflamingo. Hehehehe, Doflamingo chuckled ominously, providing no answer. Joining you? That depends on who possesses greater influence, you or the Navy. Naturally, those with stronger power will reap the greater rewards. Justice will prevail. That is an absolute truth. After all, justice eternally belongs to the victors. Sensing Doflamingo's reluctance to address the matter, Bai Chi forced a smile. Well, it seems that persuading you to join will require demonstrating some benefits. I shall make it evident to you, Doflamingo, that aligning with me is your best choice. Bai Chi's foremost priority was to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, all discussions would be moot, even if others wished to ally with him. Lack of power would leave him abandoned. Hehehe, I do hope you grow stronger, so that I might join you. You are certainly far superior to the hypocritical Navy. The Knight Yasha Doflamingo stated candidly. Cheers. Clink. 2 glasses collided, the crimson wine swirling within. Bai Qi was quite satisfied with today's discourse. At the very least, he had achieved his primary objective of acquiring arms. Furthermore, Doflamingo seemed to extend an olive branch. All Bai Qi needed to do was prove his might, and given Doflamingo's character, he would undoubtedly switch sides during the coming war. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. On the successful transaction with Doflamingo. Passive task triggered. Reward, celestial gold, 100 billion berries, light speed, /once. Goodness, now I am wealthy. Bai Qi licked his lips, excitement illuminating his face. He promptly handed over the previously acquired 20 billion celestial gold to Doflamingo. Celestial gold. Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock. Little rascal. How could you possess such an abundance of celestial gold? Doflamingo's first reaction was to suspect that Bai Qi, like himself, had pilfered from the celestial dragons. Do not be overly excited, Doflamingo. Although I would love to join you in raiding the celestial dragon's treasure, I have far more pressing matters to attend to. This wealth is all my own, Bai Qi stated nonchalantly, as if the money were of little consequence to him. Ha 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 ha. Fascinating. Since you were so generous. Follow me, I have long prepared your arms. Doflamingo's interest in the little rascal grew increasingly piqued. He even began to anticipate the battle between the 4 emperors and the navy that Bai Qi had mentioned. Should Bai Qi's forces reach parity with the navy, Doflamingo would not hesitate to align himself with Bai Qi, shattering those hypocritical representatives of justice. The navy was a dream Doflamingo had long cherished. As Bai Qi accompanied Doflamingo to the arms depot, a smile graced his lips. System, open my panel. Ding dong. Host, Bai Qi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard pirates fruit. Tremor fruit, ignores the sea. Haki. Armament Haki, beginner. Observation Haki, beginner. Conqueror Haki, beginner. Skills. Light speed / 3 times per use. Instantly strike enemies at light speed. Blink skill, instantly teleport within 100 meters. Items. Incomplete devil fruit encyclopedia, 30% fish fruit, celestial gold, 100 billion berries, 6 billion berries. Rain fruit basic attributes, strength, max defense, max agility, max tehe. After dealing with Doflamingo, my next target shall be Amazon Lily, the Empress Hancock of the Kuja Pirates. This woman, whose beauty allows her to be forgiven by the entire world, is indeed indispensable in her plans. In the anime, the fool Luffy was able to reach the great prison so smoothly solely because he received the assistance of this woman, the world's foremost prison, and Pell Down. Houses criminals that represent a significant treasure for him. How could he let that scoundrel Blackbeard benefit from it? In essence, I, White Qi, am willing to engage in endeavors that Blackbeard dares not pursue. As White Qi strides toward the armory, his mind begins to churn with thoughts. Chapter 53. Encounter with speed. On his way to the armory, he fortuitously encounters Pika and his associates. Upon seeing White Qi, Pika angrily turns his head aside. That little brat, offending our Don Quixote family, yet still receiving the favor of the young master, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Do not let me catch you, or I shall surely kill you in revenge for delinger. Pika, muscles prominently displayed, is evidently still fuming over White Qi's earlier rudeness. However, in the presence of Doflamingo, he dares not erupt further. Young master, Pika merely offers a symbolic greeting to Doflamingo. White Qi is purchasing 200 billion worth of arms, and he will henceforth be an important partner of our Don Quixote family. You should refrain from causing any trouble for him in private, Doflamingo states. As if discerning Pika's inner thoughts, his gaze serious. Trouble? I would welcome Pika seeking trouble with me, as it would provide a legitimate opportunity to gain experience. Upon hearing Doflamingo mention the 200 billion in arms, Circa's expression towards White Qi shifts dramatically, filled with shock and complex emotions. It is difficult to fathom how an 8-year-old child could be so extravagant. To note, even Kaido, the esteemed ruler of Wano, purchases arms from Doflamingo amounting to just over 200 billion each year, though this does not include artificial fruits for the Don Quixote family. A 200 billion business represents a significant partnership. If Pico were to learn that White Qi was utilizing heavenly gold as payment, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. It appears this little brat is not to be underestimated. Aware of the young master's current esteem for White Qi, Pico reluctantly bows his head and says, White Qi, my earlier behavior was inappropriate. I hope for your understanding. At this moment, the surrounding pirates became utterly agitated. Is this still the same Don Quixote Doflamingo under the protection of his hand? How could he possibly compel the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family to admit their mistakes? Is this still Pika? The typically headstrong Pika, surprisingly, has mistaken someone? Who exactly is this little imp before me? Those who have witnessed or heard of today's arena match among the pirates now recognize this little one. If my guess is correct, this child must be the victor of the arena. The very same child who, single-handedly, battled against 2 high-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family and the 8-year-old minister of the Yonko Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Oven, hailing from the world's most formidable pirate crew. The Whitebeard Pirates, he is the captain of the 17th Division, White Chijuan. Indeed, wherever true strength resides, one commands respect. Reflecting upon the companion who was mercilessly beaten to death for mocking Pika, the hearts of the pirates grow even more desolate. In the pirate world, strength is paramount. and it is exceptionally brutal. Those in positions of power act with impunity, while those lacking strength, residing in the lower echelons, may find themselves slaughtered for a mere word. How can one not be moved by such a reality? White Chijuin paid no heed to Pika. This manner of mistaken identity resembles the quintessential Japanese apology, does it not? A facade of sincerity, with deep bows and all, yet who can discern the true intentions behind it? It was Speed, escorted beside Pika, who captured White Chijuin's attention. He gently inquired, "What has happened to you, Speed? I recall you had escaped?" White Chijuin expressed his confusion, somewhat taken aback. Ha ha ha. Jack's subordinates do not permit escape, dear White Chijuin, Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled, casting a glance at Speed as if she were a mere corpse. In an instant, White Chijuin comprehended. Serving under the irascible and capricious Jack leaves no room for error. A mistake could lead to a severe beating, and fleeing would likely result in a death sentence. This explains why Speed would rather remain with Doflamingo than face Jack. Please, do not send me to Jack. I will do anything you ask. Speed pleaded desperately, as if clutching at a lifeline. Jack will torture me to death. Her face flushed red with urgency. She stomped her feet in distress. It must be noted that Speed's current predicament is entirely due to White Chijuin. Frightened by his formidable prowess, she withdrew from the competition, only to be ambushed and captured by Pika of the Don Quixote family. The ultimate fate awaiting her is likely the wrath of Jack, leading to her demise at his hands. The outcome of it all inevitably revolves around Baichi. A sudden thought emerged in Baichi's mind. He was currently in the process of assembling a pirate crew and was in need of capable individuals. The cornered Speed, possessing the artificial Zoan-type devil fruit abilities of a centaur, seemed to be an excellent candidate. Not to mention, transporting goods would be quite convenient with her. Furthermore, Baichi had great faith in Speed's loyalty. After all, having offended Jack, her only fate would be a dead end should she choose to abandon him. Doflamingo, entrust her to me. We happen to require someone to transport arms. Observing Speed's half-human, half-horse form, Baichi smirked cunningly. Was she not the perfect laborer prepared for his needs? Speed's strength was at least equivalent to that of 100 million berries, and her remarkable speed made her suitable for reconnaissance duties. The key advantage was that Speed, in her centaur form, was rideable, reflecting upon the anime, where Luffy rode on Speed under the influence of the AU fruit's power. Baichi could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The multifaceted talent capable of reconnaissance and transformation into a porter was not one that Baichi was willing to overlook. Upon hearing Baichi's words, Speed felt as though he had grasped a final lifeline, fervently pleading, "Let me accompany you. I can do anything. Transporting munitions poses no problem. I was once responsible for the transport of treasure ships under Jack. I possess experience." At that moment, Speed's anxious face flushed crimson, fearing that Baichi might dismiss him. "Then may I ride you?" Baichi grinned mischievously at Speed. Speed was taken aback for several seconds. "What? Ride me? I am merely the horse fruit user. Not an actual horse." Yet, the thought of returning to Jack, where he might face severe punishment, spurred him to hastily declare, "I can do anything. This is not an issue. I promise you, let me follow you, Lord Baichi." In his urgency, Speed began to stamp his feet, an utterly endearing sight. Baichi was quite pleased with Speed's display. He then turned his gaze back to Don Quixote Doflamingo. "Doflamingo, please entrust Speed to me. I am in the process of assembling an army and require Speed's fruit abilities to assist me." Doflamingo fell into contemplation regarding this request. As for Speed being offered to Baichi, there was nothing amiss. Jack could always concoct a plausible reason. With Jack's intellect, it would be effortless to evade scrutiny. After all, Doflamingo had already devised a rationale for letting Baichi go. It was imperative to avoid stating that it was due to business dealings involving arms trades with Baichi, for that would sever his ties with Jack. The excuse would revolve around that arena contract, which bore the signatures of Charlotte Owen, Torpol, and Diamante. A few alterations to the contract would suffice, but Doflamingo, wary of implicating Whitebeard and Big Mom, resolved that the only way to eliminate Baichi was through the arena. However, in the arena, Baichi had unexpectedly emerged as a dark horse, a circumstance beyond anyone's control. Doflamingo trusted that Jack would not trouble him. Yet, he lamented that he had already extended such a significant favor to the young Baichi concerning today's arms pricing, and now this young lad sought to exploit him further. The essence of Doflamingo's mercantile nature was laid bare. Once a merchant perceives a threat to their interests or realizes that their gains are not as substantial as anticipated, they will pursue greater profits to restore equilibrium. Should the balance of their interests remain unattainable, the failure of business negotiations looms ominously near. Baichi, possessing experience, discerned Doflamingo's contemplation and smiled broadly. "Let us settle upon this, Doflamingo. Let us add another 10 billion to the arms deal." Upon uttering this, Baichi lightly patted Doflamingo's shoulder with his youthful hand. "At another 10 billion? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom the nonchalance with which the young boy regarded such a monumental sum. Some pirates, having previously interacted with the Beast Pirates, recalled how even a mere 10 billion berry arms purchase had them meticulously calculating and hesitating. In this light, the Four Emperors crew lacks the bravado of an 8-year-old child. The 8-year-old child may very well usurp the position of Jack's first mate in the future. Unbeknownst to them, Baichi's system had just activated a gold reward today. bestowing upon him a substantial amount of heavenly gold. Naturally, Bai Qi was quite generous, showing no concern for the value of this heavenly gold. What is heavenly gold? After all, it is merely the reward for completing a simple task. As for the cost, Bai Qi held little belief in it. It was simply a matter of being slightly cheaper than the market price. Wouldn't Doflamingo be tempted if he were offered an additional 10 billion in arms business, allowing him to earn even more? Do not be misled by the notion of friendship with Jack. Such claims of not betraying friends for profit are mere fabrications. Indeed. A smirk appeared at the corner of Doflamingo's mouth as he chuckled, declaring the deal sealed. An additional 10 billion, no less, heavenly gold, mind you. 300 billion in heavenly gold. In terms of arms dealings, this rivaled a year's worth of cooperation with Kaido. If a long-term partnership with Bai Qi could be established, his revenue could potentially double. Most importantly, it was Bai Qi's talent and strength that captivated Doflamingo. Gazing at Bai Qi, he seemed to see the next Kaido. Should this young lad continue to grow, it might not be long before they would rely on him. A new era is upon us, and it promises to be ever more intriguing. Beside them, Pika was equally astonished. How wealthy must this child be to casually mention 100 billion? By that measure, he might well be a major client on par with Kaido. Not only does he possess strength, but he also wields immense wealth. Pika dared not underestimate Bai Qi any longer. Turning to Doflamingo, she acknowledged his wisdom. Pika now began to worry about the potential consequences had she acted rashly against Bai Qi during the banquet in a fit of anger. Without a doubt, the Don Quixote family would gain a formidable rival with the potential to become one of the four emperors, while simultaneously losing a crucial super partner, a significant loss indeed. Meanwhile, Speed, who had been tense, finally felt relieved. No longer would she have to submit herself to Jack. The mere thought of his tortures sent shivers down her spine. She exhaled slowly. However, after a brief moment of silence, she suddenly recalled something and became frantic once more. Bai Qi, we must leave immediately. Hold'em and I have already discreetly sent word to Jack. The mention of Drought Jack brought a look of terror to Speed's face, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. If Jack were to arrive, it would be exceedingly difficult for her and Bai Qi to escape his clutches, and they would likely face unspeakable torment. The worst fate would be to be subjected to experiments for biochemical weaponry, an existence worse than death itself. Speed trembled even more violently, clearly under the formidable intimidation that Drought Jack exerted. Let Jack come. I wouldn't mind claiming fame by slaying a member of the four emperors. Bai Qi remained unfazed. Instead, he licked his lips, revealing a glint of avarice. If he sought me out, he would be most eager. Kill Drought Jack. Speed had never entertained the thought that anyone could defeat Jack. After following him for so many years, Speed was well aware of Jack's defenses. She recalled a time when Jack had battled a powerful foe for 10 days and nights, sustaining countless injuries, yet merely needed a good night's sleep to recover. The child before her seemed to be intoxicated by the victory in the arena, believing that defeating a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million made him remarkable. Little did he know, Drought Jack, a prominent figure in the New World, boasted a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. It could be said that Jack had never known fear since the day he was born. Oh no, Speed fell back into a state of panic. Pika. You may release Speed. She is now under Bai Qi's command, Doflamingo instructed Pika. Yes, Master Doflamingo, Pika replied, proceeding to unlock the sea stone cuffs binding Speed. You are free now, Speed. What a stroke of luck. Just as she was released, Bai Qi mounted her. Let us go, Speed. We are heading to the armory to procure equipment. You'll be responsible for the transport. Bai Qi grinned. Upon hearing this, Speed hurriedly took off at full speed. The rationale was simple. If she ran quickly, perhaps she could save enough time for Bai Qi to leave before Jack arrived. As Speed dashed ahead, she caused Bai Qi to bounce up and down. Hey, Speed, could you slow down a bit? You're going to throw me off, Bai Qi exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 55. The arrival of Drought Jack. Upon entering the armory, Bai Qi found himself in awe. This place was nothing short of a colossal manufacturing facility. Each area was overseen by designated personnel, with each section responsible for different products. All manufactured components would be transported to a central processing plant, where pirates and toy soldiers would assemble and produce goods. It seemed that someone like Doflamingo, regardless of his origins, would thrive wherever he found himself. Bai Qi was convinced that had Doflamingo traversed into his past life, he would undoubtedly have become an accomplished merchant, a true capitalist. Doflamingo, you are indeed a born businessman. I must commend the management here, Bai Qi expressed sincerely. Even Pika was taken aback. This child, known for his defiance and fearlessness, was now offering praise? Hee. Thank you for the compliment, Bai Qi. Hearing such words from you is quite surprising, Doflamingo replied with a slight smile. Bai Qi casually picked up a large sword and a pistol, testing their weight in his hands, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. The craftsmanship is impressive, Doflamingo, and the materials are pure steel. Bai Qi examined the revolver, his gaze fixed on Doflamingo. Now I understand why you have such a strong foothold in the underworld. Does this mean Bai Qi is satisfied with my goods? Has our business transaction been sealed? Doflamingo inquired. No problem, deal? Bai Qi declared with enthusiasm. Hee. Then let us enjoy our partnership. A maid arrived with pre-prepared wine, and Bai Qi and Doflamingo raised their glasses in celebration. Exiting the armory, Baichi complained, "Speed. Can't you run a little slower? My backside is sore from squatting." Looking at the ship that had been prepared, Doflamingo's subordinates and Speed loaded all the arms aboard. "Well then, Doflamingo, we shall take our leave." Baichi waved goodbye. I hope we can collaborate again in the future," Baichi, Doflamingo remarked, his smile radiating commercial charm. "Moreover, regarding the war you mentioned, if it were to indeed transpire, I would eagerly anticipate it," Doflamingo added, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Having unknowingly begun to believe Baichi's words, this young child had left him utterly astounded. In terms of strength, composure, ambition, and wealth, Doflamingo had to concede that Baichi appeared to surpass him in every aspect. "Rest assured, Doflamingo, that war is imminent. I have faith in you, Doflamingo, with your intellect. You will choose to join my side," Baichi stated confidently, as long as he and his crew possessed the strength to contend with the Navy. Baichi believed Doflamingo would undoubtedly ally with him. After all, Doflamingo was also a dangerous individual, in a world yearning for chaos. What could so greater disorder than vanquishing the Navy? I, Baichi, shall demonstrate the truth of this in the future. Join me, and you shall reap the greatest rewards. A formidable aura surged forth, causing even Speed, Pika, and the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo to tremble. I, Baichi, am destined to rule the entire world. With that, I mounted Speed and boarded my pirate ship. Farewell, Doflamingo. The azure expanse of the ocean unfolded before me, with the invigorating breeze of freedom brushing against my face. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a companion, Speed. Rewards: 3 uses of the blink skill and the famed sword, blowing snow. System: open the panel. Host: Baichi, age, 8, occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Fruit: trimmer fruit, ignores the sea. Haki: armament Haki, beginner, observation Haki, beginner. Conqueror's Haki, beginner. Skills: light speed / 3 uses, instant strikes upon foes, reaching light speed, blink skill, for uses. Teleportation within 100 meters. Items: fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 30 complete. Fish fruit, heavenly gold, 90 billion berries, rain fruit. Famed sword, blowing snow. Basic attributes: strength, max defense, maxed agility. Maxed upon meticulous examination of blowing snow, I discerned it to be a treasure from another realm. Exceedingly sharp and readily triggering sword energy. Its quality rivals that of the unparalleled blades within the pirate world. Sword energy? In this realm, it is akin to the flow of cherry blossoms in Haki. Notables like Mihawk, Shanks, and Big Mom can cleave through mountains using such techniques. I too acquired intermediate Haki and dress Rosa, allowing me to unleash the flow of cherry blossoms. It appears this treasure has arrived at the perfect moment. Speed. Set our course for Women Island. Baichi commanded decisively. Currently, Speed obeyed Baichi without question, having witnessed his formidable prowess firsthand. At the tender age of 8, he had bested the Don Quixote family and the Big Mom crew in the arena. Additionally, Speed realized that defying Baichi would lead to certain doom. Rather than fall prey to the calamity that is Jack and meet a brutal end, it was far wiser to betray the beast pirates and ally with the world's greatest pirate crew, Whitebeard. The ship sped forth under the skilled guidance of the laborer Speed. At that moment, Baichi reclined on the deck, a blade of grass between his lips, gazing up at the sky, as blue as the ocean itself. This feeling grew increasingly delightful. The sensation of soaring freely across the vast ocean is exhilarating. Even the breeze that sweeps across the sea is imbued with the essence of liberty. The pirate ship continues its voyage for 2 hours amidst the sounds of crashing waves. Sensing something amiss, Speed inquired, "What's wrong with you?" He's coming. I can feel it, that aura of death. The kind that withers and decays all plant life in its vicinity. Suddenly, Speed collapsed to the ground, terror etched across her features, her lips quivering. Is it Drought Jack? Watching Speed, who seemed utterly paralyzed by fear, Baichi felt a wave of frustration. Was it really necessary to react this way over a mere boogeyman like Jack? Glancing back, he saw a large ship gradually coming into focus. Standing upon it was a towering figure, a man of formidable stature, exuding an overwhelming presence even while motionless. This was none other than Lord Drought Jack, one of the 3 notorious figures of the Beast Pirates, known for leaving desolation in his wake. A super pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Kimrami, pursue them. The booming voice carried an undeniable weight. A voluptuous woman with pink hair nodded eagerly. She was Kimrami, a subordinate of Drought Jack and a user of the jumping gazelle fruit. That wretched Speed. I've long harbored disdain for her. Lord Jack. I shall tear her to shreds. Kimrami's furious gaze flickered. However, Jack was indifferent to notions of sympathy. Silence. Get closer to them. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? A mere captain of the Whitebeard crew dares to provoke me, Lord Jack. An overwhelming aura of intimidation enveloped them. Silencing Kimrami. On Baichi's pirate ship, he remarked, Speed, we ought to come up with a proper name for our crew, don't you think? How about the War God Pirates? Baichi asked with keen interest. Speed was bewildered, grappling with the reality that she and this boy named Baichi were likely to perish at the hands of Drought Jack. How could he still ponder over a name for their crew? Even if they did come up with one, it would surely be the crew with the shortest lifespan. Baichi, Lord Jack is here. Drought Jack, can't you hear? Speed cried out in utter despair. We are doomed. We are doomed. Drought Jack has discovered us. She clasped her hands over her head, bowing down in fear, as if lifting her gaze would reveal the visage of her demise. Chapter 56, Renowned across the seas. Do not worry, Speed. A trifling Jack is not worth my concern, Bai Qi replied nonchalantly, confidence radiating from his eyes. He had recently acquired the intermediate level of armament Haki from the system, a power capable of inflicting damage even on Kaido. How could he fear a mere Jack? If Jack proved to be unwise upon arrival, Bai Qi would not mind gaining some experience points while simultaneously extracting his tusks after all. Jack's bounty was largely supported by those very tusks, was it not? However, Speed did not share his optimism, staring blankly at Bai Qi. The man before her was clearly deranged, believing that a victory in a national arena could somehow prepare him to face Drought Jack. To challenge a man with a bounty of 1 billion was nothing short of delusional. Jack, who could battle for days without fatigue and possessed the formidable mammoth fruit ability, was far beyond Bai Qi's capabilities. His strength was vastly superior to that of the disarmed Charlotte Oven. The ships drew closer together. Jack stood on the gangplank, an imposing figure radiating authority. His expression was oddly contemplative, for he had just perused a report on the duel at the Dressrosa Arena and a new bounty notice from the Navy, just 10 hours prior. Reinforce our numbers. Reinforce our numbers. Do you not understand? At the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, everyone was so busy they barely had time to eat. This was monumental news. The esteemed Charlotte Oven had been defeated by a fledgling pirate. Morgan, the president of the agency and a user of the albatross fruit, was on the phone, his face alight with excitement. The staff rushed about, making additional prints of the newspaper. President, there's a small news agency owner who wishes to contact you, an employee panted, rushing in. Morgan's expression soured instantly. OD, can't you see I'm busy? Do not inform me of such trivial disturbances from small news agencies. With that, he turned to leave, clutching a stack of materials. But, President, they seem to possess first-hand information about the Dressrosa bullfighting arena. Oh? Morgan's demeanor softened. Who is the feature for? Charlotte Oven? He hesitated. Let me inquire. After a minute, he received the answer. President Morgan, the feature is about Bai Qi, captain of the Whitebeard pirates. What? Morgan, who had been sipping tea, spat out in shock. Quick, call him. I must see his first-hand information. Morgan was in a hurry. Whatever the cost, I will buy it outright. He was as if he had discovered a vast treasure, his face brimming with exhilaration. After lengthy negotiations, the price was finally agreed upon. Information valued at 10 billion berries. President, are you mad? 10 billion berries? Are you trying to con us? His subordinate exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how mere arena information could be worth such a fortune. This must be the most valuable intelligence of the year. Observing the skeptical expression on Eddie's face, Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News, remained unfazed. Ha ha ha. Hoodie, you do not comprehend the worth of this information I have seen. It is absolutely priceless. Crank up the engines. Tenfold. Print the newspapers 10 times over. Send them to every corner of the globe. Morgan's was brimming with excitement and pride. Bai Qi, how intriguing. A new world is unfolding, and Bai Qi is the pivotal figure in this prologue. Morgan smacked his lips, lost in contemplation. The new world, Marineford, the naval headquarters. Sengoku was engulfed in sorrow. What's the matter, Sengoku? You seem perpetually downcast. Be careful, you might shorten your lifespan. Aha. Garp lounged in an armchair, stuffing his mouth with rice crackers. Damn it. Now all the promising newcomers are becoming pirates. Infuriating. Sengoku pounded the table with his hand. Oh? Garp inquired, seemingly puzzled. It appeared to be quite a vexing issue. Let me take a look. With that, Garp grabbed the newspaper in front of Sengoku and began to read. After finishing, Garp fell silent, his usual jovial demeanor vanished. I believe there was news of this little brat before, and at that time, you said it was nothing to worry about. Right? Garp. Sengoku sighed, his hair a bit disheveled. It seemed he had been preoccupied with naval affairs lately. Is this little brat's growth rate truly so alarming? Or did he conceal his strength when he defeated 100 million pirates? Garp pondered deeply. If this little brat continues to grow, he may become the Navy's most formidable adversary in the future. Sengoku smacked his lips and continued, perhaps even more fearsome than the revolutionary dragon glancing sideways at Garp. Garp remained silent. The revolutionary dragon was a topic he preferred to avoid. As a hero of the Navy, to have a son who was the world's #1 criminal, what a cruel twist of fate. Garp slapped his forehead and hastily shifted the topic. What do you think the bounty for this little brat Bai Qi should be set at? As for that, Chapter 57, bounty set at 500 million berries. Let's position it at 500 million berries. This little brat poses an enormous latent threat. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. 500 million berries. Garp appeared somewhat perplexed. An 8-year-old child who has never laid a hand on the Navy, suddenly being assigned a bounty of 500 million is indeed quite astonishing. 500 million berries it shall be. I want the youngsters of the new era to witness the consequences of daring to stand out. A weary voice echoed. It seemed Sengoku had indeed been overworked lately. The new era, huh? Garp lifted his gaze to the sky. If given the chance, I hope to meet this little brat Bai Qi. A tremendous aura of dominance emanated from Garp, causing the nearby Navy personnel to break into a cold sweat. This newspaper, along with the bounty, has recently come into the possession of the Beast Pirates, a testament to their formidable intelligence capabilities as one of the Yonko crews. The first-hand information from Morgans in his albatross form is typically disseminated to the numerous powerful factions across the globe, including, of course, the Yonko crews. Among those privy to this information is also the Whitebeard pirates. On board the Moby Dick, the crew gathered around Whitebeard. "Old man, what you've brought us is truly a marvel," exclaimed Marco, his face a picture of astonishment. "What is it, Marco? Has that little brat, Whitey, done something extraordinary again?" Diamond Jozu inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words and caught sight of the bounty poster on the old man's table, Jozu fell silent. His lips began to tremble uncontrollably, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What? That little brat Whitey now has a bounty of 500 million berries. At this revelation, the crew was left utterly flabbergasted. How is it possible that this brat has only joined the Whitebeard pirates for a mere few days, and already his bounty has skyrocketed? At this rate, many believe that Bai Chi is not far from surpassing their own bounties. He may have even eclipsed some of the captains, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. After all these years in the Whitebeard crew, being outdone by a rookie who just set sail is utterly humiliating. Whitebeard's expression turned grave as he expressed his concerns. A high bounty is not necessarily a good thing. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, if one possesses strength, that is a different matter. However, if someone lacks power yet boasts a substantial bounty, they will inevitably attract challenges from those stronger than themselves, as well as the relentless pursuit of seasoned bounty hunters. What could that young rascal Bai Chi be doing now, with such a high bounty? Would it attract formidable foes? To think that Bai Chi's bounty has already reached 500 million. Jack, who was aware of Bai Chi's bounty, felt a surge of indignation. With a hand on his scythe-like weapon, the Scotel knife, he reflected on the countless souls it had claimed. Today, I shall use this weapon to eliminate this newly emerged brat. A menacing aura enveloped him, causing Jean Lamy to break into a cold sweat, fear consuming his entire being. At last, the two ships drew close, and Jack boarded Bai Chi's pirate vessel. The overwhelming pressure forced Speed to collapse onto the ground. He has come. He has finally arrived. Speed's face was a mask of terror, his breath quickening. Summoning his courage, he stammered, "Lord Jack, please, spare me." Jean Lamy raised her head, speaking with arrogance. "Now you regret it? It's too late. To dare defy Lord Jack's orders and flee means a cruel death awaits you." With a contemptuous glance, she regarded Speed, her eyes filled with scorn. Jean Lamy, the alluring figure adorned with two gleaming horns, looked at Speed as if he were a mere corpse. Meanwhile, Drought Jack ignored both Speed and Jean Lamy, directing his overwhelming killing intent solely at Bai Chi. "You, boy. Are you the one who killed Cyphus Head and Hold'em?" Jack's resonant voice echoed, exuding an oppressive force that permeated the surroundings. Bai Chi remained relatively unfazed. This level of pressure merely surprised him slightly. Although Jack may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, his imposing presence was undeniable. This physique, this facial structure, this imposing presence, truly capable of intimidating some minor pirates. A tremendous sense of pressure enveloped Speed, who found herself unable to withstand such overwhelming force. The pervasive oppression bore down upon her like mountains, suffocating every inch of her skin, instilling a sense of asphyxiation. This, indeed, is the formidable Drought Jack. The oppressive aura of a man with a bounty of 1 billion. Turning his gaze towards Bai Chi, Speed was utterly bewildered. How could one confront such overwhelming intimidation? This lad, named Bai Chi, appeared remarkably composed. There was not a trace of fear to be discerned in his eyes. Rather, they seemed to gleam with a sense of exhilaration. Was he merely feigning calmness? "Indeed, Jack, your subordinates are woefully inadequate, utterly unworthy of your reputation." "Ha ha." Bai Chi chuckled nonchalantly, as if he were an old acquaintance of Jack. What a fool. The pink-haired femme fatale, Jean Lamy, witnessing Bai Chi's demeanor, initially thought, could this boy be a simpleton? Faced with the illustrious Drought Jack, should he not be kneeling in submission, yet here he was, leisurely engaging in conversation? Truly, one who seemingly courts death. Or does this boy remain oblivious to Jack's temperament? The moniker of Drought is not bestowed without reason, wherever he treads. Even the flora withers and perishes. A mere captain of a small squad, he is doomed. "You insolent brat, daring to speak thus to the great Drought Jack. You shall surely meet your end today." Jean Lamy pronounced each word with deliberate weight. Upon hearing Bai Chi's words, Speed's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape, lips trembling as he stammered, "You, Bai Chi, are you seeking death? Listen well, Speed, for I am a being far more formidable than Drought Jack." An overwhelming aura emanated from Bai Chi, radiating in all directions. Somehow, Speed found himself enveloped in a strange sense of security in Bai Chi's presence. Dominance? No. This was not merely an aura of dominance. This is the true aura of a formidable individual possessing genuine strength. Such an imposing presence instills a sense of security in his followers, while enveloping his adversaries in an overwhelming aura of pressure. And you, Jean Lamy, would do well to silence yourself. I have little patience for noisy women. Should you dare to bark again, be wary of the consequences. An immense force surged forth, imparting an undeniable authority to his words. In that moment, Jean Lamy found herself breaking into a cold sweat. Astonished that this 8-year-old child could exude a presence akin to that of Lord Jack. Is this truly possible? How could a mere newcomer with a bounty of 500 million compare to the formidable Drought Jack, who has thrived in the New World for countless years and dares to confront even the admirals? Drought Jack, taken aback, uttered a surprised sound. His bloodshot, lifeless eyes fixated on Bai Qi. He shuffled closer, letting out a menacing growl, and the entire ship began to tremble. Chapter 58, Confrontation with Drought Jack. Little brat. How's your bravado? Are you truly unafraid of death? Drought Jack's dead fish eyes glared at Bai Qi, exuding an aura of terror. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have succumbed to fear at this moment. Just the mere mention of Drought Jack, a name synonymous with devastation, could send ripples of terror through both flora and fauna alike. Yet, Bai Qi remained unfazed. Having attained intermediate Haki, his offensive prowess was sufficient to inflict damage upon Kaido. How could he possibly fear a mere calamity? Jack, your presence is rather impressive, far beyond my expectations, Bai Qi remarked, scrutinizing the muscular brute before him. Their gazes locked, and a palpable tension surged forth from the two, radiating outward in formidable waves. Nearby, Jean Lamy and Speed were taken aback, knowing that a battle was imminent. Who do you think I am? You insolent brat, how dare you show such disrespect? Drought Jack's voice boomed, shaking the ship itself, with a swift motion. Bizarre scythe-like weapons whirled through the air toward Bai Qi. Their speed was astonishing, and even with the use of observation Haki, Bai Qi barely managed to evade the onslaught. Nevertheless, the fact that he dodged Jack's fierce assault left the members of Jack's crew in shock. Jean Lamy's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This brat actually evaded Lord Jack's attack? It was well known that Drought Jack had unleashed his full power without reservation this time. A fact Jean Lamy was acutely aware of as one of his subordinates. Speed, equally astonished, felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this boy named Bai Qi could indeed triumph over Drought Jack. Renewed with the will to survive, Speed stood up and launched 3 Haki-infused attacks toward Jean Lamy. Enraged, Jean Lamy's lips quivered as her gaze fixed upon Speed. You want to die? On the other side, Drought Jack stared incredulously at Bai Qi, who had evaded his vicious strikes. I truly underestimated you. Would you care to join our beast pirates? If so, I might spare your life. Drought Jack loomed over Bai Qi, his tone imposing. I have no interest in your mere beast pirates, Bai Qi replied lazily, showing no respect for the so-called Drought Jack. Jack's eyes bulged with fury. You truly are ungrateful. Then let us continue our battle. I shall slay you. With that, a barrage of fierce attacks surged toward Bai Qi with even greater intensity, transforming into arcs of light. Observation Haki activated. After evading half of the strikes, Bai Qi faced an even denser onslaught of arc-shaped light. Impressive, Jack. You've compelled me to draw my weapon. The blade, Frostbite, materialized, a curved sword gleaming with a chilling radiance, reminiscent of pure snow. Bai Qi's Frostbite intercepted Jack's arcs entirely. Each parry resonated with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, a testament to the exceptional quality of his blade. Such a fine weapon. Even Drought Jack couldn't help but admire Bai Qi's sword, glancing at his own short sword with disappointment. Then, addressing Bai Qi, he declared in a thunderous voice, once I kill you, that blade will belong to me. Ha! If you possess the capability, then come and take it, Bai Qi retorted, his gaze locked onto Jack in a provocative manner. The eyes of Speed and Jean Lamy were drawn to the unfolding confrontation, both pairs transfixed on Bai Qi and Drought Jack. Astonishingly, they appeared evenly matched. This came as a tremendous surprise to both individuals, especially to Jean Lamy, whose eyes reflected sheer disbelief. After all, his leader was none other than the infamous Drought Jack. That formidable tank of flesh, a man with a bounty of 1 billion, who exhibited not an ounce of fear even in the presence of high-ranking officers. How could it be? How could he possibly be evenly matched with a mere child? Could it be that this 8-year-old prodigy possessed such formidable strength? Speed gradually regained his composure, astonished that he could stand toe-to-toe with Drought Jack. From Bai Qi's perspective, it appeared that their side was not at a disadvantage either. Thus, they would seize the moment and triumph over the unsuspecting Jean Lamy. How infuriating. What are you all just standing there for? Jean Lamy shouted to the newly arrived pirate crew members behind him. Upon hearing this, the band of pirates surged forward like a swarm of hornets, encircling Bai Qi and Speed. Ding dong. Task activated. Defeat the Jack pirates. Reward, intermediate observation Haki. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Bai Qi's lips. Intermediate observation Haki? With it, he would be able to glimpse fleeting glimpses of the future. What a remarkable skill. A smile graced Bai Qi's lips as he licked them with fervor. To express my gratitude, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of Bai Qi. The Conqueror's Haki. Unleashed. An overwhelming aura emanated from Bai Qi, swiftly enveloping the pirate ship. Without a doubt, all present were ensnared in the embrace of Bai Qi's Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding subordinates, having just assembled, were beset by a sensation akin to seasickness. What is happening? Why do I feel so dizzy? One pirate exclaimed, bewildered. Are you foolish? You're a pirate. You've never felt seasick before while aboard the ship. There must be something peculiar about the enemy's vessel, an elder pirate admonished. Why do my legs feel so weak? Another pirate lamented, struggling to maintain his footing, on the verge of collapsing. Bai Qi continued to unleash his Conqueror's Haki, secretly astonished. Indeed, the regular pirate subordinates exhibited some strength, as his Haki had not incapacitated them. Thus, he intensified his release. The second wave of Conqueror's Haki surged forth with greater ferocity, specifically targeting the pirate subordinates, ensnaring them completely in its grasp. Chapter 59. The Conqueror's Haki shakes Jack. Baichi unleashed the full extent of his Conqueror's Haki. As expected, the subordinates of the Jack pirates began to fall one after another. Those who remained standing were filled with terror and confusion. What is happening? Why are you all collapsing? Under the onslaught of Baichi's Haki, fewer than 100 pirates from the Jack pirates remained upright. Even those standing were rendered speechless, some even beginning to vomit, tormented by an overwhelming fear that seemed to emanate from the depths of their souls. The remaining pirates were expressions of sheer horror. Could it be that we have succumbed to the legendary Conqueror's Haki? Are you suggesting that this little brat possesses Conqueror's Haki, having awakened it at the age of 8? One pirate found it hard to believe that an 8-year-old child could torment him with such formidable Haki. Conqueror's Haki? Upon hearing this, the pirates collectively gasped in disbelief. They gazed at Baichi, struggling to fathom how such a youthful boy could unleash such terrifying Haki. It is worth noting that although they were not particularly notable within the Beast Pirates, they would still command respect outside the New World. Some elite pirates had even mastered armament Haki. Yet, under the sweep of Baichi's Conqueror's Haki, so many from the Emperor's crew had fallen. The combat effectiveness of the remaining pirates had diminished significantly. Conqueror's Haki. Truly formidable. Jean Lamy, witnessing the pirates collapsing before her eyes, turned her gaze toward Baichi, her beautiful eyes narrowing in concern. Could the rumors be true? The Conqueror's Haki, said to manifest in only 1 in a million, had indeed appeared in the form of an 8-year-old child. This is all too unbelievable. One must realize that even his superior, the Drought Jack, cannot possess such an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. How can this mere child have such extraordinary talent? Just moments ago, I was engaged in a discussion with Lord Jack, concluding that the World Economic News Agency had exaggerated White Chi's combat prowess in order to attract attention, particularly regarding the Conqueror's Haki, which seemed utterly impossible. Now, before my very eyes, White Chi has unleashed the Conqueror's Haki. What a slap to my face. Indeed, as indicated in the latest intelligence, this child possesses the Conqueror's Haki. Drought Jack is equally astonished. The Conqueror's Haki, which he himself has never possessed, is now wielded by this mere 8-year-old? A hint of jealousy, accompanied by a trace of murderous intent, flickers in Jack's gaze. Even Jack, not known for his intelligence, understands that given the enmity between Kaido and Whitebeard, allowing such a gifted child to live would spell disaster for the Beast Pirates in the future. Boy, you wield the Conqueror's Haki. I fear I cannot allow you to live. The murderous intent in Drought Jack's eyes reaches a peak, and he grips his scythe-like weapon tighter. White Chi, too, firmly clutches his sword, Snowfall, with eagle-like sharpness in his gaze fixed upon Jack's fish-like eyes. Let us see who is stronger. With that, White Chi licks his lips. Eager for this battle, for the enhancement of Haki is the reward he desires most, compared to weapons or money. This is indeed the most tangible method of increasing his strength. The remaining 100 or so pirates around them begin to cheer, rallying behind Drought Jack. Kill him, Lord Jack. How dare an 8-year-old brat provoke Lord Jack? He is utterly unaware of his own insignificance. What does it matter if he possesses Haki? The final outcome will still be death. Amidst the cacophony of cheers and curses, White Chi furrows his brow. You all are truly annoying. With that, White Chi raises Snowfall high above his head, narrowing his eyes. In an instant, he teleports before the pirates, and with swift, decisive strikes, he unleashes a series of devastating slashes from his renowned blade, Snowfall. Arcing beams of light sever the enemies. Ah, bastard. The sounds of screams intermingle with curses. In a short time, corpses begin to litter the ground, mutilated, some missing limbs. Others' heads, their faces reflecting a complex mix of terror and confusion in their dying It is truly unimaginable that the strength of these two individuals is so formidable. Wait. Jean Lamy's eyes widened in disbelief. As their weapons clashed, the seemingly frail figure of Baichi was, astonishingly, pushing the formidable Drought Jack forward. Could it be that Baichi is overpowering Drought Jack in combat? How is this even possible? Is it possible that Lord Jack did not exert his full strength? Yet, gazing upon Lord Jack's visage, with eyes nearly bursting from their sockets and his metallic jaw unhinged, revealing the sharp fangs of a fishman, one could see the beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. It was evident that Drought Jack was indeed utilizing all his might, not merely utilizing his strength. But one could even say he was exerting himself to the utmost. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. How could you possess such formidable strength, little brat? Drought Jack exclaimed in disbelief. The boy before him, though barely 1.5 meters tall and merely 8 years of age, exuded a terrifying power that was utterly unfathomable. This is the Saitama training method, the power of persistence. Baichi replied with a slight smile. What in the world? The Saitama training method? Drought Jack exclaimed, bewildered. He had never heard of such a thing. Just 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run every day. It's that simple. You must persevere. Baichi jested. You brat, do you dare to mock me? I shall not spare you. Jack roared, enraged. Did he not know who he was? He was the illustrious figure of the Beast's pirates, Drought Jack, the one whose very stomp could bring death. Wherever he went, there lay a multitude of fallen foes, not a blade of grass surviving in his wake. Who would dare to defy him? Yet, This little boy before him had the audacity to disregard him so brazenly. It was the first time Drought Jack felt the sting of humiliation. With a tremendous aura radiating around him, Jack shouted, transforming into an ancient mammoth. The ancient mammoth appeared to dwarf Bai Chi by several hundred times. The disparity in size immediately apparent. Let me show you my true might, boy. His resonant voice echoed throughout the pirate ship. Jack's lifeless eyes widened, fixating intensely on Bai Chi. Lord Jack was furious. Speed and Jean Lamy shouted in unison. They recalled the last time Lord Jack had been enraged. Decimating an entire village within a 10-kilometer radius, it was nothing short of terrifying. Is Master Jack about to erupt in fury once more? Speed and Jean Lamy's beautiful eyes fixated on the drought-stricken Jack, paralyzing them with fear. Transformed, Jack's form had swollen exponentially. A tempestuous aura enveloped the surroundings. Ha ha, Speed. It seems your little imp is doomed this time. How dare you provoke Master Jack? I trust you are well aware of the consequences. Jean Lamy glared at Speed, regarding him as the detestable centaur. Indeed, Speed had witnessed the terrifying power of the Drought Jack in his transformed state. He recalled the last time when he was so frightened he couldn't sleep for 2 nights. The transformed Master Jack, true to his title, was a harbinger of dread, obliterating everything in sight, be it the elderly, children, or women. Whoever caught his gaze would meet a fate of utter annihilation. Trembling, Speed's legs quaked and his lips quivered. A sight not lost on Jean Lamy. Ha ha. Speed, kneel before me, and I might utter a few kind words to Master Jack. Perhaps it will spare your life. She sneered, her arrogance palpable. In her eyes, there was no doubt that Master Jack would crush both Bai Chi and Speed. However, what transpired next delivered a resounding slap to Jean Lamy's face. Bai Chi raised his sword, Snowstorm, high above his head, closing his eyes. The blade gradually enveloped itself in a dark, armored sheen. Jack, do you think that by transforming into an ancient mammoth, I will be at a loss? How laughable. Bai Chi taunted. You have merely expanded the area of my attack. A confident smile graced his lips. Now, let me test my newly acquired intermediate armament Haki on you. Jack, prepare to experience the blade. An overwhelming aura surged from Bai Chi, colliding with Jack's formidable presence. A ferocious wind held around them. You think you can challenge me? Then let us see. The mammoth transformed Jack roared, charging at Bai Chi. The entire ship trembled violently, causing Speed and Jean Lamy to lose their footing. They both tumbled to the ground, their gazes fixed on the confrontation between Bai Chi and Drought Jack. Bai Chi leaped into the air, raising his treasured sword, Snowstorm, above his head, then striking down with all his might. A semi-arc of blinding light appeared in the sky, slicing through the air towards the head of Drought Jack. The radiant arc enveloped Jack's eyes, dominating his entire crown. Jean Lamy, now sprawled on the ground, bore an expression of disbelief. This must be a trick. How could that little imp execute such a move? The only other person I can think of who could do this is Odin, the former king of Wano, who once gravely injured Kaido. It was nearly inconceivable that this child possessed such strength. If even Kaido had been harmed by this technique, then Master Jack was surely in grave danger. Unbeknownst to her, beads of sweat streamed down Jean Lamy's face, her fingers quivering uncontrollably. How can this be? How is it possible? Jean Lamy clutched her head in disbelief. It was utterly unfathomable that an 8-year-old child could wield the techniques of Kazuki Odin. Speed also witnessed this spectacle. Perhaps this boy named Bai Chi could indeed breach the defenses of Drought Jack? On the deck, Bai Chi surged towards Jack in an instant. Jack, bewildered, gaped at the impending strike. You think you can escape? My massive form has rendered me a target. Just as that little imp said. With no time to evade, he raised his tusks to block the blow. His tusks were the hardest part of his body, comparable to the weapons he wielded. However, the famed sword Snowstorm, combined with the intermediate armament Haki, produced an extraordinary effect. Drought Jack's tusks were severed cleanly. The colossal strike did not halt, continuing forward, instantly slashing across Drought Jack's cheek, blood gushing forth. Chapter 61. Severing Jack's tusks, the tremendous tusks crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon hearing the sound, Jean Lamy lifted her head to behold the battle between Bai Chi and Drought Jack. As anticipated, the tank-like body of Drought Jack had failed to withstand Bai Chi's celestial strike. Both tusks were severed. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Master Jack! Master Jack! You are wounded. What shall we do? Jean Lamy shrieked, as if driven mad. The terror engulfing her mind was overwhelming. Unable to fathom that the very being who had clashed with Cypress had possessed such formidable power, she had initially believed he was merely on par with Cypress Head. Fortunate to have vanquished him. Yet now, it seemed this little imp had been feigning weakness all along. Trembling uncontrollably, Jean Lamy's face was a mask of fear. In her mind, Bai Chi resembled a demon. If Drought Jack were to fall glancing around at the dismembered corpses strewn across the deck, blood still fresh. The stench of gore permeated the air, causing Jean Lamy to suddenly vomit. I cannot perish. A fierce desire ignited within Jean Lamy's mind, and an idea struck her. Yet, this notion was undeniably foolish. Seizing the moment while her adversary, the centaur Speed, was in a stupor, Jean Lamy hastily grabbed a warrior's blade lying beside a corpse and charged at Bai Qi. Die, little imp. Jean Lamy prepared to strike unexpectedly, hoping to eliminate Bai Qi while he was preoccupied with Jack, executing a stealthy assassination. Everything inevitably fell within the purview of Bai Qi's observation Haki. Even Jack was left speechless by Jean Lamy's foolish actions. This madwoman truly is a simpleton. The ensuing scene required no further contemplation. A streak of blood soared towards the heavens. In an instant, Bai Qi delivered a lethal strike, executing Jean Lamy without even employing armament Haki. As she lay on the ground, Jean Lamy's lips quivered a few times before she succumbed completely. The black horns atop her head gradually faded away. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully evaded the ambush. Reward, celestial gold, valued at 2 billion, and the ability to perform 2 lightspeed slashes. Oh, so this madwoman's demise was indeed worthwhile? Bai Qi, filled with excitement, licked his lips. System, open my panel. Ding dong. Host, Bai Qi age, 8 occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirates fruit, trimmer fruit, ignores the sea, Haki, armament Haki, intermediate, observation Haki, beginner. Conqueror's Haki, beginner, skills, lightspeed / 5 times, 1 time consumption, enabling instantaneous strikes against enemies at lightspeed. Blink skill 4 times, instantaneous movement within 100 meters of any space, items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/3, fish fruit, celestial gold, 110 billion berries. 96 billion berries, rain fruit, legendary blade blowing snow basic attributes, strength, max defense, maxed agility, maxed. Bai Qi wore a contented smile. His gaze fixed intently upon the Droughtbringer, Jack. Nearby, the centaur speed witnessed Bai Qi's execution of Jean Lamy. This newly recognized Captain Bai Qi is astonishingly powerful. Glancing at the lifeless body of Jean Lamy beside him, Speed was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound fear that emanated from the depths of his soul. The 8-year-old rascal appeared innocent and harmless, with a tender physique and a childlike voice. However, after witnessing the slaying of Syphus Head, the defeat of Hold'em, and now the demise of Jean Lamy, it became evident that he was a remorseless killer. Should one feel fortunate to be allied with such a formidable child? Or should one lament their association? After a moment of contemplation, Speed arrived at a conclusion. It was indeed better to join him. The reasoning was simple. Just look at the fates of Syphus Head, Hold'em, and Jean Lamy. Those who opposed this child had all met their end. The elite subordinates of Drought Jack had been decimated by this young boy. If he had not abandoned the competition out of fear of this child, would he not now share the same fate as Jean Lamy, lying lifeless? Speed was engulfed in deep thought. Jack, your tricks are truly limited. Is all the bounty contained within these 2 tusks? Haha. White Qi audaciously mocked Jack. How could you possess such power? Drought Jack was incredulous. Unable to fathom that an 8-year-old child could sever his tusks. He recalled his own reckless assaults on the 4 emperors, none of which had ever ended so disastrously. His tusks had been broken. The humiliation struck him deeply as he gazed at the 2 tusks on the ground, transitioning back to his human form. Jack grasped his weapon and swiftly enveloped it with Haki, charging once more toward White Qi with even greater ferocity. Waves of air slashes surged towards White Qi. Blow snow. White Qi exclaimed, wielding his blade, captivated by its melodious sound akin to a dragon's roar. What a magnificent sword! Jack's air slashes were deftly countered by White Qi, who leapt into the sky. Drought Jack, allow me to show you the might of my air slashes. White Qi's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he tightened his grip on the renowned sword. Blow snow. What? Jack could not comprehend the meaning behind those words. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a myriad of air slashes, slicing through the air toward Jack. His vision was overwhelmed by nearly 100 radiant auras. His mouth agape. His eyes bloodshot, he thought. This cannot be possible. Drought Jack let out a wretched howl, brandishing his weapon in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Deep down, he understood that if he succumbed to the pain of a single slash and ceased to resist, he would soon be overwhelmed by dozens of air slashes that would spell his doom. His only course of action was to endure the agony and continue to defend himself. As Jack fought through the onslaught, his body suffered numerous injuries. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of his strength into his defense. White Qi was slightly taken aback, observing the injured Jack before him. He expressed his surprise. Indeed, his defensive capabilities were quite impressive. I unleashed 100 slashes, and yet Jack endured without collapsing, persevering through the pain to withstand my subsequent strikes. It seems Tank Jack possesses some skill after all. How does my air slash taste, Jack? White Qi smirked. Damn it. Jack seethed, witnessing his clothing shredded into tatters, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of rage and humiliation. Chapter 62. Drought Jack's defeat. Damn it, you. Drought Jack stammered, unable to articulate his outrage. After all, he was a prominent figure in the Beast Pirates, a man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. He had never experienced such humiliation. His anger surged, rendering his words shaky. Suddenly, the phone bug aboard White Qi's ship began to ring, its sound cutting through the intensity of battle, capturing the attention of White Qi, Jack, and Speed. Speed, my subordinate, go fetch the phone bug for me. I need to take this call, White Qi said, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the battle were inconsequential. What? Mr. White Qi, Are you sure you want to take a call now? Speed asked, bewildered by the audacity of the seemingly unfazed child. Are you joking? We are on the verge of defeating a man with a bounty of 10 billion. And you wish to answer a phone call now? Couldn't this wait until after the fight? Aren't you afraid Drought Jack will seize the opportunity? It was difficult to determine whether the individual known as White Chi was exceptionally skilled or simply mad. Indeed, bring the phone bug here. It's a call from my family. And I cannot let them worry, White Chi replied earnestly, completely disregarding Jack. All right, Mr. White Chi, Speed complied, though he hesitated. But you are currently engaged in battle with Drought Jack. Wouldn't this distract you? He blinked, filled with 1,000 questions, finally gathering the courage to voice his concerns. After all, Jack was still alive, and both he and White Chi remained in peril against such a vicious and ruthless foe. Caution was certainly advisable. Fear not. Observe that he is now incapable of stirring any waves. With that, White Chi pointed disdainfully at Drought Jack. You scoundrel! Drought Jack stammered, his voice trembling with rage. However, considering White Chi's formidable prowess, Jack ultimately recoiled. Despite his notoriously stubborn disposition, he was not a fool. His obstinacy stemmed from ignorance of his adversary's strength. After engaging in combat, Drought Jack exhibited a remarkable sense of humility, akin to the character in an anime. Left to confront the Elephant Lord alone, he would likely refrain from striking out of sheer trepidation. Very well, Mr. Bai Chi, he conceded. Gazing at the cowed Jack, Speed felt a surge of confidence. Witnessing the once mighty Drought Jack reduced to such a state by a mere child, who now dared not retaliate, Speed began to believe in Bai Chi's capabilities. Perhaps this 8-year-old prodigy was indeed correct in asserting that Drought Jack could no longer make any significant waves. Such power is truly terrifying, especially for an 8-year-old child. At that tender age, perhaps across the entire pirate world, only Bai Chi could achieve such feats. Nearly 8 years old, yet possessing strength comparable to an emperor's right-hand man. That is precisely how Speed currently assesses Bai Chi's capabilities. What are you spacing out for? Bai Chi fixed his gaze upon Speed, who stood motionless on the deck. Lost in thought. Right away, Master Bai Chi. Snapping back to reality, Speed jolted into action and hurried toward Bai Chi's quarters. After Speed departed, Bai Chi turned his attention to the trembling figure before him. Well, Jack, shall we continue? His voice carried an amused lilt as he observed the dread in the eyes of the calamity known as Jack. Continue? Jack's lifeless fish-like eyes widened in disbelief, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Surveying the gruesome scene, his crewmates strewn about, limbs severed, their lifeless eyes frozen in terror, and the lifeless body of Jin Rummy, slain by his own folly. Jack felt something foreign stir within him. Fear. Would he, too, meet his end at the hands of this child? He took an involuntary step back. What's wrong, Jack? Scared? Bai Chi chuckled, amused by the terror flickering in Jack's eyes. He had assumed a stubborn brute like Jack knew no fear, yet here he was, cowering like the rest. And truthfully, Jack's fear was justified. After all, Bai Chi had single-handedly decimated his entire crew, sparing none but him. Such brutality would unsettle anyone. You bastard. Who the hell do you think I am? Fear is a concept I don't acknowledge. Roaring in a mix of rage and forced bravado, Jack lunged at Bai Chi. His sickle-like weapon now sheathed in a gleaming obsidian armor. Die, you brat. Jack swung wildly, his strikes erratic yet vicious. Observation Haki, activate. Bai Chi murmured inwardly. Perfect. He'd used Jack as a training dummy. Even in his frenzied state, Jack's weapon carved deadly arcs through the air. Bai Chi mused, so basic observation Haki isn't enough against an opponent of this caliber? Though he could predict most attacks, some were too erratic, their trajectories impossible to decipher. Not that it mattered. Any unseen strikes could simply be blocked with his famed blade, Blizzard, or by reinforcing his chest with intermediate armament Haki. Had his armament been at a basic level, this fight might have been troublesome. Meanwhile, Jack grew increasingly bewildered. In his enraged state, his attack should have been stronger, yet the boy before him seemed uninterested in offense. Merely defending. Is this brat using me as practice? Suspicion gnawed at Jack. Indeed, upon closer observation, Bai Chi relied solely on observation to evade, only resorting to armament when absolutely necessary. Jack swung over 1,000 times, yet Bai Chi remained unscathed, his defense unbroken. Utterly dumbfounded, Jack felt genuine defeat settle in. The gap between them only seemed to widen. Speed, watching from the sidelines, was equally stunned. Master Bai Chi, is this strong? He appeared even mightier than when the battle first began. Speed relaxed, now certain, Jack stood no chance. In truth, Bai Chi's strength hadn't changed. It was his endurance that made the difference. With his unparalleled stamina, prolonged combat barely dented his energy reserves. Jack, though famed for his endurance, had his limits. Worse still, his mind was in disarray, his breathing erratic, only hastening his exhaustion. This has given rise to the impression that Bai Chi has grown stronger. In truth, it is not Bai Chi who has become more formidable, but rather that Drought Jack has weakened. Chapter 63, Exhausted Jack. Damn it. I refuse to believe this. In a fit of rage, Jack continued his assault, yet it proved futile. Ultimately, the endurance-renowned Jack found himself collapsing onto the ground, breathless and panting. This scene was fully witnessed by Speed, as the former superior, the drought-affected Lord Jack, engaged in combat with his current superior, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. In a dramatic turn of events, White-Chi emerged victorious with ease, leaving Lord Jack utterly exhausted and collapsed on the ground. It is truly hard to believe that this notorious figure, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion and known for battling a certain individual in the New World for an astonishing 3 days and nights, has now fallen. Speed. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hand me my phone. White-Chi remarked impatiently upon noticing Speed's stupor. Why yes, boss White-Chi. Speed, now completely in awe of White-Chi, had shifted his address from sir to boss. The phone continued to ring with a persistent beep-beep. On the other end of the line were the members of the Whitebeard pirates, anxiously awaiting the call aboard the Moby Dick. Inside were Whitebeard, Marco, Jozu, and Bista, among others. Old man, why hasn't that little brat White-Chi picked up the phone yet? Marco exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he paced back and forth in the room. Just wait a little longer, Whitebeard replied, his own countenance reflecting worry as he sighed deeply. Jozu could no longer contain himself. Could something have gone awry? Have they encountered each other? At this remark, a heavy silence fell over the group. Just moments ago, Whitebeard's intelligence network had reported that Lord Jack had learned of White-Chi's recent exploits and dress Rosa, killing Hold'em, frightening Speed, and ultimately causing Speed to defect from the Beast Pirates. In light of these unforgivable deeds, Lord Jack had resolved to take matters into his own hands, setting his sights on dress Rosa. This sets the stage for the anxious scene in which Whitebeard frantically calls White-Chi. Upon hearing Jaw's words, Whitebeard's expression grew increasingly peculiar. His throat felt parched, and he coughed twice. Finally, he resolutely declared, impossible. That little brat is quite clever, and besides, I hold his life card. He is not in any danger. Although he spoke thus, everyone understood that White-Chi was indeed safe at that moment. However, if White-Chi did not hasten to leave dress Rosa, the likelihood of encountering Jack remained quite significant. It was entirely possible that he had already crossed paths with Jack. Therefore, even if the life card posed no immediate issues, one could not guarantee the absence of future peril. Damn kid, pick up the phone already. Whitebeard furrowed his brow. On the other end of the din-din mushy, White-Chi finally answered the call. An urgent voice immediately resonated through the device. Hello, is this the little brat White-Chi? The resounding and robust voice unmistakably belonged to the old man with the white beard. Old man, have you lost your wits? Who else could possibly answer this call but me? White-Chi retorted with irritation. Upon hearing White-Chi's tone, everyone exhaled in relief, for it indicated that he was not in any immediate danger. Listen here, young rascal, I have no time for banter with you, the old man said with a grave expression. He continued, I have received word that Drought Jack is coming to settle accounts with you. You must leave dress Rosa at once. During this time, refrain from wandering and return to our ship, the White Troop. Although his tone was commanding, White-Chi felt a warm current flowing through him. This warm sensation must embody the essence of family. Indeed, White-Chi, my dear child, it has been far too long since I have savored your grilled delicacies. Return to us and showcase your culinary skills. The voice of Marco resonated through the phone. Indeed, little one, I have heard whispers of your newfound strength. I wonder, are you now a match for me? Bista smiled, considering White-Chi as a worthy opponent for a friendly spar. And I, too, wish to exchange a few moves with you. Chimed in the taciturn Jaws with a grin. The others chimed in, each vying for their moment. White-Chi felt overwhelmed by their eagerness. May I have a word as well? White-Chi said, frustratedly rubbing his forehead. I encountered Drought Jack. Our intelligence network is woefully inadequate. At this, a profound silence enveloped the room. One could hear a pin drop. After a few moments, Whitebeard inquired, you encountered him? Did you flee? Your tone suggests otherwise. His expression was one of perplexity. Logically, if they had met, White-Chi and Jack should be engaged in battle. Or perhaps Jack, being acquainted with this young boy, would refrain from combat? White-Chi nearly fainted at Whitebeard's words, realizing that his comrades had severely underestimated him. Could you not wish for my success? Do you presume I would flee? Jack is right before me, and he poses no threat whatsoever, White-Chi replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the panting Jack on the ground. His vacant eyes fixed on White-Chi, hesitant to act. Could it be? You have defeated Drought Jack? This is inconceivable. Whitebeard's throat felt dry as he swallowed hard. You vanquished Drought Jack? The elder's face was filled with skepticism. If White-Chi could best Charlotte Owen, one might consider it plausible. However, Drought Jack, a man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, was not easily subdued. Even within the strongest pirate crew in the world, few aboard could claim victory over Jack. How long has this little brat been in the white crew to defeat Drought Jack? As Whitebeard's words echoed, the surrounding crowd grew restless. Marco, equally perplexed, remarked, defeat Jack? That guy with a bounty of 1 billion? Impossible. I acknowledge the boy's extraordinary talent, but Jack is not a foe that an 8-year-old can vanquish. Indeed. Those nearby nodded in agreement. The conversation reached White-Chi through the transponder snail, leaving him utterly bewildered. So, you don't believe me when I say I subdued Jack? I assure you, he is now collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. White-Chi asserted, little brat, I might believe you on other matters, but to claim that Drought Jack has been exhausted? Ask those present if anyone believes that. Whitebeard was naturally skeptical, while Drought Jack's offensive might not be overwhelming. His defensive capabilities were comparable to Diamond Jose's. Stop the nonsense, hurry back to the white crew. It won't bode well if you encounter Jack. Whitebeard's tone turned serious once more. White Chi felt a profound disappointment in his comrades. So you all refuse to believe, huh? Then I shall stab Jack. Listen closely, he declared. Upon hearing this, the members of the White crew were momentarily stunned. Could this little brat truly have defeated Drought Jack, the man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion? Chapter 64. The unwritten agreement among the 4 emperors. Naturally, Jack, who was panting heavily, also heard this proclamation. Terror filled his eyes as he gazed at White Chi, who, at that moment, resembled a demon. The renowned sword, Xuan Shui, was gripped firmly in his hand. Its blade enveloped in a layer of black armor resembling obsidian, extending across the entire sword. Under the sunlight, it emitted a dazzling black radiance. Channeling his intermediate-level Busashoka Haki, he initiated a strike with the famed sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy imbued with the black Haki towards Jack. A half-arc halo of slashing energy abruptly materialized in the air, hurtling toward Jack. Jack's eyes widened in alarm. Damn brat! In a frantic attempt, he drew forth his scythe-like weapon for defense, but the attack was far too formidable. Under the immense pressure of the sword energy, Drought Jack's weapon was cleaved in two, and he sustained another blow to his chest. This time, the fissure was deeper than before, and in an instant, blood gushed forth, cascading onto the splint like a small red river. The volume of blood was immense. Ah, bastard! Jack, the one who was struck, cried out in agony. The sound naturally caught the attention of everyone in the White Brigade. A profound silence enveloped them for nearly 10 seconds. Truly, it was unexpected. It seemed that little rascal, Bai Chi, had grown even stronger. Hualong Bista wore a face full of confusion and disbelief. This child has truly accomplished an incredible feat. He has managed to subdue Drought Jack. Goodness, at such a rate of growth. It seems even my father in his youth could not keep pace. Marco exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard felt a pang of discomfort within, his expression slightly awkward. Ahem, you can speak of Bai Chi all you wish, but why drag me into this? The young ones are indeed astonishingly powerful, everyone lamented. Bai Chi then picked up the transponder snail, asserting, now, do you believe me? All right, we believe. Whitebeard and the others were completely convinced. As direct witnesses to Bai Chi's growth, the members of the White Brigade clearly understood that when Bai Chi first boarded the ship, his Conqueror's Haki could hardly penetrate tank Drought Jack's defenses. Yet now, Bai Chi's mastery of Haki had improved significantly. Otherwise, how could he have possibly inflicted injury upon Drought Jack? Moreover, judging by the agonizing cries of Jack transmitted through the phone, it appeared that Drought Jack was indeed being suppressed by Bai Chi. This little rascal is undeniably a prodigy. His rate of growth is simply extraordinary. In this light, one must wonder if they truly qualify to be the successor of the Whitebeard pirates. Haha. So what do you intend to do about Jack? Marco seized Whitebeard's transponder snail, his curiosity piqued. Jack, you say? Bai Chi fell into contemplation. Well, let's just kill him. What else there to deliberate? Bai Chi has always been decisive in his actions. Sparing Jack would only invite future calamity. As for the potential wrath of Kaido, Bai Chi was unconcerned. If Kaido were to come, let him come. Bai Chi was confident that even if Kaido arrived, he would not be able to harm him. If I cannot defeat you, I can certainly flee. Moreover, he now possessed intermediate Busashoka Haki, along with abilities such as Shuanpa and light-speed slashes, skills that were beyond this world. When it comes to a real confrontation, the outcome is uncertain. To kill him? Marco's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression peculiar. He had indeed considered that Bai Chi might incapacitate Kaido by breaking a hand or a leg, but the notion of executing the Calamity Jack had never crossed his mind. The dynamics among the 4 emperors are intricate. Friction between 2 of them is quite normal. However, an unspoken rule prevails among them. Minor skirmishes are permissible and tolerable. Losing a few pawns or peripheral forces is inconsequential. Yet, everyone understands that if a core member of the opposing faction is slain, the rift becomes irrevocably deep. This is akin to delivering a resounding slap to the opposing party, which would undoubtedly provoke the bottom line of both factions, igniting a war between them. At that juncture, countless lives would be sacrificed. The delicate equilibrium among the 4 emperors would also be shattered. Thus, the unwritten rule of sparing the core members of the opposing camp is one that all adhere to. Should anyone breach this decree, it becomes perilous to ensure the safety of their own core members from retaliatory assassination in the future. I said, White Chi, if you were to kill him, it could very well instigate a war between the White faction and Kaido. The crowd's expressions grew solemn. To trigger a war between 2 emperors? Truth be told, White Chi had not contemplated such ramifications. His sole thought was, how dare you offend me? I shall make you regret it. It was as simple as that. Haha. Little brat, you cannot slay me. I am a trusted confidant of Kaido, the confidant of the world's mightiest man. Disaster Jack, upon hearing of Whitebeard's reservations, regained his confidence instantly. How dare this mere outer captain think he can slay a confidant of the beast pirates? Such delusions. Even if you manage to defeat me. What then? Slaying me would unleash the wrath of an entire emperor's crew upon you. Disaster Jack's eyes regained their former calm, even exuding a sense of superiority. Observing the contemplative White Chi, he provocatively remarked, what is the matter, little brat? Are you angry? Haha. But what can you do about it? Disaster Jack shakily rose to his feet, his body marred with injuries, and turned to head back to his pirate ship, uttering, "Little brat. I hope we do not cross paths again." With that, he revealed a wicked grin. I interjected, "Jack, you cannot leave just yet." Whitechi stated calmly. "What?" Disaster Jack's face was filled with skepticism. Even the Whitebeard pirates had declared that he could not be killed. What more did this little brat desire? I said, "Father, I trust you wouldn't mind engaging in battle, would you?" Upon hearing this, Disaster Jack was rendered utterly bewildered, paralyzed with fear. At that moment, he could not ascertain whether a rash move would lead to his immediate demise. It was wiser to remain patient and await persuasion from the White faction. Whitebeard fell into deep contemplation. The reason Whitechi articulated such words was not due to a moment of impulsiveness. On the contrary, he possessed his own insights. If it were another pirate crew, then adhering to the agreement would suffice. However, Kaido and Whitebeard have always regarded each other as mortal enemies. The only reason the two emperor factions currently coexist in relative tranquility is that each is searching for an opportunity to strike a lethal blow. Recall that when Whitebeard's full force was unleashed against the Navy headquarters, the Beast Pirates mobilized nearly all their strength to launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard's stronghold. Such an adversary sees no necessity to adhere to rules. At this moment, having captured Kaido's confidant, the Calamity Jack, why spare him for the future slaughter of the Whitebeard crew? Finally, a resounding voice echoed from the transponder snail. "Kuhaha, you little brat, you truly have spirit. Cause as much havoc as you wish. I care not for an all-out war." The corners of Whitechi's mouth lifted in a triumphant arc. This was precisely the declaration he had been waiting for. Old Man Chapter 65, Slaying Jack, the Ascendant Emperor's Might. He advanced step by step towards the Calamity Jack. Wielding the famed blade, Shirake's, raised high above his head, gleaming brilliantly under the sun. "No, you little brat, are you mad? You cannot kill me." For the first time in his life, Calamity Jack felt the icy grip of fear. After all, he was Calamity Jack, the man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Wherever he tread, not a blade of grass would thrive. He was the esteemed confidant of Kaido. Only he held dominion over the lives of others. How could anyone dictate his fate? And yet, he was confronted by a mere 8-year-old child. Unwilling to accept this fate, a surge of humiliation, anger, and a myriad of complex emotions welled within him. Yet, Jack's destiny was now firmly in Whitechi's grasp. Regardless of his previous calamities or his past arrogance, regardless of how many lives he had controlled, I, Whitechi, simply need to make you aware of the prize for crossing me. Death. The Shirake's whistled through the air. A harbinger of doom. Are you excited too, Shirake's? Let us see what it feels like to slay a billion-berry pirate. The obsidian-like armor enveloped Shirake's in an instant as Whitechi unleashed a furious strike. Calamity Jack's face was a mask of terror as he fixated on the bloodthirsty blade above him, filled with resentment. Damn it. I am Calamity Jack. How can I be at the mercy of another's whims? With a furious roar, Calamity Jack transformed once more into an ancient mammoth, his elongated trunk swinging towards Whitechi. This is Jack's furious strike, naturally imbued with explosive energy. Success or failure hinges on this decisive blow. Drought Jack roars. This is a life and death struggle. As long as I can withstand this strike from Whitechi and survive, he too will experience the full force of Jack the Drought's blow. With my transformation into the ancient mammoth form, my defensive capabilities have increased tenfold. Observing Whitechi's slender frame, I find it hard to believe that his defenses could surpass mine. While aspirations are grand, the harshness of reality is undeniable. The moment Whitechi's body approached Jack's massive trunk, he inexplicably vanished in an instant. Jack the Drought was left in shock and disbelief, staring at the empty space where Whitechi had just been. Could this possibly be a fruitability? This little brat has kept his trump card hidden. Or is he indeed a fruit user? My mind was filled with an array of questions. In the next moment, Whitechi suddenly appeared above Jack's back. With a mighty swing, he delivered a strike aimed at the back of the drought-ridden Jack's mammoth form. A tremendous roar erupted, echoing across the vast ocean. Drought Jack, transformed into a mammoth, found his colossal body cleaved in two by Whitechi's vigorous slash. A torrent of blood gushed forth, reviving the once dispersed sin of carnage carried away by the wind. Speed, witnessing this scene, was so horrified that he nearly retched. It was utterly inconceivable that this was the same Drought Jack, who just a week ago had been his direct superior. The tyrannical figure from the Beast Pirates, feared by all, was now the very same Drought Jack who had once engaged in a relentless 3-day battle with a formidable task in the New World, ultimately exhausting his opponent to death. At this moment, he was cleaved in two by this mere 8-year-old child. Everything felt like a dream. Speed could hardly fathom the reality before him. Yet, the truth lay starkly apparent. Jack, too, wore a mask of horror. His immense mammoth form had reverted to human shape, and the bisected body trembled violently as he struggled to lift his head and gaze at Whitechi. The seemingly innocuous little demon, a mere novice, unexpectedly found himself defeated. And in such a lamentable fashion. In disbelief, he gazed upon his own form, now cleaved in twain. It was unfathomable that, despite transforming into an ancient mammoth, significantly amplifying his defenses tenfold, he was still vanquished by this diminutive adversary. What perplexed Drought Jack even more was the enigmatic ability of the little demon's seemingly vanishing devil fruit power. It was exceedingly overpowered. Drought Jack sensed that the act of appearing and disappearing was executed in an instant. Was it a spatial fruit, perhaps? just before his demise. He yearned to unravel this mystery. His final, desperate strike should have turned the tide. Yet, it was precisely Bai Chi's spatial displacement that rendered his meticulously planned last move utterly ineffective, leading to his complete defeat. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept this fate. I must confess, what you executed is known as blink. It is not a fruit ability. To be precise, it is a skill, Bai Chi elucidated. A skill? Drow Jack, facing death, wore a baffled expression, for he had never heard of such a concept. To be frank, Drought Jack, you are formidable. Had it not been for my blink skill, we would likely have faced mutual destruction, Bai Chi reflected, observing the feeble figure of Jack on the ground. He acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated his opponent. You made me squander a blink skill, Jack. Your demise was worth it. Bai Chi continued. This is my trump card reserved for adversaries of the Yonko caliber. He wiped the bloodstains that Drought Jack had spattered on his face, murmuring to himself. Little demon. You are quite strong. With those final words, Drought Jack closed his eyes. Once a figure of immense prestige. Regarded as a trusted confidant by Kaido and known as Drought Jack, his story came to an end. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, Intermediate Observation Haki. Due to the host's flawless execution of the task, an additional reward of 2 blink skills is granted. Thus, the wasted flash skill has returned. And what more, I have gained an additional system. Open the panel for me. Ding dong. Host, Bai Chi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard pirate crew fruit. Tremor fruit. Ignores the sea. Haki. Armament Haki. Intermediate. Observation Haki. Intermediate. Conqueror's Haki. Beginner. Skills. Light speed slash. 5 times per use. Delivers instantaneous strikes upon enemies. Achieving the speed of light. Flash skill 5 uses. Allows instantaneous movement within a radius of 100 meters. Items. Incomplete Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. 1/3 Fish Fruit. Celestial Gold. 110 billion berries. 9. 6 billion berries. Rain Fruit. Famous Sword Blowing Snow. Basic attributes. Strength. At its limit defense. At its limit agility. At its limit. After reviewing his panel, Bai Chi smiled contentedly, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. He closed his eyes to sense his observation Haki. He could now glimpse fleeting visions of the future. With intermediate armament and intermediate observation, Bai Chi's strength had significantly ascended once more. This is far superior to the 5 Emperors Luffy who defeated Katakuri in the anime. At that time, Luffy had merely grasped the fleeting ability to glimpse the future through observation Haki and had yet to acquire the advanced form of armament Haki. Yet he was still recognized as one of the 5 Emperors. Although this designation may indeed lack substance, one cannot deny that he has at least attained the strength of a Vice Emperor. By this rationale, it can be surmised that my own prowess is at least that of a quasi-emperor level. This brings me one step closer to my plan. Chapter 66, The Establishment of the Great White Shark Pirate Crew. Hey, how's it going over there? An urgent voice came through the den mushy. It's done. Bai Chi replied nonchalantly. Done? You mean? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed ahead. He's dead, Jack. The simple reply plunged the Whitebeard pirates into an immediate silence. After a long pause, Whitebeard finally spoke. Well, the kid is indeed decisive in his actions. He coughed twice, expressing his amazement. Naturally, old man, I won't be returning. I have my own destination, Bai Chi said lazily. Listen, kid, be wary of Kaido's revenge. You've just killed one of the 3 main figures of the Beast's pirates. Kaido won't let it slide. Whitebeard urged anxiously. Don't worry, old man. When it's time to return, I'll naturally head back. So, goodbye. With that, Bai Chi hung up the den mushy. Hey kid. Hello? On the other end. Whitebeard continued to inquire, but the call had already ended. The remaining crew exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. This kid is truly reckless, Whitebeard lamented. Perhaps, this kid will grow stronger in the future and evade Kaido's revenge, Marco speculated. Let us hope so. I have faith in the kid's abilities. The Great White Shark pirate ship sailed through the ocean. A gust of sea breeze blew in, carrying not the scent of the sea but a nauseating smell of blood. Speed. Throw those corpses into the sea and clean up the blood on the deck, Bai Chi commanded. Yes, Captain Bai Chi. Speed replied, startled. At that moment, Speed held immense respect for Bai Chi. Although this young man appeared incredibly juvenile, he showed no hesitation when it came to taking lives. Even the notorious Jack the Drought had fallen to his blade. How could Speed dare defy Bai Chi's orders? Utilizing his physical prowess, Speed quickly dragged the corpses and tossed them into the sea. As soon as they hit the water, a swarm of sharks was drawn to the scene. Watching the blood-scented sharks, Bai Chi observed with great interest. Now you can feast to your heart's content, Bai Chi murmured. He picked up the ivory tusks that Jack had dropped, feeling their hardness and smoothness. These 2 tusks are undoubtedly valuable. When we dock for supplies, I think I'll have them modified. I say, Speed, we need to come up with a name for our pirate crew, Bai Chi mused. Still pondering over the crew name after taking down Jack the Drought. How about the War God Pirates? Speed suggested tentatively. That name is far too kitsch. Bai Chi swiftly rejected. I bet more than half of the novice pirates out there have considered that name. Too kitsch. Speed scratched his head awkwardly. Then how about the brave pirates? What do you think? Speed blinked innocently. Forget it. I'll think of something myself, Bai Qi replied, waving his hand in resignation. What about the great white shark pirates? Bai Qi exclaimed, inspired by the bloodthirsty sharks surrounding them. Normally calm, the great white shark becomes frenzied at the scent of blood, capturing its prey without mercy, much like Bai Qi himself. Captain Bai Qi's chosen name is indeed formidable, Speed echoed in agreement. Observing Speed's unrestrained flattery, Bai Qi found it rather lacking in finesse and decided not to engage further, heading straight to his quarters, leaving Speed bewildered. Did I say something wrong? I remember Jack was thrilled when I suggested names before. Now that the name of the crew was settled, the next order of business was to recruit members. Bai Qi resolved to take an elite approach, ensuring that the weapons and wages offered to his crew were top-notch. However, this required a certain level of strength, otherwise, being knocked out by a mere conqueror's Haki would render all his investments in firearms and salaries a waste. Bai Qi pondered through the night, and by the next day, he had a plan. He decided to adopt the policy of fighting to recruit a group of capable individuals by participating in several battles himself. He believed that those who endured the trials of combat would emerge as elite crew members. The great white shark pirate ship sped through the ocean. Speed. Find the nearest land and dock, Bai Qi instructed. Roger that, Captain Bai Qi. Speed replied, now showing unwavering obedience to Bai Qi's commands. They arrived at a small town called Taikyu. Speed, secure the ship. We need to create a pirate flag. Although Taikyu was not as prosperous as Rosa, it was certainly far superior to smaller towns like White Manor. Good sir, do you require any weaponry? A blacksmith called out. Good sir, do you need any clothing? Our garments are affordable and of excellent quality, a middle-aged woman shouted at Speed. We're not buying clothes. Could you kindly direct us to a shop that makes flags? Bai Qi inquired. The woman's warm demeanor instantly vanished, and she frowned. Who are you calling auntie? Am I that old? She waved her hand dismissively. I don't know. I don't know. Oh dear, do you need any clothes? We have only the finest materials. With that, she walked away to attend to another customer. Bai Qi shook his head helplessly, realizing that in any world, people were often driven by self-interest. I say, auntie. Before Bai Qi could finish, the woman waved him off again. I don't know anything. Bai Qi, bewildered, placed the money he had been holding back on the counter with a smile and moved on to the next shop selling straw sandals. Observing the rough straw sandals, Bai Qi thought to himself that it was indeed a small town, lacking the variety found in a grand place like Rosa. Such low-quality products would never be seen in Rosa. Looking at a burly middle-aged man, Bai Qi asked, Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me if there is a shop that makes flags nearby? A flag-making shop? Just walk 100 meters ahead and take a right. The burly man replied with a hearty smile. 100 meters? Seriously? Bai Qi thought, glancing back at the woman selling clothes, realizing she simply didn't wish to answer. Thank you, sir. Here is a little something for your help, Bai Qi said, producing 10,000 berries. No, that is too much. The entire stock of my shop isn't worth that much. You just asked for directions. The man replied, scratching his head with an honest smile. Consider it your due reward. With that, Bai Qi mounted Speed and rode away. The middle-aged woman, watching from the side, turned pale, regretting missing out on a potential patron. Her lips trembled. I just let a gold mine slip away. Chapter 67, The Tavern. The flag was successfully ordered, but they would have to stay in this small town for a while. Bai Qi inquired about the best tavern in the vicinity and set his sights on the only 8-story building in town. This was the place. Owner. Give me the best 2 rooms you have. Bai Qi entered what the locals referred to as the finest tavern in the area. Good sir. Might you be in need of accommodations? Our rooms are available for 5,000 bailey per night, the waiter remarked dismissively, noticing Bai Qi's diminutive stature. Where did this little imp come from, learning to rent a room like an adult? Were it not for the tavern's regulations, the attendant would have hastened to usher the child away. After all, this establishment is the priciest tavern in Taikyu, frequented by the affluent elite of the region. How could a mere child, clad in such tattered garments, possibly afford to stay in a tavern? The attendant contemplated stating the price, hoping to dissuade the child. Very well. That will be 1 million belly. To the attendant's astonishment, Bai Qi promptly produced the money. I sincerely apologize. I have exhausted my change. Please accept this 1 million belly for now. We may be staying for a while. Bai Qi casually tossed the banknotes onto the counter, took the keys to 2 rooms, and ascended the stairs. The attendant, staring at the 1 million belly on the counter, was utterly flabbergasted. How blind I was. Who was this young master? Why did I not recognize him? The attendant vigorously shook his head, struggling to recall. Just then, a centaur-like woman approached, prompting the attendant to quickly don a smile. This individual is undoubtedly a wielder of a devil fruit. I recall that a decade ago in Taikyu town, there was also a devil fruit user who commanded great respect, even from the mayor himself. Ultimately, this remarkable individual grew weary of a life confined to such a small place and set out to explore the world. I remember the grand send-off the townsfolk gave him as he embarked on his voyage. It was quite a spectacular sight. I wonder how he is faring now. The woman before me, in her centaur form, must surely be the legendary Zoan-type devil fruit user. It is said that those who possess Zoan abilities exhibit inhuman strength and speed, far surpassing the physical capabilities of ordinary humans. They are highly sought after by various pirate crews as crew members. As a mere humble servant, I dare not offend her. Good day, beautiful lady. May I inquire if you're in need of accommodation? I managed to muster a professional smile. Have you seen a boy around 8 or 9 years old, quite tall? Speed inquired, her large eyes blinking with anticipation. Ah, the lovely young man's rooms are 205 and 206, a total of 2 rooms, I replied, not daring to exhibit any negligence, even bowing slightly in deference. After watching Speed depart, I wiped the sweat from my brow. I have heard that Zoan-type devil fruit users often possess a volatile temperament, and many are pirates, hence, I cannot afford to be careless. Wait a moment. That centaur user is searching for that young boy? This implies they are companions, one affluent and the other a devil fruit wielder. It seems these two must be associated with a formidable power. The fact that the centaur is a woman adds to her distinctive allure. Perhaps I might uncover some clues in the newspapers. With a sense of idleness, I began to sift through nearly 100 dusty old newspapers piled nearby. The layer of dust revealed that these papers were quite antiquated. In the world of pirates, certain impoverished regions experience significant barriers to communication with the outside world. Thus, they generally rely on outdated newspapers. Moreover, acquiring real-time news is prohibitively expensive, leading the locals to purchase these old papers at a mere fraction of the cost of the latest editions. This is one of the reasons why outdated newspapers are so popular in some small towns. The server mumbles to himself, centaur, half centaur. After another 10 minutes, he comes across an image of Speedra steering the treasure ship. Let's see the title, he thinks as he scrutinizes the newspaper. The headline reads, Speed escorts the treasure ship, indulging in pleasures while villagers perish from hunger. The server reads the title word by word. What a sensationalist report. Yet, in the next moment, his expression grows increasingly grave, ultimately morphing into terror. The woman, known as Speed, is actually a member of the Beast Pirates? The Beast Pirates, legendary among the 4 emperors of the sea, are an assembly of the mightiest 4 pirates. They reign supreme in their territory, dismissing even the navy with disdain. Speed belongs to Kaido's Beast Pirates, a crew notorious for their brutality and oppressive rule. Any hint of negligence could lead to death at the hands of a group that views human life as insignificant. Goodness, 2 remarkable individuals have graced this humble tavern. The server's hands tremble involuntarily. Did he say anything inappropriate? Would his service displeasure these 2 distinguished guests? He sinks into contemplation. However, little does this server know that the seemingly 8-year-old boy is even more formidable than Speed herself. Meanwhile, across the globe, including the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgan's, discussions abound regarding this boy, Bai Chi. President, this boy Bai Chi is indeed a figure of great interest. ODI exclaims, visibly astonished. Indeed, to be honest, after all these years in this profession, this boy has left me the most astounded. The president of the World Economic News Agency holds Bai Chi in high regard. As the head of the agency, he has witnessed too much, the slaughter orders from 5 vice admirals, the heist of historical texts, the wars beneath the 4 emperors, and even the exploits of the pirate king, Roger. These matters are indeed familiar to me, and some I have even reported on personally. However, they fail to astonish Morgans, for he has always been capable of interpreting even the most significant events through the lens of reason. In contrast, the young Bai Chi, merely 8 years of age, is a phenomenon that defies rationality. Just recently, Bai Chi achieved victory in the arena of Rosa, and within a mere 2 days, he managed to vanquish the formidable Jack of the Beast Pirates. This is the same Jack known for his impenetrable defenses, who dares to challenge the 4 emperors and admirals directly. The man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, notorious for his ruthless tyranny. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. What is truly astonishing is that Bai Chi actually took it upon himself to end Jack's life. This has evidently shattered the pact among the 4 emperors, disrupting the delicate equilibrium that existed between them. The Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, 2 legendary crews among the 4 emperors, now stand on the precipice of an all-out war, a conflict ignited by a mere captain from Whitebeard's ranks. Chapter 68. Shocking the Navy headquarters. At the Navy headquarters, the phone in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office suddenly rang. Damn it, there has been an avalanche of issues lately. Sengoku lamented, the dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion. Ha! Sengoku, my friend, take it easy, don't let trivial matters overwhelm you, roared Garp, who was indulging in rice crackers, a broad grin plastered across his face. Garp, you scoundrel. It's easy for you to say. Why don't you take over as Fleet Admiral? Sengoku retorted with exasperation. Before him sat Garp, the marine hero, a quintessentially irresponsible individual. Time and again, he had declined the position of admiral, leading others to claim he was indifferent to fame and fortune. Nonsense. Only Sengoku understood that Garp simply despised complications. As Sengoku dealt with a multitude of pressing matters daily, Garp's mockery only served to infuriate him further, to the point where he felt compelled to deliver a punch to this old child. Ahaha, Fleet Admiral? Not a chance. That would shorten my lifespan. Garp continued to jest nonchalantly. You insufferable fool, Garp. While you're here cracking jokes, do you even realize that your adopted grandson, Ace, has been getting uncomfortably close to Whitebeard? He might very well join the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku bellowed. Garp fell silent, reflecting on how each individual he had nurtured had chosen the path of piracy. Alas, here, Admiral Sengoku finally picked up the den mushi. Report, Admiral Sengoku. This is Rear Admiral Mole. Mole? Sengoku expressed some confusion, as it was rather uncommon for Mole to make calls unless there was an urgent matter at hand. Could something significant have occurred? However, he had not heard of any recent major incidents. Perhaps it was just Ace and Whitey, those two, whose talents were commendable yet still unrefined. They should not be capable of instigating any substantial upheaval. A war among the four emperors? That seemed even less likely, as each of the four emperors had their own informants keeping watch, maintaining a precarious equilibrium. What is it, Mole? Sengoku inquired, perplexed. Admiral Sengoku, according to reliable sources, Whitey killed the beast pirates Jean Lamy yesterday. Mole was interrupted mid-sentence by Sengoku. I have been keeping an eye on that little rascal Whitey. Such occurrences are not entirely unexpected. Recent matters had been overwhelming for Sengoku, and he was reluctant to engage further, contemplating ending the call. Admiral Sengoku, it is not just Jean Lamy from the beast pirates, Mole said with gravity. Oh, who else is involved? Sengoku's expression darkened. With Whitey's strength, he could indeed overpower Charlotte Oven. Could it be? Had this little rascal taken down the Flying Six? That seemed implausible. The Flying Six had their own eyes and ears. Just moments ago, they had reported no incidents. Report, Admiral Sengoku. I can hardly believe it myself. But I have photographs taken by my subordinates. Mole swallowed hard. Enough, Mole. Speak quickly. I have many matters to attend to. Sengoku displayed signs of impatience as he glanced at the towering stack of documents on his desk. What a vexing new era. In 4Cs, incidents seemed to arise daily. Kapu, intrigued, leaned closer to the den mushi. Whitey, that little rascal. Quite interesting indeed. His enthusiasm elicited a look of disdain from Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. It is the drought-causing jack of the beast pirates. Mole exhaled heavily, relieved to finally relay this information to Sengoku, unaware of how the Navy headquarters would react. At the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office. What? Kapu leapt up, his eyes wide as if they might pop out. That 8-year-old child took down Jack? He roared, evidently incredulous. If true, what manner of prodigy was this child? Such talent made even Kapu feel somewhat inadequate. Is Vice Admiral Kapu present? Yes. The information is absolutely reliable. It was captured by my informant. Mole's expression was serious. I suspect Morgan will soon disseminate this news in newspapers worldwide. Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Sengoku. Mole inquired, having not heard Sengoku's directive. Kapu looked at Sengoku, who was propping up his chin with his hand. After a lengthy pause, Sengoku sighed and replied. I understand, Mole, before hanging up the call. On the other end, Rear Admiral Mole shook his head. Admiral Sengoku, it seems you will have to work overtime today. Alas. Hey, Sengoku, are you alright? Kapu asked with concern. Damn it. Sengoku slammed his fist onto the office desk. Tell me, Kapu, is the new era truly upon us? His eyes brimmed with shock and apprehension. A new era? I cannot say for certain, but do not worry, Sengoku. Our time has not yet passed. Should I handle that little rascal Whitey? Kapu proposed. You are a hero of the Navy. If we assign you to this task, we will surely be the laughingstock, an esteemed Navy hero sent to capture an 8-year-old child? We would lose all our dignity. Sengoku shook his head. I will endeavor to secure the approval of the 5 elders to dispatch an admiral to deal with Whitey. However, we are not yet at that point. This is merely a contingency plan. Sengoku spoke, his gaze vacant, murmuring. The so-called resolution would naturally entail eliminating Whitey to prevent future troubles. Yet, such actions could not be conducted openly. This is also the reason why Garp is not allowed to go. Given Garp's character, he would never engage in such clandestine activities. The entire world would soon be aware of it, setting aside the Navy's reputation. The more frightening prospect is that it would incite the new generation of pirates to harbor even greater animosity towards the Navy. If that were to happen, it is likely that the best recruits would shy away from joining the Navy in the future. This is the crux of the matter. The current strength of the Navy has significantly diminished compared to the past, primarily due to a lack of fresh talent. Of course, dealing with Whitebeard is merely a last resort. After speaking, Garp picked up the den mushi. Hello, Smoker. I need to tell you something. Yes. Once you've handled this matter, report back to headquarters. Understood. After hanging up, Sengoku slowly exhaled. Garp, who had been listening intently, understood that Sengoku intended to recognize Whitebeard as the new warlord of the sea. Confronting someone like Whitebeard head-on would undoubtedly result in losses for the Navy. Given Whitebeard's character, joining the Navy would be out of the question. The only viable option without eliminating Whitebeard is this. Sengoku, you should take a good rest. Garp's usual jovial demeanor had vanished. Resting is not an option now. Sengoku shook his head. I must pay a visit to the Gorosei. The Gorosei? What business do you have with those 5 old men? Is it, regarding Whitebeard? Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. It is essential. Whitebeard is the quintessential representative of this new era. This matter must be handled properly, and I suspect it would be unwise not to report to the Gorosei. After speaking, The weary Sengoku slowly departed. Chapter 69. Kaido's Fury. Is this truly happening? Each of the Gorosei sat upon their respective thrones. You did well, Sengoku. Allow him to join the warlords of the sea. However, based on my assessment, the likelihood of that young rascal agreeing to join the warlords is rather slim. Sengoku expressed his concerns. Slim? What are your odds? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the Gorosei's expression soured. Is there truly someone who would, like Ace, refuse to join the warlords of the sea? What are these youngsters thinking these days? As for this, I can only offer a 30% chance, Sengoku sighed, admitting that even this figure was optimistic. The Gorosei, upon hearing this 30%, displayed visible ire. For a mere 8-year-old to be offered the position of warlord of the sea is an immense favor. How dare he so brazenly disregard the navy and the celestial dragons? Sengoku, if he refuses to join the warlords, consider the matter closed. I shall dispatch CP0 to handle him. The Gorosei revealed an ominous smile. CP0, you say? Very well. It would be best to deal with Whitebeard in that manner. Sengoku nodded. To be frank, it would be preferable to distance ourselves from such matters, as they are not exactly above board. Then I entrust this to you. Upon hearing this, Sengoku welcomed the respite, knowing that if CP0 was willing to take on this hot potato, he could afford a break. For now, he could only hope that Smoker would successfully persuade Whitebeard. On Onigashima, Kaido was indulging in alcohol. Damn it. What's the point of living? I truly wish to die. After saying this, he downed a large gulp of drink. Report. Report. Lord Kaido. A small minion with horns rushed forward in a panic. Kaido's gaze fixed upon the little minion. Instead of asking about the matter, he bellowed, Go, bring me another gourd of liquor. His voice echoed throughout the entirety of Onigashima. The anxious minion, feeling helpless, stammered, But. Lord Kaido. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Kaido. Damn it. I want a drink, so go get me some alcohol. The tremendous roar shook the very foundations of Onigashima. Terrified, the minion stood at attention. Yes. Lord Kaido. After the minion left, Kaido fell to the ground and shouted at the sky. Damn it. Living is truly meaningless. I want to commit suicide again. Why can't I even die when I try? In a fit of rage, he stared up at the sky, casting an ominous atmosphere over Onigashima. At this moment, Kaido was still inebriated. But with such a significant event unfolding, how should he respond? The pirate minion tasked with delivering the report felt utterly helpless. The news he had to convey was the death of Drought Jack. Just yesterday, he was retrieved by several fishermen from the scene of the incident. The state of the body was gruesome, with only the upper half remaining. The facial expression was one of sheer horror, the eyes nearly bulging out. The mouth twisted in a grimace, as if he had experienced something terrifying before death. There was a lingering sense of confusion, suggesting that Jack had faced some unresolved terror before his demise. Currently, investigations were ongoing to determine who the doubts are truly numerous. What happened? Have you informed Lord Kaido? What was his reaction? Upon entering the wine cellar, another pirate guarding the stock inquired. It's hard to say. I was commanded by Lord Kaido to fetch wine, the pirate replied, feeling embarrassed. How can you still think about fetching wine? Hurry up and tell Lord Kaido. The test results are out, and it's unbelievable. It was the new captain, White Chi, recruited by Whitebeard, who killed him. The pirate guarding the cellar exclaimed in disbelief. What? The results are in. White Chi, that guy who killed Cypher's head? Yes, it was him. Quickly inform Lord Kaido. That brat is doomed. The pirate guarding the cellar shouted. The news of Jack the Drought being killed by White Chi had left the entire beast pirates humiliated, and everyone wished for the swift execution of this White Chi. After fetching the wine, he returned to Onigashima and reported to Lord Kaido. The subordinate stood upright, bowing his head. Kaido focused his gaze on the subordinate. What is it? Speak quickly. Don't delay me from drinking. Report, Lord Kaido. Jack the Drought has fallen. The subordinate, terrified, straightened up and delivered the news of Jack's demise. What did you say? You bastard. Say it again. Kaido, suddenly alert, gripped his kanabo tightly, his expression menacing as he stared fiercely at the messenger. The subordinate trembled in fear, stammering, Report. Lord Kaido, Jack the Drought is dead. Just yesterday. Ahaha. In a fit of rage, Kaido swung his kanabo, smashing everything around him. The entire Onigashima began to quake violently. Jack the Drought is dead. How is that possible? Who killed Jack? Kaido was fully awake now. One of his 3 main enforcers, known as the Drought, had actually perished? Although he believed Jack needed further honing, being only notable for his strong defenses, he was still a significant figure. But who am I? I am Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, known as the strongest creature. In front of the 4 emperors, Jack was merely a rookie. However, outside of the 4 emperors, Kaido could hardly think of anyone capable of killing Jack. Recently, We haven't had any major conflicts with other emperor crews. Could it be the Marines? Kaido, filled with rage, fixed his gaze on the messenger, puzzled. Report, Lord Kaido, it was a kid named White Chi from the Whitebeard crew who struck him down. The subordinate nearly fainted under Kaido's oppressive aura. What? That new captain? A mere child? Kaido exploded in fury, raising his kanabo and smashing everything to smithereens. In the chaos, he struck the messenger, who, paralyzed by fear, watched in horror as the blow landed, his eyes wide, ultimately reduced to a bloody pulp. You bastard! Whitebeard. Do you wish to provoke an all-out war? I fear you not. The entirety of Onigashima trembled as the surrounding pirates displayed expressions of terror. It had been a long time since they had seen Lord Kaido this enraged. What is happening? Haven T, you heard? What is it? The bewildered pirates looked at each other in confusion. Jack the Drought has been killed by a member of the Whitebeard crew. Upon hearing this, the previously confused pirates were now filled with shock. Jack the Drought has been killed? Who did it? Was it Whitebeard himself? It's hard to believe that the tough Jack the Drought could be slain. Not Whitebeard, just a newly recruited captain on his ship. The one who killed Cypher's head and Hold'em. The one who killed Cypher's head? Oh, I remember now. His name is White Chi. Isn't he just an 8-year-old child? Chapter 70. The quarrel between Kaido and Big Mom. Indeed, it is that child. It is truly hard to believe. As the crowd was abuzz with discussion, Kaido emerged. The pirates froze in fear, uncertain if the enraged Kaido would unleash his wrath upon them. Their lives might be at stake. You lot, go inform Queen and Blaze to come here and discuss the extermination of the Whitebeard pirates. I must avenge this grudge. I do not care if it sparks a full-scale war, roared Kaido, veins bulging, his fury palpable. The skies above crackled with lightning, creating an extraordinarily eerie atmosphere. Yes, Lord Kaido. At Cake Island, during Big Mom's evening banquet, Bruley, Charlotte Parasparrow, Charlotte Almond, and Charlotte Franpay were dancing gracefully. Wow, Mummaman, that really cracked me up. Big Mom laughed heartily, her ample figure shaking with mirth. What's the matter, Mama? What has you so amused? The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Parasparrow, inquired curiously, licking his super lollipop scepter with his long tongue. Mummaman, that fool Jack from the Beast Pirates was actually killed by a child. Big Mom continued to laugh. The crowd turned to her in astonishment. Parasparrow was the first to speak. A child? Which child has the power to kill Jack the Drought? Clearly, Parasparrow found it hard to believe that Jack had been slain by a mere child. Even Katakuri approached, striding over to Big Mom, his eyes fixed upon her. Mama. There is only one notable child recently, a kid named White Chi. Could he be capable of killing Jack? Indeed, Mummaman. It is that child, White Chi, who managed to kill Jack. Isn't that amusing? Big Mom laughed again. Katakuri's expression grew serious. He knew his younger brother, Charlotte Oven, had not returned any messages for some time. Although his life card was still intact, Katakuri had an unsettling premonition. Due to his extraordinary observation Haki, Katakuri's instincts were remarkably accurate. Mama, if White Chi is that strong, do you think Charlotte Oven has encountered some misfortune? Katakuri voiced his concern. Charlotte Oven? Big Mom suddenly remembered that, according to the timeline, he should have returned by now. Katakuri pressed on. In my estimation, White Chi would not easily join our Big Mom crew. This child is someone who dares to kill even Jack the Drought. To be honest, Katakuri greatly admired White Chi and hoped that one day they could have a fair fight. Just as everyone was worrying about Charlotte Oven, the doors to the banquet opened. At this point, everyone should have gathered. Who is it that opens the door? The door swings open to reveal Charlotte Oven, clad entirely in a striking golden hue, even her hair reflecting the same color. However, she is bound in bandages from head to toe. The matron, upon seeing Charlotte Oven's appearance, is filled with confusion. Oven. Who dares to inflict such injuries upon you? The matron's fury is palpable as she gazes at the severely wounded Oven. How audacious for someone to lay a hand on a member of her crew. It is a blatant affront to her authority. Mother, it was that little brat, White Chi. Charlotte Oven admits sheepishly. It is a source of great embarrassment for her, a dignitary of the Four Emperors pirate crew, to have been bested by a child. The failure to complete her mission weighs heavily on her mind, and she fears the repercussions from the matron. That little brat, you say? Return to rest, Oven. The matron's expression hardens as she contemplates the situation. Uncharacteristically, she refrains from chastising Oven. Confusion clouds Oven's mind. The matron is notoriously unforgiving towards her children who fail their tasks. Some of her less favored offspring even face the threat of imprisonment or worse at her hands. Given that she failed a simple task and was injured by a mere child, why is the matron not holding her accountable? Her gaze shifts to her proud older brother, Charlotte Katakuri. Dressed in leather pants, Katakuri strides purposefully toward Oven. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Come, it's enough that you've survived. Let us head to the infirmary. That little brat, White Chi, has stirred up quite the situation recently, he states with a serious tone. Has that little brat caused trouble again? To Charlotte Oven, it is hardly surprising. The child seems impervious to fear, unyielding to both threats and intimidation. Indeed. That 8-year-old managed to slay the beast pirate's calamity. Jack, Katakuri remarks, his expression grim. What? This must be a lie. That child is so powerful? Charlotte Oven is utterly stunned. She knows Jack's prowess is formidable, equal to her own. Could it be that this child has grown even stronger? Come. Let us head to the infirmary together. On the way, tell me more about this White Chi. Does he possess some extraordinary devil fruit ability? Katakuri expresses a keen interest in this child, sensing that one day, he would inevitably face this formidable opponent. It would be prudent to gather information beforehand. Especially as White Chi has only recently emerged on the scene, and what little information is known is scarce. After Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Oven depart, The matron's expression darkens. That little brat, White Chi, has dared to provoke not one but two of the 4 Emperor's crews? She bellows. Bring me the din din mushy. Smoothie hastens to bring the matron her designated communication snail. The matron picks up the din din mushy and dials Kaido's number. Hello. Kaido, listen well. I will exact vengeance on that little brat, White Chi. I've avenged Jack's death, so you need not concern yourself with it. On the other end, a furious roar erupts. What did you say, you old hag? Stay out of our beast pirate's affairs. I will personally send someone to deal with that little brat. HM? Have you forgotten the favor I've done for you, Kaido? The matron threatens. You scoundrel. Old hag. Do not divert the topic. Our beast pirates have suffered a significant loss. White Chi must be dealt with by us. Kaido erupts in rage, overwhelmed by the weight of this day's revelations. That little brat has injured our Charlotte oven. White Chi can only be dealt with by my crew. The matron retorts fiercely. The 2 emperors clash over the phone, their domineering presence palpable, causing those around them to break into a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. Chapter 71. The Justice of the Navy. Meanwhile, the youngest of the 4 emperors, Shanks, engages in an animated discussion with Beckman regarding White Chi. I never imagined Whitebeard would take in such a treasure, Jesus Burgess states. Indeed, this child is undoubtedly a prodigy, a genius in combat. Beckman agrees, anticipation evident in his gaze. Who would have thought he could slay Jack? Shanks muses, his eyes fixed on the image of White Chi in the newspaper. Upon reflection, he merely appears to be a child. Jesus remarks thoughtfully. It seems the new era has truly arrived. What say you, young ones? Are you afraid? Shanks surveys the room, eyeing everyone around him. Laughter erupts from the pirates gathered nearby. If he dares to oppose my red-haired pirates, I wouldn't hesitate to let him taste the sting of a bullet, Jesus mutters. Just be careful, Jesus. Don't let the child defeat you, Beckman cautions, taking a drag from his cigarette before turning to Shanks. Their eyes lock, both revealing an eagerness to meet the child. Indeed, the arrival of the new world is something to anticipate. Shanks and Beckman share a hearty laugh. The following day, as White Chi steps out of the tavern, he is met by a throng of people. Is this White Chi? He has quite the formidable character, murmurs the crowd. Indeed. He has even drawn the attention of the Navy. How do you know this? Don't you know? Our town is now surrounded by the Navy. I reckon there are nearly 2,000 of them. White Chi stands in disbelief when suddenly a group of Navy soldiers marches in formation toward him. Speed's face pales in fear. Captain White Chi, have we stirred the Navy? We might be encircled. I'm not sure if an admiral is among them. Admiral? White Chi replies, surprised. It seems Speed is overly timid. What is the matter? Are you afraid of a single calamity like Jack? If Jack was once Speed's superior, it is understandable that he would be intimidated after enduring such a terror. But seeing Speed fear the Navy only indicates his excessive timidity. Speed, remember, as long as I am with the great white shark pirates, there is nothing to fear. A gust of wind lifts White Chi's hair. And despite being merely 8 years old, he exudes an aura of confidence that looms large in Speed's eyes. Right, Captain White Chi, I trust you. Speed nods enthusiastically. Now, mount up, and let us display our might. White Chi leaps onto Speed's centaur back. What is it, Navy? What brings you here? I don't recall having wronged any of you. He smiles faintly at the nearly 2,000 encircling Navy personnel. Haha, little brat. It seems you are as fearless as the rumors suggest. Admiral Smoker appears, a cigar clenched between his teeth, dressed in a white leather coat, wielding a spear forged from sea stone. From the ranks of the Navy, White Chi immediately recognizes Smoker. Oh, you are Smoker, are you? What is this? Has the Navy sent you to capture me? White Chi was somewhat perplexed. Firstly, he had not offended the Navy, so why would they send someone to seek him out? Secondly, even if the Navy deemed him a significant threat, surely they would dispatch a more formidable vice admiral, given Smoker's current rank. He was not even a vice admiral yet. After all, White Chi was the one who had slain the notorious Jack the Drought, unless the Navy had lost its senses. Why would they send a mere Smoker to apprehend him? Smoker paused slightly. What? White Chi, do you know me? He scrutinized White Chi, struggling to recall any past encounters with the boy before him. You need not concern yourself with that. I am acquainted with many renowned figures in the world of pirates. White Chi replied, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. He was not lying. In his previous life, he had followed the adventures in One Piece. Thus he recognized its characters. Haha, an amusing young lad, Smoker chuckled as he lit another cigarette. I'll be straightforward. I have come on behalf of Admiral Sengoku to extend an invitation for you to join the Shichibukai. At this proclamation, the surroundings erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The Shichibukai? That was an entity independent of both the Navy and the pirates. It was said that each of the Shichibukai possessed their own privileges. This young lad, having just entered the pirate world, had such a fortunate opportunity awaiting him. What incredible luck. Indeed, this boy had struck gold. With the title of Shichibukai, future endeavors would certainly be much more convenient. The crowd buzzed with chatter. For the Shichibukai held significant renown in the world of piracy. Even some formidable pirates regarded becoming a Shichibukai as a lifelong aspiration. Clearly, everyone assumed White Chi would accept the Navy's offer. I refuse, White Chi declared resolutely. What? The onlookers gasped. unable to fathom that someone would decline an invitation to the Shichibukai. This was a dream coveted by countless pirates. Smoker appeared equally bewildered. Boy, what did you just say? Among the Navy personnel, some were already displaying impatience. If he refused to join the Shichibukai, then he was unequivocally a pirate. Historically, the Navy and pirates were sworn enemies, and some were contemplating how to deal with this audacious young lad right then and there, upholding true justice. A female officer drew her sword, revealing herself as Tashiji, Smoker's subordinate, her fierce gaze fixed on by Chi and Speed. Since you refused to join the Shichibukai, you have become our enemy. For the sake of the Navy's justice, I shall eliminate you, Tashiji stated sternly. You've got quite the spirit, don't you, miss? Bai Chi chuckled. Observing Tashiji, who had merely the rank of a petty officer, Bai Chi found amusement in her confidence. Realizing that there were indeed many in the world of One Piece who underestimated their own capabilities. Then, my dear miss, I must confess that I am unfamiliar with the concept of sparing the fair, Bai Chi remarked, his curiosity piqued as he regarded the bespectacled officer, eager to see if she would dare to advance. I'll kill you, Tashiji shouted as she rushed forward, sword drawn. She really dares. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and a figure stepped in front of Tashiji, pressing her sword down with his hand. You are not yet his match, Tashiji. Do not make a futile sacrifice, Smoker cautioned gravely. But, should we just let them go? Tashiji protested. Our mission has already been accomplished, Tashiji. As for them, there will be designated personnel to handle the situation. We should report back to headquarters, Smoker replied with a serious gaze. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Bai Chi. You will regret not joining the Shichibukai. A pirate like you will eventually face the consequences of justice. He exhaled a plume of smoke slowly. Ha ha ha, justice, you say? How quaint of you, Navy. You might as well be more discerning than that Doflamingo fellow. What is justice? If not victory? Bai Chi's eyes glinted sharply as he spoke nonchalantly. Smoker was clearly taken aback, his voice lingering in the air. What is justice? Could it truly be, as this pirate boy asserts, that the victor is synonymous with justice? Chapter 72. The Great Pirate Bai Chi. How antiquated the Navy is. Bai Chi mused, watching Smoker's retreating figure. Let us proceed, Speed. We shall head to the nearby market. We must procure some food. Food. That is my specialty. Leave it to me, Speed exclaimed, her spirits high, having previously engaged in gathering and transporting provisions while with Jack. This trivial matter was but a trifling task for Speed. Before long, the two arrived at the bustling market. Speed's nose functioned akin to that of a hound, with just a whiff. He could discern whether food was on the verge of spoiling and assess its quality. Captain Baichi, although this apple appears quite splendid, it harbors worms within. Speed remarked after taking a sniff. You truly possess a canine sense of smell, Captain Baichi responded, splitting the apple open to reveal indeed 2 worms nestled inside. Captain Baichi, we mustn't purchase such speckled vegetables, they won't last long. Well, very well, Baichi conceded, realizing that women are indeed more meticulous. Captain Baichi, if we are to buy meat, we should procure ample cured meat. It will endure longer, Speed suggested, his large eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. Baichi was thoroughly impressed. You are indeed a professional. No wonder Jack entrusted you with the cargo ship. Hiki, indeed. Speed beamed with pride at Baichi's commendation. Thus, a busy day passed swiftly. Upon inspecting their purchases, cured meat, yellow beans, rice, various vegetables, and fruits, Baichi and Speed wiped the sweat from their brows. It's up to you, Speed. Load all these goods onto our pirate ship, Baichi instructed. At your service, Speed exclaimed, bouncing off to load the cargo. It seemed he was naturally suited for such tasks. Had it been anyone else, they might have resigned long ago, yet Speed appeared to revel in this experience. The act of purchasing and loading goods likely afforded him a thrill akin to that of a woman indulging in shopping. Finally, it is time to raise our pirate flag, Baichi declared. Rising early, he mounted Speed as they set forth towards their destination. In recent days, Baichi has become quite familiar with the townsfolk. I never expected that the amiable Mr. Baichi was, in fact, a pirate, an elderly lady remarked in confusion. Surely, there are good pirates as well. A middle-aged woman explained to the elderly lady. At that moment, a middle-aged man arrived, shaking his head repeatedly. You are also Navi. Have you heard of this little devil's exploits? He said mysteriously. Oh, what exploits? The crowd, curious as some were unaware of Baichi's past, inquired. Have you not heard? Just a few days ago, a multitude of naval officers arrived. Are you not aware? The middle-aged man was astonished that those around him were ignorant of Baichi's history. Yes, weren't they there to capture some pirates? They left after failing to apprehend anyone, a middle-aged woman replied. What? The man was baffled. Those Navy officers were there to invite Baichi to join the 7 warlords, he revealed. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The 7 warlords held an esteemed position in the eyes of ordinary people, being one of the 3 great powers capable of contending with both the Navy and the 4 emperors. Generally, those who ascended to the ranks of the 7 warlords were notorious pirates of immense stature. The fact that the Navy could not handle such formidable pirates led them to extend such a conciliatory invitation. Yet, before them stood Baichi, a seemingly amiable little boy, whose only apparent flaw was his extravagant spending. It was hard to believe that this 8-year-old was invited to join the 7 warlords. How could he possibly qualify for such a position? He hardly seems powerful. The middle-aged woman expressed her doubt. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man replied, "You truly do not pay attention to the news. It was reported that this boy, Bai Chi, personally killed Drought Jack." Drought Jack? The core captain of the 4 emperors? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had this little boy really slain Drought Jack? The man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion? If true, then indeed, this boy would be qualified to join the 7 warlords. My goodness. I never imagined that the Bai Chi we have been interacting with for so many days is actually a notorious pirate. A passerby exclaimed in astonishment. "Boss, is my great white shark flag ready?" Bai Chi shouted into the shop. "It is ready. It's ready," the boss replied, head bowed. Holding a neatly folded large flag. Naturally, it was Bai Chi's pirate flag. "Let us see it," Bai Chi exclaimed with excitement. The boss unfurled the flag, revealing a large white shark with its gaping maw, appearing quite fearsome. Especially striking was the depiction of the shark leaping from the water, vividly lifelike. The boss was drenched in cold sweat, for he had learned just 2 days prior that this little boy was indeed a great pirate. It was said that Bai Chi had frightened away 2,000 naval officers and had even rejected the invitation to join the 7 warlords. The formidable pirate, renowned across the seas, entered his humble shop to purchase a pirate flag. How could he not feel a surge of anxiety? Indeed, Bai Chi remarked with a hint of approval. Upon hearing Bai Chi's commendation, the shopkeeper's demeanor softened somewhat. If his flag failed to earn Bai Chi's endorsement, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. This seemingly youthful figure, yet a veritable titan among pirates, might very well obliterate his establishment, or worse, take his life. The ensuing scenario was beyond the shopkeeper's imagination. The notorious pirate who has slain Drought Jack will undoubtedly subject himself to a fate worse than death, ultimately tormenting himself to the brink of demise. "How much is it, boss?" Bai Chi inquired. "What? How much?" The proprietor, in disbelief, questioned whether he had misheard. Does the pirate require a flag and monetary compensation? Typically, one would simply seize such possessions. It would be a blessing if they did not commandeer anything else. "Boss, how much?" Observing the owner's dazed expression, Bai Chi repeated his inquiry. This time, the proprietor was quite clear. This formidable pirate was indeed inquiring about the price. The shopkeeper hesitated, his lips trembling as he stammered. To be frank, with his modest establishment and meager profits, he truly did not wish to relinquish the flag to Bai Chi for nothing. That represented half a month's earnings. However, could a pirate truly purchase goods? Perhaps Bai Chi was merely feigning interest. Should he disclose the price, it was certain that Bai Chi would make short work of him. Contemplating this, the shopkeeper faltered. "Lord Bai, if you like it, I shall gift it to you." No charge, he managed to force a smile. Bai Chi, bewildered, thought to himself, "How am I already addressed as Lord at such a young age? I am not short on funds, just provide a price." Chapter 73. Ace boards the ship. The proprietor found himself in a quandary, torn between the suspicion that the pirate Bai Chi was toying with him and the tantalizing possibility that he might indeed pay. On one side lay the peril of his life, on the other, the allure of wealth. The proprietor struggled to find his voice. "What is it?" Bai Chi inquired, his impatience rising. "Speak up." The shopkeeper, intimidated by Bai Chi's darkening expression, felt a jolt of fear. He realized the pirate was most likely playing a trick on him. Just as he considered asking for payment, Bai Chi's demeanor shifted ominously. He chastised himself for being foolish, fixated on money when his life was at stake. What good would riches do if he were no longer alive? Fortunately, the loss was not substantial. Gifting the flag to Bai Chi would only cost him half a month's profit, which he could earn back in no time. "Lord Bai, no." The proprietor stammered, trembling, his lips quivering as he spoke. "What is the matter? Are you a stutterer?" Bai Chi lost all patience. "No. No." The shopkeeper continued, his lips still shaking. "I have matters to attend to. I don't have time for this." "The money is left on your table," Bai Chi declared, turning to leave, leaving the proprietor staring blankly at his retreating figure. The pirate has departed? Did he truly leave money behind? The proprietor, incredulous, glanced at the table. He jumped in astonishment as he beheld 100,000 berries laid out before him. So much. His mind buzzed with disbelief. Here stood Bai Chi, the notorious pirate known for vanquishing enemies, the man who had defeated the drought demon Jack. Surely, he was not a demon, but rather a generous benefactor. Yet, a nagging thought struck him. The money must be counterfeit, a cruel jest from the pirate. However, upon inspecting the berries under the sunlight, the distinct markings of genuine currency appeared, confirming the authenticity of the 100,000 berries. The pirate Bai Chi had indeed paid, and even overpaid. The proprietor gasped in astonishment. Having departed from Taikyu Town, Bai Chi and Speed continued their voyage across the sea. "Set sail. Speed, our destination is Women's Island." Bai Chi shouted to the skies, relishing the burgeoning sense of freedom. News of Bai Chi's rejection of the 7 warlords had been published, and Whitebeard erupted in hearty laughter, shaking the Moby Dick. "Let me see." Marco eagerly grabbed the newspaper from Whitebeard's table and began to read. "This truly brings honor to our Whitebeard pirates. Haha, father, you've raised a son worth having." Marco exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Bai Chi's refusal of the 7 warlords indirectly underscored the might of the Whitebeard pirates. Indeed, Bai Chi's refusal of the Navy's invitation signified his allegiance to Whitebeard's cause. The implications were clear. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates was precisely what Bai Chi needed. Roaring, roaring. The transponder snail rang again. Bai Chi sighed. That old man is becoming increasingly insistent. Hello, old man, what is it this time? Bai Chi cut straight to the chase. Kid, there are rumors that Kaido is planning to seek revenge against you. I suggest you return for the time being, Whitebeard advised with concern. No worries, Bai Chi. Fear nothing from Kaido, Bai Chi replied confidently. Ever since his system had unlocked a bug skill, he felt assured in facing even the most formidable foes. He had an escape plan if needed. Kid, don't be reckless. Kaido is no ordinary opponent. You should return, Whitebeard cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. You know, Kaido and I have never seen eye to eye. This could very well trigger a war. He spoke gravely. Bai Chi, after a moment of silence, responded with a smile, old man, rest assured, even if war breaks out, I will lead our crew to victory. Bai Chi was unperturbed by the looming conflict with Kaido, for he understood that Kaido's forces were not a match for the might of the Whitebeard pirates. What truly concerned him was the impending Marineford War, the event where the Navy would unleash its full might, employing underhanded tactics to claim the life of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. He knew he must grow stronger before that moment, to rally external forces to their cause. During the Marineford War, Whitebeard's side was indeed outmatched by the Navy. But an equally significant reason for their failure was the lack of support from other factions. Only Shanks was willing to assist Whitebeard. Others were either hoping for the Whitebeard pirates' demise or watching with amusement. The 7 warlords had all sided with the Navy, and among the 4 emperors. Even Kaido was preparing to ambush Whitebeard's stronghold. Whitebeard was essentially isolated, making defeat inevitable. Bai Chi intended to address these 2 issues. On one hand, he would enhance his own strength. On the other, he would cultivate alliances with external forces. He believed that securing victory in the Marineford War would solidify the Whitebeard pirates' position, rendering them unassailable in the future. For by then, he would have become sufficiently powerful. Kid, what is this? You leading the crew to victory? I'm not old yet. Whitebeard retorted with a hint of irritation. The powerful aura emanating from him was palpable, even through the transponder snail. Truly, he was the world's mightiest man. Kid, you're being too reckless. Kaido is not to be trifled with. Return swiftly. Marco's voice echoed through the transponder snail. Ha! Bai Chi chuckled. Don't worry, old man. Marco, I cannot return just yet. I have significant matters to attend to. What matters could be so pressing that you disregard Kaido? Whitebeard inquired, puzzled. Old man, one day you will understand. Bai Chi replied enigmatically. Kaido is of no concern. I am striving to prepare us to conquer even greater forces in the future. The utterance left Whitebeard and his crew utterly bewildered. Kaha, little brat. You truly have a mind of your own. Since you have made your decision, I shall not impose my will upon you. When you return, I will introduce you to a new captain. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. A new captain? Bai Chi recalled scenes from the anime. Could it be? Ace. What's this, old man? A newcomer? What is his name? Bai Chi inquired with curiosity. Kaha. He is a man who, like you, rejected the 7 warlords. Known as the Fire Fist Ace. Chapter 74. Ace joins. The war at the summit approaches. Ace. Bai Chi fell into a sudden silence. What is wrong, Bai Chi? Is something troubling you? Whitebeard asked, puzzled. Given that a new captain had joined the crew, Bai Chi should have been elated. This attitude seemed out of place. Oh, it's nothing, old man. I'll hang up now. Bai Chi ended the call, leaving Whitebeard and the others in a state of confusion. What was the matter with that kid? Did he have some unresolved issue with this fellow named Ace? Ace, do you know a little brat named Bai Chi? Whitebeard turned his gaze towards Ace, who looked equally perplexed. I don't know him, but I have heard of Bai Chi's reputation. He is said to be quite formidable. Ace fiddled with the flames dancing on his fingers, murmuring to himself. Is that so? I actually look forward to meeting Captain Bai Chi soon, Ace expressed eagerly. After all, Bai Chi's character was something Ace admired. As a newcomer, to stand up against the drought calamity known as Jack showcased a spirit and courage that Ace greatly respected. Meanwhile, Bai Chi remained silent for a while. What's wrong, Captain Bai Chi? Speed, having noticed his demeanor, hopped over to his side. You seem a bit preoccupied. Is something on your mind? Speed inquired with concern. It's nothing, Bai Chi replied, before retreating to his quarters. Ace had already boarded the ship, and by these calculations, the day of the summit war was drawing near. It seemed he needed to hasten the enhancement of his strength. Speed, increase our speed. Bai Chi emerged from his room. Understood, Captain Bai Chi. Speed acknowledged. At last, a small black dot on the horizon gradually enlarged, revealing the island's outline. Finally, we are nearing the pirate Empress Hancock. Bai Chi's lips curled into a smile. The world's most beautiful woman. I, Bai Chi, am here to meet you. Captain Bai Chi, there are 2 ships approaching us. Speed shouted. Oh, Bai Chi turned to see that indeed, 2 fishing vessels were racing towards them. Women leapt off the boats, without a doubt. They were the subordinates of the pirate Empress. How bold. Do you know you are entering the territory of the 7 warlords? Leave this place at once. Or do not blame us for being rude. A female soldier shouted. A row of archers behind her readied their bows, each arrow wrapped in a layer of basic armament Haki. Haha. Beautiful ladies, we are but kind souls here to discuss matters with the pirate empress, Baichi said, a smirk playing on his lips. Did you hear that? That man just called us beautiful ladies. I've been here for years. And that's the first time anyone has called me that. One female soldier blushed, clearly flattered. He called you beautiful ladies, not just you. Another female soldier immediately retorted. So what? At least I'm pretty. The group of female soldiers began to bicker. When they looked up again, Baichi's ship was already sailing away. You fools. We've been tricked. Hurry after them. The Empress will be furious. The lady officer exclaimed, realizing that they had let Baichi slip by. If the Empress discovered that a man had been allowed to pass, her wrath would be immeasurable, especially since she bore no favorable impressions of men. Commander, I think I have the bounty for that brat. I just received the newspaper. A soldier suddenly recalled. Just received? A small pirate? The lady officer asked, puzzled. This is a major pirate. The bounty was just issued today. This little brat's bounty is 10 billion berries. Higher than our queen, the pirate empress. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. What? A bounty of 10 billion berries. The surrounding female pirate soldiers felt as if their ears were deceiving them. An 8-year-old child has a bounty of 10 billion. How is that even possible? Perhaps there has never been such an extraordinary figure in history. And we just let this dangerous individual into the Empress's castle. The female soldiers quickly came to their senses. Hurry, chase after them. Yes. The 2 ships resumed their frantic pursuit. But it was already too late as they watched the great white shark pirates gradually disappear into the distance. The great white shark pirate ship sliced through the waves and had now arrived at the island of Amazon Lily. The guards exchanged glances, bewildered. How could Yuri be so foolish as to let a man in? Suddenly, a tremor echoed as a massive woman, part human and part serpent, approached. It was Sandasonia, with a long tongue lolling out and green hair framing her fierce glare directed at Baichi. Brat, you cannot enter here. The air thickened with her imposing presence. Do you know who our captain is? Hurry and open the gate, or face our wrath. Speed retorted defiantly. Ha! The female soldiers laughed. For this was the domain of the illustrious 7 warlords, Hancock. In these waters, few dared to show disrespect to the Empress. As the surrounding female soldiers scoffed, Speed grew agitated, stamping her feet. Our captain is Baichi, the man who defeated the drought calamity, Jack. At that moment, all laughter ceased, and the female soldiers fixed their gazes upon Baichi. Speed, you are quite ostentatious. We are here to negotiate, remember? Baichi said helplessly. All right, Speed replied. Her cheeks flushed, falling silent. I come with no ill intentions. I wish to meet the pirate empress to discuss matters of importance, Baichi proclaimed confidently. His words held a certain gravitas, rendering the female soldiers speechless. Even the previously arrogant Sandasonia now broke out in a cold sweat. Marguerite, fetch the latest newspaper. Baichi, recently, that little brat's reputation has grown tremendously. He has traversed from Rosa, slaying the drought calamity, Jack, and rejected the request of the 7 warlords. Your path to reach the land of women is indeed remarkable. Our report. Lady Sandasonia, this person is truly Baichi. His bounty has now reached 10 billion. Marguerite. The golden-haired guard exclaimed in horror, stuttering with disbelief. What? Upon recognizing the young imp before her as Baichi, Sandasonia's eyes brimmed with wariness. Having rampaged through Rosa and simultaneously offended 2 pirate crews, he had now slain the drought incarnate, Jack, and rebuffed the invitation of the Navy's 7 warlords. His bounty had soared to an astounding 1 billion berries. It was evident that in the eyes of the Amazon Lily, Baichi was an exceedingly perilous entity. What could be the purpose of Baichi's long journey to Daughter Island? You must keep a close watch on him here. I shall report to Sister Hancock. Sandasonia's eyes were filled with vigilance and fear. The sound of a tremor echoed once more, leaving only a group of female soldiers, each too tense to move. Their gazes fixed intently on Baichi, the formidable pirate. Chapter 75, Empress Hancock. One by one, they swallowed hard, their expressions grave as they watched Baichi. This individual had slain the infamous drought pirate, Jack. Could he possibly launch a sudden attack on us? Even the legendary drought pirate Jack was rumored to have fallen to Baichi's might. Surely, dealing with Baichi would not be a trivial matter for us. Moreover, it seemed that this young man possessed the power of Conqueror's Haki. Reports indicated that after he unleashed this power, a significant number of Jack's crew had collapsed. It is unfathomable to consider the pressure we would face if we were to confront such an adversary. All remained vigilant, their eyes trained on Baichi, determined to hold their ground until the arrival of Empress Hancock's orders. Observing the anxious demeanor of the female soldiers before him, Baichi found it somewhat amusing. It was unclear when he had been labeled in such a manner. This label is far from commendable. It signifies a ruthless individual born in a new era. I remarked. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. If I were to make a move, do you truly believe you could hinder me? Baichi's formidable presence instantly enveloped the surroundings. The female soldiers nearby broke into a cold sweat, for this was indeed the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Undoubtedly, he was extraordinary, possessing an undeniable psychological advantage. Merely a single utterance from him sent chills down everyone's spine. Only those of genuine prowess could achieve such an effect. In the palace of Daughter Island, Empress Hancock sat upon her throne, engrossed in the world's affairs. Holding the latest newspaper, she gazed at the image of Bai Qi slaying the drought-bringer, Jack. It was truly unimaginable that an 8-year-old could vanquish such a formidable foe. Was the world on the brink of transformation? With a slight furrow of her brow, she soon smiled nonchalantly. Regardless of how the times may change, I shall always be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful. With that, Hancock reclined on her bed, her exquisite figure causing one to swoon. Sister, something terrible has happened. The entire palace trembled. How many times must I remind you, Sandasonia, to refrain from such alarm? Whatever I do will always be excused. Therefore, there is no need for you to be so agitated, Empress Hancock chided. Yet, there was nothing discordant about her demeanor. Rather, it exuded an alluring charm. Indeed, she was a woman blessed with the powers of the beautiful fruit. Sandasonia, panting heavily, her long tongue appearing strangely unsettling, exclaimed, "But sister, that individual has come to visit us." A hint of fear was evident in Sandasonia's eyes. Who? Is it the Navy? Hancock's expression turned to one of disdain. Truth be told, she held no positive regard for the Navy. They were merely the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, a fact Hancock was well aware of. Her decision to join the 7 warlords was merely a mutual benefit, for she had her own subjects to protect and could not afford a complete rift with the Navy. It is not the Navy, sister. It is the recently infamous Bai Qi. Sandasonia, the user of the python fruit, said anxiously. Oh, what does he want with me? Hancock replied, surprised, for she had no prior connection with this young scoundrel. It is advisable to limit our encounters with such a ruthless pirate. I have heard he seeks to engage in discussions with you, Sandasonia said, panting. Discuss matters with me? The Empress Hancock furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes lost in contemplation. What shall we do, sister? This pirate kills without a second thought. I believe we should prevent him from entering, utilizing our natural defenses. It would be difficult for him to breach our territory, Sandasonia expressed anxiously. Utilize our natural defenses? Hancock glanced at her agitated sister and sighed, pondering when Sandasonia would be capable of standing on her own. The so-called natural defenses and the ferocious beasts of the forest may suffice to deter ordinary pirates. But to obstruct a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion is sheer folly. Since he is willing to negotiate, let us allow him entry, Hancock proclaimed calmly. Although she was reluctant to engage with such a cold-blooded killer, as the ruler of her nation, she had to consider the greater good. Moreover, if Bai Qi truly harbored ill intentions towards Amazon Lily, he would have acted long ago. There was no need for unnecessary actions. Sister, are you truly allowing him in? Sandasonia asked with concern. It is all right. I wish to meet this fellow named Bai Qi, Hancock replied, stroking her pet snake, a sense of authority emanating from her. Seeing Hancock's composure, I understood, sister, Sandasonia asserted confidently. Bang, bang, bang. The entire palace trembled once more as Sandasonia rushed towards the gates of Amazon Lily. Open the door for him. Sandasonia arrived at the gates. But Lady Sandasonia, he is a dangerous individual, the yellow-haired soldier, Margaret, expressed her worries. Lady Sandasonia, what are you thinking to allow such a perilous figure to enter our island? Isn't this akin to inviting a wolf into one's home? This man, with a bounty of 1 billion, is a character bold enough to strike down even Drought Jack. Who can guarantee that after Bai Qi enters Daughter Island, he will not unleash a massacre, or, akin to Doflamingo, plot a coup for power? This is the command of Her Majesty the Empress. Release him at once. Sandasonia commanded loudly. Although the female soldiers were filled with trepidation, their eyes betraying their apprehension, they had no choice but to comply with Her Majesty's order. Oh, at last, the gates opened. Wait, search him, Sandasonia suddenly exclaimed. The Bai Qi is of little concern. One's belongings are all stored in an alternate dimension, accessible at any moment. Indifferently allowing others to search, it is surprising that the golden-haired beauty, Margaret, had never encountered a man before and boldly reached into that space. Ahem. Bai Qi cleared his throat several times. This scene was witnessed by Sandasonia, leaving Marguerite in a state of bewilderment. Under the guidance of the female soldiers, Bai Qi arrived at the palace where the Empress resided. Indeed, the world's most beautiful woman was breathtakingly gorgeous. Gazing at Hancock's alluring figure and exquisite visage, Bai Qi began to comprehend why the Empress, despite her numerous transgressions, was often forgiven. It appeared that beauty could indeed be a currency of its own. Such a stunning appearance would evoke forgiveness from anyone. Noticing Bai Qi's gaze, Hancock commanded, unreasonable ones, step back, as she placed one hand on her hip, pointed forward with the other, and tilted her head back with an air of authority. This is the typical gesture of the Empress in anime. A posture of disdain that has morphed into one of condescension. Little did I expect that one day, I would find myself on the receiving end of such contempt. Thought Bai Qi with a chuckle. Chapter 76. The past of the Empress. How dare you disregard Captain Bai Qi, exclaimed Speed from the side. The female soldiers surrounding them tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed intently on Bai Qi, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense in an instant. Was the Empress truly going to confront this fearsome pirate here? Thoughts raced through their minds. Hiki, you misunderstand, dear Empress. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Bai Qi said nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Then allow me to test that, Bai Qi-kun, the Empress replied with a strange smile. With a heart-shaped gesture, she summoned a sweet breeze, sending heart-shaped rays towards Bai Qi and Speed. Wow, is this truly the Empress? She is simply stunning, Speed exclaimed. Her eyes filled with admiration, appearing utterly infatuated. Observing her demeanor, Bai Qi placed a hand on his forehead. Speed, can't you show a bit of composure? I, a man, can resist this, yet you, a woman, have fallen prey to it? Sigh. Indeed, Speed was instantly petrified by the fragrant wind. The female soldiers around them began to murmur in confusion. What is happening? This little brat hasn't been petrified? This is the Empress's sweet breeze. It should have a stronger effect on men. How is he unaffected? Could it be that he has withstood the Empress's heart attack? It was hard to fathom that this fellow remained unscathed in such an unexpected situation. Even the Empress was taken aback, as her sweet breeze was known for its amplified effect on men. Who exactly was this young man? An elderly woman from Nine Snake Island approached slowly. Leaning on a cane, she whispered into the Empress's ear, from my years of experience, I can tell you that this boy will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. Hancock, we must not oppose him. Realizing that Bai Qi was unaffected, the Empress understood that her devil fruit abilities could not subdue him. Her plans had faltered. Thus, she decided to engage in a proper conversation with the notorious pirate Bai Qi, for she represented a nation and could not act recklessly. Bai Qi-kun, I must say, you are quite impressive. You have earned the right to speak with me. The Empress gazed into Bai Qi's eyes, still struggling to believe that this youthful boy could withstand her abilities. She had always been confident in her powers against men. Then please, release my subordinate. Bai Qi replied with a faint smile. As expected, Speed's petrified state was immediately lifted. Huh? What just happened? Speed asked, bewildered. Bai Qi sighed. You were petrified by the Empress, do you not realize? As a woman, your composure leaves much to be desired. Speed blushed and lowered her head. I doubt the beautiful Hancock would have me standing here to converse, would she? Bai Qi addressed Hancock calmly. Take a seat, the Empress commanded. And two female soldiers brought forth a large chair. Once Bai Qi was seated, Hancock addressed him directly. I wonder, Bai Qi-kun, what business does a mere girl like me have with you? We seem to lack prior acquaintance. From Hancock's words, it was evident that she was somewhat annoyed. Yet, Bai Qi remained unfazed. Haha, indeed, I have not met you before, Miss Hancock. But as they say, familiarity grows with repeated encounters, does it not? Bai Qi retorted. Upon hearing the term Miss, Hancock's expression softened slightly. You mentioned wanting to discuss something. What could it possibly be? Her curiosity remained piqued. Could it be that Whitebeard sent you? Hancock pondered, suspicion evident in her demeanor. Bai Qi, observing her puzzlement, replied, I am here to fulfill a wish for you. Miss Empress. A wish? My wish? Haha, that is quite amusing. I do not even know what my own wish is. How could a mere boy know? Hancock regarded Bai Qi with a look of skepticism. Do you recall Mary Joa, Miss Hancock? Bai Qi asked, fixing his serious gaze upon the Empress's beautiful eyes. As soon as he spoke those words, the hall fell into an oppressive silence. Mary Joa was a place the Empress strictly forbade her subordinates from mentioning. It was there that she and her three sisters endured a tragic childhood. Even now, the shadows of their past haunted Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. In the entirety of Nine Snake Island, the celestial dragons were a forbidden subject. Anyone who dared mention them would face the Empress's wrath. A cold glint flickered in Hancock's beautiful eyes, while her sisters trembled, clearly reminded of the pain inflicted upon them in that dark place. Get out, Bai Qi. Do not think that your bounty exceeds 1 billion will intimidate me. I shall have you fed to the sea serpent. Hancock clenched her fists, sweat glistening on her forehead. The surrounding female soldiers assumed aggressive stances. It seems, Miss Hancock, that you have yet to emerge from your shadows. That brings me a sense of relief, Bai Qi remarked, for if she had not fully recovered, there was still hope for collaboration. As long as Bai Qi could lead Hancock to overthrow the celestial dragon's reign, allowing her to savor the feeling of trampling them underfoot, her fear would surely dissipate. The Empress's eyes grew even colder. Have you come here to mock me? You have merely chosen the wrong place. I shall feed you to the snakes. Wait, Bai Qi interjected calmly. What? Are you afraid? Hancock did not believe that a pirate like Bai Qi would cower in fear. Bai Qi surveyed the hostile gazes around him and scratched his head. I came here to discuss the matter of overthrowing the celestial dragon's rule with you. What? Hancock was utterly astonished, staring at this mere boy of 8 years. Is this fellow named Bai Qi truly not jesting? Does he genuinely believe that a bounty exceeding 1 billion makes him remarkable? Even the 4 emperors of the seas would likely refrain from uttering such audacious words. If this young lad is not a natural-born hero and king, he must certainly have a few screws loose. The female soldiers and the Empress's sisters gazed at Bai Qi in a daze, unable to fathom that someone would dare to speak such phrases. Silence enveloped the scene for nearly 10 seconds. What a grand joke I have just heard. The Empress Hancock chuckled uncontrollably, her delicate hand caressing her alluring navel. Hey, Hancock, stop pretending. You must yearn to overthrow the celestial dragons, don't you? Speak boldly. Baichi said to the Empress with a grave seriousness. To claim he wishes to topple the celestial dragons? This young fool would utter such words. He must be a simpleton. The status of the celestial dragons is unshakable. Not even the 4 emperors can challenge it. As a captain under Whitebeard, how dare he voice such sentiments? It is utterly impossible. It is not merely a matter of desire or ambition. Lacking the strength renders any wish meaningless, merely a fantasy. Ultimately, it is nothing but empty rhetoric. What use is there in having no power? How laughable Baichi. Even if one desires such a feat, who could possibly achieve it? The Empress Hancock regarded Baichi with a hint of derision. Face your fears, Empress Hancock. Reflect on your life in Mariehua. Do you not wish to resist? Do you not desire to overthrow the celestial dragons? Baichi roared at the Empress, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. Hancock, momentarily taken aback, recalled dark memories of her and her sisters being treated as slaves, beaten and humiliated by the celestial dragons, living under their tyranny day and night, scraping by in survival. How could she not despise those brutal celestial dragons? She had once vowed that if she could escape, she would rise and lead others to rebel against the celestial dragons in this filthy world. Yet, confronted with reality, she found herself powerless. For the sake of the citizens of Amazon Lily, she could only maintain a small domain. But when did the proud pirate empress become the very figure she loathed? Too afraid to challenge the celestial dragons, reduced to being a mere pirate in a secluded place. Truly, she felt she had betrayed her benefactor. The man from the Sun Pirates, the one who saved her from peril. How is it, Empress? Have those unpleasant feelings resurfaced? Baichi asked, fixing his gaze on Hancock. Hancock's body trembled slightly, her expression strange. I am unwell. You may take your leave, insolent one. A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes, clearly indicating her readiness to dismiss Baichi, who had struck a nerve. Unwell, yet so obstinate? You still cannot admit you wish to overthrow the celestial dragons? Truly hopeless. Baichi scoffed. Instantly, a wave of masculine energy surged around him. The female soldiers stood in astonishment, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks. Is this Conqueror's Haki? One older soldier murmured. No, this young lad has not used Conqueror's Haki. It is merely his overwhelming presence, another explained. Such a powerful aura. He must be a true anomaly. This realization left the surrounding female soldiers even more astounded as they watched Baichi take deliberate steps away. Hancock suddenly questioned herself. Could it be true, as this young boy claimed, that she was beyond saving? Had she, in her comfortable palace life, gradually forgotten the pain of her past? No, she had not forgotten. To this day, she was still reluctant to revisit those dark times. Did this not signify that those experiences were deeply etched in her subconscious? Looking around, she noticed her sisters, Sandisonia and others, with their fists clenched, faces filled with rage. Hancock understood that the painful memories were indelibly imprinted in their minds as well. Curse those celestial dragons, a so-called noble race. She scoffed. In her eyes, they were nothing more than tyrannical beasts. Although she currently lived in comfort, Hancock knew that in Mariehua, thousands shared her tragic fate, suffering at this very moment. Having escaped successfully, yet failing to rescue those still ensnared in the mire, she felt utterly incompetent. I, Empress Hancock, desire to overthrow the celestial dragons. Finally, the Empress could no longer contain herself. Her fists clenched tightly, almost drawing blood, her beautiful eyes filled with unwavering determination. This declaration, after so many years, had unexpectedly surfaced due to an 8-year-old child. Her sisters echoed her sentiments, standing resolutely beside her. Baichi, with his back turned to them, suddenly halted, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At last, you have spoken those words. The plan is set, moving forward. Collaboration in the war against the Navy will progress much more smoothly. To be honest, he had been somewhat apprehensive about igniting the Empress's fighting spirit. If she had not articulated her desire, he would have had no face to return with. How is it, Empress? How does it feel to voice your innermost thoughts? Baichi beamed at Hancock. Then I shall speak plainly. My purpose in coming here is to invite the Empress to join me in overthrowing the celestial dragons. A surge of dominance emanated from him as he greedily licked his upper lip. What? Are you serious, little boy? Empress Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief, her luscious red lips quivering, her face a mask of incredulity. An 8-year-old child daring to align with the world's most wanted criminal, the dragon? If there were a task in this world deemed insurmountable, it would undoubtedly be the overthrow of the celestial dragons. Not even the Navy, the front line of the celestial dragons, nor the 4 emperors could accomplish such a feat. Sandisonia, her massive head adorned with shock, her long tongue flickering as she pondered Baichi's words. The surrounding female soldiers, and even Speed, who had been following Baichi, wore expressions of astonishment. The words uttered by this 8-year-old rascal are truly astonishing. The captain is contemplating such a perilous endeavor. It is utterly insane, is it not? This is 100 times more reckless than the infamous Jack. Baichi, known for his unwavering word, spoke nonchalantly. If you doubt me, in due time, you shall be thoroughly convinced. Convinced in due time? The Empress, Hancock, wore a perplexed expression. Why is this little boy so certain that she will come to believe his assertions? Observing the bewildered countenance of the world's most beautiful woman, Bai Qi smiled. Curious about the answer? I shall divulge it. Soon I will visit Sabaody Archipelago. A trip to Sabaody Archipelago? How does that relate to my believing that you intend to overthrow the celestial dragons? The Empress remained utterly confused. Noting Hancock's bewilderment, Bai Qi, with a smile, continued. My informants have discovered that a celestial dragon will be present at Sabaody Archipelago. At that time, I shall personally bring an end to him. He shrugged nonchalantly. Chapter 79. The blushing Empress Hancock and the people of Amazon Lily were taken aback. Bai Qi continued to smile. If I were to kill a celestial dragon, the entire world would surely pursue me, and then you would understand my intent to topple their rule. This little rascal is indeed audacious. Does he perceive the act of slaying a celestial dragon as a trivial matter? Has he not considered how to confront the admirals that would inevitably descend upon him? Yet, the audacity of an 8-year-old is remarkable. It would be rather embarrassing if the Empress herself were to falter in comparison. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Hancock lowered her noble head. What sister, you? The scene incited a flurry of commotion among those present. It was the first time in many years on Amazon Lily that the Empress had sincerely apologized to anyone. Gazing at the 8-year-old boy, one might wonder if he was indeed a born conqueror. Haha, there is no need for such formality, Hancock. Does this imply that you will join me in overthrowing the celestial dragons? Bai Qi replied with casual indifference. Naturally, if what you say is true, and you truly intend to slay a celestial dragon, then all of us from Amazon Lily will risk our lives to assist you, the Empress declared with a grave expression, her eyes now reflecting admiration and respect rather than disdain. Ha ha ha. Bai Qi suddenly erupted in laughter. What is it, Bai Qi? Did I say something wrong? Hancock appeared bewildered. Beside him, Speed wore a peculiar expression. The Empress Hancock was earnestly engaging with him, yet he laughed so heartily, which seemed somewhat disrespectful. Noticing the curious and somewhat irate gazes from the crowd, Bai Qi reassured, Fear not, Empress, I am no reckless fool. At the very least, I shall not cower before an admiral, he stated with calm confidence. Gazing into Bai Qi's unwavering eyes, Hancock felt an odd sensation. This boy did not seem like an 8-year-old at all. It was as if he possessed an understanding that transcended time itself. Do you truly not fear an admiral? Hancock, despite her knowledge of Bai Qi's past endeavors in defeating Jack the Drought, recognized that an admiral is a formidable force within the Navy, far superior to Jack. If an admiral could be evenly matched with Jack, the 4 emperors would have likely annihilated the Navy by now. Rest assured, Empress, I am still growing. In due time, an admiral will pose no issue, Bai Qi proclaimed with confidence. Even without the passage of time, he believed that with his abilities and the numerous unactivated skills at his disposal, he could indeed contend with an admiral. Will you truly be able to battle an admiral soon? Hancock, the female warriors of Amazon Lily, and Speed all regarded Bai Qi with a look of disbelief. Feeling the peculiar stares surrounding him, Bai Qi innocently asked, What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Well, Bai Qi has undeniably become a focal point of attention in this world. Naturally, he has drawn the interest of the 7 warlords of the sea. Through Bai Qi's accomplishments, it is evident that this young lad's strength is on a steady ascent. Since his debut at a bounty of 100 million, he has steadily triumphed over increasingly formidable foes. If this trend continues, he might indeed reach the power of an admiral someday. Hancock and her companions swallowed hard, clearing their throats. Ahem, it's nothing. If it's you, it might just be possible. What do you mean possible? It is a certainty, Bai Qi stated resolutely, unperturbed by the reactions of those around him. This confidence, this unwavering belief in one's exceptional talents, even stirred a sense of jealousy in the Empress. If only she possessed the same gifts as Bai Qi, she would not merely settle in a corner as a warlord. Perhaps she would have long since set her sights on conquering the celestial dragons. Thus, Bai Qi, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Hancock suddenly recalled the purpose of Bai Qi's visit and inquired. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning the Empress's trust. Reward triggered. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. A subtle smile graced Bai Qi's lips. Having just articulated his growth, his power had further augmented. System, I adore you. Open the panel. Ding. System. Display the panel for me. Ding. Host. Bai Qi age, 8 occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates fruit. Trimmer fruit. Ignores the sea. Haki. Armament Haki. Intermediate. Observation Haki. Intermediate. Conqueror's Haki. Intermediate. Skills. Light speed / 5 times per use. An instantaneous strike upon the enemy, reaching the speed of light. Flash skill. 5 times. Instantaneous movement within 100 meters of any space. Items. Fragmented Devil Fruit Encyclopedia 30 Fish Fruit. Heavenly Gold. 110 billion berries. 8. 6 billion berries. Rain Fruit Famed Blade. Blowing Snow Base Attributes. Strength. Max Defense. Maxed Agility. Maxed all 3 Haki types elevated to intermediate. Splendid. Sensing the changes within himself, Bai Qi felt an even greater aura of dominance. Every stance he took radiated the essence of a king. He could discern that the system's reward of intermediate armament Haki was now perilously close to Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki. Should he attain the advanced level, Bai Qi was confident he could effortlessly overpower red-haired Shanks. Such is the power of the system. The intermediate Conqueror's Haki presses fiercely against Whitebeard, while the intermediate observation Haki seems but a step away from the prowess of Katakuris. The intermediate armament Haki has directly comprehended flowing cherry blossom, capable of injuring Kaido. Oh, system, you do not deceive me. The Empress gazed into White Qi's eyes, her expression tinged with a hint of bewilderment. How curious. It feels as though this young one before her has suddenly grown stronger. Could it be a mere illusion? Yet her observation Haki and sixth sense have always been remarkably accurate. The little imp seems to imply that speaking can enhance one's strength. If that is the case, how formidable indeed. Bai Qi, in high spirits, grinned and proposed, shall we collaborate? You shall not suffer any loss. In the future, Whitebeard will engage in a fierce contest with the Navy, with the despicable tactics employed by those naval scoundrels. I am certain that the 7 warlords will be compelled to contribute. I hope that before the decisive battle, the Empress can arrange for me to be taken into the great prison, only to turn the tide and join our side. The Empress pondered briefly before decisively agreeing. As the Empress, no matter the transgressions she commits, the Navy would always pardon her. Even if the Navy sought trouble, she was confident in her strength to face them. No problem, she affirmed, biting her lip resolutely. Trust in my capabilities. We shall surely vanquish the Navy. Among the 7 warlords, there are still those loyal to me. I wonder if Sengoku will faint from rage when he witnesses the warlords turning against him. Haha. The thought of the Navy witnessing the 7 warlords one by one betraying them brought a smile to Bai Qi's face. Defeating the Navy? Initially, the Empress harbored doubts about her potential defeat. Yet, in the presence of this young imp, the mere mention of triumph made her truly believe in victory. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks had flushed, and she shyly glanced at Bai Qi, her heart racing. Chapter 8. The Empress's fantasies. I shall undoubtedly support you. Bai Qi. The Empress's heart bloomed with joy, her beautiful eyes fixated on Bai Qi, filled with tenderness as if gazing at her beloved. Granny Snake noticed the Empress's unusual demeanor. Alas, it seems the Empress has fallen ill, she sighed. Sandasonia and the others also recognized the change in their sister, but they could not ascertain the cause. Sensing that the once formidable Hancock had transformed into someone entirely different. Aha, then let us collaborate joyfully. Bai Qi smiled, surprised by how easily the partnership formed. This is the operational budget. Hancock can procure some weaponry, he declared grandly. Following his words, Speed retrieved 600 billion in military funds from Bai Qi's pirate ship, leaving everyone in shock. This 8-year-old imp was not only powerful but also exceedingly wealthy. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Then I shall gladly accept this on behalf of the people of Amazon Lily. Thank you, Bai Qi, the Empress Hancock expressed, her eyes glimmering with affection. The surrounding female soldiers gaped in astonishment. This sum could arm the entirety of their island. How could this young imp possess such wealth? Moreover, it was heavenly gold. Treasure meant as offerings to the celestial dragons. Had this young imp plundered the wealth of the celestial dragons? No wonder he was so audacious. Noticing the peculiar gazes of those around him, Bai Qi realized they were likely suspecting him of having stolen from the celestial dragons. It seemed he had indeed made a name for himself in the pirate world, the kind that could frighten children. System, open the panel to check the funds. Ding. Host, Bai Qi, age, 8, occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Fruit, tremor fruit, ignores the sea. Haki, armament Haki, intermediate, observation Haki, intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate, skills, light speed / 5 uses, a swift strike capable of reaching light speed. Blink skill, 5 uses, instant teleportation within 100 meters. Items, incomplete devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/3, fish fruit, heavenly gold, 500 billion berries, 86 billion berries, rain fruit, and the renowned sword blows snow. Base attributes, strength, max defense, max agility, max silver. There are still over 500 billion. That should suffice. If not, I still have the system, he mused. For such a grand gift, I cannot repay you adequately. Let me treat you to a meal. The Empress Hancock exclaimed, her infatuation evident. A meal, you say? That sounds good. To be honest, Bai Qi was quite hungry at that moment. During the banquet, the Empress gazed at Bai Qi with lingering affection, frequently stealing glances his way. In her eyes, he was striking and commanding. Your Majesty, what seems to be the matter? Sandasonia inquired cautiously of Granny Snake. Alas, she is lovesick. I too suffered from such an ailment in my youth, Granny Snake lamented. What illness? Sandasonia asked, puzzled. The fabled disease of love. Granny Snake replied, a strange smile crossing her face as she reminisced about a beautiful, yet imperfect past. At that moment, the Empress Hancock's heart raced. She looked up to find Bai Qi gazing back at her with a look of perplexity. Could it be that Bai Qi has feelings for me? She thought, quickly lowering her head, her cheeks aflame. Yet, curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked up at him once more. Bai Qi was obliviously enjoying a large chicken leg, grease smudged across his face. Huh. Why hasn't T by Chikuin looked my way? The Empress's heart plummeted. Worry etched across her face. Am I not captivating enough to attract a man of such natural dominance? Is my makeup inadequate today? The Empress summoned a servant to bring her a small mirror. Upon inspecting herself, she gasped in horror. There was a hairpin sticking out of her hair. If Bai Chi-Kuan saw that, her image would be ruined. Casting a sidelong glance at Bai Chi, she noticed him drinking red wine, oblivious to her distress. Thank goodness I wasn't spotted, she thought, hastily fixing her hair and spritzing on some perfume before feeling satisfied enough to continue her meal. Bai Chi noticed something unusual about Hancock and curiously glanced her way. What is the Empress Hancock doing? Not focusing on her meal, fiddling with her hair and checking her reflection? Ah, women, Bai Chi thought, exasperated. Bai Chi-Kuan is looking at me. The Empress's heart raced, and beads of perspiration formed on her cheeks. She hesitated, not daring to eat, fearing that Bai Chi would find her eating habits ungraceful. Seeing her lift food to her mouth yet hesitate to eat, Bai Chi inquired, is something wrong, the beautiful Hancock? Is there an issue with your food? Caught in his intense gaze, she stammered, ah, no, Bai Chi-Kuan. With that, she hastily swallowed the food. Oh no, I must have looked terrible because I was too nervous. Hancock thought, wishing she could vanish into the ground. How could she have embarrassed herself in front of Bai Chi-Kuan? Wait a moment, did Bai Chi-Kuan just express concern for her? Why else would he ask about her food? Amidst the banquet, with so many diners, he specifically inquired about her meal. Was that not a sign of his affection? Does this mean I will marry Bai Chi-Kuan? The Empress continued to spiral into fantasies about their wedding, envisioning a shared life filled with love. I am so happy, she thought, overwhelmed with joy. Speed. Is there something wrong with your meal? Why does Hancock seem so peculiar in her eating? Bai Chi, filled with confusion, inquired. Speed, with his own nose, sniffed the dishes before him. There seems to be no issue, Captain Bai Chi. All of this is fresh meat and vegetables. The illustrious 7 warlords should not quibble over such trivial expenses, Speed remarked with utmost seriousness. Oh, however, this scene was witnessed by Hancock, who was enveloped in bliss, and she instantly turned to stone, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Her future husband, so remarkable, would undoubtedly attract a multitude of women vying for his affection. The Speed before her appeared quite presentable. Could it be that he was entangled with this Bai Chi? Moreover, he was part of the crew, which diminished her advantages significantly. Just moments ago, Hancock had been radiating happiness, but now her gaze was filled with sorrow. Chapter 81, The Love of the Empress. Could it be that the Empress has fallen for me? Bai Chi suddenly recalled a moment from the manga when Luffy displayed disdain for the celestial dragons, noticing without a hint of change the mark of the celestial dragon upon Hancock's body. This is what leads the Empress to wholeheartedly love Luffy. Although I did not witness the mark on the Empress, it was undeniable that Bai Chi had exhibited tremendous charisma. Killing a celestial dragon certainly seems more formidable than Luffy's mere thrashing of one. Gazing at the Empress's rosy cheeks, I, an 8-year-old child, found it hard to believe that I could enchant the Empress. Yet, the various manifestations of Hancock's affection for me left no doubt regarding her feelings. As night fell, Sandasonia, in the Serpent Princess's palace, anxiously inquired, Sister, what troubles you of late? Is the ailment of love truly beyond cure? Her eyes betrayed a genuine concern. In Sandasonia's innocent mind, love was indeed a sickness, akin to a fever that required medication. How can such an affliction be treated, Granny? Sandasonia asked in confusion. If the Empress were to be stricken with an incurable illness, the consequences would be dire. Without the Empress's protection, the entire Amazon Lily would face the Navy's pursuit, putting all its inhabitants at risk of death. Thus, it was imperative to remedy the Empress's condition. Granny, upon hearing Sandasonia's words, smiled subtly. Only Bai Chi can cure the Empress's ailment, she remarked with significance. Only Bai Chi. Sandasonia pondered deeply. Oh, Bai Chi stretched lazily, reflecting on the delightful feast of the evening. He patted his now fuller belly, envious of the life led by the 7 warlords of the sea, each enjoying royal treatment within their domains. The meals here were no less sumptuous than those at Doflamingo's. I wonder how that fellow Doflamingo is faring. Would my slaying of Jack affect his business? Suddenly, the entire room shook with a loud bang. Moments later, the tall Sandasonia rushed in, extending her long tongue. Bai Chi, my sister is unwell. You must come quickly. She needs your help. Sandasonia exclaimed urgently. Me? Very well, I shall go, Bai Chi responded, puzzled. He had seen the Empress, Hancock, in good health during dinner. So how could she fall ill just hours later? Without the luxury of contemplation, he hurriedly followed Sandasonia towards Hancock's quarters. Sister Empress, are you here? Sandasonia called out loudly upon entering Hancock's chamber. My dear sister, Hancock sighed, bemused by her sister's usual clumsiness. Thank goodness I wasn't asleep. What if I had been disturbed? I'm here, come in, Sandasonia. The Empress, unaware of Bai Chi's presence, assumed her sister had come for a late-night chat. She did not realize that she was currently in the bath, her exquisite figure partially exposed to the air. Sister Empress, I have come to treat you. Sandasonia's robust voice echoed. Hancock, bewildered, questioned, treat me? What ailment do I have? Am I mistaken? In her urgency, Sandasonia flung the door open, and Bai Qi followed suit, peering in to assess the situation. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Ah, Bai Qi, what are you doing here? Hancock's face turned crimson as she hurriedly draped a garment over her shoulders. Do not look, she shouted. However, the scene had already been witnessed by Bai Qi. Sister Empress. It was I who brought Bai Qi in, Sandasonia interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Realizing the impropriety of her actions, she felt regret for barging in with a man into Hancock's private space. But, didn't you fall ill? Why are you bathing? Sandasonia was equally confused. Bai Qi swiftly turned away. My apologies, Hancock. Seeing you in good health brings me relief. I shall take my leave now, he stated before departing. The flustered Hancock felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Had Bai Qi truly seen her? How could she face him now? At this moment, the formidable Empress had vanished, leaving behind a vulnerable woman. Sister Empress, I am relieved to see you well. I shall take my leave, Sandasonia said. Aware that she had made a blunder and hastily exited, fearing her sister's displeasure. The grand hall swayed momentarily before returning to tranquility, leaving the Empress Hancock in a state of turmoil. The once mighty ruler, known for her disdain for all men and her unparalleled beauty, was now left to ponder why Bai Qi had not been petrified upon seeing her. This is rather unusual, isn't it? The man known as Bai Qi pondered whether he could not entice him despite his efforts. Upon this thought, the Empress Hancock's countenance bore a hint of melancholy. How could she possibly allure Lord Bai Qi? Wait a moment, what was she thinking? The Empress struck her head with her delicate fist, mortified by the realization that she had contemplated enticing Lord Bai Qi. How shameful! How could she be this kind of woman? Unsurprisingly, the Empress Hancock spent the entire night restless, her mind occupied with thoughts of Lord Bai Qi. Upon returning to his quarters, Bai Qi hurriedly staunched the flow of blood from his nose. Thank goodness he had left in time. Had he been discovered, it would have been exceedingly embarrassing. The next day, the sun rose in the east, casting its first rays upon the ocean, shimmering brilliantly. As was his routine, Bai Qi completed 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. This regimen had become a habit, unwavering day after day. Indeed, the power of habit is remarkable. Bai Qi arrived at the hall, glancing at Sandasonia and her companions. Oddly enough, where was Empress Hancock? He was surprised. Normally, she would already be seated upon her throne. Why was it that despite the sun being high, he had yet to catch a glimpse of her? Sandasonia, is the Empress Hancock not present? I wish to bid her farewell and express my gratitude for last night's hospitality, Bai Qi said, clasping his fists. My lady said she does not wish to see you just yet, Sandasonia replied with a pout. Bai Qi instantly understood. It must be due to yesterday's events. It was reasonable, after all, for a woman who had just been seen in such a manner to not engage in normal conversation the following day. Then we shall take our leave. Please convey to Hancock not to forget our agreement. I shall personally slay a celestial dragon. An aura of dominance suddenly radiated from Bai Qi, leaving those around him in awe once more. Farewell then, residents of Amazon Lily. Thank you for your hospitality. Bai Qi waved to the surrounding inhabitants and female warriors. Chapter 82. Farewell to Empress Hancock. Is Lord Bai Qi truly departing? Empress Hancock inquired anxiously from her throne. Indeed, my lady, Lord Bai Qi is leaving, Sandasonia responded. Upon hearing this, Empress Hancock felt as though she had lost something vital, an emptiness settling within her. Is Lord Bai Qi departing? I lack even the courage to see him off in person. Suddenly, Empress Hancock rose from her throne. Lord Bai Qi, farewell. I shall remember our promise. With newfound courage, she shouted her farewell to Bai Qi. Hancock? Bai Qi noticed her waving from a distance. Farewell, Hancock. He reciprocated with a wave. Farewell. I look forward to our next meeting. Bai Qi called out loudly to Hancock. What did Lord Bai Qi just say? The Empress turned to Sandasonia. He said, farewell. I look forward to our next meeting. Sandasonia replied, sticking her tongue out. Looking forward to our next meeting? The Empress covered her cheeks with her delicate hands. Lord Bai Qi actually mentioned looking forward to seeing me again. The joy radiated from her, overwhelming her senses. I am simply too happy, Hancock exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. After parting from the Empress, Bai Qi and Speed continued their voyage, gazing at the vast ocean. Bai Qi reflected on his rapid growth throughout this journey. It was evident that his initial decision had been wise. Had he remained under the protection of Whitebeard, he would not have faced so many adversaries. And without such foes, how could he have triggered numerous quests? A satisfied smile graced Bai Qi's face as he examined his status panel. Ding. Host. Bai Qi age. 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Fruit. Tremor Fruit. Ignores the sea. Haki. Armament Haki. Intermediate. Observation Haki. Intermediate. Conqueror's Haki. Intermediate. Skills. Light speed slash. 5 uses. Can strike enemies at light speed. Teleportation skill. 5 uses. Instant movement within 100 meters. Items. Fragmented Devil Fruit. Compendium. 30. Fish Fruit. Heaven's Gold. 50 billion berries. 8. 6 billion berries. Rain Fruit. Famous sword blowing snow base attributes. Strength. Maxed defense. Maxed agility. Maxed All three types of Haki had reached intermediate levels, and honestly, Baichi yearned to engage with opponents of admiral or emperor caliber. As he pondered, two ships suddenly appeared on the horizon, clearly pirate vessels, their flags emblazoned with menacing skulls. Oh, is it already time for more experience points to present themselves? Baichi smirked, anticipation lighting up his expression. Speed, steer us closer. I wish to see what experience awaits us this time. Captain Baichi, you truly are. Speed chuckled helplessly. While most would observe their enemies cautiously, Baichi seemed to view them as enticing challenges. Indeed, with strength comes a different outlook. Understood, Captain Baichi, Speed replied, taking command of the great white shark pirate ship, turning it toward the two pursuing vessels. With a swift motion, Baichi's ship surged forward, waves crashing high around them as they rapidly approached the two ships. Speed's keen eyes spotted the vessels from afar, realizing there were no familiar faces aboard. Having spent considerable time with the beast pirates, he was well acquainted with the powerful figures that roamed these seas. Most were either from the Four Emperors or the Seven Warlords. Being part of a Four Emperor crew, he recognized most of them, while the Seven Warlords were merely a handful. Thus, it can be said that the adversaries are merely obscure little pirates, much like what Captain Whitechi remarked, a band of inexperienced novices. During the time spent alongside Whitechi, Speed has lost her usual caution. Having vanquished the drought-inducing Jack and secured the backing of both Don Quixote da Flamingo and the Empress, Speed is convinced that the only conceivable threat to Whitechi would arise from the full mobilization of the Four Emperors or an attack by the Marine Admirals. At last, they drew closer to the opposing vessel. Whitechi soared high above the pirate flag. Greetings. Have you come to hunt me down? Whitechi called out with great enthusiasm to the pirates across from him. I have delivered myself right to your doorstep. Haha, he exclaimed with exhilaration. With that, Whitechi leaped directly onto the enemy pirate ship, his tremendous explosive force nearly causing the great white shark pirate ship to plunge beneath the waves. On the trembling vessel, Speed almost found herself thrown into the sea. Captain Whitechi, could you refrain from such violence next time? I nearly got swept into the water by your shockwave. Speed retorted, her voice laced with indignation. Captain Baichi is indeed quite reckless. Ah, forgive me, I got a bit carried away, Baichi said, awkwardly touching his forehead. Well then, shall we proceed together? After explaining to Speed, Baichi smiled at the pirates aboard the ship. The entire crew stood frozen in astonishment, their faces a picture of shock. Well, I shall begin, Baichi exclaimed with a smile. No, please don't. The pirates aboard trembled, their lips quivering, struggling to speak. We have come to pledge our allegiance to you, Lord Baichi, the leader of the pirates nervously stated. Huh, what? Baichi replied, bewildered. He looked at the group of pirates before him, initially assuming they were members of the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates. At the very least, they should have been newcomers to the new world, aspiring to make a name for themselves. However, when they claimed to seek his allegiance, Baichi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, I see. Baichi nodded. This is fortuitous, as I am indeed in search of some subordinates. After all, my White Shark pirate crew consists solely of myself and Speed, which leaves me feeling a bit lonely. Furthermore, having purchased such a substantial amount of weaponry, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Observing Baichi deep in thought, the pirates grew increasingly anxious, for they knew Baichi was the man who had slain the drought-causing Jack. With a bounty of 1 billion berries, he was backed by the world's largest pirate crew, the Whitebeard pirates. Surely, he lacked for no followers. The group was worried that they might not even capture Baichi's attention. Lord Baichi, please allow us to follow you. We seek no treasures, only your guidance to navigate this new world. The pirates implored, fearful of being abandoned by him. Chapter 83, Sabaody Archipelago. I see. Baichi was delighted. Initially, he thought that their salaries would pose a significant issue. Yet, it appeared that they cared more about his reputation in the new world, willingly seeking him out and foregoing riches. What a splendid opportunity. A fortune without cost. Ahem, Baichi cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Why do you wish to join me? And how is it that you are in the new world without a captain? Baichi was indeed puzzled. One cannot dismiss the possibility that someone might attempt to infiltrate his ranks with the intent to assassinate him. Caution was prudent. We are members of the Moonlight Pirate crew. Our captain has already perished in the new world at the hands of the Kaido and the Beast Pirates. The pirates declared, each filled with indignation. If what they claimed were true, it would indeed present no logical inconsistencies. As someone who had offended the Beast Pirates by slaying Jack, it became clear that Baichi was their optimal choice. Yet, to fully ascertain their truthfulness, further investigation was required. I shall send someone to verify the authenticity of your statements. Should your words prove false, I would not hesitate to add 1,000 more souls to my collection. A formidable aura emanated from Baichi. 1,000 souls. What a commanding presence. The pirates stood in awe, speechless. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, this young man named Baichi was no ordinary individual. Thus, we have indeed aligned ourselves with the right individuals. Long live Captain Baichi. The crew of pirates, awed by Baichi's formidable aura, erupted into cheers. Observing their enthusiastic response, Baichi felt a surge of happiness. Well then, since you all acknowledge me as your captain, rest assured that I shall not neglect your needs in terms of equipment. Speed. Please distribute the gear, Baichi instructed Speed. Certainly. So, Captain Baichi, does this mean I will be their commander from now on? Speed inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement and innocence. Seeing Speed's eager demeanor, Baichi chuckled, contemplating whether he should follow in Kaido's footsteps and establish a prominent hierarchy. Perhaps with notable figures among his crew. Ah yes, you shall be in charge of this 1,000-strong crew, Speed. Let us call it the First Division, Baichi responded. The First Division? Am I truly the captain? Speed exclaimed, overflowing with exhilaration. It appeared that she would no longer have to toil alone, carrying burdens by herself. Truth be told, Baichi was immensely grateful to Speed for managing such a vast ship. He would have been unable to accomplish it alone. After 3 days of sailing, Baichi and his companions finally arrived at the Surpassed archipelago, a convergence point for supernovas. From a distance, the islands appeared astonishingly vast, making it easy to understand why the Navy often turned a blind eye to the pirates that frequented this region. The rationale was simple: the sheer size of the archipelago, teeming with pirates, earned it the notorious title of the Chaos Zone. Taking advantage of the island's enormity and its concealed locales, bounty hunters and pirates proliferated here. The Navy found it exceedingly challenging to apprehend these criminals due to the multitude of hiding spots available to the pirates. Moreover, with so many pirates around, casualties during captures were a common occurrence, rendering the Navy's efforts seem futile. Furthermore, this area served as a crucial passage to Fishman Island in the New World, attracting elite pirates from all corners of the globe. Among them, those with bounties exceeding 100 million were particularly formidable, referred to as supernovas. It was entirely possible that attempts to capture these supernovas could instead lead to their own demise. Baichi's objective for coming here was to establish the Second Division, composed of elite pirate crews from around the world. It was evident that the weak were scarce. Thus, with such a selection of capable pirates, he need not go to great lengths to recruit them personally. Baichi's immediate tasks were twofold: to eliminate the celestial dragons and fulfill his promise to the Empress Hancock, and to project an aura of superiority to attract pirates to his crew. In the world of piracy, betrayal among peers was common, and strength was revered above all. At long last, the great white shark pirate ship had docked. Baichi leaped off the gangplank, instructing Speed, bring along just 10 individuals. Too many will draw attention, and I prefer to remain incognito. With that, Baichi donned the mask he had purchased from a shop in Taiko Town. Upon entering the Surpassed archipelago, Baichi promptly sought a map. Ah, it seems we are not far from the 13th district, the Bar of Shash, owned by the infamous Haki. Let us proceed there, Baichi commanded. Once there, he might encounter Luffy and his companions, and even if they did not cross paths, Baichi could gather intelligence from Haki. Understood, Captain. The crew responded with fervor. It is worth noting that Baichi was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, and his crew had previously visited the Surpassed archipelago. Here, pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were regarded as remarkable. Clearly, Baichi could navigate this territory with confidence. However, just as Baichi was making his way, he and his crew found themselves surrounded by a group of individuals. Brother Leopard, look, they have a devil fruit user among them, one of the lackeys remarked. Bowing to the leader, Brother Leopard. Humph, what of a devil fruit user? A mere 12 individuals? Our crew boasts 100. Are we to fear them? The man, known as Brother Leopard, scoffed. How laughable that a single devil fruit user has instilled such fear in you, Brother Leopard retorted disdainfully. The minion dared not utter another word. Captain Baichi, what shall we do? His 10 subordinates, trembling with fear, inquired. Is this your first time as pirates? We shall annihilate them, Baichi declared fiercely, an aura of dominance descending upon them. This fierce presence instilled trepidation in the 100 individuals encircling Baichi, causing their legs to quiver. What is there to fear? Nearly 12 of them. We shall slaughter them all, Brother Leopard roared. In this chaotic region, there was no need to worry about the Navy. Moreover, with only a handful of them, there were likely ignorant fools daring to venture into the Surpassed archipelago. Brother Leopard continued to rally the troops. You scoundrels! Do you even know who we are? Speed bellowed, evidently undaunted by the pirates before him. Having fought under Kaido in the New World, he had encountered far graver situations. Before they could contemplate further, the enemy charged forward. Kill them. Seize their treasures. The pirates surged towards Baichi like a swarm of hornets. A smile curled at the corners of Baichi's mouth. It was the perfect opportunity to assess the capabilities of the first squad members. Chapter 84. The masked brat, are you scared, little ones? Baichi shouted at his crew. Huh. What do we have to fear from these lackeys who have yet to set foot in the New World? The 10 new members of the Great White Shark Pirates rallied in response. Speed, fearless as ever, thought to himself that having been a true fighter in the New World, he doubted these pirates even knew how to harness their haki. How could a true fighter from the 4 emperors be intimidated by these small fry? Well then, I shall not protect you anymore. Let us create chaos, Baichi proclaimed loudly. It will also be an opportunity to evaluate the strength of my recruits. As the enemy pirates approached, Speed was the first to draw his bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew forth, and in an instant, 3 enemies collapsed, blood spilling onto the ground. Such formidable attacks. The battlefield fell eerily silent. The strength of the Centaur Devil Fruit user was formidable. They had anticipated it would be easy to capture a mere dozen pirates. Yet, with just 3 arrows, 3 foes had been slain, instilling fear among the surrounding enemies. Boss. I've heard many supernovas have arrived here. Could they be supernovas? One pirate stammered, his eyes wide with terror. What are you afraid of? You fool. What are the odds that we encounter supernovas right off the bat on this vast island? Brother Leopard replied angrily, frustrated by the lack of awareness displayed by this foolish minion. At such a moment, uttering such words only served to undermine morale. Indeed, boss, I spoke thoughtlessly. The subordinate mumbled, sensing his leader's fury. After all, fighting Bai Chi and his crew posed a risk of casualties, but defying Brother Leopard could only lead to certain doom. Brother Leopard was a seasoned pirate in Sabaody, ranking among the top 3 powers in this chaotic region, aside from the local terror, Haki, and the newly arrived supernovas. It required no small measure of skill to gain such a position amidst the turmoil of Sabaody. Charge, my little ones. The stronger they are, the more treasures they possess. Tear them apart, and rewards shall be plentiful, Brother Leopard declared, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. Onward. The minions, invigorated, brandished their swords, long knives, and mace-like weapons, shouting as they charged forward. Truly fearless, Bai Chi shook his head in resignation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows, infused with black Haki, soared through the sky, heading straight for the pirates' heads. 3 cries of agony echoed as 3 more fell to the ground, their heads and hearts punctured by gaping wounds. This time, however, the pirates were undeterred. It seemed they still possessed a semblance of bravado. Bai Chi smiled. In the blink of an eye, over 100 pirates had surged to Bai Chi's side. Numerous pirates rushed towards him, for in their eyes, he was anything but formidable. Observing his petite frame, they merely perceived him as a mere child. The world of pirates is merciless and unyielding. It does not extend leniency simply because one is young. In fact, being a child, with feeble strength, only attracts more who wish to bring harm. As the saying goes, the softest fruits are the first to be picked. Bai Chi found himself heavily encircled by nearly 20 pirates, and some even began to quarrel amongst themselves. Hey, Peter, you were such a shameless one. I arrived here first. Why are you pushing me aside? A stout pirate wielding a large sword exclaimed. Go to hell. Clearly, I was here first. Do you think I'm a fool? Why don't you go over to that centaur woman and throw yourself into danger? Replied the pirate named Peter, gripping a spiked club, his tone irritable. So it seems I have become the lamb in the eyes of this crowd, Bai Chi thought, forcing a bitter smile. His diminutive stature evidently did not exude strength. Hey, little brat, why are you wearing that mask, trying to act mysterious? I'll kill you and rip that mask off to see what a coward looks like before he dies. Ha ha ha. Peter laughed boisterously, clearly intent on frightening the masked boy before him into tears. Ha ha. Peter, you truly are something else. Trying to scare the pants off this kid before he kicks the bucket? Surrounded by nearly 20 pirates, all eyeing him with predatory intentions, Bai Chi mused, what weaklings. He crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head. What? Little brat, do you wish to die? Damn it. This was the first time Peter had been so disdainfully regarded by a child, and fury surged within him. In his mind, the masked boy should have been begging for mercy, trembling in fear. Yet, the calm demeanor of the boy before him only amplified Peter's humiliation. Then I shall deal with you first, Bai Chi said coolly, gazing at Peter as if he were merely a corpse. You little bastard, acting all mysterious. I'll tear that mask off and kill you. Enraged, Peter charged forward. But just as Peter lifted his foot, a fist suddenly appeared before him, and the world dimmed into silence. He collapsed, never to rise again. Peter, 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 wake up, were the last words he heard. In his final moments, Peter was bewildered, wondering if he had truly been defeated by this child. That was inconceivable. Peter would never learn the identity concealed behind the mask. The surrounding pirates witnessed a gust of wind sweep past, and then Peter lay motionless on the ground, eyes closed. The masked boy shifted slightly. Could it be that this child was responsible? Confusion rippled through the crowd. Fools, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that little brat to help us, roared their leader, Leopard. To the 20 pirates surrounding Bai Chi, Leopard had gathered nearly 50 pirates, each exuding a fierce demeanor. However, to their astonishment, this band of 50, including their leader, found themselves struggling to gain an advantage over speed. Instead, they were being relentlessly beaten back. This is quite understandable. For this group of pirates who have yet to venture into the new world have not even mastered Haki. Not to mention them. Even among the 11 supernovas currently drawing significant attention at Sabaody Archipelago, none have grasped Haki. From the perspective of the new world, these individuals truly appear to be mere novices, posing little threat. The truly terrifying aspect of this group lies not in their sheer strength, but in their capacity for growth. On the battlefield, the 20 pirates surrounding Bai Chi had only just begun to comprehend the situation. They had not anticipated that the centaur would prove to be quite formidable. Peter must have been slain by some bizarre technique employed by the centaur. We must swiftly deal with this brat, and then assist our captain in vanquishing that centaur. With that, the group brandished their swords and charged towards Bai Chi. Chapter 85. A fight that will make you wet your pants. Bai Chi regarded the oncoming blades with a disdainful smirk. against such narrow-minded fools. There was no need for any domineering aura. With his formidable physique alone, he could render these novice pirates, who had never ventured to the new world, unrecognizable to their own mothers. Allow me to demonstrate the strength cultivated through my daily regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run. With a grin, Bai Qi charged toward his adversaries. Suddenly, Bai Qi's figure appeared to blur. He lifted a leg and, with a whoosh, delivered a kick to the head of one pirate. The pirate's head was completely severed from his body, soaring into the sky, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake, a truly macabre scene. 1. Bai Qi stated calmly. His voice, though serene, resonated eerily in the ears of the pirates. With another punch raised high, he struck at the heart of a pirate. His explosive power allowed his fist to penetrate the pirate's chest, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath. 2. Came the chilling and uncanny declaration. Bai Qi then executed a side kick with perfect form and fluid grace, landing a blow directly upon another pirate's spine. A sharp crack echoed as the pirate coughed up blood and crumpled to the ground, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at the diminutive, masked figure before him. Could it be that this individual was not merely a child? Had I truly misjudged? As the pirate faced his demise, he could hardly believe that his end would come at the hands of a mere child, seemingly no older than 8. 3. Bai Qi stated nonchalantly, as if he were merely crushing a chick. The surrounding pirates trembled in fear. What's wrong? Are you finally afraid? The oppressive aura exuded by Bai Qi rendered them breathless. Their bodies stiff and sluggish from terror, some were even on the brink of collapsing. It was no wonder, for after years of dominance in the Surpassed archipelago, they had never encountered such a spectacle. Who had ever seen someone kick a head clean off or punch through a heart with such ruthless precision? The pirates stared at Bai Qi, swallowing hard. It was you who killed them, wasn't it? Yes, your voice. It dawned on them that the chilling utterances of 1, 2, 3 had indeed come from this seemingly innocent child. I never denied it, Bai Qi replied, snapping his fingers. Now it's your turn, little brats. The roles have reversed. The prey has become the hunter. He began to fixate on the remaining dozen pirates with a gaze that promised utter annihilation. With another swift kick, a head soared into the air, blood splattering like a macabre fountain. Witnessing such a horrific scene, one pirate was so frightened he wet himself. Haha. Who would have thought the last one to soil his trousers would be you? Bai Qi laughed heartily. The pirates around him longed to flee, but the terrifying images before them rendered them breathless. They wished to escape, yet their bodies felt as if they were weighed down by lead. Deprived of the courage to run, their faces, once brimming with bravado, now stared blankly at Bai Qi, the masked child. Please, don't kill us, one stammered, his lips trembling. Their earlier arrogance had vanished entirely. Faced with Bai Qi's thunderous methods, how could they muster any remaining bravado? Bai Qi surveyed the pleading pirates, choosing silence. He pulled a transparent cup from his pocket, took a sip, and then spoke calmly. I could spare your lives, if you behave like him. He gestured toward the pirate who had just soiled himself. If you wet yourselves like him, I might consider sparing you. His piercing gaze swept over the assembled pirates, causing them to lower their heads in abject fear. The masked child before them was indeed a demon. Not only was his method of attack brutal, but his insults were equally ruthless. In the pirate world, if one wet themselves in the presence of an enemy, they would endure a lifetime of scorn and ridicule from their peers. Better to abandon this life than to be haunted by such a shadow. Who would take in a pirate who had soiled himself? Such an act signified the end of a pirate's career. Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Bai Qi smirked. What's wrong? Still have some backbone left? He had underestimated them. Now, the 4th. His threatening voice rang out. Suddenly, among the pirates encircling Bai Qi, the once arrogant brigands began collapsing to the ground, their bodies betraying them as they too wet themselves. Their weapons fell from their hands, and with faces etched in despair, they lamented, I'll never be a pirate again. It's too terrifying. Please, spare us. I swear I'll never rob again. It was all Leopard's idea, not ours. Please don't kill us. Those who had once mocked Bai Qi for potentially soiling himself were now sprawled on the ground, defeated and humiliated. They had finally realized that this child was the captain of their small group. Their misfortune was palpable. Why did they have to fight this demon? Clearly, this child possessed far greater strength than their leader, Leopard, who could not even kick a head off. The sheer power of this child was terrifying. Moreover, this child showed no signs of remorse as he dispatched his foes, resembling a small devil. To engage in battle with someone of his caliber could cost them their lives. The shift in the atmosphere was dizzyingly swift. The reversal of fortunes occurred in a mere minute. Haha, look at you all, so spineless. Bai Qi laughed heartily. Now, are you willing to submit? An overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped him. The pirates, stunned into silence, eventually bowed their heads and proclaimed, we submit. We'll never dare again. Please spare us. Witnessing Bai Qi's ferocious fighting style and his unwavering demeanor while taking lives, none dared to resist any longer. I'll settle the score with you later, Bai Qi remarked, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. On the other side of the battlefield, 30 pirates were surrounding the great white shark pirates, having just recruited 10 new members from the New World. It was evident that Bai Qi's subordinates possessed considerably greater combat prowess than the indigenous pirates of the Surpassed archipelago. Notably, the nearly 2-meter-tall giant single-handedly restrained nearly 10 foes. Had it not been for this imposing figure, the outcome of the battle could have gone either way. Bai Qi had already formulated a plan to appoint him as the captain of a small team under Speed's command, with varying levels of income and weaponry for each rank. This embodies a modern management philosophy. As long as one possesses strength, even a mere half-tier advantage over others will grant an elevation in status. The remuneration and the weaponry one wields are distinct entities. Only through such means can we maximize the competitive spirit within the Great White Shark pirate crew, thereby nurturing exceptional pirate talents to the fullest. Is progress not born from competition? In the most densely populated battlefield, the Speed battlefield, Speed has now activated her observation Haki. To her, the movements of the pirates appear as sluggish as snails. This centaur, how does it seem capable of perceiving my attacks? Damn it. This centaur is exceedingly peculiar. It has evaded my assault from behind. Could it be a fruitability? Complaints arose among the crew, after all. A band of 50 pirates could not subdue a single woman. How utterly humiliating. Tension began to mount. At this moment, Leopard's lips trembled with rage as he bellowed, "You fools. Don't tell me it's taking this long to kill a child?" Upon uttering these words, Leopard cast an angry glance towards Bai Qi. What? Leopard could scarcely believe his eyes as he beheld his subordinates collapsing to the ground, utterly terrified. He glanced again at the masked boy, who remained unscathed. How curious. Could it be that the child possesses some form of witchcraft? Suddenly, Leopard struck his forehead with his hand. Of course, this child must also be a user of a devil fruit ability. Confronting two devil fruit users simultaneously is proving to be quite overwhelming. Alas. Brother Leopard glanced at Bai Qi with a sidelong look, yet Bai Qi showed no intention of taking action. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the Shambody archipelago for so many years, he never anticipated such a downfall this time. It must be the supernova, that masked little rascal. Apart from the supernova, Brother Leopard could hardly fathom any other force capable of decimating his pirate crew to such an extent. The signs of defeat were becoming all too evident. At that moment, while Brother Leopard was momentarily distracted, an arrow whizzed through the air and struck him directly in the heart. Soon, aside from those pirates who lay on the ground, paralyzed and soiled, the surrounding pirates were also rendered helpless. Speed, you are too slow in your arrival, Bai Qi remarked, raising his hands in exasperation. Faced with these novices who could not even wield Haki, Bai Qi exhibited a palpable lack of interest in their slaughter. This is also the reason why Bai Qi did not personally slay Leopard Brother. The rationale is quite simple. He is not yet qualified. As the captain of a pirate crew, one must have a bounty exceeding 100 million to earn the privilege of being personally executed by Bai Qi. I apologize. Captain Bai Qi, I will certainly continue to enhance my strength, Speed awkwardly remarked. Faced with some inexperienced rookies lacking Haki, Speed felt somewhat embarrassed that it had taken him so long. Observing the situation on his side, 3 individuals had sustained minor injuries, yet none had perished. Bai Qi felt a sense of mild satisfaction with his newly recruited subordinates. Although their strength was not formidable, there was potential for gradual development. After all, considering the overwhelming numbers of the pirate attackers, the survival of his crew from the White Shark pirates was commendable. Once again, he turned his gaze towards the dozen or so enemy pirates sprawled on the ground, their urine long dried up, leaving only parched traces behind. Unable to restrain himself, Bai Qi broke into an unrestrained grin. The pirates on the ground wore peculiar expressions, realizing that their leader had been slain. And yet the combat prowess of the mere dozen before them was utterly terrifying. Each one of them was a ruthless individual. And they were all anxiously contemplating whether they would share the same fate as their leader, Leopard Brother. Terror was etched on their faces as they regarded Bai Qi, fully aware that only he could determine their lives or deaths. One by one, they fell to their knees, pleading, "Great sir, spare us. We shall never dare again." Again? Bai Qi's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized these kneeling wretches. No, no, no. We will never engage in piracy again. Please, great sir, show us mercy. They prostrated themselves, banging their heads on the ground. How spineless, Bai Qi sighed ruefully. However, to slay such spineless creatures, I fear it may tarnish my hands, he declared. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, the pirates' expression softened. Their lives were finally spared. They resolved never to pursue piracy again, for it was far too perilous. Nevertheless, you must answer me one question. If you answer correctly, I shall let you go, Bai Qi continued. Answer a question? If they did not know the answer, would they not still meet their demise? The pirates looked at Bai Qi with rising anxiety, fearing he might pose an insurmountable question. Their throats felt dry as they swallowed nervously. Tell me, where is Summer Cheese knocking on the bamboo tavern? Bai Qi inquired. Truth be told, he only knew from the manga that this peculiar tavern was located in Area 13, but he did not know its precise location. At this moment, the pirates, once tense, collectively exhaled in relief. The knocking on the bamboo tavern is in Area 13. If the Great Sir spares us, we can lead you there. However, they hesitated. But what is it? Bai Qi's expression darkened. Great Sir, please do not misunderstand, but the owner of the knocking on the bamboo tavern, Summer Chi, is no pushover. She particularly enjoys taking advantage of outsiders, especially pirates. They glanced at Bai Qi's group. Outsiders, and pirates at that? Wasn't that exactly what Bai Qi and his crew were? Although these dozen individuals appeared formidable, Bai Qi had previously spent time in Summer Chi's tavern and had witnessed firsthand the fate of an outsider pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million, who was easily subdued by Summer Chi as if dealing with a mere child. This indicated that Summer Chi's capabilities were truly unfathomable. Haha. Bai Qi laughed heartily. You need not worry about that. Simply guide me well. Yes, great sir. The pirates nodded eagerly. By the way, Speed, collect their treasures, Bai Qi said lazily. Treasure? I absolutely relish tasks like this. Speed exclaimed with excitement. You hand over all your treasures at once. If I discover that you have withheld even a single item of value, beware of my wrath. Speed stated sternly, shedding her previous girlish demeanor. Chapter 87. Summer Chi's knocking on the bamboo tavern. Yes. The pirates, thoroughly terrified, promptly surrendered all their belongings. They even offered to return a few hundred berries. Speed looked disdainful. A mere 200 berries? You should keep that for your journey home, she exclaimed, stamping her foot in irritation. Yes, thank you. The pirates hurriedly retrieved their 200 berries, for the feeling of being penniless was quite unpleasant. After 5 minutes, the search was complete. Next to Leopard Brother, they discovered a wooden box, which, upon opening, revealed a devil fruit that glimmered with a dark sheen. Captain Bai Qi, there is indeed a devil fruit here. Speed joyfully approached Bai Qi, holding a fruit resembling a hammer. Oh, Bai Qi's interest was piqued. System, open the devil fruit encyclopedia for identification. Yes, host. Ding. Search complete. This is the Paramecia-type hammer fruit, which allows the user to transform parts of their body into a hammer. The system's prompt rang in Bai Qi's ears. Upon hearing the system's description, Bai Qi felt a tinge of disappointment. It was clear that fruits of the caliber of the fish fruit were not easily found. However, something was better than nothing. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Bai Qi age, 8 years occupation, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates fruit, trimmer fruit, ignores the sea, Haki, armament Haki, intermediate, observation Haki, intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate, skills, light speed / 5 uses, instant attack on enemies, can reach the speed of light, blink skill, 5 uses. Instant teleportation within 100 meters, items, incomplete devil fruit encyclopedia, 30, fish fruit, heavenly gold, 500 billion berries, 10 billion berries, rain fruit. Famous sword blowing snow, hammer fruit basic attributes, strength, maxed out defense, maxed out agility, maxed out an additional several billion berries and a hammer fruit could be considered a modest gain. All in all, it was a fruitful endeavor. Even the smallest fly is still meat. Next stop, Summer Chi's knocking on the bamboo tavern. Bai Qi proclaimed with a resonant voice. At that moment, the Sabaody archipelago witnessed a peculiar sight. The pirates of the Leopard Brother pirates, who once roamed with impunity, were now pulling a large cart. On it sat 12 individuals, including a masked youth. The names of the 12 individuals echoed loudly. After all, they had effectively subdued Brother Leopard. A flurry of discussions arose among the crowd, speculating the identities of this formidable group, with the most murmured name being that of the masked youth, who must be some sort of rising star. As the pirates traversed the path, they came to an abrupt halt, standing in stunned silence. What is the matter? Bai Qi questioned, his expression darkening. Are they attempting to shirk their duties? Clearly, the dread I instilled in them is insufficient. Please don't misunderstand, sir. Look ahead. Let us not proceed just yet, one pirate pulling a cart implored, gesturing forward. Bai Qi followed the direction of the pirate's finger and beheld a towering slave, his body brimming with muscle, crawling on the ground, bound in iron chains. Damn it, if it weren't for these shackles. The slave raged, desperately striking at his restraints, clearly teetering on the brink of madness from the torment he endured. I told you, this slave is not adequately trained. What a disappointment, remarked a figure clad in white, wearing an air helmet, his voice grating. Bai Qi was taken aback. The man in white, with a glass helmet, was none other than a celestial dragon. A smirk crept onto his lips. Before the pirates could respond, a thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the slave into nothingness. Look at him, lamenting his shackles instead of rising against the celestial dragon atop him. Why does he not dare to rebel? Bai Qi mused. Rebel against a celestial dragon? The pirates of Brother Leopard's crew never imagined this masked brat would utter such words. Who would dare defy a celestial dragon? The consequences are dire, often resulting in the annihilation of one's family. Moreover, even if one did resist, the Navy would swiftly dispatch an admiral to quell the insurrection. After all, they are the exalted celestial dragons, the true heirs of this nation's dominion. The members of Brother Leopard's crew exclaimed in astonishment. How utterly laughable, Bai Qi scoffed. A celestial dragon devoid of combat prowess can subjugate a muscular slave to such a degree. What a mockery. Speed, standing nearby, paled slightly. Captain Bai Qi, are you contemplating action? He inquired nervously. Killing a celestial dragon could summon an admiral's intervention. It's merely a matter of time. They are not yet destined for death. Bai Qi replied nonchalantly. Let us move on. Those maggots have already retreated. He cast a disdainful glance at the departing celestial dragons, relying solely on the legacy of their ancestors' misdeeds to intimidate the innocent while possessing no real power. What else could they be but maggots? Maggots? The crew of Brother Leopard gazed at Bai Qi in shock, having never witnessed such audacity toward a celestial dragon. They could hardly fathom that Bai Chi's mission upon arriving at Sabaody Archipelago was to eliminate the celestial dragons. Their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. Let us proceed, Bai Chi urged. The celestial dragon's passing was but a minor interlude in his journey. In Bai Chi's eyes, regardless of one's lineage, respect is reserved solely for those with true strength. After another half-hour of travel, they finally arrived at Shaki's Ripoff Bar. So this is Shaki's Ripoff Bar? Bai Chi remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. It appeared rather unassuming, a small bar with an appealing decor that reflected the owner's meticulous attention to detail. You've managed to preserve your lives, Bai Chi addressed the panting pirates. The previously exhausted faces of the pirates brightened with relief. However, Bai Chi continued, though death may be averted, consequences remain. One arm each shall be forfeited. What? The crowd gaped, their expression shifting to shock and disbelief at the notion of self-mutilation. Do you wish to remain? Bai Chi pressed further. Chapter 88. Life or Arm. The air was filled with anguished cries as the pirates, terrified, resorted to severing their own arms with their weapons. Faced with the choice between life and limb, it was clear they would choose life. Without life, what use is an arm? Compared to Brother Leopard's fate, these pirates were fortunate indeed. As Brother Leopard had wagered his very life, cradling their bleeding shoulders, they departed, believing they would never again tread the same path. Bai Chi had imparted a lesson on humility, reminding them that beyond the heavens, there are greater powers and individuals. Within Shaki's Ripoff Bar, a disgruntled outsider was venting his frustrations. What? Madam Owner, are you trying to swindle me? 50,000 berries for a bottle of wine. Why don't you just rob me? The speaker was a burly man, his imposing frame and scowling visage indicating he was not one to be trifled with. From behind the bar emerged a woman, her short black hair framing a youthful face that belied her age, likely in her 30s. Few knew that at Shaki's age, she should have been a grandmother by now. With a cigarette in hand, Shaki inhaled deeply and exhaled a beautiful smoke ring. You are correct. Did you not notice the bar's name when you arrived? It is indeed called Shaki's Ripoff Bar, she replied, casting an innocent gaze at the belligerent pirate. What did you say? The pirate, enraged, nearly choked on his fury, having never encountered such audacity and blatant deception before. Fool, do you know who I am? How dare you underestimate me? I'm a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. The lives I've taken are no fewer than 10, he bellowed. Nearby, a youthful figure with a foolish expression rummaged through the bar's refrigerator, voraciously devouring its contents. Hey, Brooke, is a 10 million berry bounty a lot? He asked, shoving a large chicken leg into his mouth. It was none other than the protagonist of the original anime, the rising star, Luffy. What? Even you, little brat? Dare to belittle me? The pirate seethed with rage, brandishing his machete and advancing toward Luffy. Hey, they are my guests, Shaki interjected with a smile, before delivering a resounding slap across the pirate's face. The burly man staggered, momentarily dazed. A swift follow-up punch landed on his nose, causing it to crumple and blood to flow. Please do not dirty my bar, Shaki said, as she effortlessly tossed the nearly 180-pound man out of the establishment like a mere chicken. Satisfied, she took another drag from her cigarette, filling the bar with a cloud of smoke. This woman named Shaki was truly formidable, Chopper marveled in astonishment. This left Luffy and his crew in a state of shock. The seemingly amiable woman before them turned out to be quite violent. Outside the door, Bai Chi's group happened upon a burly man who had just been thrown out. Damn it, what bad luck I have. The man spat, blood mixing with his words. Do not go into that tavern, it's a den for extortion. He warned Bai Chi's group. Extortion? Bai Chi's lips curled into a smirk. So, it seems we have indeed arrived at Xia Chi's extortion bar. Ignoring the man's warning, Bai Chi strode straight into the tavern. Madness. The people here have truly lost their minds. Even with such obvious signs of extortion, some still choose to enter. The burly man shook his head, a wry smile on his face. A dozen people are bound to be fleeced for a hefty sum. This group ignores my advice and will soon face dire consequences. He imagined them being extorted and then beaten by that madwoman. Speaking of which, he mused, she was incredibly strong for someone who appeared to be just a bar owner. Surely she couldn't be an infamous retired pirate. As the door to Xia Chi's extortion bar slowly creaked open, Luffy felt an undeniable aura wash over him. While munching on a large chicken leg, Luffy's gaze fixated on the tavern's entrance. Xia Chi, with a cigarette between her lips, paused, exhaling a cloud of smoke as her eyes turned toward the door. The door opened gradually, revealing a boy with a ghostly mask adorning his face, followed by a centaur girl. 10 pirates were stationed outside the tavern, keeping watch. Upon entering, Bai Chi noticed the crowd's attention fixated on him and calmly settled at a nearby table. Madam Owner, a glass of red wine, if you please, he said with a slight smile. All right, why does this young man wear a ghost mask? Quite frightening, I must say. Xia Chi feigned fear, but Bai Chi sensed her lack of genuine trepidation. Haha, wearing this mask is quite inconvenient. I fear it might cause a stir on this island. And I would want the Navy showing up and ruining my plans, Bai Chi replied with an impassive expression. Haha, what a bold little rascal. Xia Chi extinguished her cigarette, her curious gaze assessing the masked boy before her. Her eyes then shifted to Speed, the centaur beside Bai Chi. A centaur, is it? A man-made devil fruit? Xiaqi's previously languid demeanor now sparkled with intrigue. Kaido's army. Are you truly one of the beast pirates under the Yonko Kaido speed? Xiachi exclaimed, astonished. Huh? Luffy, Brook, and Chopper's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The Yonko? Brook gasped. Is a Yonko subordinate actually here in Sabaody Archipelago? Shouldn't they be in the New World? Chopper was visibly shaken. Subordinates of a Yonko? Luffy rubbed his fists together. Hey, Centaur, how about a little contest? He grinned broadly. His expression childlike. Speed glanced at Luffy, unimpressed. Why would I compete with someone I don't even know? You look like a foolish monkey, she retorted, turning her attention back to Xiachi. Indeed, I was once one of Kaido's 3 main subordinates, Speed. Just as the rumors suggested, your information is quite accurate, Xiachi. However, I have since severed ties with the beast pirates. Speed seemed to reminisce about her past. Severed ties? Xiachi extinguished her cigarette, her inner skepticism palpable. According to her intelligence, Kaido was a ruthless individual, and his subordinates were equally fierce. To leave the beast pirates would invite their wrath. Chapter 89. The mysterious boy. How did Speed manage to escape unscathed? Wait, had she forgotten? Wasn't it a little boy who killed the drought-causing Jack before? Could it be that Speed departed during that time? This implies that the boy before her might very well be. Indeed, I have left the beast pirates. And my current captain is none other than the person before you, Speed stated nonchalantly, her gaze directed at Bai Chi, as if looking upon a great mountain. The person before us? Xiachi, Luffy, Brook, and Chopper all turned their eyes toward the seemingly youthful figure in the mask. If this boy were Speed's captain, then his strength must surely surpass that of the centaur, Speed. Such a remarkable individual. As the former protagonist of the Pirate King saga, Luffy would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Overwhelmed with excitement, Luffy exclaimed, Hey, masked man, you don't seem too old. Do you dare to engage in a duel with me? Luffy gazed eagerly at Bai Chi, yearning for a vigorous contest. After all, the person before him commanded even the fierce crews of the 4 emperors. The battle enthusiast Luffy was keen to ascertain the disparity between himself and this formidable opponent. Luffy, Brook, and Chopper hurriedly called out to him. This battle fool. The opponent's strength is likely to surpass that of our group, and being able to pry away a subordinate of the 4 emperors is no ordinary feat, Luffy. Recklessly seeking a confrontation with such an individual is utterly insane. Isn't this a bit lacking in spirit? Humph, Luffy, worry not. You shall have your chance. However, I have other matters to attend to today. It appears our confrontation cannot take place. Bai Chi remarked with a gentle smile. Chopper and Brook were taken aback. Could it be that Luffy has truly made arrangements to battle that masked man? Moreover, it seems the other party is not at all displeased with this arrangement. Is today truly off the table? Luffy sighed. You must not renege on your word. Let us engage in earnest sparring in the future. With that, Luffy raised his fist, as large as a clay pot, and shook it, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Chi. Luffy sensed that the individual before him was certainly not an ordinary character. Rest assured, Luffy, it won't be long before we meet again, and at that time, we shall truly spar. Bai Chi chuckled at Luffy's naive enthusiasm. Let us not part ways without a proper farewell. Luffy, brimming with excitement, stuffed a whole fish from the refrigerator into his mouth. Unfazed by the many curious glances around him, Bai Chi merely shrugged and calmly settled onto a bar stool. Xiachi, my dear, when will my red wine be ready? Thank you. Xiachi was momentarily taken aback. This little brat, under her scrutiny, remained so composed. Based on Speed's accounts, she could surmise who this individual might be. Could it be? Is this little rascal the recently renowned Bai Chi? Xiachi's expression shifted slightly. If it truly was that Bai Chi, she was quite eager to meet him. After a brief contemplation, she said, 1 glass of red wine, coming right up. Bai Chi took the wine and gulped it down. This is the most potent red wine I've ever tasted, he proclaimed. 100,000 berries, thank you. A glimmer of mischief danced in Xiachi's eyes as she pondered how this recently popular young man would respond to her little scheme. Please bring me 2 more glasses. This wine is truly delightful, Bai Chi said with gentlemanly grace, his demeanor unwavering. Peering into Bai Chi's calm eyes, Xiachi found him difficult to read. Could it be that he was simply submissive? No, that was utterly implausible. From her intelligence, this Bai Chi was certainly no pushover. Was the masked man not Bai Chi? This is utterly incomprehensible. Speed must have aligned himself with the faction intent on eliminating Drought Jack. This masked youth cannot possibly be anyone other than Bai Chi. Could it be that Bai Chi harbors ulterior motives? The minds of those surrounding him were racing at this moment. 1 million berries. How could this masked boy actually agree to such a sum? Chopper's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Brook, too, was left in a state of shock. His jaw dropped at the thought of such wealth, so much money. Ho. Brook became lost in a reverie, envisioning himself as a magnate, able to acquire as many pairs of undergarments as he desired. Luffy, with a dazed expression, asked, You really have that much money? Can you buy whatever food you want every day? Such a foolish question was instantly met with disdain from Brook and Chopper. With such wealth, is one's only pursuit merely to buy food? Paying no heed to the crowd, Bai Chi once again downed the newly served red wine. Truly delightful, he praised. In truth, Bai Qi was aware that Xia Qi was currently attempting to exploit him. However, firstly, he was not in need of money, and secondly, he had matters to discuss with Xia Qi, the woman renowned for her vast knowledge. Thus, he naturally did not mind allowing her to take a small advantage for the time being. A mere few million berries were inconsequential compared to what Bai Qi sought to acquire. Little brat, you wouldn't dare to skip out on the bill, would you? Xia Qi suddenly thought of something, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Qi. Haha. Speed, bring out 200 million berries for Sister Xia Qi, Bai Qi replied nonchalantly. What? 200 million berries? Did you just casually mention 200 million berries? Luffy nearly bit his tongue in shock. Chopper and Brook were utterly dumbfounded. This masked man was so wealthy? Compared to Luffy and his ragtag group, the disparity was indeed staggering. It is no wonder that a pauper would feel envious when faced with a billionaire. This is nothing, Xia Qi. After all, I have my conditions. Bai Qi naturally was not someone to be easily intimidated, revealing his reasoning for such a generous sum. Oh, let us see what your conditions are then. 200 million berries might not even suffice, Xia Qi replied, exhaling smoke rings. What? Luffy and the others were once again taken aback. How is it that such a substantial amount of money seems trivial in front of these two? Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Reflecting on his own straw hat pirates, Nami, who managed the finances, was notoriously frugal. Trying to extract some money from Nami would be more difficult than slaying her. Ha! Bai Qi suddenly burst into laughter. 200 million berries is indeed a bit modest. It merely serves to express my sincerity. After all, what I truly wish to inquire about is the whereabouts of Rayleigh, the Dark King, Bai Qi stated calmly. Rayleigh, the Dark King? The former vice-captain of the Pirate King's ship? The revelation left the entire room in shock. Chapter 90. Exchange of information except for Luffy, who appeared as clueless as ever. Huh? What's wrong? Why are you all so shocked? Isn't he like us? Looking for Rayleigh? Are you an idiot, Luffy? Xiaoba retorted, exasperated. We know about Rayleigh because of my connections. Sister Xia Qi informed us, Xiaoba said, warily eyeing Bai Qi. He continued. But how does this masked man know about Rayleigh? It is utterly unfathomable. Xiaoba had even adopted a defensive stance, uncertain whether the person before him was friend or foe. With this explanation, Luffy finally comprehended the situation. Hey, how did you come to inquire about the Dark King Rayleigh? How do you know him? Luffy asked nonchalantly. All eyes in the vicinity turned towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi shrugged, realizing that admitting to observing the entire world of pirates from another realm might land him in a mental institution. Some matters, when spoken of too freely, can yield adverse effects. Well, let's keep that a secret, Bai Qi remarked with a casual shrug. He then turned his gaze towards Shaki. Sister Shaki. It is crucial to note that my intentions in seeking Rayleigh are not malicious. Shaki, holding a cigarette, looked at Bai Qi. In his eyes, she perceived sincerity. Very well. Shaki replied coolly. It's fine to share, but could you remove your mask, Bai Qi-kun? With a slight smile, Shaki added, if you converse with me while masked, I shall refrain from divulging any information about that fellow Rayleigh. Ha! How amusing. I had initially planned to unveil my face after completing that task, but it matters not, Bai Qi said, reclining comfortably. While the Navy posed some complications, the prospect of learning about Rayleigh was far more enticing. Naturally, finding Rayleigh took precedence. With that, Bai Qi slowly removed the mask from his cheek. A collective gasp echoed as everyone focused intently on his face, revealing a youthful countenance. So it is you after all. Shaki smiled. I must say, I admire you, the new addition to the Whitebeard crew. She exhaled a large smoke ring, which lingered in the air for some time. What? Who is he? And what about this Whitebeard you mentioned, the strongest man in the world? Luffy asked, his face a canvas of confusion. Hey, who are you? Are you really that impressive? Luffy scratched his head. Shaki extinguished her cigarette and turned her attention to Bai Qi and Luffy. After a moment, she spoke. Luffy. He is the genius young man Bai Qi I just mentioned to you, from the New World. You just mentioned me? Bai Qi thought, surprised to learn of his unexpected notoriety in the Grand Line. In that case, it truly seems plausible that it might attract the Navy. Luffy, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Bai Qi, when shall we engage in a duel? They all claim that I am no match for you, but I refuse to believe it. Very well, Luffy, Bai Qi replied. However, I must ask, if I agree to this duel, can you ensure that your pirate crew will keep my arrival a secret? And what about Sister Shaki and Little Eight? Bai Qi turned to the others. Absolutely. Luffy, the battle enthusiast, readily agreed, for he cared little as long as he could face off against Bai Qi. Shaki nodded in agreement as well. To be honest, trading in front of others is quite careless of me. Little Eight, being friends with both Luffy and Shaki, also readily consented. Thank you all. I shall cover the expenses for today in full, Bai Qi said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The feeling of having money is truly delightful. Is that so? Haha. Bai Qi, you are indeed a generous soul. With that, Luffy draped his arm over Bai Qi's shoulder. This battle fool is indeed quite familiar. Bai Qi found herself at a loss for words. Do not rejoice too soon. For this piece of news, you must pay me 500 million berries, said Xia Qi with a cheerful smile. What? Sister Xia Qi, Bai Qi is a good person. Could you not offer him a discount? Luffy was utterly speechless, realizing that Sister Xiaoqi was clearly trying to pull a fast one. Brook and Chopper exchanged astonished glances, as it was evident that Sister Xiaoqi was demanding an exorbitant price. Haha. Baichi chuckled. It seems that this is indeed Xiaoqi's method of extortion. If you find it too expensive, then do not inquire further, Xiaoqi replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence over Baichi. Haha. Sister Xiaoqi, may I propose exchanging information for information? Baichi asked, his interest piqued as he fixed his gaze on Xiaoqi. Exchanging information for information? Luffy stared with wide eyes. His mouth agape. Little 8 clarified. This is a unique rule among information brokers, as information can be transformed into wealth. If both parties possess valuable information, they can exchange it for mutual benefit. However, Little 8 continued with a serious tone. However, what? This completely ignited Luffy's curiosity as he leaned closer to Little 8. Little 8 did not mind, but the prerequisite is that the value of the information exchanged must be equivalent. The whereabouts of the Dark King Rayleigh. I doubt Baichi possesses any information of equal value. Little 8 shook his head. The Dark King Rayleigh. He is a legendary pirate. Those seeking him are lined up. One cannot simply uncover Rayleigh's whereabouts with money. If money could buy Rayleigh's information, he would have been discovered long ago, rather than peacefully residing in Sabaody Archipelago as a coding mechanic. I believe Xiaoqi is only willing to divulge this information to Baichi due to her connection with Whitebeard. All eyes once again turned towards Baichi. Is this Baichi, the man who vanquished the Drought Jack, merely boasting? Or does he indeed possess information of equal value concerning the enigmatic king of the underworld, Rayleigh? Pray, do enlighten me. As an intelligence dealer, Xiaoqi found herself intrigued. This pertains to a piece of news about the future, Baichi remarked, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. Oh, how fascinating. Please, share it with me, Xiaoqi urged, her curiosity piqued. Leaning closer, Baichi whispered into Xiaoqi's ear. Once he finished, he spread his hands and turned his gaze toward her. Upon hearing the revelation, Xiaoqi's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her lips began to tremble. Why, you can't be serious. This is impossible. Noticing Xiaoqi's reaction, Baichi felt a sense of satisfaction. Xiaoqi was astounded, which clearly indicated the immense value of this information. If what you say is true, it could be exchanged for news regarding the king of the underworld, Rayleigh. However, how can you substantiate your claims? Xiaoqi regarded Baichi with an expression of skepticism. Chapter 91, 1 billion berries. This is simple, speed. Provide Xiaoqi with 1 billion berries. Baichi commanded. What? 1 billion berries? Luffy's mouth fell agape in astonishment, while Chopper and Brook stood frozen in place. 1 billion berries. What a concept. The entirety of the Straw Hat Pirates funds barely amounted to 200 million. Yet, this individual named Baiki, this young lad, astonishingly possessed such immense wealth. Luffy, Chopper, and Brook gazed at Baiki with envy. Very well, Speed readily agreed. In recent days, Baiki had entrusted all treasures that were not celestial gold to Speed, thus allowing him to conserve space in his own alternate dimension. Hey, can we be friends? Brook approached Baiki with a beaming, amiable expression. Even the notorious pirate Shaki was taken aback. To be honest, through years of extortion and trading in information, he had indeed amassed a considerable fortune. However, compared to this young lad before him, it paled in significance. Casually mentioning 1 billion berries with such nonchalance and grandeur, truth be told, he could never embody such flamboyance. This is utterly extravagant. Truly, my dear friend, are you genuinely wealthy? It seems I underestimated your affluence when I attempted to negotiate earlier. Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the wisps in the air with a faint smile. This little imp truly astonishes himself. Ha! Sister Xiaoqi, does this imply that you agree to our exchange of information? Baichi fixed her gaze upon Xiaoqi. Since Xiaoqi is willing to jest with him, it signifies that this business endeavor is indeed feasible. Naturally, if what you say holds true, I shall return the 10 billion berries to you, Xiaoqi declared. It is somewhat difficult to trust a person who engages in extortion when they claim to be honest. However, upon observing the glint in Xiaoqi's eyes, Baichi was convinced that she spoke the truth. Baichi was also inclined to believe that this former notorious pirate would not go back on her word. After all, Xiaoqi's bar for extortionists has never failed to deliver on promises, has it? Everyone who visits is invariably taken advantage of, haha. Baichi's interest in Xiaoqi continued to grow. Then it settled. In just a few days, I shall prove it to you, Xiaoqi, Baichi said with a subtle smile, her eyes brimming with determination. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi's expression once again displayed shock, her face awash with astonishment. Is this individual named Baichi truly as decisive and ruthless as the rumors suggest? What news do you possess, Baichi? Could you perhaps share it with me? Luffy inquired, eagerly extending his head outward. As for that, it remains a secret. Baichi replied enigmatically. However, in just a few days, you shall be enlightened. Not only you, but the entire world will be aware. Ding dong. A message exchange with Xiaoqi. Reward, for instances of the light speed slash and 2 instances of the blink skill. At this moment, the system rewards unexpectedly triggered, filling Baichi with immense joy. System, display my panel. Ding, ding. Host, Baichi age, 8 years occupation, Captain of the Whitebeard pirate crew. Fruit. Tremor fruit. Ignores the sea. Haki. Armament Haki. Intermediate. Observation Haki. Intermediate. Conqueror's Haki. Intermediate. Skills. Light speed slash. 10 times. Instantly strike an enemy at the speed of light. Blink skill. 7 times. Teleport within 100 meters in any direction. Items. Incomplete devil fruit compendium. 30%. Fish fruit. Golden sky. 50 billion berries. 8 billion berries. Rain fruit. Legendary sword blowing snow. Hammer fruit. Basic attributes. Strength. Max defense. Max agility. Max 10 instances of light speed slash, coupled with 7 uses of the blink skill, which allows for instantaneous displacement. If utilized effectively, this could alter the tide of battle. One can envision, amidst a fierce clash with an adversary, Bai Qi vanishing in an instant, only to reappear almost simultaneously behind the enemy. How uncanny that would be. Furthermore, the blink skill cannot be anticipated by the opponent's observation Haki. Whether for evasion or eliminating foes, it is indeed an overpowered ability. As for the light speed slash, Bai Qi has yet to experiment with it. It may merely signify a rapid assault, yet there exists the tantalizing possibility that it truly embodies its name, achieving light speed. If such a speed were attainable, it would be extraordinarily overpowered, likely making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary foes to evade. Should the attack indeed reach light speed, one could first utilize blink and then immediately unleash the light speed slash. This combination attack is indeed terrifying. Imagine a foe suddenly vanishing in the midst of battle, only to reappear instantaneously, followed by an unexpected, lightning-fast assault. Bai Qi believes it is exceedingly difficult for anyone to escape such a formidable combination. After agreeing with Xia Qi to exchange skills, Bai Qi prepares to depart. Hey, Bai Qi, are you leaving? When will we have the chance to fight? Luffy hurriedly chased after him. Don't worry, Luffy. I will be at Sabaody Archipelago for the next few days. I promise to satisfy your desire for a thrilling battle. Bai Qi replied, amused by Luffy's seemingly harmless demeanor. What a truly foolish fighter. Can he not perceive the disparity between the two? Well then, let us await the moment when Bai Qi executes his plan, echoing his name throughout the entire Sabaody Archipelago, leaving a profound impression on these supernovas, while simultaneously delivering a subtle shock to Luffy's spirit. After Bai Qi departed, Luffy erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, I think Bai Qi is a good person. Be cautious, Luffy," Shaki remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke nonchalantly. Bai Qi is not someone to be trifled with. Have you heard the rumors surrounding him? Oh, Bai Qi? What has he done? Luffy inquired with a look of bewilderment. Unsurprisingly, Luffy, in his battle novet, showed little interest in renowned figures. As Luffy would put it, any notable character could simply be dispatched with a swift blow. Shaki fell silent, contemplating Bai Qi's deeds. To be honest, she too harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the information. Yet she had confirmed it repeatedly. The authenticity of the intelligence was indeed reliable. That fellow Bai Qi once annihilated the Wolfhead pirate crew, leaving no survivors, Shaki asserted. No survivors? He certainly sounds formidable, Brook remarked with a serious demeanor. Chopper's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Was it that young man of similar height to me? Ah. He must possess some strength to be my rival, Luffy declared earnestly. Humph. Shaki suddenly smiled wryly. What is it, Shaki? Chopper asked, puzzled. This is merely one of the tales, Shaki replied, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. Is there more? Chopper asked, his eyes wide with shock. Chapter 92. Bai Qi's achievements. From Shaki's gaze, Chopper discerned that Bai Qi had undoubtedly been involved in even more staggering events. As expected, Shaki extinguished her cigarette and took a deep breath. The crowd turned their attention to her. Sister Shaki, could he have accomplished something even more outrageous? After extinguishing her cigarette, Shaki inhaled deeply. This boy Bai Qi once plundered Orlumbus, that grand admiral. Huh? Is that all? Luffy replied, utterly bewildered, feeling a hint of defiance within himself. Recalling his own victory over Crocodile, it seems rather trivial, as if it were a great feat he merely robbed a small pirate. This merely illustrates that Bai Qi is ruthless and merciless. It does not accurately reflect his true capabilities. Indeed, there is nothing to be concerned about. Brook lifted a cup of coffee and took a sip, appearing remarkably composed. I had not yet finished my statement. After plundering Orlumbus, Shaki continued. He made his way to Dress Rosa, beneath the domain of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo. What is it? Chopper inquired, his face a picture of curiosity. The 7 warlords. Doflamingo. Chopper had heard of him. That nightmarish Doflamingo is certainly no trifling character. Chopper was intrigued by how a person as ruthless as Bai Qi would interact with someone of Doflamingo's ilk. The 7 warlords? Luffy's first impression was of that scoundrel Crocodile. Shaki replied coolly. That fellow, in Dress Rosa, on Doflamingo's territory, killed one of Doflamingo's subordinates. Upon finishing her statement, Shaki exhaled slowly. To kill a subordinate on the territory of the 7 warlords? The crowd was astonished. The 7 warlords are one of the 3 great powers upon these seas. Not only would one hesitate to commit murder within their domain, but even outside of it, one would be wary of their formidable strength. Furthermore, Shaki continued. Furthermore, Brook's composure faltered. This boy named Bai Qi was indeed a disruptive force. Moreover, This individual not only killed Doflamingo's subordinate but also took the life of one of Jack the Drought's men from the Beast Pirates, and severely injured another high-ranking member of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Oven. As she spoke, Shaki herself began to lose her calm. This little rascal must certainly surprise you all, Shaki said slowly. Even now, Shaki felt a sense of disbelief, based on her extensive intelligence. Everything about Bai Qi was utterly astonishing. A person capable of such feats must either be a madman or a formidable hero. 2 of the 4 emperors? Chopper could scarcely believe what Sister Shaki had just stated. Sister Shaki, could your intelligence possibly be flawed? Who would dare offend so many powerful factions at once? Indeed. Sister Shaki, your information must be erroneous, Brook echoed, his face a mask of confusion. Even Luffy began to lose his composure. This battle-inept individual was gradually realizing that the young Bai Qi was anything but ordinary. It appears that Bai Qi is truly remarkable. Luffy's otherwise harmless expression suddenly turned serious. At that moment, Luffy had a strong premonition that this Bai Qi might very well become his most formidable rival in the quest for the title of Pirate King. If you think this is where the tale concludes, I regret to inform you that it is far from over, Shaki said with a wry smile. This little rascal ultimately triumphed in the arena, only to offend Jack the Drought. Jack the Drought? Clearly, Luffy and his crew were unaware of who Jack the Drought was. The group stood in a state of bewilderment, all eyes fixed on Shaki. Taking a deep breath, Shaki explained, Jack the Drought has a bounty of 1 billion. A bounty of 1 billion? Luffy and the others were immediately unsettled. Their captain, Luffy, had a bounty of only 300 million berries. Yet, this fellow named Jack has a staggering bounty of 1 billion. Hearing of someone with such a high bounty was indeed shocking to them. In the Grand Line, a bounty exceeding 100 million indicates a truly formidable character. Even Zoro, an exceptionally strong swordsman, has a bounty that barely surpasses 100 million. Quite astonishing. Brook remarked as he set his coffee cup down. What ultimately transpired between Bai Qi and Jack the Drought? Brook murmured. Yes, what happened in the end? Chopper asked. Disbelief etched on his face. Could this Bai Qi truly be so powerful? Luffy was suddenly agitated. A person with a bounty of 1 billion is, in Luffy's eyes, an undeniable powerhouse. He recalled the considerable effort it took to defeat Crocodile. It was unimaginable what a confrontation with a pirate of such notoriety would entail. What do you think the final outcome was? Shaki inquired. Could it be that Bai Qi faced off against Jack the Drought and emerged unscathed? It is hard to fathom that a child who appears no older than 8 could possess such strength, Brook exclaimed in shock. Could it be that Bai Qi defeated Jack the Drought? Luffy was equally astounded. Luffy felt a premonition that Bai Qi could indeed triumph over Jack the Drought, just as he had once defeated Crocodile. Defeated? Shaki smirked. The conclusion is something you could never have anticipated. With a look of shock, she revealed that Bai Qi had personally bisected Jack the Drought, the 1 billion bounty pirate, who was now dead. At this revelation, Shaki became somewhat excited, clearing her throat. What? This child, who appears no older than 8, has managed to bisect a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion? Moreover, this pirate was a trusted lieutenant of one of the 4 emperors. One can only imagine that this bounty carries no embellishment. The crowd was left in stunned silence, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions, particularly Luffy, who felt that Bai Qi was akin to a colossal boulder obstructing his path toward becoming the Pirate King. It weighed upon him like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. After all, considering Bai Qi's age, Luffy recalled his own 8-year-old self, merely tussling with the beasts of the forest. Bai Qi, on the other hand, had managed to slay a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. The disparity is indeed quite apparent. Infuriated, Luffy slammed his fist heavily onto the table. Bai Qi, I will undoubtedly defeat you. I am the true Pirate King. Captain Luffy. Chopper gazed at him, longing to offer solace, yet he ultimately refrained. Confronted with such an aberrantly gifted Bai Qi, any consolation he might provide would seem feeble, perhaps even insulting. Thus, Chopper chose to remain silent. Chapter 93. Encountering Sanji, Saki observed Luffy before her with a tinge of regret. Captain Luffy, you are of Garp's bloodline. Alas. If only you were not born in the same era as such a freak like Bai Qi, you could very well have become the Pirate King. It is indeed a cruel twist of fate. Who would have imagined that the Garp who once chased me across the world, the progenitor of the formidable dragon, would find his potent lineage overshadowed by Bai Qi? Saki, I will prove it to myself. Luffy bellowed, seemingly perceiving the doubt in Saki's eyes, his teeth clenched in determination. His emotions were palpable. However, moments later, Luffy burst into hearty laughter. Let's eat, he exclaimed, promptly shoving chicken legs into his mouth with great speed. Well, it seems I was overly concerned. Luffy's mindset is remarkably resilient, Brook remarked with a wry smile. Only when I am well fed can I muster the strength to defeat that freak Bai Qi, Luffy declared, soon filling his belly to its limits, grease adorning his lips. Inspired by Luffy's optimistic spirit, all right, Captain Luffy, let us rally. We shall overcome all adversaries and ultimately aid you in becoming the Pirate King. Chopper and Brook proclaimed in unison. Saki, watching Luffy's exuberance at that moment, shook her head in resignation. Some matters cannot be resolved merely by fervor. Per Luffy. With Bai Qi's arrival, it seems he will never realize his dream of becoming the Pirate King. On another note, after Bai Qi departed, he resumed wearing his mask. Having lingered on the island for a while, Speed expressed his concerns. Captain Baichi, do you think Luffy and the others will keep this a secret? Rest assured. I know Luffy well enough. As for Saki, being an information broker, it is her fundamental professional ethics. Otherwise, she would not have lasted in this line of work. Baichi replied coolly, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Baichi was quite aware of this, as he had indeed watched One Piece. This knowledge granted him a significant advantage compared to the inhabitants of this world. He possessed an intimate understanding of each individual's personality, character, relationships, and secrets. However, he might overlook certain details. For instance, he only vaguely remembered that Rayleigh, the Dark King, was imprisoned, yet he could not recall the specific location of that prison. Thus, he felt compelled to visit Shaki's bar to gather information. Captain Baichi, you know people from Sabaody Archipelago? Speed inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. She regarded the youthful captain with a sense of wonder. He constantly surprised her. I have some knowledge, particularly about that fellow Luffy. Baichi responded with a hearty laugh. He was indeed familiar with Luffy, the protagonist of the entire saga, whose foolish demeanor belied his formidable combat prowess. However, it seemed that the mantle of this protagonist might soon be passed on, much to his amusement. Captain Baichi, you are truly impressive. I never expected you to not only possess such strength but also a remarkable intelligence network, Speed remarked with admiration. The 10 pirate subordinates behind her mirrored her respect and astonishment. An intelligence network is a vital asset for any pirate crew. Otherwise, why would so many pirate factions invest heavily in cultivating their own organizations? Baichi merely smiled, saying nothing. If he were to reveal that his extensive network stemmed from watching anime, they would likely dismiss it as implausible. As they continued their journey, a flock of flying fish suddenly appeared in the sky. Baichi soon spotted a familiar figure atop one of the fish, Sanji, with his signature blonde hair and a cigarette hanging from his lips. Sanji? Baichi pondered, recalling the storyline he had once seen in One Piece. A smile crept across his face as he realized that this group was likely searching for Cammy, the mermaid girl who had been abducted by human traffickers and taken to the auction house. Notably, she was imprisoned in the same location as Rayleigh. I need not ask for directions anymore. Speed, follow me. The rest of you, proceed to the auction house and wait, Baichi commanded. What? Speed was still processing the information when Baichi leaped into action, a powerful force erupting from his descent and stirring up a cloud of dust. He landed directly on the flying fish. Who are you? Sanji exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar person. The flying fish rider was equally bewildered. Thanks for the ride. Much appreciated. Speed, hop on. Baichi disregarded their confusion and addressed Speed directly. Once he was seated, the flying fish ceased its flight. And with the altitude being low, Speed easily joined him. Beautiful lady, are you here for a ride? Welcome. Sanji's eyes sparkled with infatuation, his previous demeanor instantly transformed. The flying fish rider was left speechless. Just moments ago, you were so rude, and now you're all charmed because of a pretty face? Thank you. Baichi clasped his hands in gratitude. Wait, there are too many of you. I can't manage this, the flying fish rider lamented, feeling utterly ignored as no one seemed to consider his feelings. Enough chatter, let us move. Don't delay my business, Sanji declared, delivering a punch to the flying fish rider, resulting in 2 noticeable bumps on his head. All right. Beautiful lady, our destination is rather perilous. Are you sure you want to come along? Sanji continued to flatter. Of course. If you wish to join, I shall ensure your safety, he declared, thumping his chest with resolve. You should focus on protecting yourself, Speed replied, sticking her tongue out at Sanji. Having once been a formidable member of the Beast Pirates, she found the idea of relying on a novice who had yet to set foot in the new world utterly ludicrous. These words, however, did not provoke Sanji's ire. Instead, Sanji wore an endearing smile, exuding a delightful charm that I found captivating. What? Observing Sanji's dazed expression and his outstretched lips, Speed instinctively delivered a punch, leaving Sanji seeing stars, utterly bewildered. He clearly isn't paying you any mind, the flying fish rider boasted. Just focus on steering your ship properly. With that, Sanji retaliated with another punch to the flying fish rider's head. The latter, now despondent, lamented that it seemed he was perpetually the one suffering misfortune. Curse your luck. If you can't charm the ladies, why take it out on me? He cried, tears welling up. Chapter 94. The astonishing Sanji. Throughout the journey, Sanji continuously endeavored to impress. Upon reaching their destination, he sang, struck poses, and showcased his gentlemanly demeanor. Yet, Speed remained indifferent to Sanji's advances, viewing him merely as a petty rogue. We've arrived. This is the place, declared the flying fish rider as he leaped from his motorcycle. Sanji, you've made it. Brook waved enthusiastically, having arrived prior to Sanji. Oh, is that masked boy here as well? Brook inquired, slightly taken aback. Greetings. It's a pleasure to see you all again, Whitey said as he dismounted from the flying fish motorcycle, speaking in a calm tone. How do you know each other? Now it was Sanji's turn to be perplexed. Having no recollection of befriending a masked child, he had long wished to inquire why this boy donned a mask but refrained, wanting to maintain his gentlemanly image in front of the lovely Speed. This is a long story, Brook began to explain. Enough with the rambling. It's all nonsense, Sanji interjected, choosing to tune Brook out. The pressing matter at hand was to locate Cammy. Hey, masked boy, could you assist us in our search? We are in quite a hurry, Sanji implored White Chi, sensing the boy's formidable presence. He seemed to exude an innate authority, standing there with an air of unspoken power. Despite appearing merely 7 or 8 years old, Sanji found it perplexing how White Chi, at such a tender age, could inspire such awe. Moreover, it appeared that the alluring woman beside him, an animal-type devil fruit user, was somehow under the boy's command. Everything felt utterly surreal. Can an 8-year-old truly be a pirate captain? Sanji pondered, lighting a cigarette as he sank into contemplation. That is not an issue, Sanji-kun. Trust me. I will certainly help you find Cammy, White Chi assured, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the anime, Cammy was locked up with Rayleigh. If he mingled with the Straw Hat crew, Rayleigh would surely make an appearance. You are truly a kind soul. Haha. At some point, Chopper had also arrived. Follow me. I'll track down the slave trader. If we don't make it to the auction house in time, we can still buy her back with money. The Flying Fish Rider instructed. Upon arriving at the slave trader's territory, Sanji and the Flying Fish Rider entered to confront the trader. You scoundrel! Sanji's furious voice echoed. Brook and the others rushed in as well. Sanji seized the trader with one hand, glaring at the group of scoundrels, disgusted by their condescending attitude towards humanity. His anger had been building throughout the journey. Haha, the person you seek isn't even here. If you dare lay a hand on me, the Navy will come to apprehend you, which will only hinder your search, the trader boasted arrogantly. Perhaps your comrade is already at the auction house. Taken by some wealthy patron? Haha, after all, she is a mermaid, and she would fetch a handsome price. The trader continued to taunt. Sell? Price? You wretch. Sanji roared, but was restrained by Nami. Sanji, don't cause a scene here. We need to find Cammy quickly. Your actions will only complicate matters further, Nami advised. Frustrated, the Straw Hat crew had no choice but to retreat. It was clear that Sanji's temper was far less explosive than that of Luffy or Zoro. This is also the reason he remains perpetually in third place. Were it not for Luffy and Zoro, there would be no such hesitation, even if Nami were to intervene. They would at the very least deliver a resounding thrashing to that group of human traffickers. A sly smile suddenly graced Bai Chi's lips. Unbeknownst to him, a pristine white dagger had materialized in his hand, emitting a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. This left Sanji, Nami, and the others in a state of bewilderment. What was the purpose of wielding a knife at this moment, especially when no adversary was present? Yet, one could not deny that the blade in White Chi's hand was undoubtedly a precious weapon, appearing even more exquisite than Zoro's beloved swords. Suddenly, Brook's expression shifted oddly. It was worth noting that Brook and Chopper had encountered White Chi at Shaki's bar and were well acquainted with his illustrious deeds. Could it be that White Chi intended to? As he pondered, a crimson streak unexpectedly appeared in the sky, forming a graceful arc before descending to the ground, followed by the thud of a severed head. Nami screamed in shock, while Chopper collapsed in terror. You killed him. Brook's eyes reflected an unusual mix of emotions, leaving him speechless. Sanji furrowed his brow, regarding the masked youth before him as a definite threat. He could not fathom how Chopper and the others could recognize such a ruthless individual. On the other hand, Speed wore a relaxed expression. To be honest, White Chi's silent, yet lethal demeanor had long ceased to astonish her. Observing the surrounding faces frozen in shock, Speed couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking that they could now experience the overwhelming sensation she had felt upon first encountering White Chi. That kind of shock was truly unparalleled. Fear not, Sanji, for I have dealt with this scoundrel, White Chi remarked nonchalantly, licking his lips. Let us continue our journey. If the Navy wishes to pursue, they are welcome to find me. At that moment, Speed began to grasp that the time for White Chi to unmask himself and confront the celestial dragons was drawing near. White Chi had already commenced his actions. His lack of concern regarding Navy pursuit indicated that he would soon strike. After all, once the Navy took notice, they would likely dispatch forces to protect the celestial dragons, potentially even summoning an admiral. This also explains why Bai Chi wears a mask. The crowd gazed at Bai Chi's silhouette. After a long pause, Sanji spoke up. Chopper, how did you come to know that guy? Sanji wore a serious expression. I just met him at Shaki's bar. He has previously slain a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Chopper stuttered. What? 1 billion? Sanji could hardly believe his ears. Is there really someone so powerful? And he's just an 8-year-old kid? Sanji was utterly astonished. It seemed that this journey to Sabaody Archipelago would be fraught with complexities and various factions. Chapter 95. The auction house. Enough chatter. We must hurry to the auction house. If we delay, there is a strong chance that Cammy will be sold off to someone else. Nami suddenly recalled that Cammy was still in peril. With urgency, Nami and Sanji rushed towards the auction house. At the auction house in Sabaody Archipelago, the crowd surged. Such illicit activities could be brazenly conducted here, sanctioned by the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons were indeed frequent patrons of the auction house. The auctioneer passionately introduced the items up for bid, all of which, without exception, were human beings. Next up was a dancer. On the stage, a soldier pushed a beautiful dancer forward. Her terrified eyes revealed her fear. Damn it. Sanji clenched his fists. Little 8 also wore a worried expression. Cammy, you must hold on. I'll rescue you soon. Don't worry, Little 8, Nami reassured, gently patting his shoulder. With our Straw Hat crew here, we can secure Cammy's freedom. Seeing the sincerity in Nami's eyes, Little 8 felt deeply moved. Damn it, I'm truly causing everyone trouble. He lamented. Haha, it's all right, Little 8. We are friends, aren't we? Sanji said, giving Little 8 a comforting pat on the shoulder. Tears of gratitude streamed down Little 8's face. Bai Chi, however, remained oblivious to the emotional scene, quietly blending into the crowd, harboring his own plans. He was lying in wait for the perfect moment to fulfill his agreement to eliminate the celestial dragons. From his vantage point in the crowd, Bai Chi observed the entire arena. Directly in front of him sat Law. Suddenly, Law turned his head back, scanning for anything unusual, then resumed watching the auction. Captain, what's wrong? Do you sense anything off? It's strange. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched by someone formidable, Law mused. Captain, you are being overly cautious. I don't sense anything, a Snow White bear remarked. Perhaps I am indeed being too sensitive. Let us continue watching the auction, Law shrugged, dismissing his earlier unease. At the auction stage, another slave was brought forth. This particular slave was a pirate captain with a bounty of 17 million berries. Who could serve as a slave, or even as a human punching bag, huh? The auctioneer continued his fervent pitch, his voice resonating throughout the venue. What, Captain? That sounds rather appealing. A plump middle-aged woman exclaimed. A captain, you say? Having him would certainly add to my prestige, haha. A middle-aged man declared excitedly. Damn it. A captain's slave? Looking at the collar around my neck, it's infuriating. If it weren't for this collar, I would escape. The captain gazed at the grotesque faces below the stage. Rather than be enslaved by them, I would prefer death. Just then, the doors creaked open. 3 figures dressed in white, their heads covered with glass domes, entered. The celestial dragons. A hush fell over the crowd. Many quickly bowed their heads, fearful of being deemed disrespectful and facing immediate execution. If you dare to resist a celestial dragon, you will face the wrath of an admiral's descent. Any sane individual would not dare to lay a hand on them. Curse you, slave. You're moving too slowly. You've ruined my reputation. I demand a mermaid. I want a mermaid. One particularly loathsome celestial dragon, resembling a spoiled child, kicked his human slave. It was Charles, the celestial dragon, who had once been soundly thrashed by Luffy in the anime. In stark contrast to the others who bowed their heads, Bai Chi stared directly at Charles with excitement, licking his lips as if eyeing prey. Hey kid, what's wrong? Killer noticed a peculiar expression on Kid's face. This doesn't seem right. Kid shouldn't react this strongly to just a celestial dragon. Killer, it appears there's someone remarkable in the auction house. Kid replied with an air of mystery. Are you implying? Killer asked, puzzled. In this entire venue, aside from us, only Law has a higher bounty. Are you referring to him? I find him negligible, Killer asserted confidently. Law? Huh. What is he? Pay attention to that masked boy behind Law, Kid said, his tone turning serious. Following Kid's gaze, Killer indeed noticed the boy exuding an indescribable aura, particularly his blood-soaked eyes fixated on the celestial dragons. He truly is someone extraordinary, Killer mused. In this scene, how could Bai Chi, with his observation Haki, possibly remain oblivious? It was merely a deliberate act on his part. He intended to cause a considerable uproar, and naturally, drawing attention was to his advantage. Bai Chi had already removed his mask, having fulfilled his agreement with the Empress, having personally slain a celestial dragon. The mask was now rendered unnecessary. The primary reason for donning the mask was to temporarily evade the Navy in the pursuit of Kaido, for he sought to eliminate the celestial dragons without any extraneous complications. Otherwise, without the mask, should the Navy discover him, the celestial dragons would be heavily guarded or might flee, thus complicating his plan to assassinate them. As Bai Chi slowly removed his mask, Kira suddenly trembled. What is the matter, Kira? Why do you appear so fearful? Kid expressed his confusion, for it was rare to witness Kira displaying such an expression. That fellow. I saw his report a few days ago. Isn't he a renowned pirate from the New World? What brings him to Sabaody Archipelago? Kira's face was one of shock. Kid turned to Bai Chi. Is he the one? What is wrong with him? Kid, unaccustomed to reading newspapers, could not comprehend why Kira was so terrified. That guy has slain Drought Jack and rejected the Navy's request to join the 7 warlords. He is currently being pursued by the Yonko Kaido and the Navy, Kira replied with a wry smile. The audacity of this young man is truly remarkable. He dares to appear in such a crowded place, especially with the celestial dragons present and heavily guarded. It is only a matter of time before he is exposed. How intriguing. Has he indeed slain the Drought? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Kid's eyes. I wonder how vast the gap between us truly is. I must confront that individual. Bai Chi's lips curled into a smirk. With his observation Haki, he could discern the thoughts of those around him. Truly. They are as ignorant as frogs at the bottom of a well, believing themselves to be on par with me, just like Luffy. Chapter 96. A raucous affair. I apologize. but the captain has fainted from sheer nervousness and is bleeding from his nose. Allow me to introduce today as headlining item to alleviate this awkward situation. The host displayed remarkable adaptability in the moment. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of laughter. The pirate captain had just taken his own life. Yet the host audaciously claimed it was due to excitement. Baichi chuckled. What utter shamelessness. In comparison, we pirates appear quite endearing. Haha. Kid lowered his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the auction hall, the host continued his fervent speech. The next item, which is sure to elicit screams from the audience, is I want a mermaid. I want a mermaid. Charles the Holy, resembling a child, clamored for the appearance of the mermaid. He bounced anxiously beneath the stage. The host exclaimed, Indeed, the item up for auction is a mermaid. With that, the curtain was drawn back. A beautiful young mermaid emerged, adorned with a collar and shackles. Her expression one of sheer terror. She attempted to speak, but her words were inaudible to the outside world. The crowd instantly stirred with excitement. A mermaid, a genuine mermaid. This is a rare, exquisite slave. This is the youngest and most beautiful mermaid slave I have ever seen. Cammy, noticing the commotion in the audience, became even more frightened. With a terrified gaze, she scanned the room, spotting Chopper and the others in a corner, anxiously discussing something. Little eight, you've come to rescue me. How wonderful, she thought. But her words were trapped within the special apparatus, unheard by anyone. Damn it, Cammy. Hold on a little longer. I will definitely save you. Little Eight declared excitedly. Charles the Holy screamed. It's a real mermaid. Yes, a real mermaid. Observing the agitated buyers below, the host continued his impassioned speech. It seems everyone is quite eager for this item. Now, how much should we start the bidding at? The host feigned deep contemplation. The atmosphere in the hall was heightened, with attendees eagerly swallowing their excitement. It was evident they were looking forward to this slave auction. Nami, too, began to feel restless. I will save you, Cammy. I have 200 million berries. Yes, we can definitely redeem Cammy, Chopper asserted firmly. Watching the audience's emotions escalate, the host felt quite satisfied. Now, I announce the starting bid for this item is I bid 500 million berries. Charles the Holy declared nonchalantly. What? The entire hall fell silent. 500 million berries. Such a sum is beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Someone is willing to pay 500 million berries for a slave? What extravagant generosity. Haha, I have a mermaid now. Charles the Holy laughed heartily. To think the buyer is a celestial dragon, a descendant of the world's creators. Do you not already possess a man-eating fish? Why do you need a mermaid? Charles the Holy's father, Lord Roseward, inquired with annoyance. Hee, I want to see which of them can escape faster. I've heard mermaids are the fastest swimmers. Charles the Holy replied, bouncing joyfully like a child. What do we do, Nami? We only have 200 million berries. If that is the case, our plan to redeem Cammy will fail. Little Eight exclaimed anxiously. Wait, what about Baichi? He must have 500 million berries. Chopper suddenly suggested. However, Baichi had quietly slipped away from the Straw Hat crew. 500 million, even the host was taken aback. 500 million, once. 500 million, twice. 500 million, thrice. Sold, the host proclaimed excitedly. In an instant, Sanji, Chopper, and the others' faces turned ashen. The situation had worsened. Now even the celestial dragons were involved. Nami said helplessly. Sanji took a deep breath. If that's the case, we'll have to resort to force. No, you cannot harm a celestial dragon. Little Eight quickly intervened, fearing the repercussions of involving himself due to his connection with Cammy. Just as everyone was on edge, a commotion erupted. Look out. Luffy and Zoro crashed down from above, disrupting the proceedings. Damn it, how did you get the motorcycle? Zoro complained. Hey, Cammy. Haha. Luffy exclaimed upon spotting Cammy and dashed toward the stage. Damn it, who put those chains on you? I'll come to save you. Luffy exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves to charge forward. Luffy, don't go. Cammy has a collar. It will explode. Little Eight urgently pulled him back. In the chaos, Little Eight inadvertently revealed his true identity as a mermaid. A mermaid? Charles the Holy was ecstatic. Look, I caught a mermaid myself, no charge. Bang. A gunshot rang out, striking Little Eight, igniting Luffy's fury. Seated in a corner, Baichi observed the unfolding scene, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Charles the Holy, the so-called descendant of creators, how brazenly reckless. With such feeble strength, he dares to act so brazenly in this venue. Baichi felt a surge of excitement within him. The next act of this drama must be nearing, and it is time for me to take action. Hey, Luffy, Baichi called out. Luffy turned to face him. Baichi continued nonchalantly. If you find it inconvenient to act, allow me to handle it. What? Luffy looked bewildered. After a moment, he realized. I will personally knock that celestial dragon away. He harmed my friend. I want to let him get away with it. Haha, I'm afraid you're mistaken. This celestial dragon, named Charles the Holy, has long been in my sights, Baichi replied, shrugging casually. What? Luffy was once again taken aback. A celestial dragon is not someone to be trifled with. How could anyone consider taking action against one? Why are you two looking at me with such disdain? Charles the Holy roared, sensing Luffy and Baichi's disrespect. Bang, bang, bang. Three shots fired at Luffy and Baichi. Damn it. Luffy's rage intensified, glaring furiously at Charles the Holy. Hey, Baichi, we'll talk later. I'm going to knock this guy out right now. How utterly arrogant. Haha. Baichi smirked. Very well, Luffy. Let us see who can strike that fellow first. All right. Luffy clenched his fists, his eyes fixed fiercely on Charles the Holy. Then the hunt begins. Baichi exclaimed. Chapter 96. Decapitating the Celestial Dragon. Attaining the invincible golden body. What? How dare you, lowly beings, hunt me? Charles Rosa wore a bewildered expression. Who was he? He was the descendant of the Creator, the progeny of the rulers of this world. From the moment of his birth, he was destined to be far more noble than others. It had always been he who hunted others. When had anyone ever dared to hunt him? This is utterly laughable. Simply beyond comprehension. Could it be that these lowly beings have lost their minds? Charles Rosa could scarcely believe his eyes as he beheld the audacity of two inferior humans daring to offend him. You wretches, I hereby declare your execution. With that, the lecherous Charles Rosa furiously seized his golden pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. Yet, in the face of Charles Rosen's bullets, Luffy and Baichi merely smirked and deftly evaded the shots. How is this possible? How could I possibly fail to hit them? What has transpired? Charles Rosen's expression was one of disbelief, unable to comprehend how these two lowly beings could evade his fire. Suddenly, Luffy accelerated, charging towards Charles Rosa, rubber fist. Noticing Luffy's reckless advance, Baichi couldn't help but smile, recognizing Luffy's impulsive nature. However, Charles Rosa, I have already declared you my prey. Baichi's legs surged with power, propelling him forward at astonishing speed. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he moved. Just as Luffy's fist was about to strike Charles Rosa, Baichi arrived first, seemingly appearing out of thin air. How swift! Luffy marveled, for this was the first time he truly felt the disparity between himself and Baichi. The next scene left the entire venue in shock. Baichi summoned his renowned sword, blowing snow, from his alternate dimension, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. The sword quivering with excitement. Charles Rosen's blood flowed upon the blade, gradually drying as it was absorbed by the famed weapon. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The renowned sword blowing snow has triumphed. Blowing snow, able to unleash ice and snow Haki. A brief glance at the detailed description revealed that wielding this sword would allow for instantaneous release of Haki, akin to flowing cherry blossoms. Furthermore, this Haki bore magical frost damage. Those struck would not only bleed profusely, but also face a secondary assault from the frost, worsening their wounds. Even if they survived, such injuries would be arduous to heal. A crimson arc of blood floated through the air, an instant wave of the metallic scent wafting forth. Baichi gazed at his victorious weapon, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task reward for slaying a celestial dragon. Reward, Advanced Armament Haki. Unlocking the new skill Indestructible Golden Body. 3 uses of Indestructible Golden Body. Indestructible Golden Body. Upon activation, the body remains in an invincible state for 10 seconds. Immune to all physical and magical damage. Duration can be extended through system upgrades. Currently, the system is at stage 2. Opening the system panel. Baichi licked his lips in anticipation. This reward was indeed bounteous. Ding. Host, Baichi age, 8 occupation, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, ignores the sea. Haki, Advanced Armament Haki, high. Observation Haki, medium. Conqueror's Haki, medium. Skills, light speed slash, 10 uses, instantaneously strikes enemies at the speed of light. Blink skill, 7 uses, instantaneously teleport within 100 meters. Indestructible Golden Body, 3 uses. Upon activation, the body remains in an invincible state for a period. Items. Incomplete Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, 1/3 Fish Fruit, Sky Gold, 50 billion berries, 8 billion berries, Rain Fruit. Renowned Sword Blowing Snow, with ice and snow effects. Hammer Fruit Basic Attributes, Strength, Max Defense, Maxed Agility, Maxed Truly Splendid. With the combination of Indestructible Golden Body, Blink, and Light Speed Slash, Baichi felt confident that even when facing a powerhouse like Garp, he could retreat unscathed, if not vanquish him. As for a character like Kaido, he felt no fear whatsoever. Even Luffy, having mastered Flowing Cherry Blossoms, could defeat Kaido, so with his superior armament Haki, he could inflict harm upon Kaido. His Blink and Indestructible Golden Body would render him immune to all of Kaido's attacks, greatly diminishing Kaido's chances of victory. Gazing at his hands, Baichi reflected on how, in just a month, he had ascended to the strength of an emperor. In this pirate world, I shall unify it and establish my own kingdom. Luffy stared at the severed head rolling on the ground, utterly dazed. You killed him. Initially believing Baichi would merely incapacitate the scoundrel, Luffy was now confronted with the terrifying reality of Baichi's actions. Indeed, Luffy, this round is mine, Baichi declared, licking his lips. For the first time, Luffy felt a sense of dread facing Baichi. If he had previously felt astonished, now it was sheer terror. The entire venue fell into a hushed silence. After a brief pause, chaos erupted. That fellow wielding the snow-white sword has killed a celestial dragon? A buyer in the audience, wide-eyed with disbelief, trembled as he spoke. The scene was simply too shocking. No one could have imagined someone would dare to slay a celestial dragon. The true rulers of this world, not even the emperors of piracy, would dare to commit such an act. Chopper also noticed the severed head soaring through the air. That was Charles Rosa, the celestial dragon, slain by that fellow named Baichi. What? Sanji, Nami, Frankie, and the Straw Hat crew all turned their gazes towards Baichi. How is this possible? I remember you telling us, Little Eight, that we could do anything here except defend the celestial dragons. Nami stammered, her eyes filled with terror. Little Eight touched his wounds. Indeed, if a celestial dragon is harmed, the Navy headquarters will surely dispatch admirals to suppress it. Little Eight trembled violently. And this Baichi has actually killed a celestial dragon. This is too terrifying. It is no wonder Sister Shaki warned us that Baichi is not someone to provoke. Little Eight grimaced. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, trying to calm himself. If what you say is true, the Navy headquarters will send admirals for reinforcements, and we pirates will all be implicated. Not just us. All the pirates on Sabaody Archipelago will face severe repression from the Navy headquarters admirals. This is truly a colossal mess, Little Eight shouted, still struggling to believe that someone would dare to strike a celestial dragon. Chapter 97, Seconds Against Luffy. To think of beheading all the pirates on Sabaody Archipelago. Nami and Chopper were left in stunned silence, their expressions of shock evident. This Baichi truly was as mad as the rumors suggested. So utterly insane. To slay the progeny of the creators, such thoughts are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. What normal person would not bow their head before a celestial dragon? Who would dare to cast their thoughts upon them? Clearly, Baichi is no ordinary boy. He is a complete lunatic. Meanwhile, Kid was equally astonished. This Baichi is indeed a madman. Kira, are you ready to head to the New World? Those who come from the New World are all monsters. Kid's lips curled slightly as he pondered whether future voyages would still harbor such reckless beings as Whitechi. Law surveyed the entire venue, remarking on the madness that unfolded. The nearby Whitebeard was equally astounded, exclaiming, "Is this truly a strong man from the New World? Daring enough to slay a celestial dragon?" The auction house descended into chaos, with one buyer vociferously declaring, "This must be the most heinous criminal in the world. Run. The rioters are here." The scene became increasingly tumultuous as the crowd fled. Some trampled underfoot amidst the cacophony of wails. The local navy of Tartar Towers soon arrived, with an officer furiously demanding a report to headquarters. Incensed that these outlaws had the audacity to kill a celestial dragon. "Father, that lowly being has slain St. Charles," cried Charlotte, the sister of the slain. In terror, she could hardly believe the sight before her. Her brother, once lively, now lay dead at the hands of what she deemed inferior beings. He wouldn't he dare kill us, would he? She trembled. "Scoundrels! We are celestial dragons. The Navy will surely dismember them," roared Roswald, furious. "Charles, my child, I shall execute everyone here. Where is that damned vice-admiral?" As the Navy continued to flood the auction house, the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates, and the Kid Pirates all joined the fray. After knocking out 2 Navy officers with a single punch, Luffy turned to Whitechi and said, "Hey, Whitechi, let us have a match right now. What do you say?" "Oh, Luffy, you are quite persistent." "Very well," Whitechi replied, welcoming the challenge. His purpose was to make his name known throughout the world. With fame, he could attract more pirates and expand his crew. Rubber whip. Luffy launched a long-range kick, but Whitechi effortlessly parried it with his sword sheath. So strong. Luffy marveled internally, recognizing the vast gap between them. "You're rather impatient, Luffy," Whitechi smirked, confident he could defeat Luffy in an instant. "What is happening?" Chopper and Nami from the Straw Hat crew noticed the unusual situation. "Luffy, what are you doing?" Chopper shouted. "That idiot. Wouldn't he dare challenge Whitechi now, would he?" Nami lamented, her face a portrait of despair. Kid and Law also observed the unfolding events. Interesting. This world grows ever more entertaining," Kid mused, activating his devil fruit powers, attracting all metallic weapons in the auction house. "Hey, you must be the Whitechi from the New World. Care to have a battle with me?" Kid sneered, eager to gauge the strength of this bounty of 1 billion. Law approached, adding, "Count me in." "Hey, Whitechi is my opponent. Don't try to steal him from me," Luffy protested angrily. Having sought Whitechi's agreement for a match for so long, why not all join forces? Heh, Whitechi smiled nonchalantly. "Don't underestimate us," Kid shouted, launching a massive iron fist toward Whitechi. "Supernovas? Let me show you the true world. You're nothing but a frog in a well." Withdrawing his blade, Whitechi executed a single strike, a graceful arc emerging from above, colliding with Kid's magnetic iron fist. In an instant, the suspended blades were reduced to iron powder. "What?" Kid's lips trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Impossible. The gap is this vast?" He could hardly fathom the scene. His proud attack was effortlessly dismantled by Whitechi's casual maneuver. The disparity was so immense that they seemed to exist in different dimensions. Third gear. Luffy, realizing the chasm between them, immediately transformed. Giant rubber whip. He leapt high into the sky, delivering a colossal kick aimed at Whitechi. That S, enormous. Law exclaimed. Why isn't he dodging? Is he stunned? Law and Kid were taken aback as White Chi remained still. He merely raised his left hand. A bizarre sight as he effortlessly blocked Luffy's gigantic attack. At that moment, Luffy found himself subdued, his leg grasped in the air, spinning wildly. Ah! Luffy cried out. Disoriented in the sky. Luffy! Nami noticed the dire situation. That fool. He is up against someone who has slain countless pirates. Sanji ran his hand through his hair, realizing Luffy was about to face a harsh lesson. Indeed, after nearly 100 spins, Luffy was slammed down to the ground. Ah! With a scream. He made a profound impact with the earth, creating a deep crater. Luffy lay there, reduced to a childlike state, unable to rise. Dear Luffy, in this battle, I have emerged victorious. You may rest here, White Chi grinned. Wow, so strong. I remember that Straw Hat Fellow had a bounty of 300 million. I never expected he could be subdued with just one move. Kid exclaimed, astonished. Chapter 98. Instantaneous defeat of the 3 supernovas. Kid, shall we join forces? Law. Beads of sweat trickling down his face, was gripped by shock and concern. The individual before them was overwhelmingly powerful. He could easily dominate Luffy with one hand. Without cooperating with Kid, victory seemed impossible. Kid, equally shaken by the previous display, realized this was not the time for pride. The gap was too great. If he continued to play the hero for the sake of his ego, he would surely meet the same fate as Luffy. Room. Magnetic Iron Fist. Kid unleashed his ability once more, crafting an even larger iron fist than before. The auction house became a sea of darkness, oppressive in its atmosphere. With Law's room empowering him, the magnetic iron fist advanced towards White Chi. Quite an impressive ability. White Chi noted, a smirk gracing his lips. However, in the face of absolute power, showy tricks are of little consequence. He licked his lips and easily sidestepped the attack. What? So fast? Law could hardly believe his eyes. In his domain, Kid's attack had reached White Chi in an instant. Within a mere meter of Bai Chi, the opponent's reaction was astonishingly swift, as if he possessed the ability to foresee the future. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Chi had already darted toward Luo with remarkable speed. Feel the force of my punch. A testament to my daily regimen of sit-ups. With a resounding blow to Luo's abdomen, he was sent flying, crashing against wall after wall, until he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing Bai Chi's faint smile directed at him, Kid trembled uncontrollably. It was inconceivable. This mere 8-year-old child exhibited such overwhelming strength. After years of sailing, he had never felt the chilling dread of an adversary until now. The sensation of fear was entirely foreign to him. Even when confronted by the 7 warlords or the 4 emperors, he had maintained his composure. Yet, facing Bai Chi, this young boy, he found it impossible to remain unfazed. Such youth accompanied by extraordinary power, this terrifying talent had surpassed even the 4 emperors. He recalled his own youth, when he was still engaged in skirmishes with street thugs. Like Luo, he too was struck down in an instant. As Kid's astonishment manifested, Bai Chi delivered a crushing blow that rendered him unconscious. The prowess of the supernovas has been felt, Bai Chi remarked nonchalantly. Thus, the 3 titans of the supernovas were vanquished in a heartbeat. Luffy! Nami and her companions hurried to the spot where Luffy had collapsed. Ah, I was defeated? Luffy awoke, bewildered. You fool. He is the man who defeated the drought-causing Jack. How could you possibly stand against him? He is unlike any opponent you've encountered before. Don't you realize that? Nami reprimanded. Unlike any? Luffy stared at Bai Chi, acknowledging that this individual indeed differed from his previous foes. Though he appeared amiable on the surface, Luffy recognized that this person not only wielded immense strength, but also acted with decisiveness, as if he were a born conqueror. This will be a tremendous stumbling block on my path to becoming the Pirate King. Wait a moment. How come both Law and Kid have also collapsed? Luffy, once again in a state of confusion, pondered aloud. Have they been knocked out as well? Gazing at the motionless figures of Law and Kid, Luffy questioned. They are unconscious. Sanji replied, lighting a cigarette, lost in thought. How long did they hold out? Luffy inquired with curiosity. Just a fleeting moment. It was too swift. I couldn't even catch a glimpse, but I know for certain that Whitebeard took less than 3 seconds from the onset to the conclusion. Sanji exhaled a heavy plume of smoke, his voice filled with astonishment. 3 seconds. Luffy was utterly taken aback as he redirected his gaze towards Whitebeard. Is the chasm between myself and my objective truly this vast? Is this what the monsters of the New World are like? At merely 8 years of age, he has defeated these elites, forged through countless battles in the first half of the Grand Line. How infuriating. Luffy pounded the ground in frustration. Unwilling to accept such a fate, Whitebeard exercised restraint in dealing with the supernovas, and at that moment, Law and Kid began to regain consciousness. As they awoke, they exchanged bewildered glances, resembling stunned statues. Did we truly fall so easily? Kid and Law stared at one another, their faces a canvas of shock. The chaos persisted. Navy soldiers continued to surge forth. Amidst the turmoil, a celestial dragon aimed a pistol at Cammy. You wretched creature, it is because of you that my brother, Charlos, met his demise. I shall make you pay. The celestial dragon Shiryu declared furiously. This is bad. We must stop him. Chopper exclaimed anxiously. Yet it was all too late. The distance was insurmountable, and there was no time to intervene. With a resounding crash, all the minions in the venue collapsed, including Shiryu and the other celestial dragons. An elderly man with a white beard, wearing slippers and glasses, slowly approached. What? The crowd was drawn towards him. Killer. I never anticipated that such formidable monsters would exist in the small archipelago of Sabaody. This time, I shall not recklessly challenge them, chuckling bitterly. Kid shifted his gaze towards Whitebeard. This 8-year-old lad has certainly taught himself a lesson. The world is vast, and there are always those who surpass us. Kid is now thoroughly convinced of this truth. With the arrival of the pirate king Rayleigh, his gaze fixed upon White Chi. You must be White Chi, right? I have long admired your reputation, Rayleigh stated casually. Rayleigh, I have heard much about your exploits as well, White Chi replied. He was astonished that Rayleigh, this old man, seemed so well informed about the current state of piracy. His own rise to fame had only occurred in the past month, and it was surprising that Rayleigh was aware of it. Rayleigh, is he truly Rayleigh, the first mate of the pirate king? Nami exclaimed in astonishment, directing her gaze towards White Chi. How could this 8-year-old boy possibly share such a sense of parity with Rayleigh? What an audacious young lad he is, Nami mused internally, reflecting on the power that commands respect. Indeed, you possess remarkable strength, Rayleigh remarked, turning his attention to Straw Hat Luffy. I don't recognize you. Luffy responded with a bewildered expression. As the events unfolded, reminiscent of the chaotic adventures of pirates, the group hastily fled after unbinding Cammy. Outside the venue, the Supernova gang led by Becky was preparing to board their ship. That scoundrel. How dare he kill a celestial dragon? What madness? Becky's subordinate urged. Boss. We must leave quickly. Reports indicate that an admiral is on the way. Chapter 99. The appearance of Kizaru. Supernova Jewelry Bonnie sat at the table, devouring a chicken leg. That lunatic. He has caused me such trouble by killing a celestial dragon. The next time I see him, I shall make him pay dearly. In stark contrast, Hawkins strolled leisurely. Boss, the admiral is nearly here. We must retreat. He insisted. I never imagined that there could be such a madman in the world. Daring to slay a celestial dragon. Do not fret. I have consulted my cards, and today, we face no demise, Hawkins murmured, producing his tarot cards. At that moment, White Chi was walking alongside the Straw Hat crew and Rayleigh. Rayleigh, I wonder if you might have a moment to chat at Shucky's bar? White Chi inquired with a smile. What? Are you not escaping with the Straw Hats? The admiral is fast approaching. Rayleigh responded, taken aback. Escape? Oh no. I have no desire to flee just yet. My primary purpose here is to discuss a few matters with you, White Chi replied nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. With advanced Haki and the seemingly invincible ability of the immortal body, he felt no trepidation before an admiral. Oh, this is unexpected, Rayleigh said, slightly surprised, as he had no prior acquaintance with White Chi. He had only read about him in the papers, intrigued by his exploits. You may be free at any time, but are you not concerned about the admiral capturing you? Rayleigh questioned, uncertain of White Chi's chances against such a formidable opponent. The admiral? I rather wish to fight one, White Chi stated boldly, licking his lips with audacity. Rayleigh fell silent before bursting into laughter. I never anticipated a madman like you to emerge from the pirate world. In the new world, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku looked weary, dark circles under his eyes deepening. What is it, Sengoku? Has something occurred? Garp asked nonchalantly while munching on senbei. Yellow Monkey, in the office, turned his attention to Sengoku, setting aside his newspaper in anticipation of an explanation. Do you remember that fellow named White Chi? Sengoku asked gravely. Of course, that little rascal. I would love to see him. He is the one who took down Drought Jack and rejected an invitation from the warlords. Quite the arrogant little brat, Garp replied, intrigued since few captured his attention in the Grand Line. Oh my, such a fearsome young man. Yellow Monkey feigned surprise. What dreadful deeds has he committed this time? Sengoku rubbed his forehead and shook his head. I just received word that this scoundrel has killed a celestial dragon. Sengoku exclaimed in exasperation. What? Killed a celestial dragon? Yellow Monkey was suddenly agitated. The pirate world has descended into such chaos? Initially, it was thought that while White Chi possessed extraordinary talent, he was merely a child, and the Navy had plans to eliminate him before he became a threat. Yet no one anticipated that White Chi would stoop so low as to slay a celestial dragon. This marks a complete rupture with the Navy, with no intention of leaving a path for retreat. Garp continues to munch on senbei, his silence belied by the turmoil within. While the execution of those wretched celestial dragons is a silver lining, this little brat poses an excessive danger, potentially threatening the world at large. Should he consider intervening personally? Of course, this is merely Garp's inner contemplation. With the celestial dragons deceased, should Garp voice that they were scum from the naval headquarters, it would surely offend the entire government. He is not foolish enough to tread that path. That scoundrel, White Chi, must be punished this time. Along with the Straw Hat crew and those aspiring newcomers to the new world, justice must be served. A flicker of coldness crossed Sengoku's eyes. What purpose does CP0 serve? I am keen to see how they will report to Lord him. now that White Chi has acted against the celestial dragons. We must dispatch an admiral to suppress this matter. With that, Sengoku turned his gaze to Kizaru. Ho ho ho, leave this to me, Admiral Sengoku, after all. My speed is unparalleled. With that, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and vanished into thin air. Now, the farce can come to an end, Sengoku remarked slowly. Only Garp remained deep in thought. From the reports he had seen over the past days, White Chi was steadily growing stronger. It is difficult to ascertain how far White Chi has progressed. I ask you, Sengoku, should I offer my assistance? Garp inquired cautiously. Sensing that Kizaru might not accomplish the task at hand. You are a hero of the Navy, Garp. This matter is best left to Kizaru. You must remain at Navy headquarters. The four emperors are stirring, and I have a foreboding sense that war is imminent, Sengoku replied, scratching his head. You must guard the Navy headquarters. Who can say if that scoundrel Whitebeard will launch a surprise attack for Ace? Deep concern lingered in Sengoku's gaze. To Sengoku, White Chi was merely an interlude. The Navy's primary objective was to prepare for the impending assault from Whitebeard's pirate crew and to thwart them decisively at Navy headquarters. In the New World, aboard a colossal pirate ship, a brawny man wielding a spiked club wore a face of shock. What? This little brat dares to provoke the celestial dragons? Damn it. Are you saying that the brat is to be slaughtered by the Navy? Infuriating. He should have been subjected to my torment. The roar echoed, silencing the crew aboard the pirate ship as they stood frozen in shock. Observing his subordinates, who were rendered speechless, Kaido felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The notion of wanting to kill someone without having identified the target, only to learn that the target was suddenly marked for death, was maddening. The oppressive sensation weighed heavily upon Kaido. Damn it, bring me some alcohol. With a swift gulp, he drained a large gourd of liquor. Fortunately, that rascal Ace had been captured. Whitebeard was set to confront the Navy head-on. Ha! Kaido wiped the remnants of alcohol from his lips. When the battle commenced, we shall launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard's stronghold, obliterating his lair in one fell swoop. For the vengeance of Drought Jack, Kaido roared toward the heavens, and the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Revenge! 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 The pirates aboard the ship echoed his fervor, their voices rising in a cacophony. Chapter 100. Shock of the Four Emperors in the New World, atop Cake Island. That little brat Bai Chi actually dared to slay a celestial dragon. How astonishing. Big Mom continued to indulge in cream cakes. Mama, that little rascal is finished now. Charlotte Oven remarked slowly. Even now, Oven could not shake the memory of that formidable child. The raw power he exhibited when he struck himself. It felt akin to being rammed by a bull, was anything but pleasant. His mastery of the 3 types of Haki was remarkable, and shortly after defeating him, he had the audacity to eliminate Drought Jack. Oven considered himself no match for Jack, who was a rival to the sweet commanders within Big Mom's crew. Yet Bai Chi managed to sever such a figure in two. This rate of growth is utterly bizarre, if that child survives. He may very well pose a threat to the existence of Big Mom's empire. Mum, Oven mused, your grudge against the Navy has been avenged. I must admit, I wish to confront that little brat myself. It is indeed a pity he perished so soon. Big Mom lamented, recalling her own youthful might, which prompted her earlier desire to recruit Bai Chi. Katakuri entered the room, listening to the exchange between Big Mom and Oven, a hint of regret flashing across his face. Such a gifted child, to meet his end so prematurely? Meanwhile, another emperor, Shanks, was aboard a small vessel, perusing the latest news in the newspaper. That squad leader on Whitebeard's ship is utterly reckless. It was evident that shock and disbelief colored Shanks' expression. What is it, Captain? Beckman approached, cigarette in hand. Is there some remarkable news? Shanks, the emperor of these seas, rarely exhibited such demeanor. Jesus Burgess, curious, leaned in. What is going on, Captain? Is Whitebeard going to war? No, it's not news of Whitebeard clashing with the Navy. However, it does pertain to him, Shanks declared emphatically. Oh, Jesus Burgess pondered, sensing that if it wasn't related to a conflict with the Navy, what could possibly rattle the ever-composed Shanks? Take a look for yourselves, Shanks shrugged, handing the newspaper to Beckman and the others. As Beckman grasped the paper, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The headline boldly proclaimed, a new era, the boy who slayed a celestial dragon, the admiral sent to suppress. This is that Bai Chi, Beckman exclaimed, his cigarette extinguished. Bai Chi, the young lad Shanks had frequently mentioned, was indeed unforgettable. At merely 8 years of age, his youthful figure had recently dominated the headlines. He had annihilated the Wolf Head Pirates, triumphed over Kaido and Big Mom's subordinates in the Dressrosa Coliseum, and most impressively, had slain Drought Jack. Shanks had previously stated that this child was destined for greatness, and Beckman wholeheartedly concurred. How little time has passed, and this young rascal has already caused such a catastrophic calamity. Alas, what a pity for a promising pirate to meet such an untimely demise, Beckman remarked gravely. Although White Chi is not a member of his crew and there exists a competitive relationship, the audacity to defy the Navy and the Celestial Dragons is a quality that Beckman cannot help but admire. An untimely demise, you say? Shanks gazed skyward, lost in contemplation. Perhaps, could he survive? Shanks reminisced about his time aboard the ship of the pirate king, Roger. After the dissolution of Roger's crew, he recalled that the first mate, Rayleigh, was likely residing on Sabaody Archipelago at present. A smile gradually appeared on Shanks's face. He was well aware that the Dark King Rayleigh would surely be intrigued by the temperament of that young rascal, White Chi. Given Rayleigh's disposition, it is quite possible he would intervene to prevent Kizaru from executing White Chi. At that point, White Chi might not be apprehended by the Navy after all. What's the matter, Captain? Beckman noticed Shanks's unusual demeanor. Having followed Shanks for so many years, it was impossible for him not to discern this change. Otherwise, his time aboard the red-haired pirates would have been in vain. Shanks' expression was clear. There was still hope for this situation. I believe I mentioned the story of the Dark King Rayleigh to you, Beckman? Shanks replied, evading Beckman's question with a counter. Yes, the Dark King Rayleigh. The legendary first mate of Roger's crew, who now lives in seclusion, enjoying a tranquil life, correct? Beckman responded with intrigue. But what does this have to do with White Chi? Wait a moment, the Dark King Rayleigh? In seclusion? Let me look again at your expression. I understand now. Captain, Rayleigh is also on Sabaody Archipelago, isn't he? Beckman exclaimed excitedly. Shanks did not answer, merely smiling faintly. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Let us prepare for tonight's banquet. The mood aboard the red-haired pirates instantly surged. A magnificent pirate ship was sailing swiftly across the sea. It was none other than the flagship of the world's most formidable pirate crew, the Moby Dick. At that moment, Whitebeard stood on the deck, allowing the sea breeze to caress his face. Yet his expression was one of deep concern. Damn it, Blackbeard has actually turned Ace over to the Navy, that ungrateful wretch. I shall take it upon myself to end his life. Whitebeard forcefully slammed his Naginata onto the deck, sending a wave of his formidable presence sweeping across the Moby Dick. A group of subordinate pirates stood frozen in fear. Father, Marco also bore a troubled expression. Recent events aboard the Whitebeard ship had been overwhelming. First came the news of Ace being captured and handed over to the Navy by Blackbeard, followed swiftly by the outrageous act of White Chi killing a celestial dragon. These two newcomers are the most esteemed individuals by Whitebeard, yet both now face a perilous fate. Father, what shall we do? Diamond Jozu inquired, his expression grave and anxious. We must declare war. Whitebeard replied calmly. A brief silence ensued before the entire Moby Dick erupted with a resounding cry. War. War. Down with the Navy headquarters. Down with the Navy headquarters. Flatten Marineford. Rescue Ace. Billy. Upon Whitebeard's directive, the call to White Chi's snail phone was successfully connected. Hello, Father, I'm on my way. What do you need? Came the familiar voice from White Chi's end. Excellent. Has the Admiral not arrived yet? Hurry, White Chi. Whitebeard urged with urgency. I still have important matters to attend to, old man. White Chi responded while navigating through the chaotic streets towards Shaki's bar. You killed a celestial dragon, and you're not fleeing immediately? Ace has already been captured by the Navy, and I certainly do not wish for another son to fall into their hands. Whitebeard nearly shouted. Ace, has he truly been imprisoned and impelled down? White Chi gasped, astonished. He had only joined Whitebeard's crew for a few months, and now the war at Marineford loomed ominously. It seemed imperative for him to expedite his plans. He was determined to avoid a narrative where Ace perished, Whitebeard fell in battle, and the Whitebeard pirates suffered devastating losses. Thus, you must return swiftly, young lad. I am preparing to wage war against the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard declared solemnly, exuding an air of commanding authority. I understand, Father. Which is precisely why I cannot return at this moment. This matter concerns the fate of our crew. White Chi asserted resolutely. He was determined to enhance his strength before the war and rally a significant number of external forces. What do you mean? Whitebeard inquired, perplexed. I will invite the Pirate King Rayleigh to join our ranks at Sabaody Archipelago. White Chi articulated clearly. Rayleigh? He would indeed be a valuable ally, but White Chi. The Navy has already dispatched an admiral to suppress you. Remaining there not only jeopardizes your chance to recruit Rayleigh, but also puts you at risk of capture. Whitebeard's expression was filled with concern. This young man, White Chi, was truly a source of anxiety. Killing a celestial dragon. It was a feat only he could accomplish. A veritable madman. If he did not return promptly, the situation for the Whitebeard pirates would only worsen. Forget about recruiting Rayleigh for now. Return immediately. We must prepare for war. Whitebeard's deep voice resonated once more. On the other end, White Chi's lips curled into a slight smile. Father, trust me. I have grown stronger. He declared confidently. Stronger again? Whitebeard's throat felt parched, and he coughed a couple of times. The last time White Chi demonstrated his prowess. He had the ability to defeat the drought-inducing Jack. The implication of having grown stronger now suggested he might possess Marco's strength, or perhaps even that of an emperor. It is difficult to articulate. Given the rapid development of White Chi, anything is possible. Little Ghost, do you have confidence in confronting an admiral? Whitebeard inquired with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, the Whitebeard pirates erupted in astonishment. What? Jaws, did you just hear that? That is asking if White Chi can withstand an admiral? Marco exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Well, it seems that way. Does this imply that White Chi has become even more formidable? Jaws swallowed hard, pondering the implications. But could it be that his strength has escalated too swiftly? This little brat is advancing at an alarming rate. Surely, he cannot truly stand against an admiral yet? Haki Bista gripped his sword, skeptical that White Chi could currently challenge an admiral. He recalled their pact from when they first set sail, promising to teach him swordsmanship upon his return. Has White Chi truly surpassed him now? Fear not, Dad. At the very least, I can assure you that one admiral cannot pose a threat to me, White Chi declared with unwavering resolve. Moreover, if the opportunity arises, I shall injure Kizaru, thereby diminishing the Navy's formidable combat power, and our odds of victory will increase, even if just by a fraction. A spark of excitement flickered in White Chi's gaze. His words reached the ears of Marco, Jaws, and the others. This little brat is so audacious? They were left in stunned silence. It seems that White Chi is not contemplating escape, but rather devising ways to inflict damage upon the admiral. This is utterly inconceivable. At the very least, when it comes to Marco, one can be certain of his ability to escape from the hands of the admiral. Yet inflicting any harm upon him is, to be honest, rather uncertain. Not to mention those weaker than Marco, such as Diamond Jaws and the likes of Vista. Beep, beep, beep. Whitebeard has already hung up the phone. What did that little brat just say? Even Whitebeard himself could hardly believe the words spoken by Wateki. In this world, only the 4 emperors could utter such words. Could this little brat truly be that powerful now? Old man, he claims he will inflict damage on Kizaru. Diamond Jaws could hardly believe it. This little brat. Silence enveloped the entire ship as everyone fell into deep contemplation. At Sabaody Archipelago, White Chi was hastily making his way to Shaki's rip-off bar. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of bullets swiftly descended from the sky, aimed directly at White Chi. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. With a mere twist of his body, he evaded them all. The Navy personnel gazed in disbelief at the inexplicably missed shots. How is that possible? How could we miss? Exclaimed a group of startled soldiers. The earlier scene had been utterly bizarre. Despite the barrage of bullets fired from behind him while he was unprepared, White Chi seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly dodging them. Sir, what's happening? Inquired one bewildered sailor. Could this be the legendary Haki? A lieutenant exclaimed in astonishment. The famed observation Haki, which allows one to sense impending danger. When mastered to its zenith, even grants glimpses of the future. The officer was astounded. The soldiers were momentarily dumbfounded. This Haki was indeed formidable. Yet, after a fleeting moment of contemplation, they all fainted. White Chi continued his sprint. With so many lackeys in the way, Conqueror's Haki truly was a splendid asset. With it, no fool would dare to disrupt him. Boom. A laser flashed and suddenly exploded right beneath his feet. A laser. Kizaru? It appeared he must first deal with Kizaru before engaging Rayleigh in conversation. Come forth, Kizaru, White Chi said nonchalantly. There was no response. Only the sudden appearance of the former warlord, Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma? Observing the expressionless figure, White Chi understood he was merely confronting a cold-blooded machine. Poor Kuma. Have you truly become this way for the Revolutionary Army? He lamented. Target acquired, locking on. Fire. With a resounding boom, a laser cannon shot forth towards White Chi. Instead of dodging, he activated his advanced armament Haki, which enveloped him like a transparent armor. With a thunderous explosion, the ground erupted into a massive crater. Advanced armament. And not even a scratch on my clothes. White Chi remarked with satisfaction as he assessed his condition. He sensed that his armament Haki had significantly strengthened, potentially capable of withstanding even the might of the great swordsman, Ryuma. Buzzing, Kuma aimed once more at White Chi, preparing to unleash another laser. Target locked, firing. In an instant, White Chi accelerated to Kuma's side, raising his fist clad in dark armament Haki. The recently fired rocket was forcefully returned to its sender. With a colossal roar, Kuma swallowed his own laser, which detonated within him, reducing him to a pile of rubble. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission reward. Defeated the artificial machine, Bartholomew Kuma. Reward. 1 use of invincible body. White Chi's lips curled into a grin. Ding. Host, White Chi. Age, 8. Profession, captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Fruit, tremor fruit, ignores the sea. Haki, armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate. Skills, light speed slash, 10 uses. Instantaneous strike at light speed. Blink skill, 7 uses. Instantaneous movement within 100 meters. Invincible body. For uses, after activation, the body remains invincible for a period, currently lasting 10 seconds. Items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/3, fish fruit, sky gold, 50 billion berries, 8 billion berries, rain fruit. Name sword, blowing snow, with ice and snow effects, hammer fruit. Basic attributes, strength, maxed, defense, maxed, agility, maxed, endurance, maxed. Along the way, White Chi had dealt with some oblivious Navy men, as well as the now cold-blooded weapon, Kuma. He successfully arrived at Shaki's rip-off bar, on Sabaody Archipelago, within Shaki's establishment. She was engaged in a lively discussion with the Dark King, Rayleigh. You old man, After disappearing for so many years, you finally show up. Where have you been all this time? Haki reproached. As a friend, Rayleigh's silent absence had weighed heavily on her mind. Ah, haha, you know my nature. I enjoy wandering and occasionally picking up a few coins for some drinks, Rayleigh replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Look at you, Haki retorted with mock anger. Yet, the grievances of the past had dissipated. Rayleigh's return was the best news. They could reminisce about old times and perhaps uncover valuable intelligence. Rayleigh and Haki sat across from each other at the table. Tell me, Haki, what are your thoughts on the new era? Rayleigh suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, which was unusual for him. Seeing this unexpected seriousness from the typically frivolous Rayleigh, Haki responded earnestly, the youngsters of the new era? They are all quite ambitious. However, while they may thrive in the Grand Line, I fear they will face dire challenges in the New World. Having spent time in the New World, Haki was acutely aware of its perils, particularly concerning the four emperors. Why do you ask this? Haki inquired, puzzled. Rayleigh typically discussed past events with her, so this question about the new era surprised her. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and sipped his wine, allowing its rich aroma to swirl within him. He slowly began. I recall Roger once prophesied that the youngsters of this era would eventually surpass him. Surpass the Pirate King, Roger? Those youngsters of the new era? Haki responded in shock. It was hard to fathom that the Pirate King Roger held such weighty expectations for the new generation. Seeing Shaki's astonished expression, Rayleigh was not surprised. Even he had once doubted. Roger was the man who had reached the final destination, the true Pirate King. Had he not fallen ill and surrendered to the Marines, it would undoubtedly still be Roger's era. Yet, the events of today, especially the emergence of that 8-year-old brat, White Chi, left a profound impression on Rayleigh. He sensed something remarkable. The individual Roger once spoke of, destined to save the world, could very well be that little brat. Haki. I too have only just begun to believe what Captain Roger said. After meeting White Chi, Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with insight. White Chi. Shaki's gaze suddenly became vacant as she lingered in thought for a few seconds. Finally, she spoke. If it's White Chi, then he truly is an extraordinary pirate. In all these years, this is the first time I have encountered such a gifted and audacious individual. Thus, I sense that in the future world, the new generation will overthrow the old powers, Rayleigh remarked solemnly. A new era has arrived. Soon, we old-timers shall become obsolete. Haha. Yet, despite what you say, even with the dawn of a new age, I firmly believe there will always be a place for you in this world, King Rayleigh. Summer Chi naturally doubted Rayleigh's assertion of his own obsolescence. Even if Rayleigh is aging, the youngsters of this new era are, in comparison, still far from matching him. Not even a fraction of 1%. Naturally, this excludes that peculiar fellow, Bai Chi, whom Rayleigh just mentioned. That individual stands as an anomaly in the new era, exuding an aura that sets him apart. With his presence, all contemporaries would be overshadowed. While Rayleigh and Summer Chi engaged in conversation, the door creaked open. A youthful boy stepped through, bearing an expression of serene indifference. Just as Bai Chi was mentioned, he had arrived. At last, you have come, Bai Chi. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Haha, Rayleigh said with a smile, adjusting his glasses. My apologies, I encountered some troublesome individuals on the way. Sister Summer Chi, could you pour me some more red wine? Bai Chi addressed Summer Chi. Certainly. Moreover, Bai Chi, the information you provided has been corroborated. The celestial dragons were indeed slain today on Sabaody Archipelago. Here is your billion berries. Summer Chi continued. I truly did not expect you to have killed a celestial dragon. You sly little rascal. You informed me of their demise, then took matters into your own hands. What a madcap individual. Well, I shall gladly accept it, haha. Bai Chi grinned broadly, unapologetically claiming his billion berries. Rayleigh looked on, puzzled. What are you two talking about? Since earlier, Bai Chi and Summer Chi had been discussing matters beyond his comprehension. Summer Chi paused for a moment before turning to Rayleigh, explaining, you see, this lad, in order to acquire information from you without payment, exchanged the knowledge of a celestial dragon's impending death. One truly wonders whether to label this boy as audacious or cunning. Summer Chi sighed in exasperation. Chapter 103. War analysis. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Bai Chi. Humph. You are indeed a madcap individual. I never would have imagined that this boy would have personally slain a celestial dragon, Rayleigh said in astonishment. Meanwhile, Bai Chi remained composed, sipping his red wine. My apologies, Sister Summer Chi. I shall cover all expenses for tonight, as compensation for your losses. Haha. Bai Chi jested. You little rascal. Summer Chi shook her head in resignation. Since Bai Chi is regarded as a friend of both Xiaoba and Rayleigh, she naturally would not concern herself with the financial matters. Besides, she had incurred no loss, merely informing Bai Chi of Rayleigh's whereabouts. Let us set aside that topic. Bai Chi, what brings you to seek me? Rayleigh inquired seriously. This 8-year-old boy, though appearing harmless, was not to be underestimated in Rayleigh's eyes. The very fact that he had traveled such a distance to discuss matters with him indicated that it was no trivial issue. Rayleigh had an inkling it was something of great significance. Then I shall speak plainly. Bai Chi swirled his wine glass, consuming the vibrant red liquid in one gulp. Whitebeard is set to engage in battle with the Navy. You're aware of this, Rayleigh? Bai Chi stated earnestly. Rayleigh abruptly halted his drinking, setting down his glass. This young boy had come here regarding the impending conflict? One must realize that the scale of this war could very well surpass all others since the era of Roger and the Golden Lion. Yet, why had this boy sought him out? Was it possible that? I understand. So, little boy, do you wish for me to take part in the battle? My apologies, but I shall not be returning, Rayleigh replied coolly. He knew he could never return to the Navy headquarters, for he possessed knowledge of the world's greatest secrets. He had once sworn an oath before Roger, vowing to grant the Navy no opportunity whatsoever. The atmosphere of the entire bar fell into a brief silence. Ha, Rayleigh, is that really you so decisive? Baichi remarked playfully, unperturbed by the situation. His past experiences had equipped Baichi with the acumen to handle such business discussions adeptly. Indeed. Rayleigh replied solemnly, I presume you are aware that Ace is the child of Roger? Baichi appeared remarkably composed, for he was acutely aware that he had Rayleigh firmly in his grasp and could undoubtedly persuade him. From the moment Rayleigh summoned him to the tavern for this conversation, Baichi understood that Rayleigh intended to participate in the battle at Marineford. However, Rayleigh harbored his own unspoken burdens. If Baichi could assist Rayleigh in resolving this matter, even if he later attempted to dissuade him, Rayleigh would still make his way to Marine headquarters. Upon hearing Ace's name, Rayleigh fell silent for a moment, his fingers trembling slightly. Finally, he exhaled deeply. Alas, I know. Who would have thought that Roger's lineage has come to an end? Damn it. With that, Rayleigh slammed his fist heavily against the table. A minute of silence ensued. Baichi remained quiet, calmly sipping his red wine. Some matters are best left for Rayleigh to articulate himself. Pressing him would only lead to complications. At last, Rayleigh spoke. The reason I do not go to Marine headquarters is due to that blank century of history. I cannot be captured by the Marines. It is for the greater good. It was evident that Rayleigh's complexion was weary. His reluctance to join the war stemmed from profound personal reasons. He did not wish to appear as a coward. Roger must have compelled him to vow that even if his own flesh and blood were captured by the Marines, Rayleigh could not engage in battle with them. And the memories of that century of blank history must remain preserved in his mind. Haha. Baichi suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at, brat? Even the Dark King Rayleigh found it difficult to decipher the young boy before him. In the depths of the boy's eyes, Rayleigh seemed to glimpse an air of confidence, a sense of omniscience emanating from him. Such an expression in his eyes, Rayleigh had only witnessed it once before, from Roger, the greatest pirate king in the world. Was it possible that the savior Roger once spoke of was this little brat before him? A myriad of thoughts swirled in Rayleigh's mind as he faced an 8-year-old child, causing him to lose his usual composure. With a bitter smile, he shook his head. I laugh because, Mr. Rayleigh, are you so certain that Whitebeard will fail in this war? Baichi gazed confidently into Rayleigh's eyes. Child, you underestimate the Navy, Rayleigh countered, shaking his head. The Navy is the most formidable force in this world, the true sovereign of the seas. They are far stronger than the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords. With Whitebeard's aging body, he cannot contend against 2 of the 3 admirals. Even if I were to join forces with Marco and Whitebeard, we could only hold off the 3 admirals, Rayleigh declared solemnly. And on the Navy's side, their top combatants include the likes of Hero Garp, the wise Sengoku, and the 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Especially that Hero Garp. I have witnessed his power. In his prime, he could chase Roger across the map. After saying this, Rayleigh took a hearty swig of his drink, downing it in one go. Memories, like smoke, wafted before his eyes, and he lamented, moreover, the Navy has the assistance of the 7 warlords. Victory in this war is simply unattainable. Rayleigh expressed his frustration. How he wished for Whitebeard to prevail. After all, this was a battle to save Ace, a battle to preserve the bloodline of Pirate King Roger. I have my own measures, Baichi responded, his gaze still unwavering after hearing Rayleigh's analysis. Rayleigh stared at Baichi for a long while, perplexed as to why this child remained so composed. He had already laid out the disparity in strength for the boy, given that they would be fighting in the Navy's stronghold. The likelihood of victory for the Whitebeard pirates was virtually non-existent. Yet, Baichi, fully aware of this reality, remained so calm. Was it ignorance on the part of this child, or did he possess some hidden ace? Mr. Rayleigh, would you be interested in hearing my analysis of the combat strength in this war? Baichi licked his lips, a confident smile gracing his face, instantly uplifting the atmosphere in the bar. Chapter 104. Reaching an agreement. Seeing Baichi's self-assured demeanor, Rayleigh felt intrigued. Could this child truly possess some remarkable trump card? Given Baichi's past exploits, it would not be surprising if he had something impressive up his sleeve. After all, this 8-year-old had accomplished feats that defied reason, even defeating the drought-causing Jack. Shucky, bring me a bottle of white wine. Haha. Rayleigh called out to Shucky, then returned his focus to Baichi. Pray, enlighten me. Baichi began. First, regarding the 7 warlords, I have secured the promises of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Hancock. Doflamingo and Hancock, indeed valuable allies, Rayleigh mused. However, against the overwhelming might of the Navy, they may still fall short. I intend to use Doflamingo and Hancock merely to suppress the vice admirals, Baichi replied nonchalantly. Suppress the vice admirals? Rayleigh questioned. Do you think they cannot manage that? Certainly not. Either of them could easily handle all vice admirals except for Garp. Along with Whitebeard's captains, they could easily decimate those Navy vice admirals. Rayleigh asserted confidently. Yet, we still lack the manpower to contend with the admirals. Concerning the admirals, I have my own plans. I will soon negotiate with Mihawk. I believe he will join us, Baichi said calmly. With Mihawk and Rayleigh, his plan would be complete. If these two formidable fighters allied with the Whitebeard crew, Baichi was convinced that victory would be within reach. Mihawk, indeed a formidable ally. Yet, even with his addition, along with Marco, myself, and Whitebeard, we will only have 4 top-tier combatants, Rayleigh remarked, shaking his head. Rayleigh remained doubtful about their chances of victory on the battlefield. However, he couldn't help but admire Baichi. This young lad had succeeded in assembling such an impressive coalition, showcasing diplomatic skills far superior to Whitebeard's. While victory was not guaranteed, at least hope had emerged. Observing Rayleigh's skepticism regarding their chances of winning, Baichi chuckled. Mr. Rayleigh, do you not wish to hear my analysis of our combat strength? He took a sip of his drink, laughing heartily once more. Oh, Rayleigh was once again taken aback. Did this child possess yet another impressive strategy? It seemed unlikely, as Baichi had already ensnared most external forces. Could it be that he aimed to recruit an admiral as well? This is simply inconceivable. Without addressing the doubts, Rayleigh spoke calmly. If I were to contend against Whitebeard, what do you think our chances would be against the formidable duo of Garp and Sengoku? Upon the utterance of these words, both Rayleigh and Shachi turned their gaze towards Baichi. What did that little rascal just say? He intends to restrain Sengoku and Garp. That invincible duo? One must understand that the combination of Sengoku and Garp could force legendary pirates like Roger and the Golden Lion into a corner. As for Whitebeard, that is another matter. With his strength, he can indeed hold Garp at bay. However, this little brat, Baichi, thinks he can contend with the supreme combat prowess of Garp and Sengoku, the 2 titans of the Navy? Is he jesting? Baichi, I believe you are gravely underestimating the might of Garp and Sengoku. The Dark King Rayleigh lamented. Initially, he thought this young lad might possess some ace up his sleeve. But to his surprise, the final analysis of his combat capabilities turned out to be thus. Rayleigh felt disappointment wash over him once more. It seems he would not be able to participate in this war after all. I mean, if you would, Rayleigh, please answer my question. Baichi, shedding his usual playful demeanor, fixed his gaze intently upon the face of the Dark King Rayleigh. An inexplicable aura emanated from Baichi, leaving even the Dark King momentarily stunned. This imposing aura I have only witnessed in Roger. Could it be that this young lad is truly a natural-born powerhouse? Akin to the Pirate King, Roger? As a man endowed with Conqueror's Haki, I hardly regard ordinary presences. Yet, this mere 8-year-old, Baichi, exudes such formidable energy. Even I, Rayleigh, the Dark King, am taken aback. If what you say is true, then with the combined efforts of Mihawk, Marco, and the free Doflamingo, along with Hancock, the 3 of us can easily contend with the 3 admirals. Rayleigh candidly responded to Baichi's inquiry. Haha, Doflamingo and Hancock will handle the vice admirals. You, Mihawk, and Marco are tasked solely with restraining the 2 admirals, Baichi declared, a cunning glint sparkling in his eyes. 2 admirals? Rayleigh repeated, puzzled. Could it be that the Navy has infiltrators among us? A flicker of suspicion crossed Rayleigh's gaze. Haha, I am not that influential yet, Baichi shrugged. However, isn't a certain admiral scheduled to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago today? Do you think I would allow him to leave unscathed? A sly smile danced on Baichi's lips. As he placed down his cup, his demeanor turning serious. It is the perfect opportunity for you to witness my prowess, Rayleigh. Youngster, do you truly intend to confront an admiral? Rayleigh was evidently skeptical of Baichi's ability to match an admiral's caliber. Let me remind you, admirals are not as weak as you presume. They possess the strength of a sovereign. Defeating someone like Jack the Drought is no trivial matter, Rayleigh cautioned, his concern palpable. It was clear that in Rayleigh's eyes, Baichi was at best of vice admiral caliber, and facing an admiral would pose a significant challenge. Baichi, however, was unfazed. Say, Rayleigh, how about a wager? Rayleigh's interest piqued. A bet? Haha, that sounds delightful. Do tell. He chuckled, finding the young Baichi increasingly intriguing. Do not interfere. If I can defeat the admiral dispatched here, you shall assist Whitebeard in his confrontation with the Navy, Baichi stated, locking eyes with Rayleigh. Deal. If this young lad indeed possesses the strength of an admiral, I will gladly fight alongside you. By my grandmother, I refuse to be a coward. Rayleigh proclaimed with great bravado, his aura enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 105. Rayleigh's involvement. Should Baichi truly possess admiral-level strength, the Whitebeard pirates would boast an array of top-tier combatants. Mihawk, Whitebeard, Baichi, Rayleigh, and Marco, all formidable forces. It would be a fair match against the Navy's top 5, comprising Garp, Sengoku, and the 3 admirals. Furthermore, with Doflamingo and Hancock joining the fray, Rayleigh felt confident in their chances against the Navy. Moreover, if Baichi emerged victorious and managed to keep the dispatched admiral here, the Navy would be left with only 4 top-tier combatants. If calculated this way, a confrontation with the Navy could indeed be feasible. The outcome remained uncertain. Then it is settled. Baichi and Rayleigh clasped hands in agreement. Kid, I look forward to your victory, and even more so to our collaboration at the Navy headquarters. Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ding. Upon reaching an agreement with Rayleigh, a task reward was triggered, enhancing the power of the Tremor fruit. The Tremor fruit, intermediate, can induce earthquakes and tsunamis. Oh, system, let us check the panel. Ding. Host, by Chi, age, 8 occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirate's fruit. Tremor fruit, ignores the sea. Intermediate, induces tsunamis and earthquakes. Haki. Armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate, skills. Light speed slash, 10 uses, instantly strikes the enemy at light speed. Blink skill, 7 uses, instantly teleport within 100 meters of any space. Invincible form, 5 uses, after use. Body remains invincible for a period, currently lasts 10 seconds. Items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 30 fish fruit, heavenly gold, 50 billion berries. 8 billion berries, rain fruit, famed blade, blowing snow, adds ice and snow effects, hammer fruit. Basic attributes, strength, at maximum defense, at maximum agility, at maximum stamina, at maximum the ability to induce earthquakes and tsunamis with this tremor fruit truly is remarkable. It surpasses Haki as a skill for clearing the field. It is indeed worthy of being hailed as the most potent attack among the Paramecia-type devil fruits. Seeing Bai Chi's lips curl into a slight smile, lost in thought, Rayleigh snapped him back to reality. Hey kid, what is going on? Daydreaming doesn't suit you? Oh, nothing much. I believe the admiral should be arriving soon. It's time for me to meet him. Dark King Rayleigh, remember our pact. With that, Bai Chi vanished into thin air. Rayleigh's glasses glinted with a spark of realization. What incredible speed. This lad might genuinely possess admiral-level strength. Afterward, Rayleigh propped his chin on his arm, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he murmured to himself, "No, I cannot let this young lad face the admiral alone. I still have my reservations. Xia Qi, I shall step out for a moment." With that, Rayleigh too vanished into thin air, leaving Xia Qi to tidy up the bar. "You two rascals, you haven't even paid for the drinks." It struck her as amusing that her bar, known for extortion, was facing its first loss today. Meanwhile, Kizaru had already landed on Sabaody Archipelago but did not rush to seek revenge against Bai Chi and the others. He understood that with his strength, handling a group of these new generation youngsters would be effortless. None shall escape. Hello. Kizaru used the Den Mushi to make a call. But there was no answer on the other end. Bang. Suddenly, 2 bullets whizzed past Kizaru's head, grazing him without inflicting any harm. From a distance, 2 pirates exclaimed. What? How is that possible? The bullets clearly hit him. In an instant, a flash of yellow light appeared as Kizaru teleported to the 2 pirates' side. Hey, I just wanted to ask for directions. Am I really that terrifying? Shouldn't you pirates be the ones to fear? Kizaru inquired, perplexed. At the same time, he lifted his leg and delivered a sidekick, unleashing a beam of yellow light. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook violently. The 2 fleeing pirates were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Excuse me, but could you tell me where I can find Bartolomeo? Have you seen him? Unbeknownst to them, Kizaru had already materialized beside the 2 pirates. What Bartolomeo? We don't know anything. Please spare us. We're just 2 small-time pirates. The 2 pirates stammered in terror. Not sure, huh? Well, my apologies. A beam of yellow laser emerged, ending the lives of the 2 pirates on the spot. Nearby, a towering tree was uprooted and toppled by the shockwave. Lord Kizaru, you might have gone a bit overboard. The marine soldiers exclaimed in shock, surveying the fallen tree and the devastation around them. Oh, haha, perhaps I did go a tad overboard, Kizaru replied lazily. Sigh. Is there truly no one who knows Bartolomeo's whereabouts? The next objective, let us move. Upon finishing his words, Kizaru transformed into a beam of yellow light and vanished once more. At the dock of Sabaody Archipelago, Hawkins' crew of pirates was busily unloading cargo. Captain, we must depart swiftly. Admiral Kizaru is on his way. One of the crew members stammered, evidently intimidated by the admiral's reputation. Indeed, Admiral Kizaru. His speed is renowned as unparalleled. We, the newcomers, stand no chance against him. Even that rookie, White Chi, who could cleave Jack in 2, would surely meet his demise. Another pirate exclaimed in terror. Do not fret. We are not destined for death today, Hawkins replied indifferently, manipulating the cards in his hands. Today, the probability of our demise stands at 0. While our chances of escape were 70%, Hawkins stated calmly. Meanwhile, White Chi, en route, encountered a group of Navy soldiers encircling a man dressed like a gangster. It was none other than another member of the worst generation, the gang leader Becky, currently trapped by the Navy. Gang leader Becky, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately. The Navy soldiers declared, their numbers evidently overwhelming. Standing alone amidst the Navy, Becky displayed no signs of panic. Surrender? I believe it is you who should capitulate. Given the disparity in numbers, fire tank pirates, come forth, Becky commanded, to everyone's astonishment. A multitude of miniature soldiers erupted from his body as if he were a machine. What? The surrounding Navy soldiers were momentarily dumbfounded, witnessing such an extraordinary devil fruit ability for the first time. The tiny soldiers surged forth from gang leader Becky's body. Charge. With the sound of a charge signal. One by one, the tiny figures leapt from Becky's form. In an instant, they transformed back into their normal human size. Ah! The screams of the Navy echoed incessantly as corpses littered the ground. After dispatching the Navy, Becky prepared to leave but suddenly exhibited an unnatural expression. He turned his head and asked, "Who?" Whitechie emerged slowly, speaking in a calm tone. "Well done, Becky. Your devil fruit ability is quite impressive. Perhaps in the future, you could consider transforming this power into an indomitable fortress." Whitechie remarked casually. This statement left Becky in a state of great agitation. To evolve into an indomitable fortress? He was well aware of his own fruit abilities and intended to develop them in such a manner. Yet, how could this young brat know? Who on earth was he? Could he possibly be some newly recruited genius from the Navy? "Captain Becky, this person is the recently popular Whitechie," exclaimed one of Becky's crew members in shock. Whitechie? Becky pondered for a moment. Ah, I remember now. This fellow once defeated the drought-inflicting Jack. Jack is one of the 3 prominent figures of the 4 Emperor's Beast pirates led by Kaido. As Becky displayed a panicked and wary expression, Whitechie slowly approached him. "Rest assured, I am merely passing by and harbor no ill intentions towards your flame tank pirate ship," Whitechie said nonchalantly. "If anyone wishes to join my newly established Great White Shark Pirates, they are always welcome," Whitechie added with a smirk. "Damn it, you insolent brat. How brazen of you to openly poach." Becky's expression darkened. However, given Whitechie's reputation and the pursuit by the Marine admirals, engaging in a conflict with him was clearly not the wisest choice. "Men, we are leaving. And Whitechie, rest assured, there will not be a single traitor among my crew," Becky said fiercely before boarding the dock. Haha, I hope you all pay attention to the recent newspaper reports, especially the one regarding the Sabaody archipelago today. At that time, should you wish to join my Whitechie pirates, you are always welcome," Whitechie called out as he made his way toward the heart of the Sabaody archipelago. Once Whitechie departed, the members of the Flame Tank Pirates were left in utter confusion. What does he mean by paying attention to today's report about Sabaody Island? It seems this brat is up to something significant, one crew member remarked. "Boss, that brat is heading in that direction. Is he seeking death?" Another crew member questioned, puzzled. "That direction?" Becky fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of shock as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. Could it be? Could he be going after the Marine Admiral? The moment those words escaped his lips, the entire pirate ship crew inhaled sharply. This young brat was indeed audacious. Meanwhile, at Whitechie's intended destination, Admiral Kizaru had already arrived. "Hello, I would like to ask for directions. Have you seen Bartolomeo?" Kizaru said with a faint smile directed at Hawkins. One of the supernovas, Hawkins, scrutinized Kizaru with his eyes, perceiving an overwhelming energy emanating from him. "I'm sorry, but I don't know where Bartolomeo is," Hawkins replied, preparing to leave with his tarot cards in hand. "Not knowing where Bartolomeo is? Then you are in quite a predicament," Kizaru said lazily, pointing his finger at Hawkins. "Since I have nothing else to do, I suppose I might as well apprehend you." Supernova Hawkins. Kizaru's lips curled into a smirk. A beam of yellow light suddenly shot forth from his finger, piercing through Hawkins' heart. Yet, Hawkins remained composed. Glancing at his tarot cards once more. "The probability of my death today is 0, he stated calmly. As the light penetrated, a cloud of smoke erupted. But Hawkins emerged unscathed. In the distance, a dockworker handling cargo suddenly felt a powerful energy strike at his heart, collapsing to the ground and causing a stir among the other dockworkers. Oh dear, the new generation of brats, the newcomers of this era of crime. They all seem rather formidable, Kizaru exaggeratedly remarked, while muttering to himself, "Have you ever seen a kick at the speed of light?" No sooner had he spoken than Kizaru raised his right leg, delivering a sidekick. A flash of light struck Hawkins again, causing a nearby pirate to explode into fragments. Oh, such remarkable abilities indeed. Kizaru mused as Hawkins remained unharmed, perplexed. Once more, Kizaru unleashed a beam of light, exclaiming, "Speed is weight. Do you understand?" With a resounding crash, a light-speed kick struck Hawkins, sending him soaring into the sky like a kite severed from its string, before crashing to the ground. As Hawkins rose, his expression grew serious. Is this the strength of an admiral? Truly, so powerful. Suddenly, a building collapsed, leaving a heap of rubble in its wake. Just as Kizaru and Hawkins clashed, the bizarre monk Urki emerged from the debris, laughing heartily. Remarkable indeed, the warlord of the sea, Tyrant Kuma. Urki wiped the blood from his mouth. "You are truly useless, Urki. Is this all the strength of a supernova?" Drake suddenly leaped down from the sky, kicking Tyrant Kuma away. "Oh dear, the new generation of brats. They all seem rather terrifying," Kizaru remarked faintly upon witnessing the scene. "Oh, you are. Admiral Kizaru." Drake's expression darkened. Having once been a Marine major, he was well aware of Kizaru's formidable power. With Kizaru present, the combined strength of all the supernovas would still fall short against him. "Drake, I just happened to be here to clean you up, you traitor of the Navy." Kizaru scoffed with disdain, before executing a swift motion that sent Drake flying. Before Urki could react, another beam of yellow light shot forth, sending him flying as well. Manifestation of Demon Slayer. Hawkins, sensing the threat, suddenly transformed into a terrifying scarecrow with a grotesque visage. How frightening! Kizaru exclaimed, his mouth agape, pointing at Hawkins. Beams of light erupted. Hawkins screamed in agony as the small scarecrows on his body continued to fall, signifying the death of his substitutes. Once all the scarecrows fell, Hawkins would be perilously close to death himself. Chapter 107. The super hot white chi boom. Boom, boom, check. The peculiar sound from Apu reverberated. Music, with Apu's eccentric sounds. Music filled the air, captivating everyone present and enveloping them in its rhythm. What is this music? Why does it feel like my body is no longer under my control? Kizaru asked, bewildered, yet his eyes remained unperturbed, calm as ever. You've fallen under my musical spell. Since we VE encountered an admiral, it's time to make a grand ruckus before we leave. Apu smirked. Boom. Apu clapped his stomach, and an explosion erupted, scattering Kizaru into pieces, limbs separated. Oh dear. What a terrifying ability. Yet Kizaru remained unscathed, his body transforming into light and reassembling. The crowd was taken aback, initially believing that AP had successfully ambushed Kizaru, and they thought they had resolved the situation. However, it soon became apparent that Kizaru had not suffered any injury. A burst of laughter echoed as Baichi, who had already arrived at the destination, declared, ha ha ha, without the necessary prowess, you cannot harm Kizaru. The supernovas turned their gazes towards Baichi. I remember now. He is Baichi. If we consider him among the supernovas, he would undoubtedly be a formidable giant among them. The astonished Urki exclaimed, haven't I heard of Baichi? Hawkins chimed in. He is the one who felled the drought-stricken Jack at merely 8 years of age. A true supernova indeed. Having had his fun, AP decided to retreat, exclaiming, I've had enough of this, so I'll take my leave. You all enjoy yourselves. In a panic, AP fled the scene, bouncing across rooftops. You think you can ambush me and just walk away? Not so easily. Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, instantly appearing beside AP. With a swift spin and a side kick, AP was struck down, crashing into the ground, and the force shattered the flooring around him. Blood spewed from AP's mouth as he collapsed. Today, you shall all meet your end here, Kizaru said with a hint of irritation. You newcomers are truly terrifying, speed combined with force. No sooner had he spoken than Kizaru transformed into light once more, arriving beside Drake and Urki in an instant. With a resounding crash, both Urki and Drake fell to the ground. Baichi observed the entire scene, having just utilized his observation Haki. A slight smile crept upon his lips. He could entirely see through Kizaru's lightspeed kicks with his observation Haki. It seemed that the system had produced an absolute gem. Even his intermediate observation Haki was effective against an admiral. One could only imagine how formidable he would be once all 3 types of Haki were upgraded to their pinnacle. Combined with his extraordinary physical capabilities, he would likely exert an overwhelming pressure that no one in the pirate world, past or present, could withstand. On the battlefield, the supernovas, shaken by Kizaru's lightspeed assault, had lost their previous composure. Damn it, we're finished. Admiral Kizaru is serious now. Drake's face was a mask of terror. He had witnessed Kizaru's terrifying prowess firsthand during his time as a Marine Major. These people are utterly insufficient to confront Kizaru alone. We're doomed. Drake closed his eyes, resigned to the fact that today might be his last unless a miracle occurred. Hawkins was equally astonished. How can this be? I clearly foresaw my death probability as 0. Yet, given the current circumstances, his fate seemed dire. This is impossible. Confound it. Hawkins picked up his cards again to perform another divination. The result indicated an anomaly, with death probability still at 0. Hawkins muttered to himself, staring at the cards. An anomaly, you say? Hawkins fell into contemplation. Could it be? Suddenly, it struck him, and he focused his gaze on Baichi. Baichi. Yes, Baichi. The newcomer with a bounty of 1 billion. He must be the key to this anomaly. A flicker of hope ignited within Hawkins. Hey, are you still daydreaming? You underestimate me. Kizaru reappeared beside Hawkins in an instant. Speed combined with force. This is likely your last chance, Hawkins, Kizaru said, his expression turning serious. Let us see if you can withstand my lightspeed kick. Kizaru grinned lazily at Hawkins as his right leg transformed into radiant light. Hawkins, his face etched with horror, thought. Has the anomaly not yet occurred? How could I, Hawkins, who has endured so much, defeated so many pirates, finally arrive at Sabaody Archipelago only to face this? Is this truly my final resting place? Closing my eyes, I awaited the onslaught of the yellow ape. With the creature's remarkable speed, Hawkins was acutely aware that evasion was an impossible endeavor. Suddenly, a shadow materialized. The anticipated kick from the yellow ape was delayed, and as Hawkins gradually opened his eyes, he beheld a youthful figure standing before him. This figure is Baichi, the newly appointed captain on the Whitebeard ship, who once vanquished the drought-inflicting Jack. Snap! In the distance, 2 reporters, 1 male and 1 female, dressed in typical press attire, pressed the shutter on their camera. Did you get it? The tall male reporter inquired anxiously. I got it, senior. I got it. The female reporter exclaimed with excitement. It was evident that the slender male reporter was the senior of the female reporter. Let me see, he said eagerly, taking the photo she handed him. In the image, Hawkins lay on the ground, while Bai Chi stood protectively in front of him, arms outstretched to block the yellow ape sidekick. I never imagined we would encounter such a sensation as Bai Chi today. The male reporter stammered with excitement, his hands trembling as he held the precious photograph. This image could potentially elevate his status by several ranks. It was said that last time, when a reporter captured Bai Chi defeating a member of the Don Quixote family in the Dressrosa arena, along with the Big Mom's Owen, that journalist was promoted to vice president of the news agency. Indeed, senior, this time Bai Chi's opponent is an admiral from the Navy, the female reporter added, equally exhilarated. Do you think we'll be rewarded with several thousand berries upon returning to the office for capturing such valuable information? She asked, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Several thousand berries. The male reporter questioned, a smile creeping across his face. Lily, you underestimate the significance of the news in your hands. Do you know how much was earned from the last encounter with Jack? He asked confidently, a smirk forming on his lips. Could it be 1,000,000 berries? Lily exclaimed, jumping with enthusiasm. That's wonderful, senior. We'll be rich, she said, brimming with joy. 1,000,000 berries? Let me be frank with you. It's at least 100 million berries. The male reporter asserted with seriousness. 100 million berries. Lily was utterly astounded, swallowing hard in disbelief. This was beyond shocking. As a journalist, even with an exemplary career, one could hardly amass such wealth in a lifetime. Lily, you must understand that Bai Chi is a major sensation. Keep the camera rolling and capture everything. Such hot news will fetch a handsome price. Just wait for your promotion, raise, and bonuses. The male reporter urged, anxious not to miss any crucial details. Yes, senior. Lily, recovering from her shock, swiftly prepared her camera and began recording. This was undoubtedly a newsworthy event worth over 100 million berries. She could not afford to be careless. A moment's neglect could mean losing out on a fortune. On the battlefield, a gust of wind swept through, causing the clothes of the yellow ape and Bai Chi to flutter. Oh, a formidable adversary has arrived. The yellow ape remarked nonchalantly, retracting his right leg. Ah, I remember now. My primary mission is to capture you, Bai Chi. The yellow ape maintained his lazy demeanor. Despite Bai Chi's surprising defense against his lightspeed kick, the yellow ape was aware that he had only exerted less than half of his strength. This power may suffice to confront some newcomers with bounties exceeding 100 million. Yet it is quite normal to be thwarted by a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. To have an admiral personally dispatched to apprehend me is indeed an honor. Bai Chi shrugged, unfazed. Oh my, how audacious you are, young one, Kazara remarked, his usual languor replaced by a flicker of intensity. I shall not hesitate to inform you that the Navy has issued a kill order against you. This time, I am determined to end your life, for as a newcomer, your negative influence on the pirates of this world is far too significant. A glint of coldness flashed in Kazara's eyes. The Navy is not inclined to witness what is dubbed the so-called new era, he mused. No sooner had he spoken than Kazara vanished without a trace. So swift. Bai Chi momentarily paused, yet he managed to catch a glimpse of Kazara's movement. At that very moment, Kazara was directly behind him. A beam of yellow light suddenly materialized, and as Bai Chi leaped, the tremendous force sent Hawkins hurtling far away from the shockwave. How formidable! These two are incredibly powerful. As the most recent observer, Hawkins could truly appreciate the might of both individuals. In terms of strength and speed, they surpassed him by several dimensions. Is this truly a struggle among monsters? Accompanied by the explosion of the yellow light waves emanating from the yellow ape, his expression appeared rather peculiar. At this moment, the yellow ape was even more astonished than White Chi. While White Chi was aware of the yellow ape's might, the yellow ape remained oblivious to the true extent of White Chi's power. In his memory, White Chi was merely at the level of a vice admiral. The instantaneous movement he had just executed utilized every ounce of his strength. Furthermore, the sudden lightspeed kick from behind was nearly impossible for an average person to evade. Yet, this mere 8-year-old child, White Chi, not only sensed his movement with advanced observation but also demonstrated remarkable physical prowess, instinctively dodging the attack with sheer agility. At last, I comprehend why the Navy harbors such trepidation towards you, thus issuing a bounty on your head, the yellow ape remarked with an odd expression. The individual, nearly 8 years of age, has already approached the formidable strength akin to that of the 4 Emperor's commanders and has aligned himself with the most feared pirate crew in the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates. This crew stands as the most powerful pirate ship in the world at present. Should this young prodigy continue to develop, the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly grow even more formidable, potentially disrupting the delicate balance of the entire world. Therefore, this boy named White Chi must be eliminated. It is indeed a pity, young White Chi. You ought to have chosen to join the Navy. Kazara shook his head, perceiving White Chi as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. I must take this matter seriously now. Young White Chi, Kazaru stated with a grave expression in his eyes. This little imp possesses an extraordinary talent. He must be eliminated. In the distance, 2 members of the press displayed expressions of delight. How exhilarating, truly exhilarating. One male reporter was engrossed in watching the video featuring the recorded confrontation between Kizaru and Bai Chi. The footage captured the intensity of their movements, nearly reaching its zenith. Only by slowing it down 100-fold could one barely discern the events that transpired. Such a riveting video. Such an engaging battle. with the most popular character, Baichi, clashing against a marine admiral. We are bound to profit immensely. Ahem. The male reporter swallowed hard and cleared his throat. Whoosh. Kizaru transformed once more into a streak of yellow light, hurtling directly towards Baichi. You little brat. How dare you match my speed? I can't allow you to live. Kizaru exclaimed furiously. Well, this is the result of my daily regimen. 10 kilometers of running and 100 squats. Baichi replied with a grin, jesting. What a joke. You have thoroughly enraged me. Do you truly think a marine admiral possesses such meager skills? Kizaru's once serene eyes now brimmed with ire. Although Baichi spoke the truth, Kizaru could not bring himself to believe it. Running 10 kilometers and performing 100 squats is a mere routine, even for the most junior of marines. The reason for Baichi's strength must lie elsewhere. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Kizaru, Baichi said, observing Kizaru's growing anger. It was amusing how a typically laid-back Kizaru could be provoked to such a degree by a simple truth. He resolved never to speak honestly again. 840 mirror. Ignoring Baichi's words, Kizaru brought his hands together at his abdomen, unleashing a radiant beam of light. The yellow luminescence shot forth rapidly, bouncing off objects and ricocheting toward Baichi. A commendable technique, Baichi thought to himself. Such an ability is highly effective against those lacking in observation Haki, making it easy to strike a target. The trajectory was far too intricate to predict, significantly more challenging to evade than Kizaru's previous direct beam of light. Chapter 109, shocking the audience. Kizaru stunned Baichi activated his advanced armament Haki, positioning his hands before his chest in a defensive stance. The overwhelming light wave collided with his arms, erupting in a violent explosion. The nearby buildings were obliterated by the shockwave, collapsing in a cascade of debris. What? Has that little rascal Baichi already been defeated? Hawkins wore a face of disappointment. According to his card divination, an anomaly would emerge to save his life. Hawkins had pinned all his hopes on Baichi. But with Baichi's potential defeat, it seemed his crew of supernovas was doomed. Ulki and Drake shared equally grim expressions, nursing their injuries. They had hoped Baichi could stall Kizaru. But it appeared that even a billionberry bounty pirate had no advantage against a marine admiral. Lily, who was also holding a camera, knitted her brows. Is this how it ends? It seems that the dark horse Baichi is insufficient against a marine admiral after all. Yet, the male reporter consoled, nevertheless. This will certainly yield us a substantial profit. Although the battle had not been particularly thrilling, it was evident that Baichi had been swiftly overwhelmed. However, the spotlight of this news was on Baichi, a name that could draw attention and generate revenue for the Whitebeard crew. Moreover, the very fact that he faced the personal capture of a marine admiral made the news worth a fortune, even if the battle itself lacked excitement. Wait, my senior brother. It appears Baichi has not perished. Lily exclaimed in disbelief, her face a mixture of astonishment and joy. She hurriedly reminded her senior brother that they might be on the verge of a significant breakthrough, despite having been struck by Kizaru's 840 mirror. And the residual energy having collapsed surrounding buildings, Baichi stood there, utterly unscathed. This is truly beyond comprehension. Hawkins, closest to the scene, wore an expression of astonishment on his face. This young rascal has astonishingly managed to withstand the onslaught of Admiral Kizaru. That was a formidable blow from a high-ranking officer. The sheer talent of this youth is utterly terrifying. One can only imagine the limitless potential that awaits him should he escape from the Navy's encirclement in this operation. With further development, he might even surpass an admiral, or perhaps even the 4 emperors. Is this what is referred to as an anomaly? Hawkins murmured to himself while gazing at the card in his hand, subsequently falling into a prolonged silence. It is unfathomable to consider the devastation this formidable child could wreak upon the Navy in the future. Furthermore, this young boy is a member of the Whitebeard pirates, the crew reputed to be the strongest in the world. The delicate balance among the 3 great powers is likely to be disrupted. Hawkins understands better than anyone the peril of shattering this equilibrium, for it heralds a future rife with conflict. The pivotal figure in this scenario is the youthful Baichi, who stands not far from Hawkins. Haki and Drake, however, are not contemplating such matters. They are utterly astonished by Baichi's prowess. An 8-year-old child has managed to withstand an admiral's attack. Their eyes are filled with terror, for such talent is likely unparalleled in history. Particularly Haki, the strange monk, who is rendered in a state of shock, his eyes wide and his body trembling uncontrollably. This must be the true embodiment of a monster. Reflecting upon oneself, and then glancing at the figure of Baichi before me, the disparity is simply monumental, several dimensions apart. Could it be the result of some extraordinary devil fruit ability? Lily, hurry and capture this moment. Do not squander such a precious opportunity, exclaimed the enthusiastic male member. This time, we have struck gold. Lily, not daring to slacken her pace, promptly resumed filming. At this moment, the expression on Kizaru's face was far from pleasant. You little brat, how could you possibly withstand my Yasukani no Magatama? Kizaru declared in shock, his lips beginning to quiver slightly. I believe you understand better than anyone, Mr. Kizaru, Baichi replied, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Bleep. Bleep. Kizaru's phone bug suddenly rang, yet he had no intention of answering. Faced with Baichi, who possessed advanced Haki, Kizaru dared not lower his guard. It's quite all right. Kizaru, I can wait here for you, Whitechi grinned. You bastard. Am I truly being underestimated? Kizaru muttered, then answered the call. Hello, Momonosuke, hurry over. I've encountered a rather troublesome individual. Kizaru spoke with a serious and stern tone. On the other end, Momonosuke offered no elaboration. Understood, old man. He merely stated before swiftly heading towards the battlefield. The commotion from Kizaru's previous attack had created quite the stir, and Momonosuke had already discerned Kizaru's approximate location. What's the matter, Lord Momonosuke? The surrounding marines inquired, puzzled. Sensing something amiss with Momonosuke, the soldiers felt an inkling that something significant had transpired. With Admiral Kizaru present and Momonosuke personally overseeing matters, it was unusual for him to appear so serious unless a particularly grave situation had arisen. Kizaru is in trouble. I must make my way there, Momonosuke declared before rapidly departing the scene. The remaining marines were left in a state of bewilderment. Kizaru is in trouble? Am I hearing this correctly? Is there truly someone on Sabaody Archipelago capable of causing Admiral Kizaru distress? The soldiers were incredulous, struggling to believe that an admiral would encounter trouble on the Grand Line. Who could possibly possess the power to vex an admiral? If they were to learn that the source of this trouble was merely an 8-year-old child, they would surely be at a loss for words. As Momonosuke sprinted towards the scene, his mind raced with thoughts. He was well acquainted with Kizaru's demeanor. In any situation, he maintained an air of calm. If Kizaru had suddenly become serious, it was a clear indication that he was indeed facing significant trouble. This also explains why he hastily ended the call after uttering just a single sentence. However, Jean Tamara found it perplexing. Were the Chambered Islands merely inhabited by a band of rookie pirates? Such insignificant figures, even 100 of them, would hardly pose a challenge to Admiral Kizaru, would they? The only formidable culprit, Whitechi, though possessing decent strength, Jean Tamara was certain would struggle to endure even 3 rounds against the full might of Admiral Kizaru. With growing curiosity, Jean Tamara quickened his pace, eager to discover who could possibly unsettle Kizaru so profoundly. At the battlefield, Whitechi maintained his smile. Let us continue, Mr. Kizaru. Arrogant little brat, Kizaru retorted, transforming into a beam of light and unleashing his power to the maximum extent. Even with Whitechi's advanced observation Haki, which allowed him to glimpse fleeting moments of the future, he was astonished. Such incredible speed, truly worthy of an admiral. Whitechi marveled inwardly, realizing that this battle would not be easily won. Chapter 110, The Worship of the Monk. Urki, feel the force of my lightspeed kick, Kizaru declared. Hanging upside down in the sky, delivering a furious side kick with an exceptionally acute angle. A radiant yellow aura materialized above Whitechi's head, growing increasingly blinding before erupting forth. Whitechi concentrated his advanced armament Haki into his hands, crossing them over his chest to form a defensive posture. At last, the light reached him, and the tremendous impact sent Whitechi flying. How powerful you are, Kizaru. Were it not for my advanced armament Haki, I might have truly faced defeat. Whitechi observed the Haki coalescing around his fists, feeling quite satisfied. Though propelled away by the force, he remained unscathed, encased in a layer of Haki that resembled a transparent armor. Even the Admiral's onslaught could be effortlessly repelled. Below the battlefield, the warlord Bartholomew Kuma emitted waves of light from his mouth. Suddenly, a yellow beam shot forth. Whitechi let out a soft hum. While others might perceive this as the actions of Bartholomew Kuma, Whitechi understood all too well that the figure before him was no longer the flesh and blood bearer, but merely a war machine. He couldn't even be bothered to activate his Haki, opting instead to strike the light wave with his formidable fists. With a thunderous explosion, the beam detonated upon contact with Whitechi's punch. This spectacle captured Kizaru's attention. His observation Haki detected that Whitechi's fist bore no trace of armament Haki. Little brat, it seems you're in quite the predicament now. This is the price of your arrogance, Kizaru remarked with disdain. The assault techniques of this war machine were conceived through the study of its own light waves, wielding a force of its own. To think one could defend without activating their armed color? Do you fancy yourself as Garp? The yellow ape scoffed, aware that while his attack might not inflict fatal harm on Whitechi, it would at least leave him with bruises. Yet, a peculiar scene unfolded. Whitechi remained unscathed, his gaze fixated intensely on the tyrant bear, this war machine. How could it be? The boy emerged unhurt. The yellow ape wore a bewildered expression. In an instant, Whitechi vanished into thin air. The speed was astonishing. Even the yellow ape found himself compelled to commend it. This child possesses a velocity akin to mine? The yellow ape's mood soured. He was renowned as the fastest. Now, an 8-year-old child matched his swiftness, and more alarmingly, this boy was not a fruit user. This meant that Whitechi's instantaneous movement was entirely the result of his own formidable physique. Such a terrifying body must be entrusted to Dr. Vegabunk. The yellow ape, with an odd expression, realized that within Whitechi lay some monumental secret. Otherwise, how could an 8-year-old child, regardless of physical prowess, attain such an extraordinary level? Even the hero of the Navy, Garp, when he was the same age as this child, was a dimension away in comparison. This young prodigy is truly remarkable. Not only has he mastered advanced Haki, but his physical prowess is equally formidable. Should such an individual not serve the Navy, he will undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. Even Kazara vaguely senses that this young lad may become a greater menace than the Pirate King, Roger. Kazara now comprehends why the Navy has issued a bounty on this seemingly insignificant youth. Allowing him to develop further would constitute a substantial risk. Gone? Hawkins and the other supernovas exclaim in astonishment. Such speed. It can truly rival that of Admiral Kizaru. At such a young age, possessing such formidable power. Baichi is indeed terrifying. Hey, Lily, where is everyone? In the distance, two journalists, a man and a woman, were equally perplexed. Baichi seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving them utterly bewildered. Play the replay, let me see. The male reporter urged impatiently. Upon activating the playback at 100 times speed, they could only discern a fleeting shadow. This kid is too frightening, I remarked. Lily, who do you think will ultimately emerge victorious in this battle? The male reporter suddenly expressed his astonishment. Isn't it obvious? It must be Admiral Kizaru. No matter how powerful Baichi is, he cannot possibly contend with an admiral. Lily, the female reporter, replied with uncertainty. I don't understand why my usually composed senior would pose such a peculiar question. Anyone would likely arrive at the same conclusion. Of course, it is the admiral who will prevail. However, Lily, I have a foreboding feeling. Perhaps Baichi will, like before, surprise us all. The tall, slender male reporter declared with excitement. If what he predicts comes true, and Baichi either escapes or claims victory, then the value of the footage captured will soar. A super dark horse, indeed. Lily murmured, her lips trembling. If Baichi can truly match an admiral, then this horse is exceedingly dark. At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens. The journalists turned their gaze towards the source of the blast. A massive crater, measuring at least 100 square meters, had formed in the ground. In the center of the pit, Bartholomew Kuma had been obliterated, with dismembered limbs soaring into the sky. The female reporter covered her mouth with her hand, murmuring in disbelief, the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma, defeated by Baichi in a single strike? It was almost inconceivable that the imposing figure of Kuma could be rendered so utterly powerless before Baichi. In just one encounter, he had been struck down by Baichi's fist, creating a tremendous explosion. Was the disparity truly so vast? Senior, you suggested Baichi might win. I now believe it. The eyes of the male and female reporters remained fixated on the crater, their expressions frozen in shock. Hawkins and his companions were equally astonished. This kid is undoubtedly the anomaly in the admiral's suppression of the Sabaody archipelago. I shall seize this opportunity to escape. Hawkins declared resolutely as he gazed at the cards in his hand. This kid, is he really that strong? The eccentric monk, Haki, stammered in disbelief. He had witnessed Kuma's power firsthand, and despite activating his own devil fruit ability, the law of cause and effect, he had been unable to defeat the 7 warlords. Yet Baichi, this 8-year-old boy, had effortlessly dispatched the formidable enemy with a single blow. If that is the case, then Baichi must indeed be the most formidable presence here, the most extraordinary individual. At this moment, Haki regarded Baichi with a newfound perspective. The strength before him was simply overwhelming. In the future, he may even surpass the 4 emperors. Could it be that the next pirate king has emerged? Haki looked at Baichi with a mixture of respect and admiration. Chapter 111, The Power of Strength. Hey, Haki, did you know this Baichi before? How did he become so powerful? Drake, who had been knocked down by Kazara's lightning-fast kick, inquired of Haki. He's the one who dispatched that drought-causing jack. But it seems he has grown even stronger, Haki replied, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. The speed of this young boy's progress is simply astonishing. Meanwhile, looking at himself, he realized that at his age, he had only recently become a bounty-hunting rookie with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Compared to Baichi, he felt utterly insignificant. Just as he pondered this, a glimmer of starlight suddenly appeared in the sky. Yada no Kagami. Kazara soared high above, shouting at Baichi. Dense beams of light energy began to coalesce in the sky, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. With a mocking tone, Kazara declared, Little brat, I admit you are impressive for having defeated the pacifist in one strike. Let us see if you can withstand my next assault. The yellow energy points in midair cascaded down towards Baichi like a torrential rain, akin to a barrage of meteors bombarding him. This is it. Admiral Kizaru is unleashing his ultimate move. Lily, the reporter, exclaimed in shock as she observed the multitude of light points in the sky. Is this how it ends? A question arose in the hearts of the journalists. Hawkins and the other supernovas widened their eyes, curious as to how Baichi would face Kazara's onslaught. Blow away, snow. Baichi shouted. A pure white sword materialized from another dimension, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, as a series of slashes appeared out of thin air. Those white slashing beams, adorned with icy effects, surged forth like snow dragons towards the torrential barrage of light from Kizaru. The sky erupted in an instant, as tremendous energy violently clashed between Baichi and Kizaru, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance. Hawkins and the others struggled to keep their eyes open against the dazzling light. Occasionally, some energy beams rained down from the sky, some exploding while others created freezing effects. Incredible! So powerful! Haki swallowed hard. Such an exhilarating battle. He pondered whether he would ever witness something like it in his lifetime. A rebellious young boy, having killed a celestial dragon, was now dueling against an admiral. Both sides were evenly matched. Haki sighed, reflecting on his age, uncertain if he would ever reach the level of an admiral. Meanwhile, The 8-year-old boy before him had achieved heights he could only dream of. Hawkins and Drake gazed at the explosive energy in the sky, reminiscent of countless fireworks bursting in the air. What a spectacular battle! This boy named Bai Qi astonishes me, Hawkins remarked in awe. It is truly unimaginable that someone can rival Kizaru, that monstrous being, apart from the 4 emperors, Drake exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. He was all too aware of Kizaru's terrifying prowess. To think that this Bai Qi could neutralize Kizaru's most formidable skill, not a no Kagami. Thus, it can be said that Bai Qi is a creature even more formidable than the yellow ape. Hurry, capture the moment, Lily. This battle is truly magnificent. If all goes as anticipated, your video will be worth at least 200 million berries, exclaimed a male reporter with excitement. 200 million berries? Lily was utterly astonished. This means that after completing this task, even if she resigns, she will be financially secure for life? It is all thanks to this little demon named Bai Qi before her. Without his remarkable strength in facing the Marine Admiral, she would never have obtained a report of such value. Keep filming. Lily encouraged herself with exhilaration. Meanwhile, the yellow ape, under the lens, wore an expression far from pleasant. You little rascal, how could you be so powerful? Have you been concealing your abilities all this time? He queried with suspicion. It was hard to believe that just months ago, this unknown child had become increasingly formidable since boarding Whitebeard's ship. First, he had slain a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, then caused chaos in Rosa by defeating Drought Jack, and now he dared to challenge a celestial dragon, standing firm against a Marine Admiral. If this trend continues, it is unfathomable what Bai Qi will accomplish in the future. Damn it! The yellow ape's teasing demeanor vanished, replaced by a hint of wariness. I truly cannot underestimate you, Bai Qi. Amaterasu manifest. A sword of light, composed of atomic luminosity, materialized instantaneously. With the sword in hand, the yellow ape pointed its tip at Bai Qi. Let us both showcase our true prowess, Bai Qi. I am eager to learn your swordsmanship, he declared with a serious countenance. Very well, yellow ape, I was just lamenting the lack of sparring partners, Bai Qi replied, eager to test his newly evolved frostblade for the first time. He yearned to experience the sensation of wielding a sword imbued with the aura of flowing cherry blossoms, complemented by the magical effects of ice and snow. Amaterasu, the yellow ape shouted, transforming into a beam of light that collided with Bai Qi's frostblade. The immense force of the impact sent shockwaves of energy erupting around the sword. The powerful aftermath caused the surrounding structures to collapse into heaps of rubble. Hawkins widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Are they merely exchanging residual waves of such magnitude? Observing the ruins that resulted from the clash between Bai Qi and the yellow ape, he realized he had been thrown far back by the sheer force. These are indeed 2 ferocious beasts. Hawkins marveled. At this moment, Drake and Erky found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that the strength of the yellow ape I witnessed earlier was not his full capability? Drake mused in frustration. Upon reflection, it made sense. The yellow ape had only demonstrated his power in a simulated exercise, and surely, he had not unleashed his complete strength. In this crucial confrontation with Bai Qi, the fearsome pirate, it is hardly surprising that Admiral Kizaru has unleashed all his capabilities. Ulki, the peculiar monk, finds himself in a state of bewilderment. With an odd expression on his face, he murmurs to himself, is this truly their full strength? Indeed, terrifyingly powerful. How many such formidable warriors reside in the new world? At my age, I fear I shall never reach my destination. With a sigh of lament, Ulki's gaze fixates intently on Bai Qi, lost in contemplation. Is this a clash of swordsmen? An astonished reporter exclaims. Chapter 112, The Shattered Sunglasses of Kizaru. The title of swordsman is undoubtedly more captivating. Thus, it appears that this young lad, Bai Qi, is indeed a veritable treasure trove. The reporter exclaims with excitement. In the realm of pirates, being a swordsman is a distinguished vocation. Many aspire not merely to be pirates, but to become swordsmen, illustrating the immense allure they hold in the hearts of those in the pirate world. Naturally, a duel between 2 swordsmen is far more enthralling than a mere skirmish between pirates. On the battlefield, Admiral Kizaru stands against Captain Bai Qi of the Whitebeard crew. Their eyes lock, and an aura emanates from them, sweeping across the surroundings. I never anticipated, Bai Qi, that you were also a swordsman, Kizaru remarks, astonished. Shall we have a duel then? Bai Qi replies, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, both figures vanish in an instant. The sky offers no trace of them. Only the continuous sounds of explosions and clashes resonate. How is this possible? Hawkins gasps, his eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The remarkable speed of Bai Qi and Kizaru renders their positions invisible, with only the echoes of metal colliding filling the ears of the supernovas. This young lad matches the Admiral in speed. Drake exclaims, astonished. He had witnessed Kizaru's terrifying velocity during his time in the Navy. It is known that Kizaru is hailed as the fastest. If Bai Qi can hold his own in speed, it indicates that he has gained the upper hand in this fierce contest. This is a truly terrifying scenario. A fledgling, just embarking on his journey at sea, has already achieved unprecedented speed. It is evident that it will not be long before this young prodigy ascends to become the mightiest individual in this world, an existence even more fearsome than the Red Count. Equally astonished is the peculiar monk, Haki. At this moment, Haki lies on the ground, gazing at the angelic wings that the yellow ape has severed. And then he looks up at the two figures vanishing into the sky, listening to the sounds of clashing weapons. What a bizarre scene. Can I not even catch a glimpse of their silhouettes? Haki shakes his head in disbelief. Fighting against these two monsters leaves me utterly hopeless. Indeed, when faced with absolute strength, my fruit ability feels utterly trivial. The release of karmic retribution is undeniably powerful. The more grievous the injury I sustain, the more formidable my retaliation. However, when confronting beings from an entirely different dimension, such abilities become futile. I would be dispatched in an instant, leaving no opportunity to unleash my devil fruit powers. Even if I were granted the chance to unleash them, how could I possibly target White Chi and the yellow ape? These two behemoths are simply beyond reach, making any form of counterattack implausible. Simultaneously, a bold thought began to form in Haki's mind. Having witnessed the monsters of the New World, Haki is acutely aware that his dream of discovering the One Piece and becoming the Pirate King is now an impossibility. To establish himself in the New World, he must align himself with a formidable ally. If he must choose, Haki's heart inclines towards White Chi. To hold his own against an admiral at such a young age, exhibiting such monstrous talent and physical prowess, he is undoubtedly a prime candidate for the future Pirate King. Being part of the crew of a captain who, at merely 8 years old, dared to slay celestial dragons and could contend with admirals is no small honor. Furthermore, with such a powerful captain, he would surely be able to find the One Piece. In that regard, he certainly would not be at a loss. Yet, he wonders if White Chi would even consider him. It seems that if he is to seize this opportunity, he must perform exceptionally well. A glimmer of determination flashes in Haki's eyes as he surveys his surroundings, searching for a chance to prove himself. Equally astonished are the members of the news agency, stationed far from the battlefield. This combat style is utterly outrageous. A male reporter, watching the footage, exclaims in disbelief, even when slowed down 100-fold. The figures of White Chi and the yellow ape remain elusive. This speed must have reached the very limits of humanity. The female reporter, a novice named Lily, gazes in awe. I have never witnessed anyone with such extraordinary speed. We must capture this. We can use specialized equipment for ultra-slow playback later. The male reporter pats Lily on the shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. As ordinary individuals, their sense of shock is far more intense than that experienced by the supernovas. The footage reveals the two disappearing figures reappearing simultaneously. White Chi and the yellow ape wield their swords, each striving to overpower the other. Upon magnifying the image, one can observe beads of sweat forming on the yellow ape's cheek. You scoundrel! Your stamina is astonishing. The yellow ape exclaims in disbelief. The fugitive known as Bai Chi possesses a strength that slightly surpasses his own, and what is even more alarming is the endurance of this 8-year-old. At this moment, Kizaru began to feel a hint of fatigue from the sustained release of his extraordinary speed. Yet, the child before him showed no sign of weariness whatsoever. Ha! Kizaru. This endurance is the result of my daily 10-kilometer runs. Bai Chi proclaimed with a mocking grin. You insolent brat! How dare you toy with me? Kizaru retorted angrily. He could hardly believe the child's absurd claim that running 10 kilometers each day could grant such formidable strength. The speed he once took pride in now seemed futile against this young adversary, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. This audacious little imp, nearly 8 years of age, unabashedly taunted his opponents during the fray, which was most infuriating. In the chaos of battle, when had he not ridiculed others? When had he not engaged in combat with an air of nonchalance? Yet, in this particular skirmish, he found himself genuinely struggling. The incessant jeers from the enemy only served to amplify his frustration. It was only now that he comprehended the sentiments of those he had previously mocked with such ease after effortlessly vanquishing them. The experience was undeniably disheartening. With a sharp crack, the sheer intensity of their sword auras caused Huang Yuan's tea-colored spectacles to shatter, revealing his pair of small, startled eyes. This scene caught Kizaru somewhat off guard. It was indeed the first time his sunglasses shattered during a battle. Observing Kizaru's eyes, squinted into mere slits. Bai Chi couldn't help but chuckle, urging him to acquire another pair of sunglasses, teasing, look at you, without your shades. Your eyes are so blinded by the light that you can hardly open them. Chapter 113. Squinty-eyed Kizaru dare to mock me, you scoundrel. Kizaru, fully aware of Bai Chi's taunts, felt his anger swell. The fallen supernovas witnessed this spectacle as well. To their surprise, the renowned Admiral Kizaru had such small eyes. Drake, a former rear admiral, remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In his memory, Kizaru had always appeared somewhat lackadaisical, yet due to his formidable strength, he loomed large in Drake's mind. However, seeing Kizaru in such a disheveled state and with those squinty eyes made Drake laugh heartily. Indeed, it seems this is the first time Admiral Kizaru has found himself in such a predicament, exclaimed the eccentric monk, Urich. The more Kizaru faltered, the more it confirmed the prowess of the captain he had chosen, a realization that filled Urich with excitement. He could already envision a future where he, alongside Bai Chi, ventured through the new world and ultimately claimed the One Piece. Amidst the malicious grins of the surrounding supernovas, Kizaru, filled with rage, shouted, Amaterasu. He swiftly retreated, unleashing a formidable slash towards Bai Qi from midair. The massive blade of light, combined with radiant energy, was dazzling. Bai Qi gazed at the brilliant radiance above him, sensing the immense power capable of obliterating everything in its path. The brilliance intensified as it neared him, and it was evident that Kizaru was beginning to pant, struggling to maintain the force behind this fierce attack. Prepare to meet your doom, Bai Qi. Witness my true power. Kizaru roared, anger coursing through him. The man before him, Bai Qi, had persistently provoked his authority, driving Kizaru to the brink of exasperation. As Bai Qi looked up at the encroaching light slash, he was slightly taken aback. It turned out that Kizaru was a swordsman of considerable skill. In his previous life, he had never truly witnessed Kizaru engage in combat. This led to a divergence in people's evaluations of Kizaru's combat prowess. Some claim he is the strongest among the three admirals, while others assert he is the weakest. The reason lies in Kizaru's nonchalant demeanor during battles, as he never exerts his full strength, regardless of whether he faces a novice in the pirate world or the formidable Whitebeard. It is rather amusing to witness Kizaru, typically so laid back, now fighting out of anger. Is this truly the demeanor of an admiral, Kizaru? To be honest, that beam of light slicing through the air is not to be underestimated. Bai Qi's expression gradually turned serious. Despite possessing advanced armed Haki from the system's rewards, he cannot afford to be careless in the face of an admiral. In the world of One Piece, underestimating an admiral can lead to perilous consequences, a fact that Bai Qi is acutely aware of. The supernovas around him were momentarily stunned by the explosive energy slash in the sky. Even Hawkins, who relies on divination, broke into a cold sweat. Such a powerful attack raises doubts about whether Bai Qi can withstand it. Hawkins exclaimed, questioning the accuracy of his divination. Surely no one could resist such a formidable strike? Hawkins was in shock. Is this the true power of an admiral? It appears Bai Qi is doomed. Drake harbored little faith in Bai Qi, likely due to the profound impact the three admirals had during his navy training. The peculiar monk, Urki, wore a face of deep concern. Could it be that Bai Qi, this exceptionally gifted powerhouse, is destined to perish here? Such power. One wonders if Bai Qi, the boy who has repeatedly performed miracles, can withstand this attack from an admiral. The reporters from the distant news agency were taken aback. Even the sword in Bai Qi's hand, Frost, began to resonate, emitting sounds akin to a dragon's roar. Listening to that melodious dragon's call, are you excited too, Frost? Bai Qi smirked, lightly licking his upper lip. Frost seemed to understand him, continuing to emit low roars. All right, let us engage him in a proper battle. What does it matter if he is an admiral? An overwhelming aura emanated from Bai Qi, sweeping in all directions. Bai Qi closed his eyes, feeling the armed Haki surging through his sword. His observation and Conqueror's Haki reached their zenith. The immense pressure emanating from his Conqueror's Haki left those around him gasping for breath. The surrounding marines and pirate minions collapsed to the ground one after another. What is this? Kizaru's expression turned to one of astonishment. After years in the New World, how could he not recognize the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki? Only those with the qualities of a king, like Whitebeard, Big Mom, Red-Haired Shanks, and Kaido, can unleash such power. He never expected that an 8-year-old boy could wield it. It was truly shocking. Bai Qi's Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a flood, overwhelming those nearby, and causing even the distant news agency personnel to fall to the ground, leaving only the camera to capture this bizarre scene. Hawkins' eyes widened. This boy possesses Conqueror's Haki, the aura of a king. Hawkins was stunned, his face reflecting sheer terror. At the same time, cold sweat broke out on his body. The overwhelming pressure forced him back to the ground, gasping for air. Even his limbs faltered, trembling uncontrollably. Such strength. This Conqueror's Haki is undeniably formidable. Hawkins' eyes brimmed with confusion and shock. It is hard to believe that an 8-year-old boy has awakened Conqueror's Haki. And with such power, he, after all, belongs to the supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million, not a nameless individual. Faced with this mountain-like aura, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. This can only signify that Bai Qi's mastery of Conqueror's Haki is of a high caliber. In other words, this boy had awakened Conqueror's Haki long ago, a talent unparalleled across the seas. Drake's gaze fixed intently on Bai Qi. This boy, this criminal who dared to slay a celestial dragon, is undeniably a king among a million. Urki swallowed hard, his face brimming with excitement. Bai Qi, the possessor of Conqueror's Haki, a natural kingly disposition. Following Bai Qi, Urki believed his future would be bright indeed. The next pirate king? If Bai Qi were to contest for that title, it would be beyond doubt. It is hard to imagine anyone else possessing a talent akin to Bai Qi's. I, Urki, shall be a crewmate of the future pirate king. Chapter 114. Fusion of tremor effects in a state of full power. Bai Qi felt the tremor fruit's abilities within his system yearning to be unleashed. He pondered what it would be like to combine the tremor effects with his Haki. Closing his eyes, he sensed the Haki enveloping Frost and began to merge it with the tremor effects. A dazzling beam of light erupted from Bai Qi's sword, contrasting sharply with Kizaru's yellow glow, manifesting as a brilliant white light. The temperature around plummeted by several degrees, and the surrounding moisture crystallized into frost. the white light seemingly brimming with explosive energy. The collision of the yellow and white lights produced a tremendous sound, causing nearby objects to crumble under the force of their clash. A faint yellow light splashed against Drake's side, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A tremendous force created a massive crater in the ground. Is it truly that powerful? Drake was drenched in cold sweat. Even a mere flicker of yellow light could unleash such formidable energy. One could only imagine the magnitude of energy generated in the collision between the two beams of light from Kizaru and Baichi. The two individuals were capable of unleashing such formidable slashes, and both could withstand them. Indeed, it was a battle of monsters. Simultaneously, faint white luminescence cascaded around them. A glimmer of white starlight fell beside Hawkins and the enigmatic monk, Urki. In an instant, the ground transformed into a realm of ice and snow, with the temperature plummeting by several degrees. Hawkins, feeling the biting cold, remarked in disbelief, "Is he a devil fruit user?" He had never heard of White Chi possessing such power. Could it be that White Chi had been concealing his true strength all along? A myriad of uncertainties swirled in Hawkins' mind. A newcomer who had only set sail a few months ago, significantly shorter than his own time at sea, led Hawkins to ponder whether White Chi was a formidable figure deliberately masking his abilities. If he were merely a novice, such rapid advancement surpassed the bounds of human comprehension. Yet, the freezing effect, while impressive, lacked the lethality of Kizaru's powers. Meanwhile, from a distance, Apu awakened, witnessing the astonishing scene before him, and began to comment on the unfolding conflict. The monk Urki gazed at the expanse of ice and snow, rendered speechless. If it were indeed a devil fruit ability, White Chi's freezing prowess was undeniably less violent than Kizaru's. At that moment, a crack echoed, and the entire ground suddenly shattered into fragments of ice. What is this? All the supernovas widened their eyes in disbelief at the extraordinary spectacle. The ground had disintegrated into icy shards, an utterly breathtaking sight. The once resilient earth now appeared as fragile as glass, with pieces of frozen soil flying overhead. The ground trembled once more, ultimately transforming into icy debris. What manner of devil fruit ability is this? The supernovas were collectively engulfed in astonishment and confusion. This resembles a fusion of the ice fruit and the quake fruit, Drake mused, recalling two figures, one from the Navy, Akiji, and the other from the pirate world. The man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard. Could one person truly possess the abilities of two devil fruits? Hawkins echoed his shock, reassessing White Chi, who was undeniably shrouded in mystery. Not only had he awakened the Conqueror's Haki, but he also wielded an array of peculiar powers. The technique that entwines the abilities of the Paramecia fruit with the sword's aura is indeed terrifying. Should anyone fall victim to such an attack, they would first endure the relentless assault of the sword's energy, leaving them bleeding profusely, only to subsequently be subjected to the chilling effects of freezing, and ultimately be shattered. The mere thought of such a scenario is utterly bizarre. Urki's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. Baichi, you can do it. He shouted towards the sky where Baichi was engaged in battle. The pirates truly cannot be relied upon. As the supernovas reflected on this, a resonant voice echoed through the air. The expressions of the supernovas changed dramatically. Behind a man with a bun wielding a massive axe stood the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, the very figure that had plunged them into their predicament. How can there be two identical warlords? Hawkins exclaimed in shock. Drake seemed to have pieced something together. Could it be? Is it the work of that fellow Vegapunk? Drake had surmised that the Bartholomew Kuma near him was merely an artificial being he had engineered. Ignoring the astonishment of the others, Kuma began to gather yellow light in his mouth, targeting none other than Baichi above. I never imagined that the one who killed a celestial dragon, Baichi, would possess such formidable strength. Jean Tamaru remarked with a serious gaze. Target Baichi, prepare to attack. He commanded the pacifistas behind him. Despicable navy. The supernovas were naturally aware of this scene, attacking while others were deeply engaged in combat? Truly a hallmark of the navy's tactics. Karma. The peculiar monk Urki suddenly smiled. It is time to make my mark. Hey, kid, if we make it out of this alive, let me join your crew. Urki shouted towards Baichi in the sky. This revelation from Baichi is indeed surprising. Could it be the enigmatic monk Urki? An absolute potential asset. For he has triumphed over the 4-star generals of the old lady in the past, as I find myself in need of capable individuals. Acquiring a supernova like him is nothing short of fortuitous. Excellent. Urki, I warmly welcome you to the great white shark pirates. Baichi proclaimed with a smile. Humph. Arrogant pirates. Watch as I apprehend you all. Jean Tamaru exclaimed in anger. Meanwhile, the energy of the pacifista had fully gathered. Retribution, just as he prepared to unleash it. The peculiar monk Urki suddenly grew enormous. Do not underestimate us pirates. A colossal fist came crashing down towards the pacifista. With a resounding boom, the tyrant Kuma was sent sprawling to the ground, the light within him exploding violently. In an instant, he short-circuited and collapsed. Having executed this strike, Urki promptly fainted. The side effects of his own retribution were quite significant, compounded by his exhaustion and injuries, leading to his temporary unconsciousness. What a scoundrel! That blow is worth a warship. Jean Tamaru bellowed in fury. Chapter 115, Lightspeed Slash, like the end of days scoundrel. That detestable pirate dares to thwart my endeavors. I shall not spare you. With that, Jean Tamaru raised his massive axe, aiming directly at the forehead of the monk Urki. A crack echoed as Jean Tamaru felt his axe collide with something sharp. Since he is under Baichi's command, I cannot allow you to strike him. An aged voice interjected. Jean Tamaru lifted his head, eager to discern who had the audacity to obstruct his attack. There are few capable of withstanding such a strike in this world. Upon looking up, he beheld an elderly figure clad in flowing garments, with white hair and spectacles. Sabaody Archipelago, you are the Dark King Rayleigh, Jean Tamaru shouted. The name Rayleigh caused the supernovas to turn their attention in unison. Goodness, what a splendid spectacle we have today. Even the former first mate of the Pirate King, Dark King Rayleigh, has arrived. Witnessing such an event makes my severe injuries worthwhile. It seems I must deal with you first, Rayleigh, Jean Tamaru proclaimed. His eyes devoid of fear, undeterred by Rayleigh's presence. Rayleigh smiled faintly, truly formidable youth. However, I shall not allow you to disturb Baichi. I have a prior engagement with him, as he must face Kizaru in single combat. With a cryptic smile, Rayleigh executed a swift kick to Jean Tamaru's rotund abdomen, sending him flying. You old man, resorting to sneak attacks. Rayleigh's lips curled upwards. Let us change the venue for our battle. With that, he vanished into thin air. Well done, Rayleigh. I shall defeat Kizaru, Baichi stated calmly. In the sky, the yellow and white beams of light from the slashes gradually faded. You have an agreement with Dark King Rayleigh? Kizaru inquired, his eyes filled with suspicion. One is a nefarious villain of a new era, daring enough to slay the Droughtbringer Jack and the Celestial Dragons. The other, a remnant of the old era, the first mate of the Pirate King Roger, Dark King Rayleigh. The two individuals walked together, and Kizaru had a premonition. The agreement between them was undoubtedly unfavorable for the Navy. Indeed, there were certain arrangements. Baichi candidly acknowledged this. Kizaru, however, was not foolish enough to inquire about the specifics of the agreement between Baichi and himself. Through their brief encounter, Kizaru had already discerned that the boy named Baichi was far from a fool. On the contrary, this young lad possessed his own thoughts and a depth of character that belied his age. Stop daydreaming, Kizaru. I want to divulge the details of our agreement. If you truly wish to know, defeat me, Baichi provocatively declared. Amaterasu. A colossal beam of yellow light materialized out of thin air. The fierce strike surged directly toward Baichi. Can't you try something different? Baichi replied with a slight smile, wielding his sword, Snowstorm, and continuing to unleash his own slashes. Once again, a clash of yellow and white strikes unfolded, comparable to the prowess of Dracul Mihawk, leaving the surrounding supernovas in awe. In the sky, Baichi floated gracefully while Kizaru remained suspended in mid-air, utilizing his fruit powers. From my position, this round is mine, Baichi, Kizaru proclaimed, launching a series of yellow slashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fierce yellow beams raced towards Baichi. He raised Snowstorm above his head. Come on, Kizaru. Is that all you've got? Baichi countered, releasing a barrage of white slashes. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their collisions. Kizaru's 3 strikes were all deflected. Impressive, Baichi, Kizaru remarked, a hint of a smile returning to his typically languid demeanor. However, in the end, the victor will still be me. Just then, countless luminous points erupted from the ground, transforming into lasers aimed at Baichi. What? When did Kizaru unleash the Yada no Kagami? Hawkins exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. The other supernovas, including Drake, the enigmatic monk Urich, and Apu, mirrored his astonishment. Kizaru had somehow released the Yada no Kagami unnoticed, and it was positioned behind Baichi. It's over. Baichi is doomed. Have we pirates finally met our defeat? Drake lamented. The implications of Baichi's potential loss weighed heavily on him, as he understood better than anyone the fate that awaited them, being imprisoned in the depths of the ocean. Baichi, a notorious criminal, would likely face execution to demonstrate the Navy's might. In a flurry, Hawkins began to consult his tarot cards. After a tense moment, he exhaled slowly, his demeanor calming. According to the divination, the victor of this battle will be Baichi, Hawkins stated solemnly. We will owe our escape to him. How is that possible? Drake questioned, bewildered. In the sky, the sudden appearance of the Yada no Kagami startled Baichi. Truly worthy of an admiral, even with my precognition. I failed to notice when you summoned it. He smirked, impressed. Had it not been for the skills bestowed upon him by the system, Baichi believed he could have continued battling Kizaru for a considerable time, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Oh, this is my true power, Baichi. Regrettably, you shall be apprehended, Kizaru declared with confidence. Yet, Baichi merely smiled. Then allow me to show you my true strength, Kizaru. Skill, blink. In an instant, Baichi's figure vanished, leaving only the trace of his presence behind. How is this possible? Kizaru's expression became increasingly peculiar, filled with shock and trepidation. His pride lay in his ability to perceive future events, yet despite their prolonged confrontation, he had always sensed Baichi's aura. Now, however, it seemed as if Baichi had simply ceased to exist, an utterly bewildering phenomenon. In a state of panic, Kizaru instinctively adopted a defensive stance. This minor action ultimately saved his life, as the vanished Baichi reappeared behind him. Lightspeed slash, Baichi shouted. A strike akin to the speed of light materialized almost instantaneously. The powerful wave of sword energy crashed onto the ground, cleaving the very island of Sabaody in two, accompanied by tremors and a chilling frost, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Chapter 116, Wounding Kizaru. What a formidable attack. Hawkins, Drake, and the other supernovas gazed wide-eyed, utterly astonished. This method of attack is akin to the swift strike of a hawk's eye. What is most terrifying is that this strike is accompanied by magical effects. It is hard to fathom which of them, compared to hawk's eye, possesses a greater prowess in their strikes. The supernovas remarked in astonishment. Speaking of which, this young lad named Baichi is indeed formidable, Apu said with a strange expression. Does he possess the speed of Kizaru and the slashing power of the great swordsman Mihawk? Drake exclaimed in shock. It is unimaginable that the extreme speed of Kizaru and the extraordinary slashing ability of Mihawk could amalgamate within a single individual. And to think he is merely an 8-year-old boy, such an extraordinary talent is likely unmatched for millennia to come. To exist alongside such a powerful being in the same era is a perplexing mix of fortune and sorrow. Undoubtedly, this powerful strike makes it exceedingly difficult for Kizaru to evade. The sheer force and the velocity of the strike, akin to light, render evasion impossible. It was only through his preemptive defense that Kizaru was spared, although he could not evade the strike that was as swift as light. His prior preparation allowed him to avoid a fatal blow. Kizaru, witness my power. This is true light speed, Baichi exclaimed with a grin. Kizaru's face was filled with terror. The young boy's strength was utterly astonishing. Is this truly the extent of his abilities? Unlike his own rapid displacement, Baichi's previous disappearance was a genuine instant teleportation. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru had his own unique insights into speed. In that fleeting moment when Baichi vanished, Kizaru was certain that it was not merely rapid speed that caused such an instantaneous disappearance. It was, in the truest sense, spatial movement. His own lightspeed movement was only a near approximation of spatial teleportation, yet Kizaru understood that he could never truly achieve instant teleportation. Baichi exemplified true spatial displacement. As for that fierce strike, Kizaru conceded that it was indeed a genuine lightspeed slash. In terms of speed, it had undoubtedly reached the speed of light. Compared to Baichi's lightspeed slash, his own speed paled significantly. Had he not evaded the critical areas, that strike could have very well claimed his life. It is unfathomable to consider that if that vicious strike had landed upon his head, it could have ended him on the spot. Fortunately, as a natural fruit user, he observed as his severed arm transformed into light elements and reattached to his body. Young lad, it seems you were just a hair's breadth away, Kizaru said with a hint of relief, regaining his composure. Oh, is that so? Baichi remarked, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Observing Baichi's calm and mocking demeanor, Kizaru felt a twinge of unease. Was there yet another hidden ace up this young boy's sleeve? It seemed implausible, speed rivaling light, coupled with a strike comparable to Mihawk's. Kizaru struggled to imagine what other trump card Baichi might possess. If he truly had more tricks, then this boy was not merely human but a veritable demon. Wait a moment, why has my arm healed yet? Kizaru exclaimed in shock. As he watched his arm, now composed of light elements, repeatedly fail to heal, he cursed. What have you done, boy? Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as his sharp gaze fixed on Baichi. His fruit ability appeared to be completely ineffective before this young lad. At that moment, Kizaru was consumed by fury and anxiety. Driven by such emotions, Kizaru seemed to lose his composure. What exactly have you done? He yelled at Baichi, his hair beginning to dishevel. Even with advanced Busashoka Haki, I had already elementalized in advance. Why can't my severed arm reattach? Kizaru asked in astonishment. With a look of shock and terror, he stared blankly at Baichi. This admiral, who had once fought without exerting his full strength, now appeared utterly flustered. He understood all too well that if his severed arm failed to heal for an extended period, it would render him incapacitated. As seconds ticked by, no matter how hard Admiral Kizaru tried, that severed limb remained unhealed. Vivid red blood streamed from Kizaru's severed arm, dripping to the ground drop by drop. How is this possible? Admiral Kizaru was bleeding. Drake gasped in disbelief, perhaps due to his past as a Marine Vice Admiral. Drake had always seen Baichi as formidable, possessing unparalleled talent in this world. However, he had witnessed Kizaru's might firsthand and had leaned towards believing that Kizaru had a higher probability of victory in their clash. But now he harbored doubts. Staring blankly at the spectacle of Baichi and Kizaru, Kizaru had drawn his own crimson blood. It was the first time he had witnessed such a sight. Drake murmured, his face a canvas of incredulity and terror. Hawkins and Apu were equally stunned. The Admiral Kizaru has actually been injured, Apu exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. As if foreseen in a prophecy, that fellow Baichi is undoubtedly the anomaly in this battle at Sabaody Archipelago, Hawkins remarked in astonishment. A new era, indeed. Hawkins shook his head. It was somewhat laughable to consider themselves as part of this new era. He shook his head again. For generations, tales of a new era and the most notorious age have circulated. Yet, when compared to Baichi, this mere 8-year-old boy, the so-called supernovas of the most notorious era were woefully lacking. If one were to speak of a representative of the new era or the most notorious age, only Baichi could truly embody that title, in terms of speed, strength, charisma, and influence. Hawkins felt that he and his fellow supernovas fell drastically short when compared to this 8-year-old lad. To slay celestial dragons and wound Admiral Kizaru, such feats were beyond the capabilities of these supernovas. Amidst the colossal uproar, the fainted monk Urich suddenly opened his eyes, weakly gazing at the sky. This is... Urich stammered. Baichi has actually injured Admiral Kizaru? Urich exclaimed in disbelief. That is an admiral. Although the wounded Kizaru stood before him, Urich, still reeling from his awakening, struggled to comprehend the reality of Kizaru's injury during his unconsciousness. What kind of battle had transpired on this land? It was truly regrettable to have missed it. Observing the land, cleaved in two, and the devastation as if a great earthquake had occurred, one could only surmise the intensity of the battle. Truly, he is the man I have chosen, the monk Urich declared with enthusiasm. Captain Baichi, take down Kizaru. Begin cheering for Baichi. Ah, you are awake, Urki. I was quite pleased with your performance just now. Once we deal with the yellow ape, you shall follow me, Baichi said softly to Urki beneath the sky. Thank you, Captain Baichi. The monk Urki replied with a beaming smile. I shall be a crew member of the future Pirate King. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new powerful crew member. New skill unlocked. Rebound. Reward. 5 uses of the rebound skill. Rebound. All attacks received within 1 second will be reflected back to the opponent in the same manner. Rebound. You say? What a remarkable skill. Baichi marveled inwardly. Though it lasts but a fleeting second, the ability to reflect all attacks is invaluable, especially when under concentrated fire or struck by a formidable opponent's ultimate move. Seizing this brief moment could very well alter the course of battle. Let me access the system panel, Baichi urged eagerly. Host, Baichi age, 8 occupation, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates fruit. Tremor fruit, ignores the sea, intermediate. Triggers tsunami earthquakes, Haki, armament Haki, advanced, observation Haki, intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, intermediate, skills, lightspeed / 9 times usage per instance, instantly strikes the enemy at lightspeed. Blink skill 6 times, teleportation within 100 meters, rebound skill 5 times, reflects attacks within 1 second, invincible body 5 times, maintains invincibility for a duration. Current state, 10 seconds, items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/3, fish fruit, heavenly gold, 50 billion berries, 8 billion berries, rain fruit. Legendary blade blowing snow, adds ice and snow effects, hammer fruit base attributes, strength, maximum, defense, maximum, agility, maximum, stamina, maximum. In light of this, it seems rather remarkable. Not only has he acquired a subordinate, thereby fortifying the great white shark pirate crew, but he has also gained a new skill. Naturally, Baichi's spirit sword. A faint smile curled at the corners of Baichi's lips as he indulged in a somewhat mischievous chuckle. He couldn't help but ponder whether defeating Admiral Kizaru might bestow upon him an even more formidable ability. Observing Kizaru, who was still struggling to mend his severed arm, Baichi smirked with playful mockery. Kizaru, you seem oblivious. Your wound isn't failing to heal. Rather, every time you attempt to recover, I simply freeze it anew and shatter it, Baichi stated calmly. What? Kizaru, momentarily losing his composure, finally noticed that remnants of energy lingered at the site of his injury. Through his observation Haki, he discerned that his wound had been perpetually subjected to frostbite. Even more alarming was the realization that the frostbitten area was further disrupted by an inexplicable force, causing it to tear apart once more. So this is the reason. Is it the power of a devil fruit? You little brat, what kind of devil fruit ability is this? Kizaru inquired skeptically. The nature of that energy, particularly the sensation of it vibrating and tearing, felt eerily reminiscent of Whitebeard's devil fruit powers. This is evidently impossible, unless Whitebeard has perished. How could Wateki possibly gain the powers of the devil fruit once possessed by him? Before my arrival, I received word that Whitebeard was preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters. How could he possibly be dead? I believe this is information you need not concern yourself with, Kizaru. With that, Wateki raised the blade of the Shuangshua high above his head, directing the tip menacingly towards Kizaru. A fierce aura swept through the surroundings, his gaze fixed intently upon Kizaru. Hachikagami, with but one arm remaining. Kizaru barely managed to unleash a beam of yellow light. The yellow luminescence, upon encountering an object, refracted repeatedly before swiftly racing towards Baichi. Taste my lightspeed kick. In an instant, the yellow ape unleashed another rapid kick. This flawless combination indicated that he had undergone extensive practice. However, due to the immense exertion, the yellow ape was now panting heavily. Although these two attacks were more ferocious than before, Baichi remained utterly composed. The ferocity of the yellow ape's assaults, following his injury, merely signified that he was now at the end of his strength. A desperate counterattack before demise, perhaps? A faint smirk graced Baichi's lips, revealing a look of disdain. He drew forth the sword, Blizzard, which emitted a resonant dragon's roar, poised to defend. The radiance from the 8 Shaka mirror collided with Baichi's sword, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The explosive effect this time was even more formidable than before, fortunately. Baichi had already taken precautions with armament Haki, thus sustaining no injuries. This scene took the fallen supernovas by surprise. At this moment, Baichi was their lifeline. If they failed to incapacitate the yellow ape and allow the Navy to claim victory, an endless existence within the confines of a prison awaited them. having just begun to make a name for themselves at sea, being apprehended by the Navy before even experiencing the New World. Only to be imprisoned in the Great Navy prison was an unbearable fate. For them, it was preferable to face death than to endure such a humiliating life. Bai Qi, who had stirred chaos in Dressrosa, slain Jack, killed celestial dragons, and seized the Yellow Ape, was now their savior. The crowd collectively held their breath for Bai Qi. Fortunately, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Bai Qi remained unscathed. In the sky, Bai Qi had just utilized his armament Haki to block the Yellow Ape's 8-foot mirror. When the Yellow Ape followed with a lightspeed kick, speed equates to power, the Yellow Ape cried out mid-flight. Yet, this side kick ultimately missed, striking the blade of Bai Qi's frostbite sword instead. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qi unleashed his other hand, enveloped in armament Haki, and struck heavily towards the Yellow Ape. Chapter 118, Bringing Down the Yellow Ape. The Yellow Ape countered with his own sword, the Amano Murakumo. Bai Qi silently admired the Yellow Ape's keen observation Haki, noting that even with a severed arm, he was able to defend against this unexpected assault. This compelled Bai Qi to admire Kizaru's observation Haki. The ability to react in such a manner indicated that Kizaru, much like Katakuri, possessed the foresight to glimpse into the future. As the two weapons, the Shuiwe and the Amatsukami, clashed, the sky erupted in a cacophony, unleashing a tremendous shockwave upon both combatants. Under the immense force, they swiftly retreated through the air. Bai Qi landed gracefully atop a towering structure, while Kizaru stumbled backward, colliding with several buildings before ultimately collapsing onto another rooftop. Gazing up at Bai Qi on the high-rise, Kizaru silently marveled. This little brat possesses incredible strength. The confrontation of their weapons naturally tested their respective powers. Kizaru had initially believed that with the strength of an adult, he could easily surpass Bai Qi, yet he was utterly unprepared for the outcome. The individual known as Bai Qi possesses immense strength, akin to that of a bull. This is the result of my daily regimen of 100 push-ups, Bai Qi exclaimed with a grin, perhaps having grown accustomed to Bai Qi's taunts. Huang Yuan felt no anger at that moment. It dawned on him that his prowess paled in comparison to that of this young prodigy. In terms of speed, he could hold his own, but in all other aspects, endurance, strength, and technique, he found himself lacking when measured against this remarkable youth. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable young talent in this world. A sheen of perspiration had begun to bead on Huang Yuan's cheek as he observed Bai Qi soaring advantageously in the sky. Meanwhile, the fallen supernovas on the ground gradually regained their composure. In this light, one might conclude that salvation is at hand. These supernovas need no longer fear the grim fate of confinement within a great prison, enduring a life of despair. The one who has liberated these supernovas is none other than the youthful figure in the sky, the 8-year-old Bai Qijuan. Bai Qijuan, I am eternally grateful. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me, Drake proclaimed, bowing his fist towards the sky where Bai Qijuan hovered. Hawkins and App, upon hearing Drake's words, also offered their respectful gestures. In the world of pirates, a sense of camaraderie still prevails among them. The gratitude expressed by the fleet saved in Dressrosa, as depicted in earlier episodes, shows that there are indeed many who cherish the virtue of gratitude. Very well. I shall swiftly deal with that yellow monkey. With those words, Bai Qijuan vanished once more, accelerating to her utmost speed. The snowstorm held high above her head. Taste my strike. A formidable beam of white light surged forth, targeting Yellow Monkey with astonishing velocity. Yellow Monkey's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, gasping for breath and hindered by his injured shoulder, he felt overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude and ferocity of the energy-infused strike. Observing the radiant white slashing arc in the sky, Hawkins's eyes grew wide as he exclaimed, that blow has reappeared. The chilling strike made contact with the ground, capable of cleaving the earth in twain, accompanied by a tremor that sent shockwaves through the very ground itself. The supernovas braced themselves defensively, aware that even the residual force could inflict harm upon them. As they gazed upon the colossal white light of the slash, now even more immense than before, the supernovas were struck with astonishment. It felt akin to the harbinger of the apocalypse, the earth shattering, the air growing frigid, and a relentless tremor echoing through the land. Anyone struck by that blow would surely meet their doom. These supernovas have bestowed a resounding title upon such a decisive strike, the Doomsday Strike. At last, the blinding radiance of the strike drew ever closer to Kizaru. The severed Kizaru, with great effort, managed to parry the blow with his Ama no Murakumo sword, yet still. Waves of light transcended his defense, inflicting a grievous wound upon his abdomen. The sharp pain in his belly, akin to a knife twisting within, compelled Kizaru to emit a cry of anguish. Subsequently, he plummeted from the heavens like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a desolate ruin. Does this mean I have emerged victorious? Bai Qi licked his lips, exclaiming with exhilaration. Indeed, Bai Qi has truly triumphed. Drake's eyes widened in astonishment. That Kizaru, the esteemed admiral, has been vanquished. This implies that Bai Qi's strength has now reached the level of the 4 emperors? Drake uttered in trepidation, realizing that this young boy could only be described as a terrifying prodigy. The mere fact that he could genuinely defeat an admiral left him breathless. He pondered the future of the Navy if this young prodigy were not apprehended, What formidable adversaries lay ahead? It seemed that a new emperor of the sea was on the verge of emergence. Apu and Hawkins were equally astounded. Hawkins, possessing the gift of card divination, had already surmised the outcome. However, Apu was not so fortunate. He had been sent sprawling by a sidekick from Kizaru, which left him profoundly shaken. But, how could such a formidable opponent be defeated by an 8-year-old child? Apu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The youthful figure before him had indeed triumphed over the admiral. Reflecting on his own standing alongside Baichi in this era, both as newcomers, he couldn't fathom the vast disparity in their prowess. One had been felled by Kizaru's kick, while the other had sent Kizaru crashing into ruins. The chasm between Apu and Baichi was not merely dimensional, it was insurmountable. If he were to engage in combat with this 8-year-old prodigy, the outcome was all too predictable, and it would be a sight too grim to behold. At this moment, the most exhilarated among the supernovas was the eccentric monk, Urij, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Baichi has won. Truly, he is destined to be my future captain. Urij marveled, his expression one of disbelief. How remarkable. Even an admiral has been dispatched. At this rate, Baichi shall inevitably become the pirate king. Haha. Urij laughed heartily. Envisioning himself as a future member of the crew of the Pirate King, the dream of One Piece seemed tantalizingly within reach. And he could almost envision the sensation of gallivanting across the seas, gripping Baichi's leg for support. Chapter 119, Kizaru's Defeat. The admiral's shock in the sky, Baichi gracefully descended, stepping with the elegance of moonlight into the ruins where Kizaru had fallen. As he slowly approached, he kicked aside the debris and approached the very spot where Kizaru had tumbled. Baichi raised his sword, the blizzards, high above his head, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Kizaru, this battle belongs to me. With the armament Haki coalescing upon the blade, he activated the tremor effect, ready to cleave the entire ruin into fragments with a single stroke. What troubles you, Kizaru? Are you too fearful to speak? This is rather uncharacteristic of you, haha. Baichi taunted. Yet, he heightened his observation Haki, fervently searching for Kizaru's concealed whereabouts. Strange, why can I not locate Kizaru? Baichi exclaimed in surprise. After a meticulous search of the ruins, he struck the ground with his sword several times, ultimately confirming that Kizaru had indeed vanished without a trace. Remarkable, Kizaru. Have you truly managed to disappear? Baichi remarked, a hint of astonishment in his heart. It appeared he had underestimated Kizaru. The one known for his unparalleled speed indeed possessed exceptional escape skills. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His primary objective had been achieved. Kizaru had lost an arm and sustained a wound to his abdomen. Baichi was certain that even if Kizaru managed to survive, his effectiveness in the upcoming war would be severely diminished. On a small satellite island east of Surpassed archipelago, Kizaru lay upon a rock, seething with indignation. That insufferable brat has forced me into such a predicament. With that, the admiral closed his eyes, utterly exhausted from the recent battle. The final move, the lightspeed escape, had consumed nearly all of his remaining strength. At that moment, with a severed arm and blood flowing from his abdomen, Kizaru sought to recuperate through slumber, significantly enhancing his vitality. On Surpassed Island, Kizaru's defeat was nothing short of catastrophic. Even his transponder snail lay abandoned amidst the ruins, his hair disheveled, and his sleeping countenance pale. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku dialed the transponder snail, irritation mounting. Damn it, why has Kizaru not returned? Surely he has taken a vacation under the guise of suppression on Surpassed archipelago? Sengoku mused, but his calls went unanswered. Admiral Sengoku. Could it be that Kizaru has encountered some misfortune? The mole, who was delivering a report, inquired with concern. Misfortune? Sengoku fell into deep thought. Surpassed Island. It seems Rayleigh is lurking there. However, since the death of Roger, that fellow has been rather subdued for decades. Even if Rayleigh wished to emerge from retirement to confront Kizaru, I believe Kizaru's lightspeed abilities would prevent him from being defeated by the aging Rayleigh. Could it be those newcomers? This seems increasingly improbable. Among the newcomers, only Baichi possesses a commendable level of skill, the others are simply inadequate. As for Baichi, reports claim he has slain a celestial dragon, which is believable, but if the report stated he had defeated Kizaru, that would be utterly dismissed by Sengoku. Baichi indeed exhibits considerable audacity, yet his strength is likely only at the level of 1.5 billion berries, placing him far beneath Kizaru. Thus, the calls must continue. Beep beep. Yet, the other end of the line remains silent. What on earth is Kizaru up to? Sengoku exclaimed in fury, slamming his fist heavily upon the desk. The resounding crash echoed, leaving the surrounding Marines, including Vice Admiral Mole, with their heads bowed in silence. This was also their first encounter witnessing the warlord of the warring states in such a state of disarray, a stark contrast to the sage persona he typically embodied. It is hardly surprising that the Navy is currently preparing for a confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates, the most formidable pirate crew in the world. The fleet admiral has an overwhelming array of matters to attend to, and it is only natural that he feels a considerable amount of tension. A significant figure has suddenly gone silent, delivering a profound blow to Sengoku. The Navy has lost a top-tier combatant, which implies that the probability of failure in the forthcoming large-scale conflict has increased by 10%. Garp has shed his usual carefree demeanor and approached Sengoku, saying, Sengoku, perhaps I should visit Sabaody Archipelago? He gently patted Sengoku's shoulder. No need, you are a hero of the Navy. It is best for you to remain here guarding the Navy headquarters, Sengoku murmured, once again picking up the din-din mushi. Beep, beep, the din-din mushi rang out. On the other end, the call was finally answered. Hello, Momonosuke. What happened with Kizaru? Why are you only answering now? Sengoku said with frustration. The lack of communication from a subordinate to a superior left Sengoku feeling quite uneasy. Report, Admiral Sengoku. I am currently in the hospital on Sabaody Archipelago, Momonosuke stammered. What? Sengoku felt a jolt of shock. Momonosuke held the title of the strongest defense in the Navy, and yet someone had managed to injure him? What happened? Did you fail the mission? That cannot be. Sengoku questioned with confusion. The mission was merely to clean up a group of audacious brats in the first half of the Grand Line. Kizaru did not believe there were any formidable characters capable of severely injuring Momonosuke there, except for Rayleigh. However, even Rayleigh could not gain the upper hand against Admiral Kizaru and Momonosuke. Admiral Sengoku, the mission indeed failed, Momonosuke revealed, his face filled with reluctance. Admiral Kizaru is currently missing. Momonosuke delivered the most disheartening news to Sengoku. The disappearance of an admiral marked one of the most disgraceful moments in the Navy's history. As this revelation settled in, astonishment spread among the crowd. Even Garp appeared unusually solemn. Sengoku's face darkened as he coldly inquired, Who possesses such formidable abilities? It was White Chi, Momonosuke quivered. What? Sengoku's face reflected utter bewilderment, leaving him completely unsettled. Even Garp and Vice Admiral Mole beside him widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. White Chi? That 8-year-old child has grown so powerful? Garp stammered, struggling to comprehend the astounding revelation. It was simply too incredible. An 8-year-old child had managed to render a Navy Vice Admiral unaccounted for. If this news spread, what would become of the Navy's prestige? Damn it! Sengoku exclaimed, immediately hanging up the phone in a fit of rage. A heavy silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, Sengoku finally spoke. Garp, it seems your premonition was right. White Chi is indeed an extraordinary individual. With the great battle approaching, I did not expect such an unforeseen complication, Sengoku lamented, his face etched with concern. In a fleeting moment of despair, the astute Sengoku swiftly regained his composure. Mole, relay my orders to dispatch 2 squads to search for Kizaru. If they encounter White Chi or any forces of Whitebeard, they must inform me first and refrain from acting recklessly. Sengoku commanded with gravity. Understood. Vice Admiral Mole saluted before departing the Admiral's office. Once Mole left, Garp approached Sengoku's side. Sengoku, seeing his former friend looking so worn down, Garp felt compelled to offer words of comfort. However, Sengoku remained unresponsive, hastily preparing to leave in his coat. Garp, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Sengoku? Are you heading out? Given the recent turmoil, Sengoku should have been in his office attending to paperwork. It was still too early for a meal, yet Sengoku was preparing to leave. Leaving Garp bewildered. I must pay another visit to the Gorosei. Those fools truly have no idea what they are doing. White Chi has defeated Kizaru. Yet there is still no movement from CP0. Sengoku seethed with anger. As Sengoku exited the office, Garp was left alone. Damn it. I should never have executed Roger. This world has turned into a complete pirate haven. I cannot fathom why someone as talented as White Chi would abandon the Navy to become a pirate. Garp raged. And that scoundrel Ace is on the verge of execution. How infuriating. Frustrated, Garp slammed his fist onto the desk, causing it to splinter instantly. I hope that fool Luffy doesn't follow in Ace's footsteps. With that, Garp too departed the office, feeling overwhelmed by the recent troubles. Enough of this. I need to find Sir to talk. Garp's thoughts were tumultuous, especially concerning Ace. On one hand, he was bound by the promise made to Roger regarding his grandson. While on the other, he felt the weight of the so-called justice of the Navy. In a state of helplessness, he was forced to choose the Navy's justice. The pain of sacrificing family for the greater good was unbearable. At Sabaody Archipelago, after defeating Kizaru, the system chimed with a melodious notification. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for defeating Kizaru. Reward, Advanced Observation Haki. And the Tremor Fruit effect has been upgraded to Advanced. Skilled control of fruit abilities can trigger earthquakes and tsunamis with immense power, comparable to disasters. Advanced Observation Haki. And an even stronger fruit ability. White Chi's lips curled into a smile. In this way, one's offensive and defensive capabilities can become exceedingly formidable. The system. Activate the panel. Ding. Host. White Chi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard pirate crew fruit. Tremor Fruit. Disregards the sea. High-level tsunami and earthquake instigator. Disaster level. Haki. Armament Haki. High level. Observation Haki. High level. Conqueror's Haki. Mid-level. Skills. Light speed slash. 9 times per use. An instantaneous strike against foes, achieving the speed of light. Blink skill, 6 times. Teleportation within 100 meters of any space. Rebound skill, 5 times, within 1 second. Retaliate the attack back to the enemy in the same manner. Invincible Golden Body, 5 times. Upon activation, the body remains in an invulnerable state for a duration. Current status, 10 seconds. Items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 30%. Fish fruit, heavenly gold, 50 billion berries, 80 billion berries, rain fruit. Legendary sword, blowing snow, with added ice and snow effects, hammer fruit. Base attributes, strength, maximum defense, maximum agility, maximum stamina, maximum observing his newly updated Haki and skills. Baichi was quite pleased. Captain Baichi, Urki, have come to report. Urki, dragging his injured body, approached Baichi. Urki, you performed admirably just now, managing to defeat a pacifist. Baichi replied with satisfaction. Baichi was well aware of the potential of the peculiar monk Urki, who had transformed from a mere underachiever to someone who managed to eliminate a formidable commander even before Luffy could. This revelation is indeed quite unexpected. You should diligently serve aboard my great white shark pirate crew. For the time being, consider yourself as the second in command, Baichi remarked with a hint of indifference. I would be immensely honored to be part of Captain Baichi's crew. Ulki responded with a sense of propriety. I have a few subordinates. I wonder if Captain Baichi would be willing to take them in, Ulki said with a broad smile. Of course. Will I take them in? What a preposterous question. I am in dire need of capable hands, and was just contemplating the inclusion of seasoned pirates. Could one truly refuse such an opportunity presented at their doorstep? A pirate seasoned by countless battles is undeniably more pragmatic than seeking to recruit novices, who often require extensive training. Those pirates capable of reaching the Surpassed archipelago, like Urich, have undoubtedly faced numerous confrontations, showcasing a level of quality far superior to that of inexperienced recruits. Thus, Urich expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Captain White. In Urich's mind, White was not lacking in followers. Having attained such remarkable prowess by the tender age of 8, it was inconceivable that he would have few admirers. Hence, Urich presumed that White had reluctantly accepted him as a subordinate. Little did he know that White had only recently risen to prominence, his foundation still solidifying. And he was more eager than anyone to welcome this new cadre of followers. Captain White, Hawkins, Drake, and the other supernovas approached eagerly. We hope you do not look down upon us. Instead, why not accept us as your peripheral underlings? We pledge to face any challenge without hesitation. These supernovas each harbor their own ambitions and would not easily relinquish their positions as captains. However, to them, White Chi is akin to a reborn parental figure. Were it not for White Chi, these supernovas would have long since been apprehended by Kizaru and confined to the depths of the underwater prison. Life in such a place, shrouded in darkness and subjected to the tyranny of the Navy, is not a realm where ordinary individuals can endure. Thus, these supernovas are now contemplating joining White Chi's outer pirate crew, ready to assist whenever White Chi may require their aid. Unlike the simple-minded Luffy, White Chi, drawing from his past experiences, understands that having one more ally opens up another path. Such a multitude of promising forces willing to serve as their own outer circle is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. This is undoubtedly beyond reproach. Baichi remarked with a languid tone. The supernovas, who had previously been anxious about Baichi's potential refusal, now exhaled in relief. Long live Baichi. Long live our leader Baichi. The supernovas erupted into a jubilant commotion. Chapter 121. Kaido's conspiracy above Onigashima. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. Beast Kaido sat upon his throne, drinking furiously. Grasping his kanabo, he shattered everything in his vicinity, his eyes blazing with fury. You fools, have you all fled to Surpassed archipelago and remain oblivious to our situation? Kaido bellowed, surveying his subordinates, each of whom bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. His underlings were nothing more than useless drunks. It was no wonder they had been unable to track down the young brat, Baichi, despite their relentless pursuit over the past few days. The boy was nowhere to be found in the new world, so how could they possibly capture him? But, Lord Kaido, even if I were to capture him, I doubt I could defeat Baichi, stammered the awkward queen. This, Kaido fell into contemplation. Upon reflection, given Baichi's demonstrated prowess, even Admiral Kizaru had been vanquished by him. Indeed, the foolish queen stood no chance against Baichi. But how had Baichi managed to defeat Kizaru? Damn it, when did that brat Baichi become so formidable? Kaido lamented in frustration. This 8-year-old imp, merely 2 weeks ago, was only slightly superior to Drought Jack. How could such a brief span of time have enabled him to topple the Yellow Ape? Although Kaido harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Navy, he holds a grudging respect for the prowess of certain individuals within its ranks. Iron Fist Garp, the strategic mastermind Sengoku, and Admiral Tsuru, not to mention the 3 admirals. Each of these figures represents the pinnacle of naval might, serving as the very backbone of the Navy. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Navy's preeminence among the world's 3 great powers is largely attributable to their formidable presence. To underestimate these warriors would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Even Kaido himself has suffered significant setbacks when he underestimated them. Defeating them is an arduous task indeed. And then there is White Chi, who, astonishingly, managed to defeat the Yellow Ape just days ago. As Kaido perused the newspaper in his hands, disbelief washed over him. were it not for his knowledge that the publication was helmed by the esteemed Morgans of the World Economic Journal, and his personal phone call to verify the authenticity of the report, he would have never dared to believe that White Chi could truly vanquish the Yellow Ape. A most perilous era. It seems I must reassess you all, Kaido suddenly bellowed, realizing that the era he once deemed the most despicable had given rise to a prodigy like White Chi. A prodigy indeed. At merely 8 years of age, he has already slain his formidable adversaries, and now this young lad has rendered the Yellow Ape untraceable. What else could one call this but a prodigy? This talent. When one gazes across the vast pirate world, how many individuals can truly achieve such feats? Were it not for that scoundrel White Chi who eliminated the drought-causing Jack, resulting in their enmity, I would have genuinely sought to win him over. However, White Chi can never be a friend now, for there lies the life of Jack between us. Relay my command. Should White Chi be discovered, ensure to notify me first. I shall personally deal with him. A formidable aura emanated from Kaido, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. The subordinates bowed their heads, acknowledging the presence of the Conqueror's Haki that Kaido possessed. Moreover, our primary focus now is the Whitebeard pirates. That fool, Whitebeard, dared to assault the Navy headquarters for the sake of his son Ace. How foolish, Kaido scoffed. The battle strategy against Whitebeard was fervently being discussed within Onigashima. Kaido, I propose we strike Whitebeard now, catching him off guard, said Paggy, fidgeting with his hairstyle. Impatience evident in his tone. You truly are a fool. Show some respect for your brother. Black Maria's eerie laughter echoed. We should indeed wait until the Navy clashes with Whitebeard, reaping the benefits of their conflict, she added. Kaido pondered for a moment. Black Maria was correct. I had the same intention. Caressing his kanabo, Kaido declared with ferocity, while Whitebeard and the Navy are embroiled in battle, we shall strike at the heart and obliterate his lair. Transforming into a colossal dragon, he roared towards the heavens, his eyes gleaming with cold malice. Whitebeard, the pain you have inflicted upon me shall be returned tenfold. Suddenly, the sky darkened, unleashing a torrential downpour, accompanied by ominous thunder and lightning. On Cake Island, report. Lady Big Mom. Parasparrow rushed into Big Mom's palace, anxiety palpable in his demeanor. Big Mom gazed quizzically at her eldest son, Parasparrow. You seldom display such agitation, Parasparrow. What has transpired? Big Mom's eyes reflected confusion. Her usually composed son, even amidst the tumult of Yonka-level conflicts, had never exhibited such disarray. What could possibly disturb Parasparrow to such a degree? Report, Lady Mom. You instructed me to secretly observe the movements of that kid, did you not? Parasparrow extended his long tongue. Oh, what is it? Big Mom inquired, her curiosity piqued. Even if White Chi were a dark horse, Parasparrow should not be displaying such a countenance. Could it be that White Chi, in his arrogance, had been defeated? Big Mom held a deep admiration for the young man and wished to recruit him into her crew, hoping for no misfortune to befall him. White Chi. He has become the target of the Navy. They dispatched Admiral Kazuru to apprehend him. Parasparrow gasped, panting heavily. Hearing this, Big Mom felt a chill in her heart. Being pursued by Admiral Kazuru was akin to facing a dead end. Katakuri strode in with heavy steps. White Chi. Has he been captured? Katakuri questioned, perplexed. Like Big Mom, Katakuri had been closely monitoring White Chi's movements, eager to engage in a fierce battle with such a spirited youth. Now, observing Parasparrow's expression, Katakuri thought to himself, this does not bode well. White Chi's current situation must be dire, either dead or apprehended by the Navy. And no, Katakuri. That kid, he has rendered Admiral Kazara missing. Parasparrow stammered, trembling. What do you mean? Are you saying White Chi is missing? Katakuri inquired, bewildered. Big Mom wore a similarly perplexed expression. Chapter 122, Igniting Katakuri's Fighting Spirit. And no, that's not it. What I mean is, that kid White Chi has defeated Kazaru. The Admiral is currently unaccounted for. Parasparrow hastily clarified. At this revelation, the room fell into stunned silence, each individual wearing expressions of disbelief as they gazed at Parasparrow, questioning the veracity of his words. Are you jesting? White Chi has vanquished Admiral Kazaru, the so-called fastest man in the world, rendering him missing. How is this even possible? One must remember that White Chi is merely an 8-year-old child. Could he truly be that formidable? The sound of raucous laughter echoed as Big Mom, overwhelmed with amusement, exclaimed. Mum, Parasparrow, do you genuinely believe such hearsay? While the young lad does possess remarkable talent, I cannot accept that his strength could surpass that of an admiral. Surpassing an admiral is no trivial feat. Even I am uncertain if I could vanquish one, let alone a mere child of 8 like White Chi. The thought struck her Parasparrow. That fool must have been duped by some sensationalist newspaper. She couldn't help but laugh again. It was hardly surprising, for White Chi had garnered quite a bit of attention lately. According to Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, it was reported that the last article about White Chi cost a staggering 200 million berries. In the face of such enormous profit, it was not unexpected that someone would pin sensational gossip about White Chi for financial gain. Haha, Mum, I shall call Morgans and ascertain the truth, she declared with an air of calmness. The phone rang and a peculiar voice came through. Hello, Big Mom. Your last tea party was quite splendid. It brings back fond memories, Morgan said, holding a cup of coffee with a courteous tone. Indeed. I plan to host an even grander tea party next time, haha. Big Mom's hearty laughter resonated. By the way, Morgans, have there been any recent updates regarding that young rascal White Chi? He hasn't met his demise, has he? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes as the conversation shifted to White Chi. Not at all, Big Mom. That fellow is thriving. In fact, he has even managed to defeat Admiral Kizaru. Morgans exclaimed, his excitement palpable. To be frank, after years in journalism, Morgans had never encountered a talent quite like White Chi's. Having chronicled numerous prodigies, only White Chi stirred an exhilarating tremor within him. The lad's abilities could only be described as monstrous. Furthermore, his audacious personality added to his allure. What did you say? White Chi, he. Big Mom's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Her wide eyes reflecting her shock at the news that the young child had indeed triumphed over Kizaru. With a beep, the call ended. Big Mom turned her gaze, dazed, towards Paraspero. Now I understand why you have been so unsettled, she remarked. White Chi, he. Katakuri's voice trembled as he absorbed the implications of the conversation he had just overheard. He had not anticipated that White Chi could actually defeat an admiral. Clenching his fists tightly, Katakuri realized that his previously determined opponent had become extraordinarily formidable. Just 2 weeks prior, he had regarded White Chi with a condescending attitude, contemplating a confrontation. Yet, to his astonishment, White Chi had surpassed him in strength so swiftly. Indeed, White Chi's power now eclipsed his own, a reality that Katakuri did not shy away from admitting. He believed that with his current abilities, he could at best only impede an admiral, and outright victory over one seemed a daunting challenge. He resolved to grow stronger. Meanwhile, upon the vast sea, another sovereign, Shanks, reveled in a leisurely sail on a small vessel. Grabbing a bottle of fine liquor, he perused the headlines of the newspaper once more. Haha, who would have thought that the fellow aboard Whitebeard's ship would become increasingly impressive? Shanks laughed heartily. Oh, what is it, Captain? Are you referring to that young rascal White Chi? Beckman, cigarette in hand, approached Shanks, taking a seat beside him. During this period, the little rascal aboard the Whitebeard ship, referred to by the red-haired pirates, is none other than Baiki. Thus, it is no surprise that Beckman instantly recognized this news concerning Baiki. See for yourself, Beckman. You will undoubtedly be astounded, Shanks remarked with a sly glint in his eyes. Captain, you are making too much of a trivial matter. I hardly believe that little Baiki could have any news that would astonish me, Beckman retorted with a hint of mockery. It was not a denial of Baiki's prowess, rather. Beckman was a born powerhouse himself, possessing strength near that of the 4 emperors. What could possibly leave him flabbergasted? As he slowly unfolded the newspaper, Beckman extinguished his cigarette with sudden urgency, then read through the article with keen interest. This is utterly astonishing, Beckman declared gravely, his eyes reflecting profound shock. I told you, Beckman, that little rascal is no ordinary character, Shanks said, playfully placing a straw hat atop his head. What news? The elite members of the red-haired pirates, including Jesp, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Is it about that little rascal Baiki? Inquired a man with a monkey perched on his back. See? You will be just as astonished as I am. Beckman replied mischievously as he passed the newspaper to them. What? How could this be possible? Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Initially, they reacted by deeming the news as false. However, upon realizing that it was a special edition secured by the esteemed Shanks, marked for authenticity, they all came to accept its veracity. This is indeed the intelligence organization meticulously cultivated by red-haired Shanks. Only with this specific mark can one ascertain the authenticity of the news. There is no room for doubt. Thus, everyone found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Observing his subordinates beside him, red-haired Shanks laughed heartily, urging them not to be outshone by this newcomer. His laughter resonated through the skies, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance across the entire region. Chapter 123, Pursuing by Chi, Saitama's Training Method. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat regally upon his throne, adorned with numerous 4 drips, while several beautiful nurses busily monitored his temperature. Is there any news about that young rascal by Chi? Whitebeard inquired anxiously. Ever since he learned that Kizaru had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, his attempts to reach Bai Chi had gone unanswered, filling him with deep concern. Old Dad. Marco suddenly transformed into a blue flame, soaring to Whitebeard's side. Noticing Marco's evident distress, Whitebeard felt puzzled. What could possibly have transpired? What is the matter, Marco? He questioned, perplexed. What could provoke Marco, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, to lose his composure? Dad, I have news about Bai Chi, Marco exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, a gleam of hope flickered in Whitebeard's eyes as he grasped Marco with his large hands. What did you say? There is news about Bai Chi. Whitebeard responded with palpable urgency. He had been exceedingly worried about that young rascal. Although Bai Chi had sounded confident during their last phone call, he was still up against a marine admiral. This was entirely different from any adversary Bai Chi had faced before. A moment's inattention could lead to being killed or captured by the admiral, possibly meeting a fate akin to Ace's. Wasn't it Ace's careless pursuit of Blackbeard that led to his capture by the Navy, ultimately awaiting execution? How is Bai Chi faring now? Is he safe? Whitebeard coughed a couple of times, pulling out the 4 from his arm. He is safe, and that rascal Baichi has defeated Kizara. Marco replied, biting his lip. What? Despite having received news of Baichi's victory, a sense of disbelief lingered in Whitebeard's heart. The core members surrounding him shared his puzzled expressions. However, once they perused the newspaper that Marco had brought back, their doubts evaporated. Indeed, Baichi, that young rascal, had truly matured. Unbeknownst to them, one of the junior pirates in Whitebeard's crew was tightly clenching his fists, blood seeping from his palms. Yet he refused to release his grip. Baichi, has he truly become this strong? This marks the first true adversary for Baichi since his arrival in the world of One Piece, or rather, since he boarded Whitebeard's pirate ship, Jibe. At this moment, Jibe is filled with emotion, reflecting on how the once-provoked young boy has grown to such an extent. In contrast, he himself remains unchanged from a month ago. The disparity is stark and evokes a sense of envy. He cannot fathom how this prodigious Baichi has attained such formidable strength. Wait, hadn't Baichi mentioned something about the Saitama training method? Jibe had previously attempted this regimen but to no avail, ultimately abandoning it. Yet now, an inexplicable surge of determination arises within him. Jibe resolves to diligently complete the Saitama training tasks every single day, regardless of inclement weather. He cannot afford to give up any longer. Jibe clenches his fists tightly. I can no longer allow you to leave me behind. I shall pursue you, Baichi. Jibe embarks on a new chapter of his life, vowing to steadfastly adhere to the Saitama training method. The news left Jibe utterly astonished, a profound awakening. This reaction is not difficult to comprehend. After all, not only Jibe but even the core members of the Whitebeard pirates found themselves ensnared in contemplation at this moment. Marco fared somewhat better, having been the first to encounter the news, allowing him to regain his composure and appear relatively calm. However, the likes of Flower Sword Vista and Diamond Jaws were far from composed. Flower Sword Vista let out a resigned sigh. The last time this young lad defeated Drought Jack, I had promised to train him in swordsmanship next time. Who would have imagined that so little time has passed, and this young lad? Flower Sword Vista shook his head. Has he truly grown so formidable? With that, he cast his gaze toward Whitebeard. The young lad has already reached the realm of old man. It seems I shall never be able to catch up with Baichi. It is quite amusing. Considering it has only been a mere 2 weeks, my identity has transformed from being pursued to the pursuer, all thanks to Baichi's remarkable talent. At this moment, Diamond Jaws is equally astonished, lost in contemplation. Baichi, I recall when he first boarded the ship, he audaciously claimed he would teach me the art of Haki. Diamond Jaws ran a hand over his head, reflecting on how he had previously debated with Marco about who should take Baichi as a disciple. Now, recalling those moments, he felt a flush of embarrassment on his face. What is the matter, Jaws? Why has your face turned from black to red? Marco inquired, looking at Diamond Jaws with a puzzled expression. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a bit to drink, Diamond Jaws awkwardly replied, rolling his eyes. As the captain of this vessel, Whitebeard finally spoke up. He slammed his supreme blade, the Murakumajiri, heavily against the deck, sending a wave of imposing energy sweeping through the surroundings. Haha, I never expected that scoundrel Baichi has become so formidable. A surge of bold spirit enveloped him. For many days, his greatest concern had been Ace and Baichi. Ace was already imprisoned in a grand jail, while he had been unable to reach Baichi, which exacerbated Whitebeard's ailment. Upon hearing the good news about Baichi, he felt as though his condition had improved significantly. At the cusp of war with the Navy. This is indeed splendid news, Whitebeard exclaimed joyfully. Baichi had rendered Kizaru untraceable, indicating that even if Kizaru survived, he would emerge considerably weakened. The elite combat power had been affected, significantly diminishing the Navy's strength. Moreover, during Baichi's previous communication, he seemed to have mentioned an alliance with Rayleigh. The Dark King Rayleigh, a familiar acquaintance of mine, I had fought alongside him during my battles with the Pirate King Roger. With Rayleigh's presence, though he may be advanced in years, Whitebeard was confident that even if Rayleigh couldn't defeat an admiral, he could certainly hold one at bay. At that point, the outcome of the Whitebeard pirates' confrontation remained uncertain. Furthermore, Whitebeard was well aware that the ace up his sleeve was that 8-year-old lad, Baichi. I wonder what remarkable feats Baichi will display in my duel with the Navy. It is truly something to anticipate. Marco, continue to contact that scoundrel Baichi. He has resolved such a significant issue for me, yet I have not even received a word of thanks. Where could he have disappeared to? Whitebeard bellowed heartily. Chapter 124, The World's Greatest Swordsman, I Shall Meet You. Understood, Father, Marco responded, picking up the transponder snail to dial again. Beep beep. A phone rang persistently amidst the ruins. However, this desolate area had already been cordoned off by the Navy that had arrived later. The naval officers are searching through the ruins for the presence of the Yellow Ape. Report, sir. A petty officer saluted a naval commander dressed in official attire. No sign of the Yellow Ape has been found. Is that so? Murmured a rear admiral from the naval headquarters. This cannot be deemed bad news. If Admiral Kizara cannot be located, then at the very least it suggests that he has not necessarily been slain. According to the accounts of the locals from Sabaody Archipelago, there have been no sightings of Kizara's demise, and in the ruins where he last battled, he has not been found. Therefore, it is highly probable that Admiral Kazara has escaped. Continue the search. Expand the target area to encompass the entire Sabaody archipelago and the surrounding islets. The stern brigadier general commanded. Yes, sir, replied the naval sergeant, saluting before issuing orders to the search parties to persist in their quest for Kazara's whereabouts. Suddenly, the telephone snail in the ruins began to ring incessantly. The naval rear admiral approached the source of the sound and discovered the creature. This is, the admiral mused, inspecting the telephone snail. It must belong to some pirate, as the Navy's telephone snails bear distinctive numbers, leading the admiral to conclude that this was certainly not one of theirs. However, he could not dismiss the possibility that it was a trap set by a rogue pirate, or perhaps a bomb that would detonate upon answering. Corporal Tom, the admiral called out loudly. A rotund naval officer approached, saluting and awaiting the command. This telephone snail is highly suspicious. Take it to the science division for examination to ascertain whether it poses any danger. If it is confirmed to be safe, send it to the marshal's office, the admiral ordered. Yes, sir. The corpulent corporal responded emphatically. Meanwhile, Marco had attempted to make contact nearly 10 times. Yet no one answered on the other end. Just then, the fixed telephone snail in Whitebeard's chamber began to ring. Whitebeard slowly entered the room. This number was known only to his intelligence division. Could it be that the Navy was up to something? He cautiously answered the call. What news? Speak plainly. Is it concerning the Navy? He demanded. Hello there, old man, Whitechie said with a smirk. Whitechie, you rascal, finally returned my call. But wait, how did you acquire this number? Whitebeard questioned, perplexed. The phone was aboard the Moby Dick, and to safeguard the intelligence personnel. Only Marco and those responsible for intelligence were aware of its existence. Not even Diamond Jaws was in the loop. Whitebeard found himself perplexed as to how this young rascal, Whitechie, had come to know. Hey, old man, I've misplaced my phone bug. I'm currently using Shaki's phone bug. Who would have thought that your informant is actually Shaki? Whitechie remarked. You scoundrel. That was a phone bug I personally entrusted to you. Whitebeard retorted angrily. As for Shaki, if you've discovered her, so be it. However, I implore you not to disclose this to anyone. It is also for Shaki's protection. Whitebeard said with a grave tone. Rest assured, old man, I understand. Regarding the phone bug, I must apologize. I accidentally lost it during my skirmish with Admiral Kazara. You know, facing an admiral is quite taxing, Whitechie said, awkwardly scratching his head as he spoke. In light of this, I find that I had wrongfully accused the young lad. Reflecting upon the fierce struggle between Whitechie and Admiral Kazuru, I realized that I chastised Whitechie for merely a trivial matter, the phone bug. Even Whitebeard feels a twinge of embarrassment. However, among men, one does not indulge in flowery sentiments. Whitechie, you clever boy, you have truly outdone yourself, managing to best the formidable Admiral Kazaro. Impressive. Whitebeard's booming voice resonated with the aura of a king. Old man, please refrain from showering me with praise. It feels rather awkward, Whitechie replied with a grin, raising his hands in a gesture of modesty. You scoundrel, when will you return? It is high time we joined forces to confront our enemies. Whitebeard remarked, primarily out of concern that Whitechie's victory over Kazara might provoke the Navy, fearing retaliation against him. What a remarkable prospect this young lad presents. Whitebeard is determined to ensure he encounters no unforeseen misfortune. Old man, I have one more matter to attend to, Whitechie stated nonchalantly. What? There's still something to be done? Haven't you managed to sway Rayleigh? Whitebeard inquired, puzzled. Encountering such a formidable young spirit, coupled with Whitechie's temperament, Whitebeard was certain that he would find Rayleigh's nature equally challenging. Furthermore, Whitechie had triumphed over Kazaro, leaving Rayleigh with no compelling reason to join their ranks. Thus, Whitebeard found himself in a state of bewilderment. Rayleigh has already been persuaded by me. You need not worry about that. I, however, still need to convince Mihawk. Whitechie's eyes flickered with a serious glimmer. Mihawk, the only warlord who relies solely on his own strength to achieve such status, is certainly no ordinary individual. The title of the world's greatest swordsman is not merely a boast. Should I secure Mihawk's support? Whitebeard firmly believed the chances of victory would increase by at least 20%. However, Mihawk's solitary nature poses a challenge. Even Whitechie may not be able to persuade him. Little brat, you must think carefully. Mihawk's temperament is rather eccentric. In the New World, only Shanks seems capable of tempering him, Whitebeard cautioned. Should Whitechie fail to convince Mihawk, it is conceivable that Mihawk might very well clash with this young lad. To be frank, even Whitebeard himself was uncertain of Mihawk's true strength, although Whitechie had managed to narrowly defeat Kazaro. Facing the world's greatest swordsman was an entirely different matter. Rest assured, old man. Oh, and there's one more thing. I have recently gathered a crew, and I will send them to rendezvous with you. After I persuade Mihawk, I shall join you, Whitechie declared, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Good lad. Since you have made up your mind, I shall say no more. When we meet, I will treat you to a drink with my private stash, Whitebeard proclaimed, though with a hint of reluctance. Old man, you promised. Don't go lamenting over your private funds later, and try to back out, huh? Whitechie teased. In truth, although he had only recently joined Whitebeard's crew, he had witnessed Whitebeard's reluctance to part with his funds on numerous occasions. Whitebeard sheepishly scratched his head, feeling somewhat vexed. Damn it, is this the image I project before this little brat? Well then, farewell, old man. I look forward to your treat. Haha. Baichi chuckled, hanging up the phone with a firm resolve in his gaze. Mihawk, I shall meet you soon. Chapter 125. The thrill of having little brothers aboard the Moby Dick. Whitebeard hung up the phone and slowly exited his quarters. Old man, I've made dozens of calls. Yet there's still no word from Baichi. Marco exclaimed anxiously. No need to fret. Baichi is currently quite safe. I have received word that he is en route to Mihawk, Whitebeard replied calmly. If that's the case, that's a relief, Marco said, the weight in his heart finally lifted. Wait, what does he intend to do with Mihawk? Surely he isn't planning something reckless? Marco expressed his concern. Their crew was currently preparing for battle against the Navy, and it seemed unwise to seek out Mihawk at such a time. Haha, this little brat is far more reliable than you think, Marco. He has already persuaded Rayleigh to join us, Whitebeard said nonchalantly. Baichi convinced Rayleigh? The ship erupted in astonishment. Many aboard had fought alongside Rayleigh in the past, and the legendary figure's prowess was widely acknowledged. The notion that Baichi, this young lad, could persuade Rayleigh was utterly unexpected. Clearly, they had underestimated this young man. Not only was he remarkably strong, but his diplomatic skills were equally impressive. That is quite astonishing, Vista remarked, astonished. The crew members nodded in agreement. None among them dared to claim they could convince the eccentric Rayleigh to join forces against the Navy. To bring Rayleigh on board was indeed a testament to Baichi's abilities. Cough, cough. Looking at the restless crew, Whitebeard cleared his throat, and silence enveloped the ship instantly. One could not help but admire Whitebeard's commanding presence. We shall proceed as planned. Once Baichi persuades Mihawk, he will return to us, Whitebeard continued. Persuade Mihawk? The crew exchanged incredulous glances. They were all acutely aware of Mihawk's peculiar temperament. The task of convincing him seemed daunting, as Marco had suggested. A confrontation might very well ensue. Kuhaha. Why do you all look like frightened children? Baichi is no longer the inexperienced lad who first boarded the ship, Whitebeard boisterously declared. Baichi's strength and cunning are now on par with the best. Our role is simply to trust and to act according to his judgment. Whitebeard's hearty laughter resonated throughout the Moby Dick, uplifting the spirits of the pirates aboard. Tonight, we shall host a feast, Whitebeard proclaimed, his mood buoyant. Yet he had no intention of footing the bill. After conversing with Whitebeard, Baichi prepared to assemble his crew. The peculiar monk, Urki, stood respectfully by his side. Captain, all I desire is to serve alongside you as a crew member, Urki said, his face filled with reverence. To Urki, Baichi was the captain of the world's foremost pirate crew, the illustrious Whitebeard pirates. More importantly, Baichi's strength was such that even the admirals were no match for him, a definite contender for the title of Pirate King. As a mere newcomer, Urki felt immensely satisfied to be aboard Baichi's ship, the vessel of a future pirate king, and thus he refrained from seeking any particular rank. After all, one could only imagine that the crew members serving under someone with such a strong background in prowess must be extraordinary. Ahem, Baichi cleared his throat. Urki snapped back to reality, standing upright to meet Baichi's gaze. Urki, consider yourself the second captain of my great white shark pirates. The position of first captain will remain with Speed, Baichi stated calmly. Urki's eyes widened in disbelief, caught in a state of shock. What's wrong, Urki? Are you unsatisfied? Apart from Speed and myself, you hold the highest position among us. And no, it's just, I never expected a newcomer like me could actually become a captain. Urki stammered, casting a doubtful glance at Baichi. Is it truly possible for someone like me to serve as a captain within your esteemed pirate crew? It is hardly surprising that Urki remains oblivious to the fact that a formidable individual like Baichi, possessing an unparalleled and extraordinary talent, leads a crew of genuinely weak subordinates. While Baichi's pirates may fare adequately in the first half of the Grand Line, they are woefully inadequate when they venture into the New World, where even a single user of Conqueror's Haki could easily decimate them. However, Baichi would never express such sentiments aloud. Oh, do you understand why I appointed you as the second captain? Baichi said solemnly, exuding an air of significance. The peculiar monk Urki promptly stood upright, adopting a posture of eager attentiveness. Deep down, he was aware that Baichi must possess some profound reasoning. For why else would the captain bestow such a significant responsibility upon a mere newcomer like himself? It's because I see great potential in you. Baichi pretended to speak enigmatically. My potential? Urki responded, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, I am truly impressed by your potential, Baichi replied nonchalantly. What do you think of my potential? He countered, posing the question back to Urki. Urki could only manage a wry smile at the thought of his captain's potential, which was undoubtedly of an extraordinary caliber. After all, it was this very potential that had compelled him to join the great white shark pirates and serve as a subordinate. With utmost respect, Urki declared, Captain, your talent is beyond comparison, truly unparalleled in history. These words were spoken sincerely from the depths of his heart. Upon hearing Urki's praise, Baichi felt a surge of joy. The sensation of having a loyal subordinate was indeed delightful. Clearing his throat, he continued, Thus, Urki, I hold your talent in high regard. You must understand that there are many remarkable individuals aboard this ship. With hands clasped behind his back, Baichi elaborated. The reason I appointed you as second captain is simply because I appreciate individuals like you, who possess great talent. I intend to nurture you well, Erky. His tone was one of pretentious grandeur. Moved to tears, Erky vowed, Captain Baichi, I shall devote myself fully to this role and will not betray your trust. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. At his age, having only amassed a bounty of over 100 million, it was astonishing that Baichi held him in such high esteem. His face flushed. Erky stammered, see Captain Baichi, as for my talent, my potential. Before Erky could finish his thought, Baichi interrupted. If I say you are capable, then you are indeed capable. I have a keen eye for discernment. This was not mere flattery. Baichi was indeed someone who had traversed from Blue Star. In the realm of anime, Erky had been the first to defeat a core member of the Four Emperors, even before Luffy, the protagonist. Once again gazing at Erky, who was now brimming with emotion, Baichi smiled as Erky declared, I will certainly strive to do my best. Baichi's lips curled into a subtle smile, a child worthy of guidance. It appeared that Erky had been successfully persuaded and would surely dedicate himself to his duties. Speed, you two must get along well. In my absence, you shall be entrusted with the management of affairs, Baichi stated, gesturing calmly. As someone from Blue Star, Baichi was far more adept at management than the pirates of this world, and overseeing Speed and the newly recruited Erky was but a trifling task. This statement left Speed and Erky utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Speed had previously worked under Drought Jack, where one could either be met with harsh criticism or even violence. Failure to complete tasks could result in dire consequences, making it an unbearable environment for any individual. Working under Drought Jack is an entirely different experience compared to serving under Baichi. It is akin to being in a realm of despair versus one of enlightenment. Erky, the eccentric monk, was even more exhilarated. The captain had truly bestowed an extraordinary honor upon him, elevating him from a mere novice to the position of second in command. How could someone as formidable as Baichi utter the words, I shall not intervene in your management of the situation? This was indeed a profound shock for the eccentric monk Erky. It is no wonder that Erky feels this way. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails, where the strong dictate the fates of the weak. How many formidable individuals possess the humility to engage in dialogue with their subordinates? The peculiar monk regarded Baichi, increasingly reminded of an extraordinary figure, the pirate king, Roger. In terms of treating his subordinates, Baichi exhibits similarities to the legendary pirate king of yore. Monk Erky, I look forward to your guidance. Speed, a veteran of the Great White Shark Pirates, proactively greeted Erky. Erky hurriedly spread his hands, expressing his appreciation. Please take care of me. I am merely a novice who has yet to set foot in the New World. Speed was quite pleased with Erky's demeanor. Once we reach the New World, I will properly introduce you to its wonders, he assured. Following their introductions, Baichi's expression suddenly turned grave. I have an important task to entrust to you, he declared. Speed and Erky, seldom witnessing such seriousness from Baichi, straightened their postures, awaiting his command. Listen carefully. This task is of utmost significance. You are to rendezvous with the Whitebeard pirates, Baichi stated indifferently. Captain, do you mean for us to engage in battle alongside Whitebeard's fleet against the Navy? Speed inquired, perplexed. The monk Erky, equally bewildered, cast a questioning glance at Captain Baichi. After a moment of silence, Baichi resumed, your primary objective is not to confront the Navy. Not to confront the Navy? Then why are we joining the Whitebeard pirates? Both men appeared lost, struggling to grasp Baichi's intent. Baichi's expression grew serious once more. This is my first time assigning you a task. You must execute it flawlessly. Speed and Erky exchanged somber glances, recognizing the weight of Baichi's demeanor, which was rare even in the presence of formidable adversaries like admirals. This indicated the significance of the mission. With a heavy swallow, they gazed earnestly at Baichi. Rest assured, Captain, whatever it takes, we will accomplish this task, they affirmed with conviction. Especially Erky, who had just joined the Great White Shark Pirates, understood that those within this crew were significantly stronger than himself. To establish his footing in this new realm, he was determined to execute this mission with excellence. Observing Speed and Erky, Baichi revealed a satisfied smile. Their respect was genuine, proving that in any world, strength is paramount. Only through power can one earn respect. Otherwise, all else is moot. Clearing his throat, Baichi addressed Speed and Erky. Your primary task with the Whitebeard crew is to help me control an individual known as the Great Whirlpool Spider. The Great Whirlpool Spider? Isn't he part of Whitebeard's crew? What do we need to control him for? Speed questioned, having encountered the Great Whirlpool Spider during his time with Kaido's crew. As for Erky, who had yet to enter the New World, he was unfamiliar with the Great Whirlpool Spider. I have discovered that he is colluding with the Navy, but given Whitebeard's character, he is unlikely to believe without evidence. Baichi responded with a furrowed brow. Thus, I need you to covertly control him, ensuring he does not join the fray against Whitebeard and the Navy, regardless of the outcome. Baichi's tone turned fierce. That fool, the Great Whirlpool Spider, foolishly acted against Whitebeard before the battle, falling prey to the Navy's trickery, with pressing matters at hand. He needed to seek out Mihawk and could not afford to be distracted by such issues. Thus, he entrusted this task to Speed and Erky. Thankfully, it was merely the Great Whirlpool Spider. Should it have been a more formidable character, the crew's capabilities would indeed be tested. It seemed imperative to swiftly enhance the strength of his pirate crew. Contemplating this, Baichi mused about the Grand Prison, a truly remarkable place. A slight smile graced his lips. The Marineford War presented an unparalleled opportunity to bolster his strength. Following Baichi's orders, Speed and Ulki straightened their backs. Rest assured, Captain Baichi, we will execute the task with precision. As they departed, Baichi produced a photograph from his hand, revealing an image of a bald, old man, the great whirlpool spider. This is his likeness. Remember it well. You may proceed without worry. I will handle matters with Whitebeard. Baichi stated calmly. Understood, Captain Baichi. Speed and Ulki replied. After watching them leave, Baichi and Rayleigh prepared to set sail. Leaving the grand ship to Speed and the others, they embarked on a modest canoe, setting their sights on Kaina Island in search of Mihawk. On the small boat, Rayleigh, the Dark King, offered, care for a drink, young one? His glasses glinted with a white light as he took a sip from the bottle of fine liquor he had prepared. Baichi, glancing at the offered bottle, responded with a hint of exasperation. If you were a beautiful woman, it might be different. But 2 burly men have already had their share. Must I partake as well? Ah, no thanks. Baichi gestured dismissively. Rayleigh, unfazed, understood his refusal, remarking with a knowing gaze, I anticipated as much. Fine, you peculiar old man, Baichi sighed, marveling at the childish antics of the old pirates like Whitebeard and Rayleigh. Compared to them, he felt rather mature. Haha. Rayleigh laughed heartily. But then his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Young one, I am curious. Did you conceal your true strength before? How were you able to contend with Admiral Kizaru? With that, Rayleigh fixed his gaze on Baichi, igniting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. The impact of this young boy on Rayleigh was profound. A mere 8-year-old had managed to defeat Admiral Kizaru. It was known that even Rayleigh, the former first mate of Roger's crew, could not confidently claim victory over Kizaru. Despite his own formidable strength, Baichi had achieved what even Rayleigh might not be able to accomplish, defeating Kizaru and rendering him elusive. In this regard, Rayleigh conceded that Baichi was indeed stronger. Rayleigh surmised that Kizaru must be nursing significant injuries, hiding away somewhere. Otherwise, he would have already utilized his light speed abilities to return to Marine headquarters. According to his intelligence, Kizaru had yet to return, and currently, only 2 of the 3 admirals remained in the Navy. All of this was thanks to Baichi. Well, a month ago, I was indeed no match for Kizaru. Baichi replied nonchalantly. In that month, he had grown considerably. His Haki had advanced, he had acquired the blowing snow sword, and gained various extraordinary skills, essentials for his development. Thus, you truly are an exceptionally gifted individual, Rayleigh exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he believed Baichi to be a powerful figure who had somehow acquired the ability to rejuvenate, masquerading as a weaker opponent. However, it was now evident that this young boy's talent was extraordinarily remarkable. This talent, even the renowned pirate King Roger, was not privy to. Rayleigh observed Baichi's increasingly peculiar expression. Gazing at Rayleigh, Baichi couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that this old man harbored ulterior motives. Reflecting on the earlier moment when Rayleigh handed him the bottle of wine, accompanied by that devilish grin, sent shivers down Baichi's spine. The old fellow. Could it be that he harbors intentions of pursuing a relationship? If he does not accept that bottle of wine, he would likely quip. I knew you wouldn't take it, which is precisely why I offered it to you. However, should he choose to accept it, the consequences could be utterly unimaginable. What is it, Rayleigh? That gaze you direct at me is rather unsettling. I have no interest in such pursuits, Baichi awkwardly remarked. Engaging in such pursuits? What does that even mean? Is it related to your innate abilities? Rayleigh inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Baichi nearly choked on his own breath at the words of the legendary Rayleigh, his vexation manifesting in a series of coughs aboard the ship. It seems that the inhabitants of this world are entirely oblivious to such terminology. Ahem, you don't even comprehend the meaning of that phrase? Furthermore, I possess no such extraordinary talents. Baichi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Oh, the way I look at you, young one, Rayleigh stated with a serious demeanor, is to pose a question. Ask away. As long as it is not about those pursuits, I shall respond to anything. Baichi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Baichi's response, a flicker of delight crossed Rayleigh's face. I wish to inquire about your aspirations. Is it to obtain the One Piece? To become the Pirate King? Rayleigh gazed intently at Baichi, his curiosity piqued. Haha, I harbor no interest in the One Piece. Baichi chuckled. What is this grand treasure, this title of Pirate King? If I can emerge as the mightiest in this world, the true sovereign of it, wouldn't those things be merely trivialities? Not interested in the One Piece? Rayleigh was utterly flabbergasted, for in the world of pirates, countless souls perish daily in pursuit of the One Piece. Observing Rayleigh's perplexed expression, Baichi continued, my ambition is to become the sovereign of this world. Remember, I seek dominion over the entire world. That is a level above that of the Pirate King. Baichi's gaze turned grave as he spoke emphatically. Rayleigh's glasses instantaneously gleamed with a white light, reflecting a brilliance that plunged him into deep contemplation. This world, is it truly ruled by him? It appears I have underestimated this young lad. He possesses an aura that surpasses even that of the legendary Pirate King, Roger. Initially, I presumed that with Baichi's character, His aspirations would align with those of the current newcomers, each yearning to reach the ultimate destination and acquire the great treasure, aspiring to become figures like Pirate King Roger. Yet, Baichi's ambition is astonishingly profound. He seeks to become the sovereign of this world. This ambition does not merely target the Navy or other pirates. It directly challenges the world government and the celestial dragons, the true progeny of this world's rulers. It is worth noting that even the formidable Navy must heed the commands of the enigmatic Amsama among the celestial dragons. To topple the celestial dragons and become the sovereign of this world is no simple endeavor. Subsequently, the Dark King Rayleigh chuckled wryly. I truly underestimated you, Baichi. I concede, you possess greater audacity than Roger. Though reluctantly, Rayleigh had to acknowledge that this newcomer before him exuded a fierceness far surpassing that of the previous generation. To overthrow the world government and ascend as the ruler of this realm. The elder generation had indeed uttered such sentiments, but over time, they had gradually come to regard the notion of ruling the world as mere jest. Now, when such words emanate from the lips of an 8-year-old, it is, in truth, somewhat ironic. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, saying, Youngster, I genuinely wish I could have been born a few years later to join you in the new world. His expression turned grave and earnest. However, Rayleigh's demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve. Nevertheless, I will not join you. I have but one captain, and that is Pirate King Roger. Rayleigh's thoughts seemed to drift into memories of his time with Roger, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed softly. This is not a reflection of your strength. I acknowledge that your future achievements may eclipse those of Roger. However, I shall never join any pirate crew other than Roger's, including yours, Baichi. As for the camaraderie of the older generation of revolutionaries, truth be told, Baichi felt no resentment towards Rayleigh's words. On the contrary, he held a certain admiration for Rayleigh's unwavering loyalty. This precisely illustrates that Rayleigh is a person of deep emotions, a friend worthy of profound connections. I understand this, Rayleigh, Baichi remarked, gently patting Rayleigh's shoulder. Haha, why does the atmosphere feel somewhat off? Little one, although I shall not join your pirate crew. You know I am a free spirit. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to speak up. I assure you, I shall not waver. The Dark King Rayleigh declared emphatically. Although he could not accompany Baichi to the great White Shark pirate crew, Rayleigh had silently resolved to assist this young lad in achieving his aspirations, just as he had wholeheartedly supported Pirate King Roger in the past. I am immensely grateful, Rayleigh. Baichi grinned, feeling quite fortunate. Was Rayleigh implying that he would heed Baichi's commands in the future without requiring remuneration? In contemporary terms, this could be interpreted as acquiring free labor. Baichi was naturally delighted by this. With a splash, the small boat continued its journey. The sky gradually darkened. Little ghost, let us make do for the night around here, Rayleigh said, sipping his drink, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. As he gazed at the starry sky, Baichi leaped off the small wooden boat, his eyes shimmering as he replied to Rayleigh, all right. Without further ado, they descended onto an uninhabited island. I say, Rayleigh, did you bring any food? Baichi inquired, realizing in his haste he had left the provisions on the treasure ship for Speed and the peculiar monk, Urki. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a slight smile on his lips, and confidently replied, of course not. Your confidence is unwarranted. Baichi shook his head in exasperation. As their stomachs began to grumble audibly, Rayleigh remained silent and strolled around the small island. No worries, there are animal droppings here. We won't starve. Shall we go together? He smiled, his lips curling upwards. It was evident that for characters like Baichi and Rayleigh, procuring food would not pose a challenge. After approximately half an hour of wandering through the silent island, they were indeed rewarded. For beings like Baichi and Rayleigh, strutting boldly through the forest was akin to serving themselves on a platter to the carnivorous wildlife, particularly the larger predators. Within the dense forest, a saber-toothed tiger was ruthlessly devouring a hare, leaving behind only a scattering of fur and blood. Sensing the approach of two figures, the saber-toothed tiger crouched in ambush. As the fierce beast of the island, a single hare was insufficient to satisfy its hunger. Baichi and Rayleigh reached the end of the path. With a ferocious roar, the saber-toothed tiger lunged at them, its claws bared. However, they were already aware of the tiger's presence and had prepared themselves to ensnare it. The unfortunate saber-toothed tiger, upon pouncing, instinctively sensed the danger posed by the two. In the pirate world, true strength instills fear even in animals. The tiger, realizing the peril, attempted to flee, but its rear was pierced by two swords, one from each of them. With a painful howl, the tiger was swiftly dealt a fatal blow by Baichi. Ha! Tonight promises a grand feast. On the deserted island, a bonfire crackled, and a makeshift grill was roasting an entire saber-toothed tiger. The duo, with their remarkable appetites, had consumed the entire beast. Baichi even crafted a cup from leaves, and as they savored the tiger meat and drank strong liquor, they eventually collapsed onto the ground, resembling two lifeless beings, snoring thunderously. Approximately 2 hours later, figures began to materialize from the forest. A plump pirate murmured, Lord Pajuang has instructed us that upon encountering Baichi, we must remain still and notify Kaido first. Pajuang, adorned with a horned hat and purple hair obscuring half his face, slowly emerged from the thicket. You truly are a fool. Can you not see Baichi is already asleep? If we do not act now, will you wait for Kaido to arrive? Pajawang scolded angrily. Why yes. Lord Pajawang, stammered the trembling pirate. Though Pajawang held the lowest status among the 6 flying pirates, the others regarded him like a younger brother. However, he wielded considerable influence over weaker pirates, which was why they feared him. Let us approach together. We need not concern ourselves with the old man for now. Let us eliminate the little ghost first, Pajawang commanded. For years, Pajawang had been the least respected among the 6 flying pirates, often relying on his sister for protection. He yearned to accomplish something significant to prove his worth to the beast pirates. He envisioned slaying Baichi, the notorious figure who had once defeated the drought-causing Jack. With that triumph, he believed he would no longer be looked down upon, but would instead garner Kaido's appreciation, potentially earning the vacant position left by Jack. As he gazed at the slumbering Baichi, Pajawang wore a sinister smile, tossing his purple hair. Baichi, you shall be my stepping stone. Blame yourself for being so careless as to fall into a drunken slumber, he chuckled. Brandishing a katana, he approached the sleeping Baichi, his eyes cold as he assessed the innocent visage of the boy who had once felled Jack. Your head shall be mine. With that, he swung the katana towards Baichi's head. Clang. The forest echoed with the sound of metal clashing. Pajawang, with his purple hair floating, looked in horror at the sleeping Baichi. The surrounding pirates wore expressions of terror, intermingled with confusion. Why does it feel like Pajawang's katana struck something as solid as iron? The pirate who had previously cautioned Pajawang wondered aloud. Indeed, how is this little ghost unharmed? Is he made of iron? Another pirate gasped in disbelief. Even if he were made of iron, with Pajawang's strength, he shouldn't be able to survive that blow. A tall pirate explained. Be quiet. You know how easily our captain holds grudges. Don't let him hear you. Another pirate warned, observing Pajawang's reddening face. Everyone promptly fell silent. You fools, shut your mouths. Pajawang roared angrily. Raising the katana high above his head, a black armor suddenly enveloped the blade. This is a skill our captain recently mastered, the Black Blade. A pirate exclaimed in shock. Yes, it truly is the Black Blade. This weapon, enveloped in Busashoko Haki, is said to be indestructible. This little ghost is done for. The pirates cheered excitedly. Watch closely, you fools. This is my forged Black Blade, a symbol of advanced Busashoku. With that, Pajawang swung the Black Blade down upon Baichi's head. The air crackled with intensity as the blade descended. Yet, Baichi and Rayleigh remained in a deep slumber, their snoring reverberating throughout the forest. How is this possible? Pajawang was utterly distraught. Even if this little ghost possessed extraordinary resilience, his Black Blade was invincible. How could it fail to sever Baichi's head? The surrounding pirates stared wide-eyed, having witnessed the prowess of Black Blade, who could cleave steel in two. Yet, confronted with the tender skull of White Chi, it proved ineffective? Was this little rascal's head somehow different? Harder than steel? Indeed, the boy possessed an astonishingly resilient cranium. Under the scrutinizing gazes of so many subordinates, Pajawang felt his pride severely compromised. He had already been seen as a mere junior among the other 6 flying brothers. Losing face in front of his own crew could jeopardize his standing among the 6 flying brothers altogether. Such was the atmosphere within the beast pirates. Those with formidable strength could ascend the ranks, a crucial reason for the crew's enduring might. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot subdue even a drunken brat. Pajawang fumed. I am no ordinary individual. I am the consumer of the dragon fruit. His violet hair bristled with fury, his physique swelling uncontrollably, tearing his garments asunder. His entire visage transformed into that of a Spinosaurus, while still retaining a semblance of his purple locks, creating a rather peculiar appearance. At last, having consumed the ancient Spinosaurus devil fruit, Pajawang fully morphed into a Spinosaurus. With his massive Magape, drool dribbling, he surprisingly retained the ability to articulate. Damn it. I've swallowed you, White Chi. In a single gulp, the diminutive White Chi was devoured whole by the Spinosaurus. The sound of shattering teeth echoed as Pajawang bit down in rage, his teeth fracturing instantly, blood and shattered enamel expelling White Chi from his mouth. The pirates surrounding them were utterly bewildered. What on earth had their captain, Pajawang, just consumed? Was that White Chi even human? Even in his Spinosaurus form? Pajawang was unable to bite down effectively. At this moment, the pirates finally comprehended why Drought Jack had been defeated by this 8-year-old boy. The defense of this little imp is indeed extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of the Drought Jack. Just now, I reminded Pajawang to notify Kaido's corpulent pirate. My legs began to tremble at the thought. I have heard of White Chi's notorious reputation. If Pajawang were to stir such a commotion and awaken this demon, would not my companions and I meet our doom? Haha. Suddenly, Rayleigh opened his eyes wide, clutching his belly in unabated laughter. Old man Rayleigh, you speak the truth. This time, we have truly ensnared our prey, White Chi remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With the combined prowess of White Chi and the Dark King Rayleigh's observation Haki, how could they possibly be unaware of Pajawang and his minions' pursuit? The two exchanged knowing glances. A silent understanding passing between them regarding how to capture these quarry. Capturing such a multitude of prey can indeed be quite laborious. It is far more advantageous to have the prey willingly present themselves at one's doorstep. Thus emerged the scene where the prey willingly ensnared themselves. As an elder and a youth exchanged meaningful glances at Peggy Wan and his companions, akin to gazing upon a flock of goats delivering themselves to the wolves. "Lord, what shall we do now? These two fellows have awakened," exclaimed one of the henchmen. At that moment, Peggy Wan had transformed into his human form. Rolling on the ground while clutching his teeth, utterly incapable of responding to the pirate's inquiry, another henchman shouted, "You truly are a fool. They have long since awakened. We have been targeted from the very beginning." "Ha," laughed Bai Chi. "You possess far greater intellect than that imbecilic pirate." His gaze then fixed upon Peggy Wan, a smirk playing upon his lips. Indeed, he is a being devoid of both strength and intelligence. No wonder the Peggy Wan in the anime appears as a mere underling, vastly overshadowed by those such as Fusif, Zoro, and others who dare to challenge the three disasters. "Lord, what shall we do?" Both of them are awake. The pirates uttered in terror. One was the legendary pirate, the Dark King Rayleigh, once the right hand of the Pirate King Roger and the vice captain of the Pirate King's ship. The other was a recently emerged pirate, whose prowess rivaled that of Dark King Rayleigh. This 8-year-old had once slain the notorious drought-inducing Jack of his own crew. It was entirely possible that this group might meet their demise at the hands of the young lad. Some of the weaker pirates had already fallen to the ground, their eyes filled with sheer terror. It is not entirely their fault. After all, Bai Chi's recent notoriety has become quite formidable, even causing Peggy Wan to tremble with fear. Moments ago, he had urged the portly pirate to inform Kaido, yet now he sat vacantly on the ground, ensnared in a state of madness. "I warned you to notify Kaido, you fool, yet you refused to listen." Chapter 130, Regretful Peggy Wan. What? A glint of coldness flickered in Peggy Wan's eyes. How dare someone weaker than himself speak to him in such a manner? Do you wish for death? Peggy Wan's countenance darkened as he spoke, and with a swift motion, he severed the head of the portly pirate, which rolled away, blood splattering across the ground. After wiping his katana clean, he bellowed at his subordinates, "Should anyone dare to act in a manner that undermines our morale, your fate shall be the same as his." He pointed to the headless corpse. The surrounding pirates were struck by terror, rendered speechless, and caught in a dilemma, with Bai Chi ahead of them and Peggy Wan behind. "We have no retreat. We can only fight alongside Bai Chi," Peggy Wan continued. Bai Chi regarded Peggy Wan with a smile, perceiving that he was not entirely devoid of reason. However, even if their morale were to surge 100-fold, Bai Chi's lips curled slightly. The outcome of the final battle would remain unchanged. "Rayleigh, do not intervene. I shall take action," Bai Chi stated calmly. "Haha, splendid. I relish the leisure. And I am eager to witness your prowess, young one," Rayleigh replied, raising his hands in a gesture of acquiescence. Having battled Warpeach Maru on Sabaody Archipelago, he had not had the chance to observe Bai Chi's confrontation with Admiral Kizaru, which had left him quite disappointed. Now, although he faced a mere 6 flying spheres, he was nonetheless eager to witness Bai Chi's combat skills. Rayleigh reclined against a tree, retrieved his flask, sipped the liquor, and settled in with keen interest. "Die, Bai Chi," Peggy Wan declared, tossing his hair back as he grasped the now blackened weapon in his hand, executing a swift draw and slash. The blade struck fiercely against Bai Chi's shoulder. How could this be? How was it even possible? How could one possess such formidable defense? Peggy Wan was utterly bewildered. The young lad before him, whether in terms of his head or shoulder, appeared as impenetrable as diamond. This led Peggy Wan to ponder whether this boy had consumed the glittering fruit. For it was inconceivable that even his own armament Haki-enforced black blade could not penetrate. The surrounding pirates stood in stunned silence, as the black blade was once again thwarted by this 8-year-old child. Is this the prowess required to vanquish Drought Jack and repel the formidable Admiral Kizaru? Indeed. It is evident that they are not even in the same league as the 6 flying brothers. At this moment, everyone awakened to the profound implication of Kaido's earlier warning. One must not act rashly upon encountering this little demon. Confronting such a creature without reporting to Lord Kaido and engaging in combat would be sheer folly, especially when one cannot even breach its defenses. Standing idly while being unable to strike back would surely be akin to courting death. The crowd raised their weapons but found themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to move. It was unimaginable that this group was composed of the elite under the 4 emperors, specifically trained by Kaido of the 100 Beasts in the New World. What on earth has this little demon consumed to possess such power? Pagawan speculated, convinced that the boy must have ingested a devil fruit. With the defeat of Jack the Drought and the disappearance of Kizaru, all the secrets must lie within the abilities granted by the fruit the boy had consumed. Abilities? You say? Bai Chi replied with a faint smile, while Rayleigh beside him wore a mocking expression. Ah, how Navi. Let me enlighten you. This is not a matter of fruit abilities at all, Bai Chi continued. Not abilities from a fruit? That is impossible. No one can withstand my black blade. Pagawan could scarcely believe Bai Chi's words. His black blade was a hard-earned mastery, renowned for its indestructibility. How could this little demon, without having consumed a fruit, withstand it with mere flesh and blood? It was utterly inconceivable. At this moment, Peggy Wan felt a profound sense of humiliation. The black blade he had painstakingly forged seemed utterly trivial in the presence of this young brat, Bai Chi. Observing Peggy Wan's disgraceful demeanor, Bai Chi smirked and proclaimed, Remember this well, what I wield is known as advanced armament Haki. It differs entirely from the Haki you have encountered before, as it can exist in a transparent state. What? Peggy once suddenly regained his senses. Advanced armament? He had indeed heard whispers of its transparent form, but this was his first encounter with it. The surrounding pirates erupted into a frenzy. Have you heard of advanced armament Haki? No. Isn't armament Haki always a black armor? What is this advanced armament Haki? I've only heard that it can turn weapons black, but never that there exists a transparent form. Ignoring the clamoring crowd, Bai Qi approached Peggy Wan slowly. His gaze icy as he regarded him as if he were nothing more than a lifeless dragon. In that moment, the fleeting courage that Peggy Wan had temporarily summoned in the face of anger and humiliation had vanished entirely. What replaced it was a primal fear emanating from the depths of his soul. He realized that he and this young brat were not even in the same league. A prodigy like Bai Qi, with his extraordinary talents and formidable strength, was on par with the likes of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the 100 beasts. How could a mere 6 flying claws like himself ever hope to defeat Bai Qi? This is nothing short of a delusion. However, it is now too late. Pejuan, filled with regret, lamented that he should have heeded his subordinate's advice and reported Bai Qi's movements to Kaido. But now, it was too late to voice any concerns. In an instant, a pristine white blade materialized in Bai Qi's hand, accompanied by a fierce flash of white light. Pejuan's head severed and rolled to the ground, his once vibrant purple hair now disheveled. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered in the eyes of the Dark King, Rayleigh, as he gazed at the decapitated head on the ground. It was perplexing. The overwhelming energy and the explosive tremor felt strikingly reminiscent of Whitebeard's quake fruit attack. Rayleigh pondered to himself. Truly an astonishing young lad. This must be his trump card that enabled him to defeat Kizaru. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the 6 flying brothers Pejuan. Reward, light speed /X2. The lack of surprise was palpable. Indeed, dealing with a character like Pejuan warranted modest rewards. The system interface opened. Ding. Host, Bai Qi age, 8 occupation, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates fruit, quake fruit, ignores the sea, advanced tsunami-inducing earthquake, disaster level, Haki, armament Haki, advanced, observation Haki, advanced. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate, skills, light speed / 11 times, single use, an instantaneous strike against enemies at light speed. Flash skill, 6 times, instant teleportation within 100 meters. Rebound skill, 5 times, within 1 second, reflect the attack back to the enemy in the same form. Invincible golden body, 5 times. Upon use, the body remains invulnerable for a period of time. Current state, 10 seconds. Items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 30, carp fruit. Heavenly gold, 50 billion berries, 8 billion berries, rain fruit, named sword, blowing snow, with ice and snow effects, hammer fruit. Basic attributes, strength, max defense, max agility, max stamina, max chapter 131. Bai Qi is a demon as Pejuan's severed head rolled on the ground. The members of the Beast Pirates gaped in horror, their eyes wide with terror. Just moments ago, their leader Pejuan had been vigorous and full of life. Yet before this mere 8-year-old boy, he had been felled with a single blow. The dread of death, emanating from the depths of their souls, consumed them. Some pirates, paralyzed with fear, wet themselves, collapsing to the ground, horrified at the sight of Pejuan's disheveled purple hair. Unable to shake the thought that they too might meet a similar fate, a heavy silence enveloped the air. Run! A pirate's desperate shout broke the stillness. In a frenzy, the members of the Beast Pirates attempted to flee the island, some trampling over one another in their haste, resulting in chaotic stampedes. Rayleigh stood, gazing vacantly at the fleeing pirates, shaking his head in resignation. Squinting, he remarked, "You little rascal, it seems you have gained quite the infamy. Even the Beast Pirates tremble before you." The Beast Pirates were no ordinary crew. They were one of the 4 emperors of the New World, seasoned by countless battles. Many members had experienced the world and had faced conflict with other emperor crews, maintaining their composure when confronted by their formidable generals or even emperors. Yet, these individuals lost all rationality in the face of Bai Qi, which illustrated the extent of his notorious reputation. Indeed, Rayleigh was correct. Bai Qi's name resonated ominously within the Beast Pirates, earning him the moniker, the Demon. The myriad of atrocities Bai Qi had committed against the Beast Pirates was well documented. From obliterating the drought-ridden Jackass Outer pirate crew, annihilating Hold'em, to severing speed in half, each act aligned perfectly with the epithet of a demon. Even these pirates may retain a semblance of rationality when confronted with figures of the Yonko caliber, yet in the presence of the demon known as Bai Qi, all reason swiftly dissipates. Observing the frantically fleeing pirates, Bai Qi let out a resigned sigh and mused, "Am I truly that fearsome?" Though he uttered these words, his body was unyieldingly honest as it unleashed the Conqueror's Haki. Closing his eyes, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, rapidly expanding outward. Nearby, Rayleigh's glasses glinted with reflected light. Truth be told, he found Bai Qi's earlier battle with Pagawan rather unsatisfying, as it concluded in mere seconds. However, the current display of Bai Qi's Haki piqued Rayleigh's interest. "Conqueror's Haki, is it?" he remarked nonchalantly. This young lad, could he truly possess the qualities of a king? A rarity among millions? Yet, it is only logical, A person bold enough to slay celestial dragons and contend with admirals would undoubtedly wield Conqueror's Haki. Indeed. Baichi's formidable aura swiftly enveloped a radius of 1 square kilometer. The pirates of the Beast Pirates, who had been fleeing, found themselves encircled in less than 5 seconds. Clearly overwhelmed by Baichi's Conqueror's Haki. Under the terrifying grip of this power, the already terrified hearts of the pirates quivered uncontrollably. Those who attempted to escape collapsed one after another, succumbing to their fear. None were spared. A slight smile graced Baichi's lips. The fate of these pirates rested solely upon their own merit, for this foreboding forest teems with countless ferocious beasts. Undoubtedly, some pirates would become prey to these creatures. The Dark King Rayleigh approached slowly, remarking, "You are indeed a formidable one, mastering Conqueror's Haki with such finesse." He spoke with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Baichi chuckled lightly. To feign modesty at this juncture would seem rather contrived. "I say, old man, do you now regret not joining my great white shark pirates?" Baichi teased. "Humph, young lad, you are still far from my level. My captain will always be Roger." Rayleigh laughed heartily, recognizing the jest in Baichi's words. Following this brief interlude, the two rested in the forest before setting sail again the next day. The sound of the sea breeze rustled through the waves, creating ripples that surged toward distant shores, constantly lapping against the sands. A small island gradually came into clearer view. "At last, we have arrived at our destination, Akainu Island. Home of Hawkeye," Baichi exclaimed with excitement. Once he secured an alliance with Hawkeye, he could finally reunite with the long-missed Whitebeard. On the sandy shores of Akainu Island, a small boat lay anchored, from which an elderly figure and a young man disembarked. They were none other than the renowned Dark King Rayleigh and the recently celebrated Baichi. As they traversed the island, the landscape exuded a sense of decay, with a faint purple haze permeating the sky, occasionally revealing graveyards. Lush trees thrived here, forming dense forests that obscured the sunlight, bestowing an air of foreboding upon this small isle. It was hard to fathom that this was the residence of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. At this moment, a man with seaweed-like hair, bound in bandages, was vigilantly surveying his surroundings. This man, Zoro, armed with 3 swords, found himself besieged by a troop of baboons. Damn it! These wretched baboons! The baboons darted around him, emitting strange sounds. Astonishingly, they donned human defensive attire and wielded human weaponry. This island was home to a unique species known as the human imitators. As the name suggests, these baboons had learned to emulate human behavior, a consequence of the island's tumultuous history, which had made them increasingly aggressive in adopting human warfare techniques. How infuriating! Zoro yelled, wielding his swords to strike at a baboon. Yet, the creature not only evaded his attack but also mimicked Zoro's technique. How was this possible? Zoro shouted in disbelief, after years of honing his swordsmanship. To think that mere animals could learn his moves at a glance. Zoro, in a moment of existential doubt, felt a sudden tearing of his previous wounds in a fit of anger, nearly collapsing to the ground in agony. The baboons, exuberant and jubilant, brandished their weapons and charged towards him. Observing their fierce assault, the injured Zoro could only utter a frustrated exclamation, "Damn it. This is the end." Just as the baboons seemed poised to overpower him, they abruptly froze in place, discarding their weapons and fleeing in terror. Confused, Zoro looked up to see 2 figures approaching. One old and one young, both wearing amused expressions. It was none other than Rayleigh and White. Chapter 132. Stubborn Zoro. The baboons created distance, their demeanor shifting to one of wariness as they regarded White and Rayleigh. The usual arrogance had vanished, replaced by a palpable fear, as if they had encountered their mortal enemies. Witnessing the baboons' reaction to White, Zoro felt a pang of discomfort. It was not that the baboons were too formidable, but rather that he himself felt woefully inadequate. Before the 8-year-old boy who had vanquished the celestial dragons and the legendary Rayleigh, the baboons dared not approach. Zoro, a formidable swordsman wielding 3 swords, found himself unable to contend even with the baboons. He clenched his fists with great intensity, casting a serious gaze towards White Chi and Rayleigh. Particularly striking was the sight of the 8-year-old White Chi approaching alongside the illustrious Rayleigh. There was no semblance of a mentor-mentee relationship, but rather an air of equals. As a newcomer myself, the disparity between Zoro and White Chi was profoundly disheartening. Witnessing such a young peer attain such remarkable heights filled Zoro with an unsettling sense of inadequacy. At this moment, Zoro remained oblivious to the fact that White Chi had already triumphed over Kazara. Ever since being sent flying by Kuma, he had been preoccupied with leaving this place. And lacking the habit of reading newspapers, Zoro was entirely unaware of the happenings outside. If Zoro were to learn that White Chi had defeated Kazaru and was currently on par with Mihawk, he would likely be utterly devastated. The expression on his face would undoubtedly be peculiar and extraordinarily captivating. White Chi gradually approached Zoro and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Roar no Zoro. Your current strength is insufficient to escape these human imitators. You should return and recuperate." Upon hearing White Chi's assessment, Zoro felt a mix of embarrassment and humiliation from being consoled by a newcomer who had set sail after him. "I will not give up. Stop underestimating me, White Chi. One day, I will surpass you," Zoro declared earnestly. "Haha. I look forward to that day, Roar no Zoro. Feel free to seek me out anytime." White Chi did not believe that Zoro's talent and strength would ever allow him to surpass his own. Not to mention that Zoro was currently unable to defeat even a baboon, even if he possessed the strength of a grand swordsman. White Chi believed that Zoro could never catch up to him in terms of either talent or power. Since he was unwilling to heed advice, White Chi chose not to say more. He and Rayleigh gradually walked away, observing the scene with interest from a distance. I bet that this three-sword-style swordsman named Zoro will faint soon. So let's wait to rescue him, White Chi remarked helplessly. Hey, kid. Your words might hurt that green-haired fellow, Rayleigh said after taking a sip of his drink. Haha. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and Zoro understands this. He is certainly not fragile, White Chi commented nonchalantly about Zoro. From his tone, it was clear that White Chi regarded Zoro as a junior, surrounded by baboons. Zoro held his swords firmly, one held in his mouth, striking a unique three-sword-style pose, ready for battle. Don't interfere. I will rely on my own strength to intimidate this group of baboons, Zoro said seriously. White Chi shook his head, realizing that Zoro was indeed a stubborn individual. However, he recognized and appreciated Zoro's determination and courage. Zoro positioned himself for an attack, convinced he could overcome the baboons, summoning the last of his strength. With a powerful leap, he struck at the surrounding baboons with all three swords. As the baboons noticed White Chi and Rayleigh moving further away, they lost their fear of Zoro and began to engage him in combat. The sounds of clashing weapons rang out in the air, and sparks flew from the friction of their weapons. Finally, after exhausting all his strength, Zoro managed to defeat one baboon. However, a swarm of baboons suddenly charged at him, brandishing their weapons and employing various techniques, leaving multiple wounds on Zoro's body. Tornado. Injured and fatigued, Zoro unleashed his prized three-sword technique, sending the baboons flying. Yet, as soon as they landed, they regrouped and charged at him again, their cacophonous cries filling the air. White Chi, unable to bear the noise, covered his ears. What a rowdy bunch. I truly wish I could use my Conqueror's Haki to knock them all out. White Chi shook his head. With his Conqueror's Haki, he could indeed accomplish that. Observing the baboons returning after being blown away by the tornado, Zoro was left utterly bewildered. Were these human imitators truly this strong? The sounds of clashing weapons echoed once more around Zoro as he was ultimately overwhelmed by the baboon horde. His body, wrapped in bandages, was stained with fresh blood. He collapsed, utterly exhausted. As Zoro fell, the frenzied baboons showed no signs of retreat. A large baboon raised a heavy hammer and swung it down towards Zoro's head. Hey, you all are taking things too far, White Chi remarked calmly. Then in an instant, he seized the descending hammer with a firm grip. The large baboon found its weapon ensnared as if caught in a vice, unable to move. Instinctively, it made a menacing expression towards White Chi while emitting strange sounds as a warning. Yet, upon realizing it was White Chi, it was so frightened that it dropped its weapon and leaped back nearly 10 steps. Scram, you bunch of beasts, White Chi said fiercely, casting a sharp gaze at the surrounding baboons. The once violent baboons, including the one that had threatened him, wilted under White Chi's fierce glare, whimpering in fear before fleeing in haste. It was indeed laughable. Whether in the realm of humans or animals, the principle of strength reigning supreme held true. Looking down at the fallen Zoro, White Chi shook his head again, recognizing that Zoro's current strength was pitifully insufficient against the weak. Ignoring his advice, he insisted on challenging the baboons, resulting in a crushing defeat. Chapter 133. Hawkeye's Mihawk. Old man, I leave Zoro in your hands, White Chi said, spreading his hands with a grin. He had no intention of carrying the muscular Zoro, who stood at 181 meters tall. You lazy brat, Rayleigh shook his head. Even the mighty Rayleigh felt helpless. This seemingly harmless young boy had schemes that surpassed his height. Hey, old man, what kind of odd sight do you think it would be for me to carry Zoro given my size? White Chi retorted. Cough, cough. Rayleigh cleared his throat twice. The young lad had a point. It was indeed hard to fathom how someone so strong and gifted could possess the physique of an 8-year-old child. If one were to encounter White Chi without prior knowledge, they might easily mistake him for an easily bullied child, as his appearance was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary 8-year-old. Thus, the elder and the youth, along with Zoro slung over Rayleigh's back, made their way to the residence of Hawkeye's Mihawk. Stepping onto the soft earth, graves were scattered across the island, imparting a sense of decay. Occasionally, crows cawed, creating an eerie ambience that felt akin to stepping into a haunted house. This place was once a kingdom, but it fell into decline due to war, Rayleigh explained as he observed White Chi's curious gaze. Oh really? This setting suits Hawkeye's character well. Undisturbed and perfect for honing his swordsmanship, White Chi replied. You seem to know quite a bit about Hawkeye's. I can't help but suspect you know him personally, Rayleigh remarked, eyeing White Chi with suspicion. What White Chi had just articulated was precisely the reason why Hawkeyes resided in this secluded area. At times, even the formidable Mihawk finds himself perplexed by the enigmatic little specter before him, sensing that this small creature possesses an abundance of knowledge. Nevertheless, it is merely conjecture. I prefer perusing newspapers, and I am certainly familiar with the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. White Chi shrugged in explanation. Within an ancient castle, a middle-aged man with keen eyes conversed with a ghost-like little girl floating above. I say, Perona, why not check on Zoro? He remarked, savoring a glass of rich red wine, casually swirling it. This man was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Who would want to? If that rascal wishes to leave, let him. Perona retorted playfully. That scoundrel, Roronoa Zoro, had audaciously refused her request to stay and keep her company. If it weren't for Mihawk's unbearable boredom, she would never have asked Zoro to remain. The thought of languishing on this island was enough to make her despair. Both Mihawk and Zoro were quintessential embodiments of stoic masculinity. Yet, after a brief moment, Perona suddenly panicked. If that brute Zoro were to perish, she would be left to endure an eternity with this man who only read newspapers, drank wine, and practiced swordsmanship. Although Zoro was not her favorite, he was certainly 100 times preferable to the taciturn Mihawk. What a dreadfully tedious existence awaited her in the latter half of her life. Clasping her head in her hands, Perona muttered to herself before hastily flying out of the castle, heading in Zoro's direction. The wine-drinking man abruptly halted the swirling of his glass. Perona, there is no need for you to go. Zoro has returned, Mihawk stated coolly. Returned? Perona exclaimed in disbelief. Zoro had faced those baboons before, and she found it hard to believe he could return unscathed. However, upon seeing Mihawk's steadfast gaze, she obediently ceased her search for Zoro. She glanced back at Mihawk and noticed an unusual intensity in his eyes. Suddenly, Mihawk rose, his gaze sharp and far-reaching, and in his hand appeared a large, obsidian blade. Truly, the weapon of the world's greatest swordsman, the supreme sword known as Yoru, one of the 10 supreme blades. Adorned in a black top hat, with a dark beard and clad in white trousers, Mihawk slowly ventured forth, carrying the formidable sword Yoru. Perona was utterly bewildered. Had Mihawk lost his composure? After spending so much time on this island, it was her first encounter with such agitation from him. Could there be an enemy approaching? Enemies? If they were indeed foes, would she be caught in the crossfire? Given Mihawk's solitary and proud nature, one could only imagine the number of adversaries lurking outside. I am not allied with Mihawk. It would be truly unfortunate to be caught in the chaos. With that thought, Perona swiftly retreated into the castle to hide. Indeed. In the distance, an elderly man and a young boy, accompanied by a tall, robust figure, approached Mihawk. Soon they stood before him, their gazes locking. A palpable aura enveloping the air. This fellow is quite hefty. I leave him in your care, Mihawk, Rayleigh said, gently placing Zoro down. Perona, take Zoro inside to rest. Mihawk commanded coldly. Perona did not respond. A swift and precise slash suddenly shattered the table before her. Scoundrel, you wretch. Perona's shriek echoed through the castle. Reluctantly, she carried Zoro to the infirmary. I never imagined your strength had grown to this level. Mihawk, you can now cut objects from a distance, Rayleigh remarked with admiration. Feeling he could never achieve such a feat himself, Mihawk disregarded Rayleigh's comments, his keen eyes scrutinizing the elderly man and the boy. Entering without my permission is quite rude. I assent to it, Rayleigh? Mihawk fixed his gaze on Rayleigh. Haha, old man, I told you your connections were lacking, White Chi chuckled. Previously, Rayleigh had mentioned to White Chi that he and Mihawk shared some camaraderie, suggesting they could sit and converse. Yet, given Mihawk's demeanor, it was evident he had no intention of being hospitable, especially with that formidable sword slung over his shoulder. Such a blatant disregard for decorum. Rayleigh scratched his head awkwardly. My friendship with him is from long ago. I never expected his character to remain unchanged. He sighed, offering a smile to Mihawk. Mihawk, this time I'm not the one seeking you. It is this little rascal, Rayleigh said, gesturing to the 8-year-old White Chi. I do not entertain nameless individuals. Mihawk replied bluntly, though he cast a sidelong glance at White Chi. Wait, this little rascal seems somewhat familiar. No, how could I possibly know a child? Mihawk pondered, his expression growing more inquisitive. After a moment, he slapped his forehead. You were White Chi? He asked, bewildered. I never imagined I had gained such notoriety that even Mihawk knows of me. How flattering. White Chi responded nonchalantly, devoid of any flattery in his tone. His eyes reflected an air of equality with Mihawk. What is the matter? You've noticed this little rascal too. Haven to you, Mihawk? Rayleigh smiled, noting Mihawk's intrigue. Though uncertain if White Chi could persuade the steadfast Mihawk to join Whitebeard in the battle against the Navy, Rayleigh was assured of one thing. Mihawk would undoubtedly find this young boy captivating, ensuring he would not be dismissed immediately. Indeed, Mihawk regarded the boy with the piercing gaze of a hawk. Contrary to his newspaper depiction, White Chi appeared surprisingly diminutive for someone who had defeated an admiral. Mihawk marveled at how the boy's stature belied his formidable achievements. The harbinger of drought, Jack, slayer of the celestial dragons, and conqueror of Admiral Kizaru. All these feats belong to the recently renowned White Chi, whose astonishing exploits have captured the world's attention. Unwittingly, Mihawk's perception of White Chi transformed into that of a grand, muscular figure. Observing Mihawk's puzzled expression, White Chi spoke up. Rest assured, I am indeed who I claim to be. I wonder if Mihawk would grant us the pleasure of sharing a drink. The weather here is exceedingly damp and cold. White Chi shrugged casually. Before the world's greatest swordsman, this young boy maintained his composure. prompting Mihawk to confirm that this was indeed the famed White Chi from the recent newspapers. Gazing at the unflappable White Chi and then at Rayleigh, Mihawk contemplated for a moment. To be honest, he found himself genuinely intrigued by White Chi. Humph, you two are not entirely nameless. Come in for a drink. Mihawk's hawk-like eyes softened slightly. Upon entering Mihawk's castle, while not opulent, it exuded a certain charm. The elderly man and the young boy settled into bronze-hued chairs, and Rayleigh spoke first. Mihawk, your place is quite pleasant, albeit a tad too quiet for my taste. I cannot abide it. Consistent with Rayleigh's character, he preferred gambling or seeking lively venues to pilfer. If he were cast upon this island, devoid of any human presence, it is likely that Rayleigh would have succumbed to madness long ago. Haha, Perona, please fetch me the finest red wine. Mihawk, the Hawkeye, refrained from pursuing Rayleigh's topic further. You impertinent fool, how many times must I tell you that I am not your maid, you utterly unromantic wretch? Suddenly, a little girl with an umbrella flitted across the sky, exuding a charming aura. Despite her verbal protests, Perona obediently produced a bottle of red wine. Having indulged in the comforts of Hawkeye's castle for so long, she was naturally somewhat soft-hearted, recognizing the age-old adage about accepting favors. Oh, what a tiny sprite! Perona exclaimed, as she flew closer to Bai Chi, scrutinizing him with curiosity. Perona was not surprised by the arrival of the Dark King Rayleigh. Given Hawkeye's esteemed standing as the world's foremost swordsman, the number of admirers seeking an audience was undoubtedly vast. Only the most distinguished individuals could gain entry into the ancient castle. For instance, just a year prior, the formidable red-haired Shanks had graced the castle with his presence. It was evident that Hawkeye's fortress was not a place for the average person to wander into. Yet this 8-year-old child had managed to enter, suggesting a lineage of remarkable stature. However, this boy struck her as somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered him recently. But that couldn't be right. She had been residing in the castle, where the only other inhabitants were the humorless Hawkeye and the hapless Sorrow, so the chance of meeting a third individual was improbable. Thus, the only means of knowing this child must be through the newspapers. Perona suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing, of course, this little imp is Bai Chi. She was struck with clarity. He was the prodigy that Hawkeye had frequently mentioned, the one who had bested Kizaru. It was astonishing how he appeared as ordinary as any other 8-year-old. Perona nearly pressed her face against Bai Chi's, nearly reaching for a magnifying glass to scrutinize him further. You are Bai Chi, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. I never imagined my name had reached even here, Bai Chi replied, scratching his head awkwardly. It was indeed a rather uncomfortable sensation to have a girl shout his name from such proximity. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I wager you are now known far and wide. Rayleigh chuckled from the side. Not just widely known, have you not seen the recent newspapers? Hawkeye interjected sternly. Recent newspapers about me? Bai Chi exclaimed excitedly, sensing that the news of his victory over Kizaru had made headlines. Upon receiving the newspaper from Hawkeye, Bai Chi was taken aback. Prominently featured was his likeness. The headline read, Wanted, Bai Chi, Bounty 3. 5 billion berries. It further proclaimed him as the Navy's greatest foe and the devil of the worst era. Good heavens, the Navy had indeed spared no expense. His bounty was on par with that of the 4 emperors. It was well known that the exorbitant bounties of the 4 emperors stemmed not solely from their power but also from their immense charisma. Which of the 4 emperors did not command a vast pirate crew that could rally thousands at their behest? In stark contrast, Bai Chi's great white shark pirates. Truth be told, left Bai Chi feeling rather anxious. Aside from himself as captain, the prowess of his crew was hardly noteworthy. In this context, the Navy's willingness to offer such a substantial bounty is entirely due to their apprehension towards the formidable prowess of Bai Chi, particularly given his mere 8 years of age yet remarkable talent. The sudden rise in bounty suggests an impending influx of unnecessary troubles. One can never predict when a desperate individual, valuing money over life, might come seeking his head in exchange for riches. Bai Chi, however, does not dwell on the potential dangers to his life. With his abilities, what bounty hunter could truly pose a threat? It is the inevitable complications that lie ahead that concern him. Rayleigh observed Bai Chi's troubled expression and took the newspaper to peruse its contents, erupting into laughter upon finishing. 3.5 billion berries, you say? Huh. It seems there will be an increasing number of individuals eager for that little head of yours. To be honest, I find myself somewhat tempted by that bounty. 3.5 billion berries. TSK. Rayleigh exclaimed with excitement. Old man, do not jest at my expense. Let us discuss matters of substance. Bai Chi retorted, wishing to steer the conversation away from this vexing topic. His gaze then turned towards Mihawk, who met his eyes with an eagle-like intensity. In that moment, both became solemn. Even Rayleigh ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he awaited Bai Chi's words. Have you received the Navy's notification regarding the impending conflict, Mihawk? Bai Chi inquired, his expression serious. Mihawk, with his keen, hawk-like eyes, regarded Bai Chi with quiet admiration. Recognizing the young man's impressive composure, it is known that even those of admiral rank exhibit a certain unease under the scrutiny of Mihawk's piercing gaze. Yet Bai Chi remained unflinching, truly a prodigious talent of this treacherous era. Indeed, Mihawk replied tersely. In truth, The Navy had already begun plotting their strategies against Whitebeard the moment Blackbeard delivered ace to them. Naturally, a crucial component of their strategy involved the world's most formidable swordsman, Mihawk. This is undoubtedly a pinnacle of combat prowess that the Navy will not overlook. Mihawk, I cordially invite you to join our side in the forthcoming war. Chi stated bluntly. A faint smirk creased the corner of Hawkeye's mouth, unlike Rayleigh. He did not outright refuse but instead swirled his drink and savored a sip of the exquisite wine. After relishing the fine vintage, Mihawk slowly responded, certainly. However, you must provide me with a compelling reason to accept. After all, it would mean relinquishing the opportunity to battle against the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. With his hawk-like gaze piercing through Chi, he was keen to ascertain what this recently famed young man possessed that could persuade him. Chi shrugged nonchalantly, propping his leg up and shaking his glass with an air of arrogance. Beside him, Perona's eyes widened in disbelief. Since arriving on this island, amidst the many prominent figures in Mihawk's castle, this was the first time she encountered such an audacious young man. Even the formidable Yonko Shanks did not possess such brazen demeanor. What followed next left Perona utterly astounded. Chi remarked coolly, fighting that old man Whitebeard holds no thrill. Instead, let us duel as swordsmen. Should I defeat you, you must agree to join my crew and fight against the Navy. What say you? His tone exuded an assurance that suggested he could indeed best the world's greatest swordsman. What? Perona nearly gasped in disbelief, her eyes bulging as she regarded the audacious youth before her. This was utterly incongruous with Chi's youthful frame. Hawkeye was renowned as the world's greatest swordsman. It was understood that if it were merely a contest of swordsmanship, even the Yonko Shanks would not dare to assert himself as the greatest. There was but one true swordsman of that caliber, and that was Mihawk himself. Those who came here often spoke of sparring with Mihawk to gauge their own skills against the world's best. Yet, it was a first for Perona to hear someone proclaim they would defeat Mihawk and dictate terms to him. Truly, as the rumors suggested, he was an arrogant young man. Perona marveled inwardly. Haha. Rayleigh guffawed heartily from the side. Mihawk, this young lad is quite entertaining, isn't he? However, I can assure you that his strength is far from ordinary. You are indeed audacious, and I shall accept your challenge. But should you falter, I cannot guarantee your survival. Mihawk's keen gaze locked onto Chi once more. Chi met his stare with equal intensity, a palpable tension rising between them. Under this charged atmosphere, the entire castle fell into a strange, eerie silence. This is a moment of intense confrontation between two true swordsmen. A master swordsman, possessing genuine strength, can discern the capabilities of his opponent merely through a glance. This is precisely the reason why the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk, is nicknamed Hawkeye. Even the nearby Dark King, Rayleigh, caught between the two, appears somewhat astonished. As a formidable swordsman himself, he can sense the overwhelming aura emanating from them, and despite not engaging in combat, he has already deduced that both individuals surpass his own prowess. This journey to Karaikana Island has proven to be quite worthwhile. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth curl upwards. Accompanying this young lad of merely 8 years, he finds himself encountering increasingly intriguing events. He is growing ever more eager for the impending war, pondering how this young boy will distinguish himself amidst the chaos. The thought of observing the bewildered expressions of Sengoku and Garp brings a smile to Rayleigh's face, one that he believes will surely amuse him to no end. Chi casually shrugged, crossing his legs and declaring emphatically, "It's a promise, Mihawk. To honor our duel, I shall employ this world's strongest black blade to bring this to a conclusion." Hawkeye slowly rose and made his way towards the door. "To avoid any collateral damage to my residence, let us engage in battle beside the island," he stated coldly. "No problem," Chi replied readily. To be honest, in such a confined space, Chi felt somewhat restricted in showcasing his abilities. What a magnificent battle this shall be. I, Dark King Rayleigh, shall once again feast my eyes on the spectacle," Rayleigh exclaimed with excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation, nearly aching for the confrontation between Hawkeye and Chi to commence. Moments after their departure, a man, bound in bandages, suddenly tumbled from his bed, his exhausted form hitting the floor. Hearing the commotion, Perona hurried into the man's bedroom. "Are you an idiot? You've just been injured, and you're trying to get out of bed?" Perona scolded, holding an umbrella aloft as she hovered in the air, her frustration palpable. The man before her, clearly neglecting his health, was Roronoa Zoro, the aspiring swordsman determined to surpass Hawkeye and become the world's greatest swordsman. Uncharacteristically, Zoro did not retort angrily to Perona's admonition. Instead, he inquired earnestly, "Who was it that just released such a powerful sword intent?" "You fool. You should focus on your own recovery instead of concerning yourself with such trivial matters." Perona snapped back. "Answer me," Zoro insisted, his seriousness cutting through her irritation. Perona was momentarily taken aback. Both Hawkeye and this directionally challenged Zoro seemed unusually intense today. Despite her annoyance, she complied and replied, "It was the newcomer, Chi." Chi? Zoro's mind buzzed with disbelief. Is he the one who defeated that drought-causing Jack? The one who dared to slay a celestial dragon? Having never been one to follow the news closely, he was unaware that Chi had already bested Kizaru. Impossible. As a swordsman, How could I not sense the strength of that sword intent? The ferocity of that battle aura was undoubtedly on par with Hawkeye's. And even I could not discern which was stronger. Zoro thought, grappling with the reality that this newcomer, despite his extraordinary talent, had not yet reached a level capable of challenging Hawkeye. What do you mean impossible? Baichi defeated Kizaru while you were sent flying from the island. Perona reminded him. Observing Zoro's stunned expression. What? That little brat has become so powerful? Zoro's eyes widened in shock. As a fellow newcomer, he could now perceive that the sword intent he sensed earlier was indeed on the same level as Hawkeye's. Meanwhile, he, unable to even contend with the despicable baboons on the island, felt a deep-seated frustration. Damn it. The disparity in talent is too vast. While both newcomers were approaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, Zoro found himself left behind, still battling a horde of baboons. Cursed be this fate. He clenched his fists. Fresh blood seeping from his wounded arm. What now, you fool? Perona exclaimed, her concern mounting as she began to question Zoro's sanity. Where did they go? I must follow them. Zoro declared, acutely aware that the two powerful auras had departed. I heard they went to the island's edge, to the entrance. It's too far for you to reach, Perona replied helplessly. Zoro struggled to move his injured body, the severity of his wounds leaving him nearly immobile. Damn it. He pounded his weakened body in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Have you lost your mind? Perona was completely baffled by Zoro's sudden determination. Perona, I beg you, take me there. Zoro gritted his teeth, his resolve unwavering. For Zoro to utter such words was a shocking revelation for Perona. This green-haired warrior had never shown such vulnerability before. After a moment of hesitation, Perona shouted, You idiot. Are you trying to trick me into taking you to the island's exit so you can escape? That's not happening. If you leave, I'll be stuck with that bastard Hawkeye, and it will drive me insane. Escape? That is a gross mischaracterization of my intent. I merely wish to witness the clash between two legendary swordsmen. Zoro defended himself. Rest assured, even if I were to leave, it would be by my own strength. He asserted, unwilling to stoop so low as to rely on a woman to exit an island. You fool, you're just being stubborn, Perona retorted. Convinced that even if Zoro did entertain the thought of fleeing, she could easily retrieve him with ease given his current state. Very well, you stubborn idiot. If you dare deceive me, I won't let you off easily. Perona grumbled, her lips pouting in annoyance. At the island's edge, the shimmering sea relentlessly crashed against the shore, where an elderly man reclined against a large tree, a flask of liquor in hand. This vantage point offers the perfect view, he mused. Able to witness the battle in its entirety while avoiding the collateral damage. This white-haired man was none other than Dark King Rayleigh. One can never be certain. I may just witness the passing of the torch for the world's greatest swordsman, Rayleigh thought in awe. In his eyes, the outcome of this duel was unpredictable. Either contender could emerge victorious. Yet, he found himself secretly rooting for Baichi, for if he were to triumph, the title of the world's greatest swordsman would change hands, making the spectacle all the more exhilarating. Following the direction of Rayleigh's eager gaze, two figures came into view, a youthful form and a tall, lean man, locked in a fierce gaze. They were none other than the protagonists of this impending battle, Hawkeye and Baichi. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Hawkeye Mihawk was the first to speak. Over the years, many have dared to challenge themselves. However, from Hawkeye's perspective, those who previously claimed they would defeat him were merely engaging in self-encouragement. Those who sought to spar with Hawkeye simply wished to gauge the gap between themselves and the world's foremost swordsman, subsequently doubling their efforts to enhance their prowess. Even the notorious red-haired Shanks, if he were to confront him as a swordsman, would not possess the audacity of that young brat, Baichi. Yet this young lad before him was different. Hawkeye could genuinely sense a confidence that emanated from the very depths of his soul. Haha, Hawkeye Mihawk. Remember our pact. If I can defeat you as a swordsman, you must join Baichi's faction in this war. Baichi exclaimed with exuberance. As for the source of my confidence, you shall discover the answer in the battles to come. He continued. On Clay Kana Island, the baboons were peculiarly absent today. Typically, this island was teeming with human imitators, yet today they had all hidden away. Occasionally, a few baboons would scurry through the trees, uttering a cry before hastily retreating into the depths of the forest. In the sky, a petite girl was tugging at the collar of a towering man, soaring through the air. It was Zoro and Perona from Hawkeye's castle. Hey, are you trying to strangle me by dragging me up here? Zoro complained. Foolish Zoro. I haven't even complained about your weight. Do you want me to drop you? Perona retorted defiantly. Who are you calling a fool? Zoro bellowed. Besides you, who else could possibly be such a fool, dimwit, and directionally challenged? Perona shouted back. The two bickered in the sky for quite a while until Perona noticed the unusual absence of the baboons. Zoro, have you noticed that the baboons on this island are missing? Perona questioned, puzzled. Missing? Zoro responded, just now realizing it. Close your eyes and feel. Finally, he sensed two distinct auras of battle. A fierce conflict was imminent. Perona, hurry, the fight is about to commence. Zoro urged eagerly. As for the baboons, they were likely frightened into hiding by the overwhelming battle intent of Hawkeye and Baichi. Zoro reflected, realizing his own weakness. He was unable to contend with mere baboons. And yet they trembled before the might of warriors like Hawkeye and Baichi. This made it evident that Zoro was leagues behind the caliber of grand swordsmen like Hawkeye and White Chi. Chapter 137, The Duel of the World's Greatest Swordsmen. At the entrance of the island, Hawkeye slowly spoke. White Chi, draw your treasured blade. This is a duel between swordsmen. His gaze was icy, akin to an eagle fixated on its prey. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, I shall face you. White Chi responded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he clasped his fists. Blizzard arise. In an instant, a pristine white blade materialized in White Chi's hands, emitting a dragon-like roar. The blade, resembling white jade, reflected the sun's rays brilliantly. White Chi could sense his sword, Blizzard, trembling, not from fear, but from an exhilarating anticipation. It seems you two are eager for this battle, Blizzard. Very well, let us together vanquish the mightiest swordsman in the world, Hawkeye Mihawk, and claim his title. What a fine sword! Hawkeye exclaimed upon seeing the radiant blade in White Chi's grasp. This must be the weapon with which you defeated Kizaru, correct? Having encountered swords that emitted a dragon's roar before, Hawkeye could deduce that this was indeed a legendary sword. After years of being a grand swordsman, he recognized the quality of this blade. It was not inferior to his own black sword, Yoro. Moreover, White Chi's white blade undoubtedly possessed unique magical properties. Hawkeye, guided by his instincts as a swordsman, sensed the chilling aura emanating from White Chi's sword, reminiscent of an icy realm. Truly, it was a remarkable weapon. He had never heard of a sword of such caliber, rivaling his own supreme blade, Yoro. As he gazed at White Chi, Hawkeye Mihawk could feel the intensity of his opponent's battle intent intensify upon the appearance of the blade. The formidable aura transformed into an aggressive sword intent, pressing forward with unrelenting force. Hawkeye's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, for he realized that this young lad possessed formidable strength, certainly not beneath his own. The gleam in his eyes became radiant as he felt the surge of battle intent within him. Thrilled ever since he triumphed over that individual and ascended to the rank of the world's greatest swordsman. This is indeed the first time I have felt such exhilaration. To be honest, ever since I ascended to become the world's mightiest swordsman, the progression of my swordsmanship has become increasingly arduous. Even in my battles against Shanks, the red-haired, my growth has been minuscule. This is also the primary reason why Dracula Mihawk chose to ally with the Marines in their confrontation against Whitebeard. For Mihawk, there exists no concept of justice or evil. There is only the unwavering resolve to pursue the path of the sword. To engage in combat with the strongest man in the world, I am certain my swordsmanship will ascend to new heights. For this reason, Mihawk is willing to join the very Marines he despises, all in the name of facing that supreme warrior. Everything is for the sake of his swordsmanship. Dracula Mihawk is a man who regards the art of the sword as his very essence. It seems that the person capable of elevating his swordsmanship is right before him. What an overwhelming aura of sword intent. I never anticipated encountering such terrifying sword intent in this world. Mihawk has truly experienced it. He clasped his fists towards Whitebeard and exclaimed, what an impressive sword intent. It makes even me, Rayleigh, itch with excitement. From a distance, Rayleigh, reclining against a large tree, ceased his drinking and suddenly shouted towards the sky. What a thrill! What a thrill! I declare, the battle begins. As soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, Mihawk leaped into the air wielding his black blade, Yuru, raising it high above his head before delivering a powerful downward strike. A jet-black sword aura, visible only to formidable swordsmen, emerged in the sky and surged towards Whitebeard in an instant. The speed was astonishing, as if the very air were being torn asunder by this energy. Behold the might of the world's strongest swordsman, Whitebeard. This is my most prized black blade, and the attack unleashed by this supple sword represents the most formidable sword energy in existence. Mihawk declared after executing his strike. He gazed at the swiftly ascending black wave of slashing energy, which surpassed even the rapidity and power of the yellow slash unleashed by Kizaru at Sabaody Archipelago. Whitebeard smirked, licking his upper lip, and exclaimed excitedly, what a powerful attack. Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, truly lives up to his reputation. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on his treasured sword, Enma, feeling the exhilaration of the renowned blade. Strike forth, Enma, he proclaimed with enthusiasm. Armament Haki swiftly enveloped the entire blade of Enma as he prepared to confront the approaching black wave of slashing energy. A white sword aura materialized out of thin air, and in an instant, the potent white energy erupted outward like a bursting balloon. Whitebeard's white slash, imbued with seemingly annihilating energy, surged upward. Mihawk's black slash, with thunderous momentum, bore down upon Whitebeard, who remained grounded. With a resounding boom, in the sky, the black and white waves of energy collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The heavens echoed with a formidable roar akin to thunder, as both forces released their energies into the atmosphere. The intensity of the unleashed energy caused violent winds to whip across the island, uprooting trees in the process. What an exhilarating battle. I never anticipated witnessing such a spectacular clash in my lifetime. The last time was decades ago, Rayleigh declared, braving the fierce winds as he took a hearty swig of alcohol, reminiscing about a past legendary confrontation between Pirate King Joel D. Roger and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. The clash between Mihawk and Whitebeard mirrored the legendary battle he recalled. Meanwhile, Perona, soaring through the sky, was startled by the thunderous sound akin to roaring thunder. A fierce gust of wind swept through, almost tossing Zoro from his perch. Perona's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling as she stammered, "Roronoa Zoro, this. Could it be?" Chapter 138, The Battle of Black and White. Zoro clenched his teeth, the sound of his grinding teeth echoing ominously. Damn it. Mihawk and that brat have already engaged in battle. How powerful. Is this what it means to witness a confrontation between the world's top swordsmen? Roronoa, Zoro exclaimed. His mouth agape in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was only at this moment that Zoro began to grasp the vast chasm between himself and the strongest in the world. Such a level of combat was akin to a natural disaster. Zoro felt a twinge of discomfort within, akin to a frog in a well. As he contemplated the vastness of the world, memories of his first encounter with Dracul Mihawk flooded his mind, recalling the moment when Mihawk spoke. He had thought that he had made significant progress since then. However, in hindsight, the disparity between himself and the world's strongest swordsman remained alarmingly vast. Even as a mere spectator, he realized that he might not withstand the mere aftershocks of a duel between such titans. Confronted with such formidable adversaries, Zoro understood that opposing them would likely lead to an instantaneous defeat. Perona, hurry. This is a rare clash between the world's mightiest swordsmen, a once-in-a-century event. We must not delay. I do not wish to miss it, Roronoa, Zoro declared, gritting his teeth with a serious demeanor. In the depths of this forest, the baboons, known for their human-like mimicry, were startled by a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the sky, followed swiftly by a tempestuous wind that swept across the woods. Gone was their usual boisterous demeanor. Instead, each exhibited expressions of sheer terror, retreating into their burrows and emitting plaintive sounds of supplication. In their minds, only the deities above possessed such formidable power. One by one, they knelt upon the ground, murmuring peculiar incantations in fervent prayer for divine forgiveness. At the entrance of the island, the formidable Mihawk and Whitebeard had unleashed their slashes into the heavens, which now faded into oblivion. The clash between black and white was evenly matched. Little ghost, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Hawkeye expressed his satisfaction with White Chi's strike as he leaped from the sky, launching a close combat attack. The weapons of the two, one black and one white, collided once more on the ground. Bang! The sound of blades clashing resonated loudly, creating powerful air currents centered around them. These currents, infused with frenetic energy, surged outward rapidly. A black attack was deftly evaded by White Chi, crashing instead into the earth, causing the ground to shatter and explode. With a thunderous roar, deep fissures stretching thousands of meters appeared on the surface, the soil within cracking like a vast spider's web, exuding a sense of imminent collapse. Feeling the subtle tremor of the earth, what a formidable attack! Truly deserving of the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Haha! The Dark King Rayleigh exclaimed instinctively. To carve such a gash into the earth, how many in this world could achieve such a feat? At this moment, Zoro was less than 1,000 meters away from White Chi and the others. This fissure naturally extended directly into the realm of Perona and Zoro. Such a level of assault truly befits the world's greatest swordsman. It appears that the ultimate victor will still be Dracul Mihawk. Zoro, in shock, remarked that he had once had the fortune to engage in battle with this renowned swordsman. However, the attacks unleashed by Mihawk at that time pale in comparison to the ferocity of the current strike, seeming almost like a jest. In that case, Hawkeye must have been quite lenient during his battle at that time. Such a formidable strike left Zoro utterly convinced that, had it been directed at him, he would have been completely defenseless against it. He pondered in bewilderment how the newcomer, White Chi, could possibly contend with a formidable adversary like Mihawk, the Hawkeye. The sheer impact of this attack had profoundly shaken Zoro, leading him to believe that this level of swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of human capability, a feat he deemed impossible for White Chi to surpass. This merely implies that Bai Chi's failure is only a matter of time. Although Bai Chi possesses remarkable talent, his swordsmanship has yet to reach the pinnacle of this world. Perona, hasten your pace. I would not wish to miss such a battle and regret it for a lifetime. Zoro urgently implored Perona to expedite her efforts. In battles of such magnitude, only through close observation can one truly elevate their swordsmanship. Perona continued her flight, drawing nearer to the clash between White Chi and the formidable Mihawk, a mere 500 meters away. A fierce beam of white light slashed through the air, narrowly evaded by Mihawk's agile maneuver, the terrifying attack crashing into the sea. Instantly, the ocean erupted into tumultuous waves, and as the surf rose, it was abruptly frozen by an overwhelming force. The waters surrounding the island, spanning several thousand meters, became enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Numerous marine creatures, including a sea king, were instantly encased in frost. What? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the strike of that little brat, White Chi? He stammered, his lips trembling. Overwhelmed with excitement, he began to cough. It was simply unfathomable that White Chi possessed combat prowess akin to Mihawk, with the added advantage of infusing his strikes with magical elements. Had that little brat consumed some devil fruit? Zoro had only witnessed such freezing abilities in the notorious Admiral Aokiji, who once tormented him. Unbeknownst to him, if he were to discover that this power was not derived from a devil fruit, but rather from the unique blade wielded by White Chi, which could transform Haki into a freezing effect, jealousy would surely consume him. This sword-obsessed individual must surely be unable to close his eyes for days. Consumed by envy and jealousy. Perona, could you hasten your pace? Zoro urged once more, his tone laced with impatience. Do not be so demanding, Zoro. Perona retorted sharply, unexpectedly halting her movements. Zoro, intending to fire back, was instead drawn to the fierce confrontation between Whitebeard and Mihawk, suppressing his retort. Engaging in a quarrel with Perona would mean missing the chance to witness the battle up close, an opportunity vital for enhancing his swordsmanship, so he chose to endure. Miss Perona, I implore you to quicken your pace. I truly require this opportunity to observe the duel. It is crucial for my growth as a swordsman. Zoro lowered his head, clenching his fists as he spoke. Very well, but do not shout at me again. Perona replied, somewhat exasperated. She was taken aback. Were all swordsmen like this? To bow their heads for the sake of a duel between masters? Swordsmen truly lacked excitement, she thought, shaking her head in resignation. Chapter 139, Rayleigh's Big Mouth. Zoro faces more stimulus observing the state of the sea after Whitebeard's devastating strike. Rayleigh's jaw dropped in astonishment. Not only did it incite tumultuous waves, but it also instantaneously froze everything in its wake. Such a fearsome slash was, to be honest, something he had never encountered in his many years traversing the pirate world. Is this the power of ice? It bears a striking resemblance to Admiral Aokiji's fruit ability. Yet, this is unleashed through sword energy, indicating that this technique surpasses Aokiji's devil fruit power. Rayleigh pondered deeply, recognizing the chilling might akin to Mihawk's incisive strikes. Is this truly the full extent of that young one's prowess? Rayleigh murmured, his lips trembling slightly. Not only did he possess slashing capabilities on par with Mihawk, but he could also inflict additional damage on a target mid-attack. This was perplexing. The Dark King Rayleigh suddenly lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before shaking his head. Alas, had I been struck by that attack, the outcome would have been either death or grievous injury. Sensing Whitebeard's formidable strength, Mihawk fought with renewed vigor. His swordplay was a harmonious blend of softness and strength, relentless as a tempest, continuously assaulting Whitebeard. With his exceptional physical abilities, Whitebeard adeptly dodged the onslaught. Young one, your stamina is truly impressive, Mihawk exclaimed in admiration. Logically, even if Whitebeard possessed the strength to defeat an admiral, he was merely an 8-year-old child. His muscles, yet to fully develop, which should have resulted in some physical deficiencies. Yet, this child was extraordinarily gifted. Despite employing intricate and cunning maneuvers, most individuals, even with the foresight of observation Haki, would struggle to evade his attacks. However, this child not only evaded but appeared lively and unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. Mihawk was astounded. He could distinctly sense that the young one's physical prowess surpassed his own. On the battlefield, the contrasting shadows of black and white clashed, each weapon's impact sending tremors through Mihawk's hands, causing them to tingle. Yet, this boy named Whitebeard displayed no signs of strain, seemingly growing stronger with each exchange. Mihawk, who believed his stamina was elite, found himself feeling inferior in this regard to the increasingly formidable child. Noticing the puzzled expression on Mihawk's face, Whitebeard understood his thoughts. Thus far, had any of his opponents not been confounded by his stamina? Were he not a time traveler? He would not even believe that an 8-year-old child could possess such extraordinary physical capabilities. This is the result of my daily push-up regimen. Whitebeard grinned, jesting. Push-ups? Your training method seems rather commonplace, Mihawk replied, utterly speechless. If that is all it takes to attain such remarkable stamina, I would gladly do push-ups every day. Push-ups? This child is truly amusing, Rayleigh commented, glancing towards Zoro and the others who had just arrived. Here's a piece of advice, youngsters, come over here, or I cannot guarantee you will not be swept away by the aftershocks. Rayleigh gestured dismissively. Perona promptly scurried towards Rayleigh, but Zoro found himself increasingly exasperated. Swept away by aftershocks? While Rayleigh may have a point, it sounds rather grating. He reflected on his journey, aside from his defeat at the hands of Mihawk. When had he not been hailed as a swordsmanship prodigy? Throughout this journey, I have vanquished countless pirates, and my bounty has soared to over 100 million berries, making me a dazzling supernova in the eyes of the world. However, since my arrival at Sabaody Archipelago, I have repeatedly faced setbacks. Struggling against a mere pacifist has proven to be a daunting task, and upon reaching Hawkeye's abode, even the baboons remain formidable adversaries. This alone is disheartening enough. Yet now I am warned to be cautious and not to be felled by the shockwaves unleashed during their battles. Am I, Roronoa Zoro, truly so feeble? Damn it. I shall become the world's strongest swordsman. Zoro clenched his teeth, vowing to rise as the mightiest swordsman and redeem his honor. Observing Zoro's pained expression, Rayleigh realized that his inadvertent words had wounded this three-sword-style swordsman. It would be prudent to offer some comfort to the lad to prevent him from succumbing to despair. With a firm pat on Zoro's shoulder, Rayleigh said reassuringly, Young one, strive towards surpassing Hawkeye and Whitebeard. With your talent, perhaps one day you might indeed eclipse Hawkeye. However, after taking a puff from his cigarette, Rayleigh squinted and added, "Yet, if you aspire to surpass Whitebeard, I fear that may be an unattainable dream. The boy's talent is simply monstrous. Not only you, but throughout these seas, I have yet to encounter anyone with a gift that rivals his." Rayleigh exhaled a plume of smoke and continued, gazing skyward, including the Pirate King, Roger. Zoro looked at the Dark King Rayleigh with a mixture of shock and confusion. To be candid, he was well aware of Whitebeard's immense strength and extraordinary talent. However, he had not anticipated that Rayleigh, the former vice captain of the legendary Pirate King's ship, would hold Whitebeard in such high esteem, even above himself. Could it be that even the talent of the Pirate King, Roger, pales in comparison to that of this young lad? Zoro found himself engulfed in profound contemplation. This implies that without the presence of Bai Chi, one might potentially ascend to become the world's greatest swordsman through sheer effort. However, should this era include Bai Chi, the dream of becoming a formidable swordsman would forever remain unattainable. The reasoning is straightforward. Not only is my current strength inferior to Bai Chi's, but even my innate talent and growth rate pale in comparison to his. The meaning is crystal clear. As long as Bai Chi exists, I will never become the most powerful swordsman in the world. How infuriating. Guena, I can no longer fulfill my promise to you, you scoundrel. Observing Zoro's expression, Rayleigh felt a twinge of discomfort. His intention had been to console Zoro, yet his unwittingly loose tongue had once again plunged Zoro into despair. Yet, one cannot blame oneself entirely. The fault lies with that wretched boy Bai Chi, who is undeniably grotesque in his abilities. Chapter 140. A tsunami triggered, Rayleigh shocked. The battle between Bai Chi and Mihawk intensified, their swordsmanship perfectly matched. The two were now locked in a contest of endurance, exchanging blows with relentless fervor. The residual waves around them never ceased, and suddenly, a fierce white wave surged towards Rayleigh and the others. Zoro's eyes widened in alarm at the menacing white radiance, while Perona nearly collapsed in terror. This strike was not only immensely powerful, but also astonishingly swift. Zoro and Perona had no hope of evading it. Gazing at the impending onslaught, Zoro found himself in a state of bewilderment, acutely aware that such a strike on the battlefield would undoubtedly claim his life. Rayleigh's assertion that he would be obliterated by the aftershock rang true. Seeing Zoro and Perona ensnared in shock and fear, Rayleigh hastily urged, "Get behind me." He then unsheathed his sword, unleashing a strike imbued with advanced Haki that surged toward the white wave of energy. With a resounding crash, the two strikes collided, neutralizing the white aftershock. Some residual energy splattered 10 meters away from Zoro. With a deafening explosion, a massive crater suddenly formed. The soil within transformed into frozen earth. Zoro gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, rendered speechless. Frozen energy? That little brat Bai Chi has quite a few tricks up his sleeve, Rayleigh remarked nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than the entire frozen earth began to tremble violently, shattering into myriad fragments. Not just this location, but everywhere Bai Chi's blade had touched erupted with tremors. Even the very island seemed to come alive, quaking in response. Rayleigh's expression shifted dramatically, astonished as he exclaimed, "Could it be that the boy's strike caused this? This little rascal possesses such an attack as well?" The vibrational effect accompanying such a strike is utterly terrifying. Imagine if a person were to be struck by such a formidable blow, the resultant bleeding wound would subsequently endure further vibrational damage. Consequently, the injury would only worsen, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Moreover, this method seems to possess a natural ability to counteract nature-based powers. Upon this realization, Rayleigh playfully smacked his own forehead. "I understand now. I comprehend why that guy Kizaru was defeated," he exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. This piqued the interest of Zoro and Perona, who turned their gazes towards the Pirate King Rayleigh. Their curiosity piqued regarding how White Chi managed to defeat the admiral. Observing the puzzled expressions of Zoro and Perona, Rayleigh took a hearty gulp of his drink and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I am certain that the key to White Chi's triumph over Kizaru lies within the strike capable of triggering the vibration ability. As a Logia type, Kizaru, despite his elemental transformation, cannot heal anew. For each time he attempts to recover, he is interrupted by this formidable vibrational energy." However, Rayleigh was profoundly perplexed. This method of attack bore a striking resemblance to that of the strongest man, Whitebeard. Could it be that White Chi and Whitebeard possessed the same devil fruit? But that was impossible. Each devil fruit is unique, a fundamental truth. On the battlefield, the clash between White Chi and Mihawk escalated to a fever pitch, and soon, with White Chi's strike, the entire island trembled. A formation of geese flying overhead, upon reaching Cry Kana Island, chose to veer away. The baboons, who had previously prostrated themselves in fervent supplication for divine forgiveness, found themselves plunged into an even deeper state of terror. The baboons no longer exhibited their usual arrogance towards Zoro, each one clutching their heads and emitting peculiar sounds, their eyes filled with terror. The leader of the baboons, frightened to the core, even discarded his great sword, which he had once wielded in imitation of Hawkeye, as he scurried and hid within the cave, fearful of divine retribution. If Zoro were to witness this scene, he might well be driven to despair. The Baboon King has always been met with disdainful gazes, yet now, confronted by the residual shockwaves of Baichi's strike, he has been rendered utterly terrified. The sheer absurdity of it all. The comparison between individuals is utterly infuriating. The entire island, along with the surrounding fauna and marine life, has fled in panic. Previously, the marine creatures gathered near the island exhibited little sign of distress, as Baichi's freezing effect only impacted the surface of the ocean, failing to penetrate its depths. However, the tremors unleashed a wholly different chaos, akin to an upheaval in the deep sea, awakening a multitude of sea kings, all of whom fled in terror. The island of Kralakana lay in ruins, marked by fissures stretching several thousand meters, some crafted by the keen eye of Hawk, while others were the handiwork of Baichi. The land was littered with shattered permafrost, and fragments of bark and roots were strewn about, carried by the ferocious winds generated by the aftershocks. The scene resembled an apocalyptic vision. Zoro's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a hint of fear. Throughout his years at sea, he had never displayed such an expression, whether facing bears or the eye of Hawk. Yet today, on Kralakana Island, witnessing the fierce clash of the world's greatest swordsmen left him utterly humbled. Is this truly the pinnacle of swordsmanship? It is indeed terrifying. It feels like the end of the world. All creatures fled in haste, the ocean's surface transformed into shards of ice, while others surged forth from the depths in response to the earthquake. With a thunderous roar, the previously frozen seawater was suddenly disrupted by some energy from the ocean floor. A deluge of seawater erupted from the depths, where the formerly frozen waters had been,